My name is Uchiha Duan. Merely by exchanging a fleeting glance with Senju Tobirama amidst the throngs of people, I found myself the target of relentless persecution. First, I was expelled from the Ninja Academy, then cast out from the Uchiha clan, and subsequently subjected to long-term surveillance by the Anbu. Yet, I remain unperturbed, for from the very onset, I have inherited all of Senju Tobirama's extraordinary talents. Chapter 1. Just because I gazed upon you for a moment in the crowd. Curse Senju clan. Damn Tobirama. Within the confines of an office in the Konoha hospital, Uchiha Duan seethed with indignation, gnashing his teeth in silent fury. Each recollection of my current plight ignites an uncontrollable loathing for Senju Tobirama. I yearn to desecrate his grave and obliterate his remains. 7 years ago, I unwittingly traversed into the world of Naruto, merging with the soul and memories of a 10-year-old boy from the Uchiha clan, thus becoming Uchiha Duan. On that very day, having been reborn, I joyfully strolled through the streets of Konoha, encountering Senju Tobirama for the first time. In that instant, a notification echoed in my mind. Ding! The system is now activated. The host has acquired all of Senju Tobirama's talents upgradable. The unexpected announcement startled me, swiftly followed by a surge of elation. However, as I raised my gaze, I inadvertently met Tobirama's scrutinizing eyes, filled with wariness. His chilling, monstrous glare plunged me into a state of icy dread. What are you staring at me for? Do you intend to eliminate me just for a fleeting glance? Is there no sense of reason left? Fortunately, Tobirama was hastily en route to the Cloud Village for a ceasefire negotiation with the Second Raikage. Thus, he merely cast me a cold warning glance before swiftly departing Konoha, flanked by his disciples and bodyguards. As I watched Tobirama leave, I exhaled a deep sigh of relief. I began to comprehend the reason behind his suspicious gaze. Tobirama had always harbored wariness towards the Uchiha clan. My sudden outburst must have evoked a sense of dangerous familiarity in him, reminiscent of the expressions he encountered during his research. In his eyes, such an expression screamed danger. This child must not be allowed to live. Tobirama was not one to show compassion, even for a mere 10-year-old. Thus, internally screamed at him, Yashir, may you perish. I knew that during his negotiations in the Cloud Village, he would be ambushed by the traitorous Kinkaku and Ginkaku, sustaining grievous injuries. Ultimately, to protect his disciples, he would divert the enemy's attention and meet his demise. Contemplating this brought me some solace. Let him glare at me. Those who glare at me shall perish. As expected, not long after, news of Tobirama's death reached Konoha. While the entire village mourned, I found an inexplicable sense of relief. Just as I thought I could finally breathe easy, misfortune struck anew. Upon his return to Konoha, the newly appointed Hokage, Sir Toby Hiruzen, immediately placed me under surveillance. Not only was I monitored, but I was also inexplicably expelled from the Ninja Academy, losing the opportunity to graduate as a genin. Moreover, I was mandated to cease any form of training, barred from learning any ninjutsu, and forced to live under watchful eyes as an ordinary citizen. Were they so fearful of my potential that they sought to render me powerless? After all, who wouldn't wish to attain formidable strength upon entering the world of Naruto? Yet, I found myself doomed before I could even begin that my life was irrevocably ruined due to a mere glance from Senju Tobirama amidst the crowd that I truly earned the title of the most unfortunate transmigrator. To make matters worse, Uchiha Kagami, an elder of the Uchiha clan, invoked clan rules to expel me with unprecedented severity, acting unilaterally against me. For a long time thereafter, any slight movement on my part would attract a team of Anbu ninjas who would vigilantly monitor me, an astonishing display of scrutiny. It was clear that Tobirama had briefed his disciples on the matter before his demise. Oh, Tobirama, what grievance do I hold against you? Why do you refuse to release me even in death? Is it truly necessary to hold such animosity over a mere glance? While I loathed Tobirama, a profound sense of helplessness surged within me. Why adoptive parents had perished during the protracted First Shinobi World War when I was very young. Thus, I had not received the formal education of the Uchiha clan. All my knowledge was gleaned from the Ninja Academy. Having displayed only modest talent, my abilities at 10 years old were merely slightly superior to those of a newly minted genin. In such circumstances, I felt as though my cries for help fell upon deaf ears. Even if I possessed the entirety of Senju Tobirama's talents, what could I do? Dare I delve into research? Dare I train? With so many eyes upon me, any hint of deviation would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. In the years since Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed the role of Hokage, he had proven to be decisively ruthless. Thus, for the past 7 years, I have been relegated to tirelessly contemplating theoretical research in my mind. I have pondered the principles behind various ninjutsu, the feasibility of their improvements, and the potential creation of unique ninjutsu for specific purposes. Yet, none of these theories have materialized into action. Fortunately, the family that adopted me was exceedingly kind, treating me almost as their own son after 7 years of companionship. Especially after I displayed remarkable talent in medicine, my unwitting adoptive father, Hatake Shiranui, took the initiative to leverage connections and secure my apprenticeship. At the Konoha hospital, perhaps he deemed a physician, even a medical ninja, to pose no threat, as Sarutobi Hiruzen did not interfere, tacitly permitting this arrangement. Thus, I became a doctor, not a medical ninja, as I lacked any ninja title and could never attain one, despite having mastered numerous medical ninjutsu. Dr. Duan, there's a patient requiring surgery. As I continued to seethe internally over Tobirama, a nurse rushed into my office, urgency evident in her tone. Is the patient a ninja or an ordinary person? I inquired routinely. Everyone in the hospital was aware that I employed different treatment methods for ninjas and ordinary citizens, making the question unremarkable. He's a ninja. The nurse replied without hesitation that I will be there shortly. Please prepare the operating room, I said, organizing my medical kit. Inside the operating room, I swiftly sutured and bandaged the grievous wound on the ninja's hand. How do you feel? I asked with genuine concern. Dr. Duan, I feel much better. The ninja, relieved to have retained his arm, responded. Next, I will administer some treatments to assist in your recovery. I nodded, extracting silver needle from my medical kit and speaking earnestly. Attempt to perform your most proficient ninjutsu. There is no need to execute it. Merely simulate the chakra flow within your body. Remember, the slower, the better. Doctor, why is that? The injured ninja asked, puzzled. Do you not wish to recover more swiftly? I feigned displeasure, furrowing my brow. I understand. The ninja, no longer hesitating, declared, I will do it immediately. With that, the injured ninja lifted his severely injured arm and alongside his uninjured hand, began to slowly form hand seals. Uchiha Duan placed his hand gently upon the abdomen of the injured ninja, attuning himself with great care. Chapter 2. The Vigil of Hatake Sakumo, the Indomitable Tsunade. Uchiha Duan, endowed with all the talents of Senju Tobirama, possessed an unparalleled sensory ability, arguably the finest in the entire ninja realm. As a member of the malevolent Senju clan, whose powers were sealed away, Tobirama's innate perception was extraordinary. He could even sense the number of enemies 1,000 miles away by connecting his chakra to the ground, with remarkable precision. Before the era of overwhelming power, Tobirama was rightly regarded as the foremost sensory ninja in the ninja world. It's enough, Uchiha Duan declared as he sensed the situation was adequate. He then lifted the injured ninja's shirt, revealing his chest and abdomen, and swiftly opened a pouch containing silver needles, meticulously administering them to specific acupuncture points in an orderly fashion. 12 silver needles descended. The injured ninja immediately felt a tingling sensation enveloping his entire body. Simultaneously, his chakra began to flow uncontrollably, gradually concentrating around the wound and revitalizing the cells in the area. The injured ninja was astounded as he felt the acceleration of his wound's healing. Duan Sensei, thank you. The injured ninja was nearly moved to tears. This treatment had hastened the healing of his wound by at least 30%, and the faster the wound healed, the lesser the aftereffects. For a mercenary ninja, strength was paramount. After all, ninjas do not engage in production. If he were incapacitated by his injuries and unable to undertake missions to earn a living, what would become of his family? Therefore, Uchiha Duan's miraculous medical skills were enough to excite any ninja. The nurses and observing medical ninjas looked at Uchiha Duan with reverence. Regardless of the severity of the injuries or the rare ailments, as long as Uchiha Duan intervened, there was never a situation he could not resolve. The citizens of Konoha were well aware that there was a Dr. Duan at the Konoha hospital possessing the ability to bring the dying back to life. Even Tsunade, hailed as a genius medical ninja, paled in comparison to Duan. "There's no need for thanks, please settle the treatment fee at the payment counter," Uchiha Duan said with an expression of calm. "Remember to return in 3 days for another treatment." Upon returning to his office and closing the door, Uchiha Duan approached the window. Sensing the Anbu ninja monitoring him, his brow furrowed. Despite his efforts to maintain an inconspicuous demeanor, his chakra remained at the level of a mere genin. Perhaps the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt it excessive to deploy an entire team for surveillance and had withdrawn a few operatives 2 years prior. Although the monitoring had dwindled to a single individual, this remaining ninja was excessively diligent that on numerous occasions, Uchiha Duan had wanted to shout out the window, "Hitaki Tsukumo, are you never going to let this go?" After all, it was he who rescued Tsukumo when he was injured. If Tsukumo were to find himself in peril again, he need not seek his assistance should he dare to come. Duan would be ready to strike him down. However, he ultimately could only harbor these thoughts. Feigning a desire to rest, he drew the curtains to obscure Tsukumo's view and swiftly formed hand seals. Sensing the flow of chakra within him, Uchiha Duan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, this close-range brank ninjutsu. Water release. Water fong bullet. This technique compressed water into a projectile while applying rapid rotation to enhance its lethality, allowing for attacks from various angles. It seemed that the injured individual from earlier was no weakling judging by the chakra within him. He was likely a special jonin. Over the years, Uchiha Duan had quietly mastered hundreds of ninjutsu through such means. Each thought of this deepened his frustration. With his current talents, had he not interrupted his training, his strength would surely have reached the level of a Kage by now. 7 years. What a precious golden 7 years. A typical ninja who missed this period would likely find themselves rendered useless. While Uchiha Duan had not become useless, his chakra levels were merely above those of a regular elite jonin. It must be said that the talent of the sinister Senju Tobirama was truly remarkable. Although Uchiha Duan had ostensibly not trained for a second in these 7 years, he had mastered chakra extraction since childhood. 6 years ago, after developing a technique to conceal his chakra signature, Uchiha Duan finally dared to resume chakra extraction and even improved upon a method. However, aside from his chakra levels, all his combat experience and training had remained confined to the realm of imagination. Thus, his practical combat abilities were a source of deep sorrow. This was also the reason he had longed to escape Konoha, yet he found himself still bound to this place. Fortunately, 5 years ago, Uchiha Duan devised a method to stimulate acupuncture points with chakra, allowing it to circulate throughout his body and gradually enhance his physical strength that he named this the chakra body refinement technique. Over the past 5 years, Uchiha Duan's physical capabilities have been steadily improving. Coupled with his daily mental simulations of taijutsu practice and combat, should he ever have the opportunity to begin true training, his strength would undoubtedly soar in a short time. The prerequisite, however, was the chance to do so. Thus, he had long resolved to leave Konoha at the slightest opportunity. He would flee as far as possible. To hell with Konoha, to hell with Senju Tobirama, to hell with Sarutobi Hiruzen, to hell with Hitaki Tsukumo, to hell with so many people. Just as Uchiha Duan intended to feign slumber and continue practicing the chakra body refinement technique, the office door was abruptly flung open. "Uchiha Duan, come out here!" An irate Tsunade barged in, heedless of decorum, seizing Uchiha Duan by the collar and yanking him outside. "You barbaric creature, let go, or I shall make you regret it." Uchiha Duan struggled vehemently. "You brute, savage, baboon, gorilla, Tarzan." Yet Tsunade's strength was formidable even with all his might. Uchiha Duan could not break free, especially since he was forced to feign weakness at this moment. Tsunade appeared impervious to Uchiha Duan's furious protests, dragging him into a patient room and stopping before a hospital bed. The patient, scrutinized by Tsunade's fierce gaze, trembled and cautiously spoke, "Tsunade-sama, what are you planning to do?" Be silent." Tsunade brusquely interrupted, her tone icy. "Last time, I lost to this guy in medical skills, and today I intend to challenge him once more. You merely lie there. Upon noticing Uchiha Duan cautiously attempting to retreat, Tsunade swiftly grasped his wrist. Still dare to run? Tsunade tightened her grip, causing Uchiha Duan to break into a cold sweat from the pain. As Tsunade's aggression escalated, Uchiha Duan's temper flared. Though pain coursed through him, he remained silent, fixing Tsunade with a chilling glare. Have you not eaten today, you savage? After a considerable pause, Uchiha Duan gritted his teeth and glared at Tsunade, exuding a sense of defiance, as if daring her to end him right then and there. Seeing Uchiha Duan's unyielding demeanor, Tsunade felt a twinge of uncertainty as her gaze faltered, inadvertently loosening her grip. Yet she attempted to salvage her dignity, declaring, "You are not permitted to leave otherwise. I shall not spare you." However, the intensity of her threat had noticeably diminished. In contrast, her words now held a hint of a playful tone, sending shivers down Uchiha Duan's spine. Tsunade's beauty was undeniable at 17. She stood like a blossoming lotus. Though her figure had yet to reach its full potential, her clothing could not conceal the alluring curves that sparked the imagination. Uchiha Duan, not blind, certainly took notice. Noble lineage, breathtaking beauty, and an impeccable figure, Tsunade has undoubtedly captivated countless contemporaries. The number of those secretly enamored with her in Konoha could stretch from one end of the village to the other. Yet, Uchiha Itachi has consistently refrained from engaging with Tsunade in earnest conversation, showing no inclination to even cast a glance in her direction. Chapter 3. The Contest of Konoha's Premier Medical Ninjas. In the eyes of Uchiha Duan, Tsunade was the malevolent scion of the Senju clan. Hence she was deemed the wicked Tsunade. If it weren't for your grandfather, would I be where I am today? An adversary behaving coyly before him. Who could endure such insolence? Yet, Tsunade was not genuinely being coy. It merely appeared that way, and she was not intentionally feigning. A ninja bullying an ordinary person within their own village was in direct violation of the ninja code in Konoha. Moreover, Uchiha Duan had never provoked Tsunade. She had initiated the conflict, which made her demeanor even more presumptuous. In truth, her earlier act of squeezing Uchiha Duan's hand contradicted her principles. She was not one to oppress the weak. However, one could hardly blame her for losing control. Uchiha Duan's incessant taunts had infuriated her. He had berated her throughout their encounter, hurling an array of bizarre insults. Uchiha Duan had risen to prominence 5 years prior. Since then, he had garnered widespread acclaim for his medical skills, being hailed as Konoha's foremost medical ninja. Tsunade, feeling a surge of competitive spirit, could not abide the existence of such an extraordinary individual. What am I in comparison to Konoha's top medical ninja? Konoha would not allow such an exceptional figure to exist. Having demonstrated prodigious talent in medical ninjutsu since childhood, Tsunade, who aspired to be the best in the ninja world, could not tolerate anyone, especially someone her age, surpassing her. At the tender age of 12, Tsunade was akin to a spoiled princess, unchecked and unruly in Konoha, having never faced the trials of war. Thus, her dissatisfaction compelled her to challenge Uchiha Duan to a contest of medical prowess. However, over the past 5 years, Tsunade had never triumphed over Uchiha Duan, suffering defeat a staggering 47 times. With each loss, Uchiha Duan would mock her, inciting her fury. Each time she seethed with indignation. She vowed to best Uchiha Duan in a fair contest of medical skill. Rubbing her sore wrist, Uchiha Duan regarded Tsunade with a scornful gaze. "So, are you certain you wish to continue this contest?" Upon witnessing Uchiha Duan's demeanor, Tsunade's temper flared. "What do you think I am here for today? Who knows?" Uchiha Duan retorted dismissively, bullying a defenseless doctor at the hospital. "How formidable you are, Lady Tsunade. If you can't handle the heat, then don't engage." "Ah, you scoundrel." Tsunade's face flushed crimson as she clenched her teeth. "Isn't it all because you infuriate me? Me infuriate you? Well, a gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. I shan't bother to explain further." "Then, you brutish fool." Uchiha Duan feigned seriousness. "Have you prepared yourself for tears today?" Suddenly recalling something, he added, "And remember, no crying in the hospital, save it for home." "Ah, you scoundrel. When have I ever cried?" Tsunade demanded, her voice trembling with indignation. Despite her 47 losses, she had never shed a tear. She was not one to be defeated so easily. Uchiha Duan, however, publicly accused her, transforming her supposed tears into a widely accepted fact, which nearly drove her to madness. "All right, fine. I never cried. Uchiha Duan feigned indifference. Everyone, take note. Lady Tsunade has never cried after losing to me. Please refrain from spreading baseless rumors afterward. Yet, his tone suggested he sought to solidify the narrative of her defeat. At that moment, Tsunade trembled with rage, on the verge of tears. In contrast, Uchiha Duan appeared invigorated, laughing joyously. Your grandfather has been gone for years, yet you continue to trouble me. Surely, I deserve some interest. Furthermore, he had never sought trouble with her. It was Tsunade who had willingly approached him to seek punishment. Blame the nefarious Senju Tobirama, if one must. An audacious thought suddenly crossed Uchiha Duan's mind. What if he were to claim Tsunade, and then use the reanimation jutsu to resurrect Senju Tobirama? How furious would he be? Perhaps even in the state of reanimation, he could be driven to his demise. The mere thought was exhilarating. However, Uchiha Duan dismissed the idea. He could never truly marry the malevolent princess of the Senju clan. How could he continue to derive amusement from provoking Tsunade if that were the case? This was one of the few sources of entertainment he possessed. Enough of this. We shall return home to weep. Now, let us determine how to compete. Eager to conclude this farce and resume his imagined training, Uchiha Duan declared earnestly. Humph. Tsunade huffed, her grievances evident. I will treat the hand, and you shall treat the foot. Let us see whose treatment yields better results. The patient Tsunade chose was a construction worker from Konoha who had suffered a fall from a height, resulting in a broken hand and foot. This patient had been hospitalized for 3 days following treatment, indicating that Tsunade had premeditated this contest, selecting her target well in advance. Brutes first. Uchiha Duan stepped back, gesturing for Tsunade to proceed while seizing the opportunity to incite her further. Gritting her teeth, Tsunade inhaled deeply, disregarding Uchiha Duan, and swiftly began to unwrap the bandages from the patient's hand. However, she did not immediately commence treatment. Instead, she gradually unwrapped the bandage from her forehead, revealing a blue diamond-shaped seal. What the? Uchiha Duan gasped internally, astonished. Had she truly gone mad? Or had he pressed her so far that she had learned the Uzumaki's sealing jutsu years in advance? But that was not all. Tsunade then performed a summoning technique, conjuring a slug the size of a human head. After completing this, Tsunade closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Upon reopening them, she positioned the patient's hand above the slug, channeling chakra with precision to flow towards the patient's broken bones. Simultaneously, a small yet potent amount of chakra surged from her forehead through the diamond seal, merging with the chakra emanating from her palm. Finally, Tsunade executed the healing palm technique, pressing her right hand against the patient's fracture and placing her left hand atop her right to better control the chakra. Observing Tsunade unleash her full arsenal, Uchiha Duan felt exasperated. Is this not cheating? Taking advantage of my lack of a summoning beast? True, Tsunade had unleashed her most formidable techniques, applying pressure on Uchiha Duan. Yet it was evident that she had been thoroughly provoked, pushing herself to the brink of desperation. After several minutes, Tsunade, feeling fatigued, withdrew her chakra and took a step back, anxiously inquiring, Sir, how do you feel? The patient, after carefully assessing his arm, was taken aback. He cautiously lifted his hand, feeling no abnormalities, and excitedly shook it. Healed? What a medical miracle this is. He felt no pain, only comfort, and exclaimed, Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I feel as though my hand is completely healed. Yes, splendid. Tsunade joyously leaped up, casting a challenging glance at Uchiha Duan. You scoundrel. Let us see how you intend to outdo me today. Huh. Uchiha Duan scoffed dismissively, glancing at Tsunade. Do you think you are the only one who has made progress? Coincidentally, I have recently developed a new healing technique. Today, I shall ensure you lose convincingly. Chapter 4 Lose? Uchiha Duan's calculation. After gently laying the patient back on the bed, Uchiha Duan began to unwrap the bandages from the man's leg. The patient felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. How many individuals possess such extraordinary fortune to be simultaneously treated by the unparalleled duo of the Konoha medical community? Countless souls have envied the prior 47 individuals who emerged as the foremost beneficiaries in the contest between Tsunade and Uchiha Dan. Now, with fortune smiling upon him, this patient finds the situation almost surreal. Calm down, sir. I'm about to begin. Uchiha Dan inhaled deeply, retrieving his silver needles to commence the acupuncture on the patient's leg. Although the patient was not a ninja, and Uchiha Dan could not manipulate the chakra within him, his acupuncture techniques could still stimulate cellular vitality, enhancing the speed of recovery for the wound. After completing the initial procedures, Uchiha Dan extended his hands. As chakra surged forth, two distinctly different types began to coalesce. The chakra in Uchiha Dan's right hand was, astonishingly, Tsunade's original creation rebirth technique. Over the years of competition, Uchiha Dan had mastered this technique thoroughly. Subsequently, when he openly employed it in front of Tsunade and defeated her, he nearly drove her to the brink of fury, audaciously claiming that to vanquish her using the same ninjutsu would signify a complete victory. As for the chakra in Uchiha Dan's left hand, Tsunade had never encountered it before. Yet, she sensed the overwhelming vitality and the essence of neural fibers within the chakra. What technique is this? Why does merely observing it evoke a sense of healing? Ignoring Tsunade's gaze, Uchiha Dan placed his hands on either side of the patient's fractured tibia. The moment treatment commenced, the patient involuntarily emitted a profoundly comfortable groan. He swore it was not lewdness, but rather an overwhelming sense of comfort that rendered him unable to contain himself. However, his comfort was short-lived. Merely a minute later, Uchiha Dan began to gasp for breath, appearing utterly drained, his body drenched in sweat. Unable to endure any longer, Uchiha Dan released his hands, nearly collapsing to the floor, only to be steadied by a nearby nurse. "What? You can't handle it already?" Tsunade mocked, mimicking Uchiha Dan's previous demeanor. A man must not admit defeat. Paying no heed to Tsunade's taunts, Uchiha Dan focused on regulating his breath, striving to restore his stamina and chakra as swiftly as possible. After 10 minutes, Uchiha Dan's complexion improved slightly. Chakra surged once more from his palms as he continued the treatment. This time, within merely 30 seconds, his complexion turned ashen, devoid of any chakra. Yet, Uchiha Dan remained resolute, determined to recover his strength and chakra anew. "Dr. Dan, I feel much better." The patient, observing Uchiha Dan's near-death state, was no longer willing to continue. "My leg only has a slight pain now. Within a week, I shall be fully healed. Thank you, but I shall not proceed with treatment." Uchiha Dan, however, stubbornly shook his head, patiently awaiting recovery. After half an hour of treatment, having performed 4 sessions, the patient's leg was entirely healed. Yet, compared to Tsunade's mere 10 minutes, it seemed rather inadequate. How pitiful! Uchiha Dan gazed at his hands, self-deprecatingly laughing in disappointment. After a while, he turned to Tsunade and said, "This time, you have triumphed. Congratulations, and I shall no longer be your rival." With that, Uchiha Dan struggled to rise, dragging his weary form from the ward, leaving behind an air of profound desolation. Uchiha Dan conceded defeat with utmost clarity. Yet Tsunade found no joy in her victory. Did she truly win? No. This time her loss was even more thorough. In a scenario where her medical skills and talent were overwhelmingly surpassed, merely relying on a surplus of chakra to achieve victory was hardly commendable. Such a triumph was one she, Tsunade, could not acknowledge. Although the treatment lasted a full 30 minutes, the actual time Uchiha Dan had utilized for healing was less than 3 minutes. The prolonged duration was a result of Uchiha Dan's childhood decree forbidding him from training, leaving him with a tragically limited amount of chakra, necessitating breaks during the process. Had he been permitted to train, even with chakra levels only at the elite Jainin standard, no one else would hold the title of the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world. In that moment, Tsunade was engulfed in confusion. Why had her grandfather issued such a command to restrict Uchiha Dan's training even when his life was in peril? It had directly led to the stifling of a promising medical prodigy. This was a matter Tsunade had never deeply examined before. In her mind, her grandfather must have had his reasons. To possess unparalleled talent, yet be constrained by chakra limitations, rendering many medical ninjutsu inaccessible, was undeniably tragic. Upon returning to her office, as Uchiha Dan sensed the shift in Tsunade's emotions, a smile crept upon his lips. "As long as I perform convincingly enough, I trust you will feel sympathy." This scheme had been meticulously orchestrated by Uchiha Dan over 3 years, gradually guiding Tsunade toward her current emotional state. It must be acknowledged that after 5 years of rivalry, Uchiha Dan had gained a profound understanding of Tsunade's character. She was a person of deep loyalty and abundant compassion. Although Tsunade, at this age, exhibited a competitive spirit, she did not harbor envy toward the capable. Conversely, she valued talent immensely. At this juncture, Tsunade held a strong sense of belonging to Konoha. wishing for more medical ninjas like Uchiha Dan, endowed with exceptional talent. Thus, she was averse to witnessing him squander his extraordinary gifts. Having clashed for so long, it would be disingenuous to claim indifference. Come now, shower me with unreserved sympathy. My hope for escape rests upon you. Your grandfather once endeavored to undermine me gravely, and it is only reasonable for me to utilize your assistance. Uchiha Dan was in high spirits, while Tsunade's mood was far from pleasant. Upon returning to the Senju clan's estate, Tsunade appeared despondent. In the courtyard, the elegant whirlpool of water, observing Tsunade's demeanor, curiously inquired, "Little Tsunade, what troubles you? Did you lose again to that Uchiha boy?" Tsunade shook her head, lamenting, "I won. But that hardly matters." Before whirlpool water could offer consolation, realization struck. "Then why do you seem more distressed than if you had lost?" Tsunade had consistently been defeated, so whirlpool water was unperturbed by her losses. But hearing of her victory startled him. "It's worse than losing." Tsunade's frustration deepened as she recounted the events of the day to her grandmother. "You mean that boy's self-created medical ninjutsu surpasses your creation rebirth?" The seasoned whirlpool water straightened up, astonished. "I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could it be false?" Tsunade replied, her expression heavy with despair. "Is there truly someone with such innate talent?" The whirlpool water fell silent, lost in contemplation. Chapter 5. The whirlpool water could no longer bear to watch. The heights of Tsunade's medical talent were well known to whirlpool water. Having developed numerous medical ninjutsu at such a young age, each capable of elevating the medical standards across the shinobi world, she had always found this commendable. In the perspective of someone well-versed in the world, this represented the apex of what medical ninjas could achieve. Yet Uchiha Dan. "Grandmother," Tsunade interrupted whirlpool water's reverie, inquiring, "I have always been curious. Why did my grandfather target Uchiha Dan so relentlessly? Can you enlighten me?" Seemingly lost in memories, whirlpool water awkwardly responded, "It was because that boy smiled at an inopportune moment." "Huh, is that truly a valid reason?" Tsunade could hardly believe her ears as she gazed incredulously at Uzumaki Suijin. "At that time, your great-grandfather was heading to the Hidden Cloud Village. I had an unsettling premonition, so I went to see him off." Uzumaki Suijin continued to reminisce. Uchiha Daitsu happened to be on that street, but the lad seemed lost in a joyful thought and unexpectedly broke into a smile. Your great-grandfather immediately noticed him, his gaze turning ominous. "Is that all?" Tsunade exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation. "This is utterly unfair. I share your disbelief," Uzumaki Suijin sighed. "However, I have investigated that boy and found no issues, so aside from this explanation, I cannot conceive of another reason. Your great-grandfather has always held a disdain for the Uchiha clan, as you are aware." Uzumaki Suijin sighed again. "Yet, I did not anticipate that merely because a 10-year-old child smiled inappropriately, he would become a target." With that, both Tsunade and Uzumaki Suijin fell into a prolonged silence. What more could be said? In truth, Uzumaki Suijin had misunderstood Senju Tobirama. The reason Tobirama targeted Uchiha Daitsu was that he perceived something in the boy's wild gaze that only he could decipher. As a fervent ninja scientist, Tobirama occasionally found himself engulfed in a similar state as Uchiha Daitsu. Upon witnessing a reflection of his own madness, how could Tobirama not feel alarmed? If Uchiha Daitsu were not of the Uchiha clan, Tobirama might have been indifferent. However, someone exhibiting the same deranged expression could not belong to the malevolent Uchiha clan. The last individual who bore such a countenance was Uchiha Madara. Tobirama had lost count of the forbidden techniques he had created, fully aware of their dangers. The emergence of another mad genius from the wicked Uchiha clan posed an uncertain threat. In Tobirama's mind, there would always be one answer. This child cannot be allowed to remain. This was the reason he was willing to tarnish his reputation to target a mere 10-year-old child before his demise. In truth, Tobirama had intended to negotiate and confirm whether Uchiha Daitsu was as perilous as he suspected upon his return. However, after being ambushed, time was no longer on his side. Adhering to the principle of suppressing potential threats, he issued such a command. "Grandma." After a long silence, Tsunade finally spoke. "Can't you think of a way to help Daitsu? His talent is truly unparalleled, and it would be a shame to waste it for such a trivial reason." Uzumaki Suijin sighed. "This was your great-grandfather's decision at the end of his life, and how could Sarutobi Hiruzen openly defy it? What if we only allow him to extract chakra?" Tsunade suggested, her eyes lighting up. If we prohibit him from practicing ninjutsu, he could still pursue other skills, enabling him to become a better medical ninja and not squander his talent. That is indeed feasible. Uzumaki Suijin began to ponder. War is brutal. In his youth, Uzumaki Suijin had witnessed countless battles, seeing his loved ones, clansmen, and comrades perish one by one. Many of these individuals did not fall to enemy blades, but succumbed to the lack of timely and effective treatment. Thus, an excellent medical ninja is invaluable, significantly reducing the death toll in war. With Uchiha Daitsu's extraordinary medical talent, if he could truly unleash it, the implications for Konoha would be profound. Having made a decision, Uzumaki Suijin suddenly smiled. Little Tsunade, are you not afraid of cultivating a rival? Humph. Tsunade crossed her arms confidently, declaring, one day, I shall defeat him head-on and show him who the true #1 medical ninja of Konoha is. In the evening, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived at the Senju clan's residence following a notification from an Anbu ninja. Lord Suijin, Hiruzen greeted with a respectful bow. Hiruzen, you have arrived? Please, take a seat. Uzumaki Suijin gestured towards the seat opposite him. At that time, the land of water had not yet fallen. And although Tsunade's parents had tragically perished during a mission, Uzumaki Suijin had not yet lost all hope in the village nor ceased to involve himself in its affairs. In fact, she would occasionally offer suggestions to Hiruzen. Understanding the nuances of the situation and possessing considerable diplomatic skill, her suggestions were often embraced by Hiruzen. After all, as the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the sister of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Suijin held significant prestige in Konoha. Were it not for her advancing age and her reluctance to meddle in many matters, Hiruzen would undoubtedly find himself in a difficult position. Have you heard about the recent events at the Konoha hospital? Uzumaki Suijin inquired directly, without preamble. I have indeed heard. Hiruzen replied. What is your perspective on this matter? As she poured tea, Uzumaki Suijin remarked, children's competitiveness is not necessarily a bad thing. Over the years, Tsunade has become increasingly diligent, not only enhancing her strength significantly, but also creating various medical ninjutsu, making substantial contributions to Konoha. Indeed, Hiruzen praised. The importance of an excellent medical ninja to the village is self-evident. Uzumaki Suijin nodded in agreement. Every time war breaks out, how many lives are lost due to insufficient medical care? Little Tsunade's talent in medical ninjutsu is indeed a tremendous fortune for Konoha. Your words resonate deeply, Lord Suijin, Hiruzen affirmed. By the way, Uzumaki Suijin suddenly recalled something and asked, how is the village currently cultivating medical ninjas? At this, Hiruzen's expression turned grave, and he replied, although we have continually invested in this area, the requirements for talent in medical ninjutsu are exceptionally high, resulting in minimal progress. That is not surprising. Uzumaki Suijin had no intention of reproaching Hiruzen. Rather, she offered words of comfort. However, we must continue to invest. You, having participated in the First Shinobi World War, surely understand the significance of medical ninjas. Rest assured, Lord Suijin, I can guarantee that. Hiruzen nodded solemnly. It is merely uncertain whether Tsunade would be willing to teach the healing arts to other medical ninjas in the village. What is there to be unwilling about? Hearing Hiruzen broach the subject, Uzumaki Suijin smiled. However, mastering the healing arts is quite challenging, even for those with exceptional talent. It may take a year or more to see results. Hiruzen paused, but I heard that Uchiha Daitsu grasped the technique after only witnessing Tsunade perform it once. Indeed, this is true, for the child's talent in medical ninjutsu surpasses even Tsunade's. Uzumaki Suijin nodded. She then handed a cup of tea to Hiruzen and fell silent. Continuing to brew tea. Chapter 6. The first step to success. When my brother is Namikaze Minato, did you summon me today, Lord Suijin, to arrange something? Hiruzen asked, noticing Uzumaki Suijin's silence. It pertains to that child, Uchiha Daitsu. Uzumaki Suijin smiled. This boy has undergone no training during these crucial 7 years and is essentially wasted potential. However, you have seen his medical talent. I have never encountered anyone with such exceptional aptitude in medical arts and ninjutsu. Therefore, I intend to have him become a medical ninja to contribute to the village. What are your thoughts? Hiruzen fell into deep thought. He understood Uzumaki Suijin well. Although she appeared to be seeking his opinion, she had already made up her mind. How could he refuse? I have no intention of putting you in a difficult position. Uzumaki Suijin perceived Hiruzen's hesitation and continued. Ultimately, You are the Hokage, and the decision lies with you. I am merely offering a small suggestion. Do you know the reason why Tobirama targeted Uchiha Azuna? Asked Uzumaki Mito. Yes, I do. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, a hint of helplessness in his response. Regarding the matter of Uchiha Azuna, Tobirama never provided an explanation before his death. He merely issued a command. As a meticulous man, Tobirama despised deceit and preferred to be forthright. Even his dissatisfaction with the Uchiha clan was never concealed. Thus, when it came to mere suspicion based on a glance, he truly could not offer an explanation. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's judgment aligned with that of Uzumaki Mito. This matter is rather frivolous. Mito expressed her discontent, stating that since Tobirama was no longer present, she would refrain from criticizing him. If he were here, I would certainly have admonished him. As Hokage, how could he ruin a child's life simply because he smiled? Just because he belongs to the Uchiha clan, must he be denied even the right to smile? Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared embarrassed, unsure of what to say. Speak your mind, Mito urged. Sighing, Hiruzen explained, this child, Izuna, has been suppressed for so many years, inevitably harboring resentment. His lack of strength is inconsequential. What concerns me is the potential threat he may pose to the village once he becomes powerful. Your concerns are quite valid, Mito nodded. Acknowledging Hiruzen's perspective, I believe we should heed Tobirama's words. Mito circled back, ultimately providing her counsel. This child has missed the prime of his development, and there is no need for him to undergo ninja training any longer. However, his medical talents should not be squandered. Thus, he should solely focus on chakra extraction, becoming an exceptional medical ninja to contribute to the village. Naturally, monitoring should continue, as I know you are the most obedient to Tobirama's commands. It is unreasonable to refuse the addition of another talented medical ninja to the village. After all, this child has not committed any acts detrimental to the village nor displayed any inclination toward such behavior. If anyone opposes, place the responsibility on me. It will not be you, Hiruzen, disobeying Tobirama's orders, but rather my insistence that you proceed in this manner. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not yet shown signs of being oblivious, so Mito granted him due respect. With the conversation reaching this point, Hiruzen found it impossible to refuse. Nodding in agreement, I shall comply. With Hiruzen's assurance, Mito felt considerably uplifted. Little Tsunade, I can assist you only to this extent. The rest is in your hands. Having lived long, one inevitably accumulates a wealth of experience. Although Tsunade often spoke of Uchiha Azuna with bitterness, wishing to devour him whole, the fact that a girl of her age mentions a boy's name daily implies something deeper. In Mito's eyes, Tsunade had long since placed Azuna in her heart, though she herself remained oblivious to it. Of course, that naive boy, Izuna, seemed entirely unaware of it, even finding Tsunade bothersome. Regarding the Uchiha clan, Mito held no bias. Much like Senju Hashirama. However, she preferred not to meddle in matters between children, allowing them to navigate their own tumultuous waters. Uncle, I'm back. Uchiha Azuna exclaimed upon returning home from work, spotting Namake's Minato. You little rascal, lost today? Minato ruffled Azuna's hair in a comforting gesture, inquiring. The incidents at Konoha Hospital had quickly spread, and Minato was well aware of them. Haha, uncle, don't worry, it doesn't bother me at all, Azuna replied, genuinely unconcerned. His actions today were merely intended to provoke Tsunade, hoping to gradually loosen the village's restrictions on him through her, facilitating his escape. Where's Watergate? Izuna asked, glancing around to find Minato absent. He might still be training hard. Minato replied with a mix of pride and concern, noting that the boy was diligent to a fault. However, just as he finished speaking, the door swung open as Namake's Minato dashed in. Dad, big brother, I'm back. You little rascal, hurry and wash your hands. It's time to eat. The reason Izuna had come to Minato's home and become his elder brother dates back 7 years. Both of Minato's parents were not ninja, but rather commoners of Konoha. Although Izuna had observed for years and concluded that Minato's lineage was undoubtedly remarkable, with him being the sole remaining member of the Namake's clan, verification of his ancestry was impossible. Minato's parents had been married for nearly 20 years without any children, which had caused them great distress. The Namake's clan seemed destined to perish. At that moment, under Uchiha Kagami's intervention, Izuna was sent away from the Uchiha clan, severing all ties. Desperate, Minato's father felt an immediate affinity for the child who had moved in next door and promptly applied for adoption. Having no biological son, A foster son was a fine alternative, especially since Izuna displayed remarkable respect and filial piety towards the couple. They were immensely pleased. Remarkably, only 2 months after Izuna's arrival, Minato's mother discovered she was pregnant. Fortunately, both Minato's parents were exceptionally kind-hearted. They not only accepted Izuna but also treated him better, fearing his feelings might be hurt. Thus, the family continued to live harmoniously to this day. Brother. At the dinner table, Namake's Minato glanced toward the entrance and whispered, "Could you spend more time with me today?" "Haha, of course, no problem." Izuna affectionately tousled Minato's golden locks, unhesitatingly agreeing. This was their secret brotherly code. Minato had exhibited extraordinary talent from a young age and had officially enrolled in the Ninja Academy a year prior, commencing his educational journey. However, the majority of his knowledge of ninjutsu had actually been imparted by Izuna, a fact even Minato's father was unaware of. To outsiders, Minato's request for companionship appeared to stem from his deep bond with his brother. In reality, it conveyed a different message. "I have many questions regarding training. Can you refrain from working overtime today?" Chapter 7. My brother Minato, bearing the potential of Hokage, unexpected new colleagues after dinner. Izuna led Minato to a training ground. There, Minato diligently showcased his recent training accomplishments against a wooden post. He would alternate between creating distance to throw shuriken and closing in to execute a series of close-range combos. Meanwhile, Izuna sat idly to the side, occasionally feigning interest with a glance. In truth, Izuna's full attention was on Minato, meticulously observing the details of each of his movements. After half an hour, Minato ceased his demonstration and approached Izuna, proudly proclaiming, "Brother, I'm impressive, right?" "Haha, indeed, quite impressive," Izuna praised, ruffling Minato's hair. The vigilant Shikamaru, who had been monitoring Izuna, merely observed this familiar scene from afar, without sensing anything amiss. Upon returning to the bedroom, Izuna's expression turned serious, causing Minato's heart to race. Without hesitation, Izuna pulled out a piece of paper and began writing on it. After finishing, he handed it to Minato. Minato received the paper and scrutinized it intently. After a considerable time, his eyes brightened, and he nodded vigorously, beginning to write in the remaining space. Although to outsiders, it appeared as if Izuna had never trained in ninjutsu. However, his contemplation of ninjutsu never ceased, even for a fleeting moment during his waking hours. Thus, the depth of his ninjutsu theories and understanding of its principles is perhaps unmatched within the entire shinobi world. Under his guidance, the innate talent and strength of Minato Namake's are greatly exaggerated compared to what would be expected under normal circumstances. This written communication serves as Uchiha Duan's unique method of instructing Minato, and it is the only approach he dares to employ. To ensure their safety, they chose to write in Chinese characters, a script known only to the two of them in the entire ninja realm. One must acknowledge that Uchiha Duan is deeply concerned about repaying the kindness bestowed upon him by the Namake's couple. Of course, he is also eager to validate many of his ideas through Minato, achieving dual purposes. After exchanging notes for some time, Minato wrote, "Brother, I encountered a slight issue with the chakra body refinement technique you taught me. Please elaborate." Uchiha Duan instructed. Minato pointed to 3 acupoints on a diagram and continued. "The flow of chakra through these points seems somewhat obstructed. Immediately perform the body refinement technique so that I may sense it." After a moment of focused perception, Uchiha Duan chuckled and replied, "The issue arises from your insufficient chakra volume. You cannot break through the acupoints. In no more than 6 months, this problem will be resolved, and your physical capabilities will undergo a significant enhancement." Nodding vigorously with a smile, Minato shredded the paper, incinerated it, and then flushed the remnants down the toilet. Thus, the brothers' exchange concluded for the day. Uchiha Duan had grown accustomed to this routine, yet Minato always felt a pang of sorrow. His brother had done nothing wrong, possessing exceptional talent and a far superior understanding of ninjutsu than his school instructors. Why, then, could he not train? Why did the Hokage continue to send people to monitor him? Uchiha Duan's explanation was that perhaps it was due to his extraordinary talent and his lineage from the Uchiha clan. Minato, however, rejected this notion. He was solely focused on becoming stronger so that his brother could train without hesitation and lead a carefree life. Therefore, he aspired to become Hokage, willing to exert himself tirelessly for this ambition. Only through his ascension could all of this be realized. To outsiders, Uchiha Duan and Minato did not appear to be brothers. Yet, from the moment Minato became aware, Uchiha Duan had been his brother, caring for him in ways that surpassed even that of a biological sibling. Uchiha Duan was unaware of Minato's thoughts. If he were to learn of them, he would merely chuckle. He had not pinned his hopes on a child who had yet to reach the age of 7. The desire for training and freedom necessitated self-rescue. The only dilemma that troubled him was how to escape without affecting the Namikaze family. Faking his death, perhaps? The next morning, Uchiha Duan arrived at the hospital as usual. However, upon entering his office, he spotted a certain individual and quickly retreated, glancing at the door number. "Why are you hiding?" Before he could turn to flee, a pale hand grasped his collar and pulled him into the office. "Why are you running when you see me?" Tsunade crossed her arms, her tone sharp. "Is it not permissible for me to use the restroom?" Uchiha Duan would never admit to fleeing. "Unacceptable. Have you no sense of humanity? You barbaric creature, baboon, gorilla, monkey. Primitive." "Silence." Tsunade interrupted, her familiar method of reprimand causing her to erupt. She had no idea how she had endured these past 5 years. In the beginning, her competitive spirit had driven her to seek victory over him, but now she had grown accustomed to the banter. The power of habit is indeed formidable. Realizing escape was futile, Uchiha Duan despondently sank into a chair, grumbling, "Speak. What do you want from me? And be quick about it." "Naturally. I am here to continue our competition. Are you ever satisfied?" Uchiha Duan snapped. "I have already conceded. What more do you desire? Is this how you treat your benefactor?" Seeing Uchiha Duan finally angry brought a sense of vindication to Tsunade, and she teased him further. "Benefactor?" Uchiha Duan feigned compliance. Yes, from this day forth. You shall be my benefactor, and I am ever so grateful. Now, kindly leave, for I fear my gratitude may be expressed in ways you cannot accept." However, as soon as Uchiha Duan finished speaking, the office door swung open, and 2 nurses entered, carrying a desk, which they placed directly opposite Uchiha Duan's own. Following them, the director entered, personally bringing a chair to set behind the newly positioned desk. "Lady Tsunade, this will be your seat from now on," the director said with utmost courtesy. Tsunade wasted no time in sitting down, casting a provocative glance at Uchiha Duan. Uchiha Duan was bewildered. What in the world is going on? "I understand." Uchiha Duan suddenly realized, pulling out a sheet of paper and a pen. "Director, please do not leave just yet. I will promptly write my resignation letter." "You scoundrel." Tsunade snatched the paper from Uchiha Duan's hands, tearing it to shreds. "Tsunade, what exactly do you mean by this?" Uchiha Duan genuinely did not comprehend her intentions. Although he understood that Tsunade would be working at the Konoha hospital and sharing an office with him, he was at a loss as to how matters had escalated to this point. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the director, aware he could not offend either of them, hurriedly vacated the premises, closing the door behind him with great consideration. "So, is the Hokage intending for you to monitor me?" Uchiha Duan speculated, probing for clarity. "Humph. You ought to be pondering how to express your gratitude to me," Tsunade retorted, tossing a scroll across the desk toward Uchiha Duan. Curious, he opened the scroll, and his expression shifted dramatically, soon transforming into one of excitement. At last, the long journey has taken its first step. With this auspicious beginning, future endeavors will be far more manageable. It has not been easy. Sarutobi Hiruzen has surprisingly allowed me to practice the chakra extraction technique. While I have known it for some time and do not require his permission, this is a sign that the restrictions are gradually being lifted. Once the limitations are further eased, I shall make my escape, and from then on, the world will be my oyster. How could the 3rd Hokage, Uchiha Duan, feign ignorance? But then, as if recalling something, he looked at Tsunade in astonishment. Tsunade was brimming with delight, unable to suppress a laugh. For Uchiha Duan's reaction was precisely what she had anticipated. It should be just so. "Now, tell me, why do you wish to assist me?" Uchiha Duan, managing to restrain his emotions, asked Tsunade earnestly. "Because I do not wish to see you squander your talent. Is that reason sufficient?" "Indeed." Uchiha Duan sighed. "I shall accept your kindness, and thus, I must repay you." Before Tsunade could decline, Uchiha Duan began hastily stuffing items into a box, exclaiming, "The first step in repaying you is to offer you this finest office. May it bring you joy." With that, he grabbed the box and dashed for the door. Yet upon reaching it, he discovered it would not budge. In a panic, he set the box aside and attempted to twist the doorknob, sweat beading on his forehead. At that moment, Tsunade's sinister voice echoed from behind him. "Would you like some assistance?" "Yes, having your help would be most welcome." Uchiha Duan found himself unceremoniously hurled back into his chair, casting a resentful glance at the triumphant Tsunade. She, however, was reveling in her victory. After 5 years of suffering defeats at Uchiha Duan's hands, it was finally his turn to experience the tables being turned. The joy Tsunade felt surpassed even that of the New Year celebrations. Moreover, she had discovered a way to manage Uchiha Dan. You wish to distance yourself from me, do you? I shall thwart your intentions and infuriate you instead. Are you really going to bully me while we are in Konoha? Amidst her happiness, Tsunade felt a tinge of frustration. Countless individuals sought to approach me, yet Uchiha Dan was the only one I approached willingly, and he merely wished to flee. Do you truly not wish to see me? Tsunade broke the silence, taking the initiative to inquire. How can you even ask that? Uchiha Dan replied, visibly agitated. We might not speak when we occasionally encounter each other on the road, but in the past 5 years, we have crossed paths 49 times in the hospital, and you have brought me 49 instances of trouble. Thus, every time I see you, I feel a sense of foreboding, as if something dreadful is about to occur. Humph. Then return the scroll to me. Tsunade extended her hand towards Uchiha Dan, feigning anger. I want to return it, not for anything. Uchiha Dan clutched the scroll tightly, turning away to protect it, fearful of Tsunade snatching it from him. Why should I give you my belongings? Tsunade was at a loss for words at Uchiha Dan's shamelessness. How can someone like you exist in this world? If it weren't for your remarkable talent and the fact that you are a commoner, I would have long since wanted to end you. Conversely, Uchiha Dan's mood was entirely different. Ever since he resolved 3 years ago to utilize Tsunade, he had acquired everything he desired. Thus, he could not help but compose a poem in his heart, successfully passing through to become a medical ninja. Everything is within my grasp, drawing ever closer to Sister Tsunade. My mood is vastly different now. Of course, there had been some obstacles along the way. To avoid genuinely inciting Tsunade's dislike, while also ensuring she grew angry each time, all while keeping everything natural and reasonable, he had to exert considerable mental effort. Poor Tsunade, so innocent and naive, had been thoroughly ensnared by Uchiha Dan, who had been forced over the years to constantly analyze human nature for survival. There's no helping it. The sins of your great-grandfather must be repaid by you. My hope of escaping Konoha rests entirely on you. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Dan tentatively asked, Are you truly going to work at the Konoha hospital in the future? And if I am? Tsunade replied with a smile. Then why would you want to share an office with me? Uchiha Dan asked, his expression glum. Naturally, it is to facilitate our communication regarding medical ninjutsu. Tsunade stated with intense interest. I am quite curious about the technique you previously demonstrated. Finally, he had fallen into her trap. Uchiha Dan felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. It has not been easy. Don't even think about it. That is my ultimate technique. Uchiha Dan decisively refused. I wouldn't learn it for free. Tsunade insisted earnestly. I'll trade with you. What do you have to offer? Uchiha Dan surveyed Tsunade with a hint of disdain. I can learn the technique of the sage art just by observing it. There is no need for your instruction. As for the technique with the blue diamond pattern on your forehead, my chakra isn't sufficient to learn it. And the summoning technique with the slug, can you even teach me that? Even if you were willing, the third Hokage wouldn't dare trouble you. Wouldn't he just end up pestering me instead? So, the question is, what do you have to offer in exchange? Before Tsunade could respond, Uchiha Dan interjected, Please, do not even think of offering yourself as payment. You might agree, but I doubt you would truly follow through. Go to hell, Tsunade exclaimed. Seizing a nearby pen holder and hurling it at Uchiha Dan, her face flushed. Even if all the men in Konoha perished, I would not look your way. You should have said that sooner. You startled me. I thought my life was over. Uchiha Dan dodged the pen holder, patting his chest in relief while teasing Tsunade. So don't even think about it. I have no interest in anything else. I can give you money. Tsunade suddenly recalled, speaking earnestly. A considerable amount of it. Do you truly think I am unaware of how much you earn at the Konoha hospital each month? I receive commissions. Countless individuals line up daily, eagerly seeking my medical assistance. Do you believe I would lack for money? Uchiha Dan scoffed. And besides, do you even have money? I've heard that you indulge in gambling and lose every time. That was in the past. Tsunade quickly retorted. I haven't gambled in 3 years and have saved a significant amount. Upon confirming the rumors, Uchiha Dan had a clearer understanding. When someone is capable of suppressing their desires, it often signifies they have more pressing matters to attend to. Tsunade had even given up gambling, indicating her intense desire to enhance her medical ninjutsu. This laid a solid foundation for Uchiha Dan's next plan. Let us change the terms. I don't need money. Uchiha Dan shook his head. Once your chakra is sufficient, I will teach you the sealing technique. Tsunade replied seriously, but how long will that take? What if you don't acknowledge it then? Do you think I would be the type to renege on my promises? I cannot say. We are not familiar enough for that. Let us negotiate new terms. I can arrange for you to sign a blood contract with the Slug Sage, a secretive one, which could provide you with a chance to learn sage arts, Tsunade coaxed. Chapter 9. Taking a dangerous gamble. The wicked Tsunade, you think I'm a fool to fall for this? Uchiha Dan laughed in exasperation. Would I dare use it after signing the contract? If I wouldn't dare use it, what is the point of learning it? If I recall correctly, the Wetbone Forest sage arts are reputed to be the most difficult to master, right? Since records began, only your grandfather, Hashirama Senju, has successfully learned the Wetbone Forest techniques. Even your great-grandfather couldn't manage it. Do you honestly think I possess that kind of talent? So, let us not make such assertions again. Uchiha Dan continued. While I am indeed interested in quietly studying slugs to enhance my medical skills, that alone is far from sufficient. You must understand that I have not only created the rebirth technique you saw last time, but have several others that have yet to be demonstrated due to chakra limitations. Your offer is simply inadequate. Several others? Tsunade's breath quickened. And this technique is called the rebirth technique? Does it imply the ability to bring the dead back to life? Before Tsunade could propose further conditions, the office door swung open, and a nurse entered, stating, Dr. Dan, a patient has specifically requested your assistance. Understood. With that, Uchiha Dan grabbed his medical bag and dashed out, leaving Tsunade in a state of discontent. Days passed by in this manner. Uchiha Dan guided Minato Namikaze in his training at night, simultaneously validating his theories on ninjutsu. By day, he continued his work as usual. But now Tsunade occupied the office as well. Over time, Uchiha Dan gradually became less averse to her presence. On the surface, it seemed not that he had accepted Tsunade, but rather that he resigned himself to her, which infuriated her even more. However, during their time as colleagues, they frequently discussed medical techniques and medical ninjutsu, becoming deeply engrossed in these discussions. As the pinnacle of medical ninjas, Tsunade found that without Uchiha Dan, she had no one to engage with on her level. No one could keep pace with her or provide constructive feedback, as she was indeed the most formidable of them all. Now that she had someone to converse with, everything felt different. The insights Tsunade occasionally offered sparked new ideas for Uchiha Dan, while Uchiha Dan's perspectives and proposals captivated Tsunade. Time and again, she marveled at how this man could be so exceptional, yet so infuriating. As the number of patients increased, Tsunade's reputation gradually grew. The notion of Konoha's unparalleled medical duo gained widespread recognition. When they encountered intriguing cases, the two would collaborate on treatments. 3 months passed in this manner, and Uchiha Dan received a notification directing him to the pharmaceutical department to develop a new antidote. Uchiha Duan keenly sensed that his opportunity had arrived. In an effort to expedite his quest for freedom, he resolved to take a bold gamble. After 7 years, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. He truly wished to cease this prolonged struggle, for how many 7-year spans does one have in a lifetime? Within a secluded chamber of the pharmaceutical department, this space had transformed into Uchiha Duan's exclusive laboratory. Yet, the cautious Konohamaru would assign someone to keep a watchful eye on him. Uchiha Duan had long since grown accustomed to such surveillance. The absence of freedom was his life's constant reality. While many aspects were inconsequential, the crux lay in the fact that he had yet to seize an opportunity to practice the Flying Thunder God technique. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha's strength was formidable, and for Uchiha Duan, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique was imperative for a successful escape. For others, the study of this technique might seem hopeless. Yet it was an invention of the nefarious Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Duan possessed all of Tobirama's innate talents. Thus, he had never doubted his ability to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Over the past 7 years, he had comprehended its principles. Yet he refrained from practicing out of fear that he might be ruthlessly eliminated before mastering it. However, the Flying Thunder God technique was not one that could be wielded merely by understanding its principles. It required extensive practice. Lacking mastery of the technique left Uchiha Duan feeling as though, in the vast expanse of the ninja world, there was no place for him. Sighing deeply, he began to extract and process various medicinal herbs. After approximately 10 minutes, the formidable Tsunade herself arrived. Leave. After instructing the security personnel to exit, the laboratory was left with only Uchiha Duan and Tsunade. Evil Uchiha brat. Upon seeing Uchiha Duan, Tsunade adopted an aloof, icy demeanor. You must concoct the antidote and document the formula before noon today, or you shall surely meet your demise. At Tsunade's words, Uchiha Duan felt a surge of anger. Such scenes had played out numerous times before. Moreover, Tsunade, despite her cowardice, would not dare utter such insults in front of any third party, unlike the forthright Senju Tobirama. Only when alone would she unleash her vitriol, prompting Uchiha Duan to contemplate eliminating her more than once. Am I unable to defeat you? Even though I can outmatch the ever-watchful Kakashi? Among the many disciples of Senju Tobirama, Tsunade was the sole female. In her youth, she was quite attractive, and with Tobirama's presence, she appeared exceedingly docile, earning her the title of the group's darling. A medical ninja of exceptional prowess. She had reached the level of an elite J-nin, an impressive feat for a healer, as their combat abilities were generally deemed weak, with Tsunade being a notable exception. However, since Tobirama's demise 7 years ago, this formidable woman had seen a significant decline in her abilities due to aging and lack of training. Unknown to anyone during these 7 years, Uchiha Duan had awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan. With his current strength, eliminating Tsunade would be relatively effortless. A mere genjutsu could suffice. However, dispatching Tsunade would grant him only momentary satisfaction, with no tangible benefits, and would ultimately cost him his own life. The exchange of one life for another was not an impossibility, yet to trade his life for Tsunade's seemed a bitter bargain. Uchiha Duan understood that Tsunade's disdain for him stemmed not so much from Senju Tobirama, but rather from the stark contrast in their talents as medical ninjas. Uchiha Duan's innate gifts far surpassed those of the aging Tsunade, leading her to perceive herself as utterly inferior. Her narrow-mindedness, coupled with her upbringing as a favored child, fueled her jealousy towards Uchiha Duan, especially as time progressed. Were it not for Uchiha Duan's ability to generate income for her, she might have long since sought his demise. Additionally, her animosity towards Uchiha Duan was linked to Uchiha Kagami. Previously, Tsunade harbored no strong prejudices against the Uchiha clan. During their collaborative missions and the First Great Ninja War, she found herself inexorably drawn to Uchiha Kagami, a powerful and warm-hearted member of the Uchiha clan who had saved her on numerous occasions. However, Kagami maintained a respectful distance from Tsunade. Subsequently, without informing her in advance, he entered into a romantic relationship, married, and now had children of his own. This drove Tsunade nearly to madness. Sarutobi Hiruzen pursued me, and I rejected him. Mito Kazakage showed interest, and I turned him down. Though Shimura Danzo never expressed romantic intentions, there was a hint of interest. Yet you, Uchiha Kagami, dared to betray me? Thus, the old hag harbored resentment towards the entire Uchiha clan, directing her ire towards the innocent Uchiha Duan. Even though Uchiha Kagami had perished 7 years prior, Tsunade's resentment had not diminished. Chapter 10. The Evil Uchiha Brat and Tsunade's Resolution. What are you staring at? Tsunade glared at Uchiha Duan, who had ceased his work. Indeed, you are an evil Uchiha brat. Elder Tsunade, from the day I departed from the Uchiha clan, I have had no ties to them. Uchiha Duan felt a strong urge to retaliate against the contemptible woman, but restrained himself and explained. Even if you are no longer part of the Uchiha clan, the evil in your blood cannot be erased, Tsunade retorted bitterly. You are destined to be an evil brat. Elder Tsunade, do you not think you are being unreasonable? Over the years, how many times have I assisted you? Can you keep count? I have never asked for anything in return. Yet you continuously demand my help while insulting me with your vile words. Is that truly appropriate? You dare to express anger, evil brat? Tsunade's eyes darkened. Do you truly think I would hesitate to kill you? A person like you would die in vain. So what if I am angry? Even a clay figurine has its limits. Is this how you approach those from whom you seek assistance? You intend to kill me? Very well, make your move. Uchiha Duan spread his arms wide, presenting himself for judgment. Yet in his heart, he thought, I bet this old hag will refrain from attacking. If she dares, I will not hold back. I will eliminate her immediately. Uchiha Duan was thoroughly fed up with such a life. Of course, killing Tsunade was not part of Uchiha Duan's plans. He was not yet capable of enduring the endless pursuit of Konoha. Listen well, brat. Tsunade approached with no intention of attacking, her voice dripping with malice. This antidote must be delivered to the front lines without delay. Should you dare to procrastinate, you will face consequences beyond your capacity to bear. I shall say this one last time. If you wish for my assistance, You must treat me with respect, otherwise, you are on your own. With that, Tsunade turned on her heel, unwilling to engage further with Uchiha Duan. However, her fury was palpable, and she was genuinely enraged. Evil Uchiha brat, how dare you bare your teeth at me? Just wait. Uchiha Duan understood Tsunade's sentiments well, but this was precisely part of his scheme. The peril lay in this old hag. Nevertheless, should this plan succeed, Tsunade would heed his words henceforth, at least for the foreseeable future. Having known and become familiar with Tsunade for so many years, coupled with the observations made during their time as colleagues and the occasional subtle hints and influences, he now stood on the brink of success, merely waiting for the spark to ignite it. It wouldn't be long before he might truly find his freedom. At the Konoha hospital, Tsunade felt somewhat disoriented after not seeing Uchiha Duan for an entire morning. Over the past 3 months, their relationship had grown significantly. Despite their frequent bickering, they shared a remarkable understanding, especially when discussing medical ninjutsu. As long as there were no patients, they could engage in their discussions indefinitely. In just 3 months, 3 new medical ninjutsu had taken shape, and she believed it wouldn't be long before they were fully developed. This fellow. Tsunade felt displeased upon noticing Uchiha Duan's unexplained absence from work. Why hadn't he even bothered to inform her? Did he not consider her a friend? Lady Tsunade, why aren't you having lunch? A beautiful nurse named Kawaki Na asked as she passed by Tsunade's office, noticing her still seated at her desk. Recently, Tsunade had been insisting on having lunch with Uchiha Duan, and everyone had grown accustomed to it, hence the inquiry. I can't eat, I'm not hungry, Tsunade replied, suppressing her emotions. Are you waiting for Dr. Duan? Kawaki Na inquired with a smile. You don't need to wait for him today. He'll be coming to the hospital quite late. Do you know where he went? Tsunade asked, her curiosity piqued, but her anger escalating. Why did everyone else know? But she did not. He went to the pharmaceutical department. Kawaki Na responded, every so often, Elder Koharu borrows Dr. Duan for assistance. It's become quite routine over the years. The pharmaceutical department? What could he possibly be doing there? Tsunade probed. Helping the village develop new medications, Kawaki Na replied. Many effective medicines and antidotes needed at the front lines have been created with Dr. Duan's assistance over the years. However, after a moment's hesitation and seeing no one around, she quietly added, but every time Dr. Duan returns from the pharmaceutical department, his mood is quite poor, and he tends to be irritable for the following few days. During such times, we generally avoid him. What kind of mindset does he possess that could lead to such anger? Tsunade pondered. We wouldn't dare speculate. We're just ordinary nurses and can't inquire into higher-level matters. All right, you should go eat. After sending Kawaki Na on her way, Tsunade fell into deep thought. She was aware that the head of Konoha's medical department was Tsunade Koharu, and the pharmaceutical department fell under her jurisdiction. Thus, every time Uchiha Duan visited the pharmaceutical department, he was interacting with Tsunade Koharu. It made sense. Developing new antidotes was confidential, and Tsunade Koharu certainly wouldn't delegate that responsibility to anyone else. However, Tsunade Koharu was notoriously difficult and enjoyed making things challenging for others, particularly in recent years, where even dogs would avoid her. The conclusion was not hard to draw. Uchiha Duan must have faced difficulties at the pharmaceutical department, likely enduring some harsh words from Tsunade Koharu. Given Tsunade's understanding of Tsunade Koharu, she feared that Duan might have been subjected to some rather unkind remarks. This must be why he returned in such a foul mood. With this thought, Tsunade suddenly felt compelled to do something to assist Uchiha Duan. Tsunade Koharu could insult Uchiha Duan, but she wouldn't dare treat Tsunade herself in such a manner. If she were to step in for Uchiha Duan at the pharmaceutical department, perhaps he would no longer have to endure such indignities. Decision made. Tsunade resolved to keep this plan a secret, intending to surprise Uchiha Duan. After all, he had gone missing without informing her. She would not reveal her intentions to him. In the secret chamber of the pharmaceutical department, 5 hours later, the latest antidote was formulated. Uchiha Duan unrolled a scroll, meticulously documenting the required ingredients, their proportions, and the detailed production steps. After completing this task, he left without informing anyone and went straight home. Let us hope Tsunade gets some satisfaction. Surely, it's not difficult to inquire about my whereabouts. After learning, she could simply ask me about it, right? Then I could devise a little scheme against Tsunade. It seems quite reasonable. After taking 3 consecutive days off, Uchiha Duan finally returned to the hospital. To his surprise, while Tsunade inquired about his whereabouts over the past few days and expressed concern, She astonishingly did not mention anything about his visit to the pharmaceutical department. With Tsunade remaining silent, Uchiha Dant felt it inappropriate to initiate the conversation himself. Despite her often fiery temperament, Tsunade was quite perceptive and intelligent. If Uchiha Dant were to bring it up first, she might suspect ulterior motives, potentially undoing all his efforts. Fine, you don't ask, I won't say anything either. Next time, let us see how long you can endure. Time passed, and a month went by. Uchiha Dant continued his daily routine at work, but one day, Tsunade surprisingly did not show up. Upon inquiring, he learned that Tsunade had taken a leave of absence due to some matters at home. Occasional personal matters were normal, so Uchiha Dant did not think much of it. However, unbeknownst to him, Tsunade was secretly engaged in an endeavor that would soon bring calamity upon him. Chapter 11. A miscalculation. Unveiling true feelings. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Tsunade returned to the hospital. Upon seeing Uchiha Dant, she wore a face eager for praise. What is with that expression? Uchiha Dant asked curiously, where have you been? I went to the pharmaceutical department. Tsunade declared proudly. What? Uchiha Dant exclaimed, standing up, a sense of foreboding washing over him. What did you go to the pharmaceutical department for? To help you, Tsunade responded. Somewhat puzzled by Uchiha Dant's reaction, why are you so startled? No, how could you go to the pharmaceutical department? Did Tsunade Koharu ask you for help? At that moment, Uchiha Dant felt as though he could perish from despair. No, the plan had deviated drastically. Perhaps he truly was at death's door. With little time left to live. What is this madness? What was intended to be a bold move had turned into a complete blunder. No, I reached out to her first. Tsunade remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I heard you nearly exploded with anger every time you went to the pharmaceutical department. So I didn't want you to suffer any longer. You reached out to her? Uchiha Dant's expression contorted in a manner that words could scarcely convey. Ha ha, you reached out. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Uchiha Dant erupted into uncontrollable laughter, unable to stop even as Tsunade called out to him repeatedly. You're killing me. Ha ha ha, you reached out. Dant, enough. What is wrong with you? Tsunade exclaimed, startled by his reaction, nearly shouting to break his laughter. Tsunade, please, don't attend my funeral when the time comes. If you do, I'll haunt you as a ghost. Uchiha Dant's gaze turned fierce, and he spoke coldly. With that, Uchiha Dant seemed to lose all essence. Walking out of the hospital in a despondent state, yet still chuckling madly, heading toward a secluded corner of the village. By the riverside, Uchiha Dant picked up stones from the ground, tossing them one by one into the water, occasionally startling a little fish that leaped out of the water only to quickly return. Uchiha Dant felt akin to that little fish. No matter how hard he struggled to leap above the surface, he would ultimately be swallowed by the river. Tsunade, who had been following at a distance, noticed Uchiha Dant seemed to regain some semblance of composure and slowly approached him. Dant, are you all right? She asked with concern. Go away. I don't want to see you. Uchiha Dant replied coldly, as if devoid of all feeling. What do you mean? Tsunade pressed. Alarmed and bewildered by the sudden turn of events, completely at a loss as to why Uchiha Dant had gone mad. Throughout the journey, she pondered extensively, yet found herself devoid of any clarity. Nevertheless, it was evident that Uchiha Dant was aware of her involvement in the pharmaceutical department. Was there some hidden secret entwined within this? Let us go. Uchiha Dant repeated those words incessantly. Do you truly wish to avoid seeing me? His laughter rang out suddenly, yet his tone remained frigid. What do you think about someone who is intent on orchestrating my demise? Clarify for me when I ever wish to bring you harm? Tsunade could scarcely comprehend, yet her desire for answers was fervent. Do you genuinely want to know? Uchiha Dant asked, dripping with sarcasm. Of course, Tsunade retorted, her anger simmering. She was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, but Uchiha Dant's demeanor had shattered her heart. If you wish to hear, so be it. Uchiha Dant replied grimly. However, once I finish my tale, we shall have no further entanglements. Is that understood? You have my word. Do not regret this. Tsunade clutched her garment tightly, stifling her tears and responding through gritted teeth. Kakashi, you better come out here. Instead of the explanation she sought, Tsunade was met with Uchiha Dant's roar. Moments later, a figure emerged behind Uchiha Dant and Tsunade. Kakashi, I need to have a private conversation with Tsunade, Uchiha Dant stated coldly, fixing his gaze on Kakashi with a smile. Do you wish to eavesdrop? Kakashi hesitated, glancing at Tsunade, unsure of how to proceed. Please, grant us 10 minutes. Tsunade pressed, suppressing her fury. Understood. Kakashi nodded and vanished using the body flicker technique. Now, can you speak? Tsunade demanded, her expression predatory. She vowed that from this day forward, regardless of Uchiha Dan's pleas, she would no longer engage with this scoundrel. She had done nothing wrong, yet had been subjected to this treatment. She would not accept any justification. Uchiha Dan was acutely aware of Tsunade's sentiments, yet was indifferent. To survive, he desired not love, but her remorse. Only profound guilt would compel Tsunade to assist him willingly. He had laid the groundwork for this moment for far too long. As for whether he would wound Tsunade's heart, who cared? No one had cared about the wounds he had endured for 7 years. Why should he concern himself with Tsunade's feelings? Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Dan appeared lost in recollection as he spoke, devoid of emotion. 12 years ago, my parents perished in the war. Suddenly an orphan, I found myself adrift. I possessed neither wealth nor other kin, uncertain of how to navigate life. However, Konoha's welfare system was adequate. The village provided me with a small pension. Though meager, if managed well, it could sustain me until I became a chunin. Gradually, I accepted reality and learned to survive, striving to live without anyone to care for me. Tsunade furrowed her brow in discontent, asking, "What purpose does this serve? If you do not wish to listen, then leave." Uchiha Dan's voice remained flat, as if recounting events that bore no significance to him. Noticing Tsunade's refusal to depart, he chose to disregard her presence and continued, "Living was not easy for a 5-year-old. But my parents had taught me that survival breeds hope. 5 years passed, and I had finally cast aside the shadows of my parents' demise. I naively believed that in 2 more years, I would graduate and follow in my parents' footsteps as a ninja. Yet, what awaited me was not graduation, but expulsion. I was bewildered, yet reality offered no time for understanding. Soon after, I was disowned by the Uchiha clan and forcibly removed from their territory. Then came the relentless surveillance by the Anbu. Of course, this is irrelevant to you. Consider it merely my grievances. Surveillance was inconsequential. I could survive on my own. However, at the age of 12, I sensed something amiss with the chakra of the Anbu watching me. Oh, I forgot to mention. I am not only a medical ninja, but also possess exceptional sensory abilities. My perception is so acute that I can detect the minutest fluctuations in a person's chakra from a close distance. Upon sensing the cold, murderous intent within the chakra of my watchers, I realized that the Anbu's orders had likely changed. Chapter 12, Tsunade. Alter the plan. Uchiha Dan disregarded Tsunade's reaction, his head bowed in self-mockery as he continued. Yet, being in Konoha Hospital, the Anbu are still Konoha shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen would consider the repercussions and would likely refrain from striking against me in public. Thus, they awaited my departure from the hospital, planning to orchestrate an accident on my way home. I quickly understood why Sarutobi would suddenly intend to act against me without warning. My death would serve the village's interests. Each Anbu is an elite of the village. It is extravagantly wasteful for 4 elite Anbu to monitor a mere civilian. No one would care or notice if I were to meet an untimely end 2 years after my expulsion from the Uchiha clan. In my restlessness, I undertook a task. I retrieved a poison once used by Sunagakure and spent 4 hours racing against time to concoct an antidote, sharing my success joyfully with those around me. I knew my watchers would relay this information, yet I was fervently eager for it to reach the higher-ups swiftly, for I had no idea when the Anbu's blade would strike. That day, I chose to work overtime instead of returning home. I was waiting for an opportunity, praying Konoha's leaders would recognize my value and reconsider their plans to eliminate me. The following morning, I was summoned to the pharmaceutical department, where Tsunade introduced herself and presented me with a poison. Her first words were, "Evil Uchiha brat, you have 4 hours to prepare the latest antidote, or you shall surely meet your demise." I succeeded, and thus, as you can see, I temporarily escaped danger. I naively thought that as long as I continued to prove my worth, I could survive. Then you appeared, challenging me unexpectedly. The moment I witnessed your extraordinary talent, I panicked, for I glimpsed my future. Should you ever best me, it would signify my obsolescence. Those who once sought my downfall would surely seize the opportunity to eliminate me. Hence, countless nights were spent researching medical techniques and healing ninjutsu, exhausting every thought to stay ahead of you, ensuring my continued existence. Simultaneously, I found myself perplexed as to why you were so determined to pursue me relentlessly. I could not recall ever provoking you. Why then would you wish to send me to my demise? Uchiha Dan's emotions escalated, reaching a point of uncontrollable intensity as he glared at Tsunade. Tsunade, hearing these words, felt her heart race and grasped the entirety of the situation. Yet Uchiha Dan continued. After a year of competition, I defeated you time and again. Yet, you seemed unwilling to relent, determined to challenge me further. Thus, I altered my strategy. In my heart, I pondered, if I were to grow increasingly rude towards you, if I were to insult, belittle, and deliberately provoke you, would you cease to seek my company? Meanwhile, I exerted every effort to treat the patients, hoping to bolster my reputation and create an additional layer of protection for myself. Yet, you persistently returned, vowing to defeat me. I find myself perplexed. What have I done to offend you, Tsunade, that you would drive me to despair, seeking to eradicate me completely? My victory over you is merely a struggle for survival. What fault lies within that? For years, I have devoted myself to the study of medical ninjutsu, striving tirelessly to prevent you from surpassing me. Did you truly believe I engaged in this rivalry out of a desire for dominance? I lack such frivolity. To you, Tsunade, our competition may seem like a trivial game, but for me, Uchiha Dan, each encounter is a matter of life and death. To lose is to perish. Do you comprehend that? The final words were nearly a shout from Uchiha Dan. At that moment, Tsunade could find no words. The fierce proclamations she had previously vowed in her heart dissipated into nothingness. She had not anticipated this outcome. Her intentions were simply to compete with Uchiha Dan and claim victory. Had she known that losing would equate to death, would she have relentlessly pressed him to fight over the past 5 years? In truth, for 3 years, Uchiha Dan had sought to evade their contests, employing various methods. Even conceding before battles, his tone occasionally laced with melancholy and helplessness. It was Tsunade who relentlessly compelled him to engage. On one occasion, Uchiha Dan, attempting to escape her grasp, hid at home, only to be dragged from his bed by Tsunade, who forcibly took him to the hospital for their contest. Tsunade, you are the esteemed princess of Konoha. How could you possibly fathom my suffering? Noticing the change in Tsunade's expression, Uchiha Dan pressed on. Your status ensures your exalted position within the village, whereas my existence hinges solely on my worth. As your talents unfurled and my ability to cultivate chakra waned, the gap between us in medical ninjutsu diminished. You won our 48th match, marking the first time I was proven to be replaceable. Then, you insisted on working at the hospital, becoming a renowned physician alongside me, marking the second verification of my replaceability. Now, without consulting me, you have joined the pharmaceutical department and successfully developed new medications, affirming for the third time that I am not irreplaceable. The likes of Tsunade are already at odds with me. How many times has she wished for my demise? If given the chance, she wouldn't hesitate to see me perish. Now, Tsunade, you publicly declare that I, Uchiha Dan, am devoid of value, that my continued existence is a waste. So, Tsunade, tell me, do I still have hope for survival? In a fit of emotion, Uchiha Dan laughed despairingly, tears welling in his eyes as he said, the most absurd part is that you, Tsunade, sought out Tsubaki Hanabi. In other words, you willingly handed her the knife, pleading for her to end my life. Over these past 4 months, I believed we had forged a friendship. Each moment spent with you in the study of medical ninjutsu brought me unparalleled joy. I gradually embraced you, acknowledged you. Yet, why do you wish to harm me? Why this malicious intent towards me? Anyone could cause me harm, yet it is you, Tsunade, who has chosen to do so. Do you harbor such hatred for me? Are you truly so determined to eradicate me? Speak. Why do you remain silent? Uchiha Dan accused fervently. I ask you a question. Why do you not answer? Is it so difficult to respond? Speak. I am not a ninja. I am merely an ordinary citizen wishing to honor my adoptive parents and care for my younger brother. Is it too much to desire to live? At that moment, Tsunade found herself utterly speechless, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Her body felt paralyzed, as though an avalanche of stones had lodged within her heart, trapping her emotions with no outlet. She had initially believed Uchiha Dan was losing his sanity. Yet, it was she who had lost her mind. Her relentless pressure had driven Uchiha Dan to his current desperate plight. Chapter 13. Kakashi's Awakening. Sister returns with her boyfriend. Enough. Discussing this is futile, Uchiha Dan said with a sorrowful smile. Kakashi has likely informed the Hokage of our clandestine conversation, adding fuel to the fire of my impending demise. Tsunade, our ties have been severed. We share no further connection. Furthermore, I shall reiterate, your presence at my funeral is strictly forbidden. Should you defy this, I shall haunt you even in death. Farewell. As Uchiha Dan uttered those final words, it felt as though he had expended all his strength, tears immediately filling his eyes, his voice trembling and hoarse. Simultaneously, two vivid streams of blood mingled with tears flowed from his eyes. The irises of his eyes suddenly transformed uncontrollably to crimson, revealing the three tomo within. This sight left Tsunade in shock, yet Uchiha Dan seemed resolute, turning away without hesitation. The atmosphere had reached a crescendo, rendering any further presence meaningless. Uchiha Dan had initially intended to gradually convey these matters to Tsunade through the pharmaceutical department. However, Tsunade's sudden and drastic actions forced him to alter his plans. In terms of impact, the current situation was more favorable, as Tsunade was now overwhelmed with guilt. Yet, conversely, the risks had escalated significantly. Should Tsunade make another impulsive decision, he would be perilously close to death. Had he known it would come to this, he would have avoided offending that lunatic, Tsubaki Hanabi. He had even prepared the words to communicate with Tsunade, yet she had disregarded the script entirely. Now, he could only gamble, betting that given his substantial contributions to the village over the years, Sarutobi Hiruzen would delay his decision. He hoped Tsunade would react swiftly, seeking help from Uzumaki Kushina before Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to eliminate him. Damn Konoha, as long as I can survive this crisis, I will ensure that everyone pays the price. After investing so many years in Tsunade's affairs, there must be some outcome. Uchiha Dan reflected with a bitter smile. His struggle for survival had been incredibly arduous. His previous words, other than serving to inflame Tsunade's guilt, were largely truthful. Now, at this critical juncture, his fate hinged upon the final tremor. Just as he had walked a few hundred meters, Kakashi suddenly appeared before Uchiha Dan. Huh, Kakashi, are you going to make a move against me? Uchiha Dan felt despair wash over him. This was Kakashi, not that useless Tsubaki Hanabi. Would he dare to confront him? With no combat experience, he knew he was no match for this opponent. Kill you? Why would I do that? Kakashi replied, utterly perplexed. Didn't the Hokage send you to kill me? Uchiha Dan questioned again. What Hokage? I haven't even seen him. Kakashi's words reignited hope within Uchiha Dan. Why not report what just happened to the Hokage? Uchiha Dan asked, confused. Why should I? Kakashi retorted, uninterested in elaborating. Just hurry up. I still need to keep an eye on you. Uchiha Dan laughed joyfully, finally understanding why Sarutobi Hiruzen had always disliked Kakashi. Unlike other Yinbyu ninjas, Kakashi, hailing from a family of warriors, possessed his own distinct perspective. As other dark ninjas heeded Sarutobi Hiruzen's counsel, Kakashi Hitaki chose instead to act according to his own convictions. Kakashi, in truth, possessed a profound loyalty. Yet his allegiance lay with Konoha rather than with individuals. Should an action benefit Konoha, he would embrace it. If it proved detrimental, he would abstain, unaffected by the will of others. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen tolerate such defiance? Consequently, Kakashi was eventually reassigned from the Anbu, for Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to avoid further encounters with him. After traversing several hundred meters, Uchiha Dato was suddenly startled by the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. Had they finally come to their senses? Uchiha Dato was at a loss. What kind of individual would remain paralyzed by a mere conversation? It had nearly cost him his life at the hands of Kakashi. Although Tsunade was no match for Kakashi at that moment, he would refrain from taking action in her presence, even if commanded. In Uchiha Dato's long-held assumptions, he believed Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely never directly issue an order to Anbu ninjas to eliminate a civilian who had committed no wrongdoing. His previous claim of sensing the murderous intent within the chakra of the Anbu was merely a ruse to deceive Tsunade. He was not the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, capable of discerning the morality of chakra. Since Konoha's inception, no Hokage had ever commanded Anbu ninjas to act against an innocent civilian in public. Such actions would undermine the very foundation of the village. If such behavior were to become habitual, Konoha would risk losing its stability entirely. Such matters were the purview of the root, which had yet to be established at that time. The formation of the root occurred on the eve of the Second Shinobi World War, when Sarutobi Hiruzen consented to Danzo Shimura's proposal to create it, driven by the necessity to prevent enemy infiltration and to gather war intelligence. However, even if root ninjas were to act, they would do so discreetly, remaining undetected. Faced with the specter of death, Uchiha Dato dared not entertain even the slightest hope. As the footsteps grew ever closer, he inexplicably sidestepped. Tsunade, with arms outstretched, passed directly through the space he had just occupied. Missing her embrace, Tsunade felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, tears threatening to spill. She had resolved to humble herself, even to the point of risking her dignity, to seek Uchiha Dato's forgiveness and to reveal her long-hidden feelings. Yet, Uchiha Dato had anticipated her move and evaded her grasp. Under normal circumstances, he would not have minded allowing her to have the upper hand, but the stakes were far too high. In this critical moment, the more guilt Tsunade felt, the more likely she would be to help him without reservation. As her guilt diminished and sweetness took its place, her thoughts might spiral into confusion, potentially causing more harm. Dato, your eyes. Tsunade's eyes were already red-rimmed as she reached out to wipe away his blood and tears, simultaneously examining his wounds. However, Uchiha Dato stepped back. A desperate smile etched with complex emotions gracing his face. Tsunade, go back. There is no need to waste your feelings and tears on a dying man. Dato, I'm so sorry. Tsunade earnestly apologized. Apologies, however, were of little use at that moment. Uchiha Dato merely shook his head, saying, does uttering I'm sorry mean I can avoid death? It does not. Tsunade quickly shook her head, insisting, you can survive. There must be a way. Do not forget, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage. If he truly wishes to kill me, you cannot stop him, Uchiha Dato reminded her. There must be a way. Follow me, Tsunade declared, seizing Uchiha Dato's hand and racing toward the Senju clan's compound. Let go. I want to go home. I want to see my adoptive parents and brother one last time. Uchiha Dato struggled to break free. I will not release you. Tsunade was resolute in her determination to bring Uchiha Dato to meet Uzumaki Mido. In her eyes, her grandmother was eternally wise. Surely she would have a solution. Hand in hand, they traversed much of Konoha, leaving countless witnesses astonished. Hadn't they always heard that Lady Tsunade and Dr. Dato were at odds? Do young people's sentiments change so swiftly? Grandmother, grandmother. Upon entering the Senju clan's compound, Tsunade eagerly called out, Sister, you're back. The playful rope tree was about to greet her when he caught sight of Tsunade holding Uchiha Dato's hand. He quickly ran toward the backyard, shouting, Grandmother, grandmother. Sister has brought her boyfriend back. Chapter 14. A test from Uzumaki Mido. Grandmother, sister has brought her boyfriend back. Tsunade's face flushed crimson at the rope tree's exclamation, yet she never relinquished her grip. She feared that if she let go, Uchiha Dato would escape, so she led him to the backyard. Only when they stood before Uzumaki Mido did Tsunade finally release his hand, her face still aglow with embarrassment. It dawned on her that she had just traversed half of Konoha while holding this man's hand. How would they face others now? Most importantly, they had not even established their relationship. If tomorrow their bond reverted to its previous state, what rumors might circulate? There was a chance that someone would claim they had broken up. You must be Dato, Uzumaki Mido said, setting down her watering can and smiling at Uchiha Dato. At that moment, she embodied the essence of a benevolent elder, leaving Uchiha Dato pleasantly surprised. He knew that in her youth, Mido's temper had been more volatile than even Kushina's. It could only be said that fierceness was a long-standing tradition among the women of the Uzumaki clan. However, time could alter many things, including a person's character. Good day, Lady Mido. I am Uchiha Dato, he replied respectfully. I often hear Tsunade speak of you. Please, make yourself at home. Mido welcomed him warmly, gesturing for him to sit down. As they settled in, the rope tree peeked out from beneath the table, curiously examining Uchiha Dato. One could not deny that Uchiha Dato was quite handsome, possessing a uniquely captivating aura. It seemed that none in the Uchiha clan were unattractive. Any individual chosen at random would be striking. The strength of their lineage was indeed formidable. Uchiha Dato, even among the Uchiha, was undeniably appealing. Yet he seldom paid attention to his appearance. What was the use of being handsome when facing death? Noticing the rope tree's unabashed scrutiny, Uchiha Dato returned the gaze, mustering a somewhat awkward smile. At that time, the rope tree was merely 4 years old, adorably plump and charming. It was worth noting that Tsunade's parents were quite persistent. A 13-year age gap between siblings was rare in the ninja world, especially since there were no restrictions on childbirth. Regrettably, Tsunade and the rope tree's parents had perished 2 years prior during a mission. That traumatic event had spurred Tsunade to dedicate herself to mastering medical ninjutsu, ultimately cornering Uchiha Dato into a desperate situation. Little Tsunade, what prompted you to suddenly bring Dato home? Is something amiss? Uzumaki Mido inquired directly. Grandmother, please help Dato. He may not have much time left. Tsunade implored. You two are the finest medical ninjas. Do you truly require my assistance? Mito questioned, bewildered. It is not that he has little time left. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Tsunade recounted how the higher-ups had sought to eliminate Uchiha Duan, how he had demonstrated his value to survive, and how she had unwittingly pressured him into a corner, prompting the higher-ups to consider his removal once more. Upon hearing Tsunade's account, Uzumaki Mito was at a loss for words. What calamities have you wrought? Tsunade, take the rope tree outside. I need to speak with Dato alone. Vortex Shuabudo had not yet decided whether to assist Uchiha Duan. Rather, she wished to conduct a preliminary assessment. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she possessed a unique ability to discern the intentions of others, be they benevolent or malevolent. However, the relationship between Vortex Shuabudo and the Nine Tails was fraught with tension, characterized by forced sealing and coercion. Thus, should she desire the Nine Tails' assistance, a considerable price would need to be paid. Yet, for the happiness of her granddaughter, she felt compelled to proceed. After dismissing Tsunade and Shju, Vortex Shuabudo scrutinized Uchiha Duan once more. It must be said that Uchiha Duan's demeanor and presence were quite remarkable. It was no wonder he had captivated her granddaughter's heart. Unlike Senju Tobirama, Vortex Shuabudo, being the wife of Senju Hashirama, harbored no substantial animosity toward the Uchiha clan, and thus had never curtailed Tsunade's affections for Uchiha Duan. Duan, do you harbor hatred for Tobirama? After a considerable pause, she finally received a response from the Nine Tails. Ignoring the myriad of sarcastic remarks from the beast, Vortex Shuabudo inquired. Hatred? Uchiha Duan replied without hesitation. How could I not hate? Just because he glanced at me in a crowd, my life has been irrevocably altered these past 7 years. I live in constant fear, treading on thin ice, and endure the relentless torment from the sharp-tongued Tsuken Kobu. How could anyone remain calm under such circumstances? Sighing, Vortex Shuabudo pressed further, and what of Konoha? I do not hate it. Uchiha Duan gently shook his head. He had likely discerned Vortex Shuabudo's method of probing. Thus he spoke truthfully. In truth, he bore little hatred for Konoha. Unlike Vortex Naruto, who suffered daily, his foster parents treated him with kindness, and he was generally respected within the village. Apart from the ever-present threats from the higher-ups, his situation was not as dire as he portrayed. He merely acted thus to provoke Tsunade's unwavering support. Only a select few had ever caused him distress. To survive, he had resorted to various means. Yet he was never truly deranged. The culpable parties numbered only a handful. It was unjust to generalize his grievances to the entire village. Subsequently, Vortex Shuabudo posed numerous questions to Uchiha Duan, invoking many names while continuously receiving emotional feedback from the Nine Tails. After an hour of conversation, she addressed Uchiha Duan. Duan, please wait outside for a moment. I wish to discuss something with Tsunade. I will call her in. Uchiha Duan nodded obediently and exited. Soon, Tsunade arrived in the courtyard, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Vortex Shuabudo. Grandmother, what have you two been discussing for so long? Just a bit of wisdom from an old woman. Vortex Shuabudo replied. Tsunade, do you truly wish to assist Uchiha Duan? Why would you ask such a thing, grandmother? Tsunade retorted, her discontent evident. His current plight stems from my great-uncle, who destroyed his life for merely smiling. Then, my teacher deemed him unworthy of continued surveillance, yet sought to eliminate him. Subsequently, I have unwittingly pushed him to the brink. We are the ones at fault, and he has been the perpetual victim. What reason do I have not to help him? Sighing deeply, Vortex Shuabudo lamented, what a tangled fate this is. I utilized a special method to gauge his heart, and it is a mixed bag. The good news is, he harbors no malice toward you. The bad news is, he exhibits no goodwill either. Tsunade appeared somewhat despondent. I had thought he would despise me. Today, he declared he wished to sever all ties, and I believed he loathed me. The absence of goodwill likely stems from his utter disappointment in you, Vortex Shuabudo remarked. It is fortunate that he bears goodwill towards me and Shju. I suspect it is because of you. Although he currently wishes to avoid you, his fondness for you may extend to those you cherish. Grandmother, please refrain from such musings. Tsunade interjected, her cheeks flushed. She dared not harbor excessive hope, wishing only for this matter to pass swiftly so that she might mend her relationship with Uchiha Duan. Seeing her granddaughter flustered brought a smile to Vortex Shuabudo's face. Her granddaughter was indeed remarkably innocent. However, her expression soon turned to one of concern. Chapter 15. The Fortunes of Future Generations Despite Only an Hour of Interaction. Uchiha Duan had been sincere, revealing nothing but honesty in response to Vortex Shuabudo's inquiries. Unbeknownst to him, this was gradually fostering a bond between them. Most individuals would simply find comfort in Uchiha Duan's company and think little of it. Yet, Vortex Shuabudo, with her wealth of experience and keen insight, could not overlook Uchiha Duan's true intentions. While she trusted the Nine-Tails' judgment of his emotional state, and, with her extensive experience, felt she understood Uchiha Duan's character, she was left contemplating whether her Navi granddaughter's involvement with such a calculating individual would bring blessing or calamity. "Grandmother, what troubles you?" Tsunade inquired. Noticing her grandmother's troubled expression, "It is nothing," Vortex Shuabudo replied with a gentle smile. "I merely wish to inform you that Uchiha Duan holds the highest regard for the family of Namikaze Minato. Particularly, he possesses an unwavering affection for his brother, Namikaze Minato. Perhaps you might devise a strategy along those lines." Tsunade's eyes brightened with newfound hope. This might truly be feasible. If I can win over Minato, the rest will surely follow. Yet, she was taken aback by the intensity of Uchiha Duan's animosity towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Tsuken Kobu. It surpassed his disdain for all others combined. Particularly regarding Tsukun, his feelings transcended mere animosity, bordering on deep-seated hatred. It was evident that, given the opportunity, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. "I cannot fathom where such profound hatred originates," Vortex Shuabudo mused. "I possess some insight," Tsunade whispered, recounting the relentless oppression and scathing humiliation Uchiha Duan had endured at the hands of Tsuken Kobu over the years. Vortex Shuabudo was at a loss for words. Astonished at the revelation, was this truly the same obedient girl who had once trailed behind Tobirama? It became clear that only through deep engagement could one truly discern the nature of a person's character. Were it not for the assistance of the Nine-Tails, she would not have dared to place her trust in Uchiha Duan so readily. It appeared that the scars left by Tsukun were indelible. However, Tsunade, Vortex Shuabudo continued, "Assisting Duran is not out of the question. He bears no grievance against the village or its inhabitants. Yet, his sentiments toward the village's leadership do not preclude the possibility of Uchiha Duran becoming our adversary in the future. But can we truly blame him for that?" Tsunade countered, her desire to aid Uchiha Duran causing her to lose objectivity. Ultimately, it was her great-uncle who had instigated this turmoil. "By the way, how intense is Duran's animosity toward my great-uncle?" To her surprise, Vortex Shuabudo discovered that it was not particularly strong, far less than his feelings toward Tsukun, and even weaker than his disdain for Danzo and Hiruzen. Vortex Shuabudo was genuinely astonished. She had assumed that Uchiha Duran's greatest ire would be directed at Senju Tobirama, the principal architect of his suffering. Yet, to her astonishment, he bore little hatred for Tobirama. Even Uchiha Duran himself was unaware that, since acquiring Tobirama's talents, his resentment had gradually diminished alongside the benefits those abilities afforded him. To insult Tobirama had become merely a habit, devoid of any genuine malice. "Why is that?" Tsunade inquired. Puzzled. "Perhaps it is due to you," Vortex Shuabudo teased, eliciting a laugh. "How could he dislike me so much and yet be influenced by me? Perhaps, over time, your interactions have softened his heart," she suggested. Uzumaki Watergate elucidated. "So, Tsunade, I wish to pose one final question." Tsunade swallowed hard, her anxiety palpable as she nodded. "Do you feel confident in stabilizing Dan? Prior to today, I had confidence. Our relationship has been improving, yet now I find myself uncertain. However," Tsunade added, "if I collaborate with his brother, I should regain that confidence. But even if stability is achieved, what if the teacher and the transfer student, Koharu, are determined to eliminate him, exacerbating the conflict? What then?" Tsunade voiced her concerns. "Grandmother, can you persuade them?" Uzumaki Watergate self-deprecatingly shook his head. "I am merely a retired individual. While they may still show me respect, their compliance has waned, and their actions are increasingly superficial. Power, alas, is a double-edged sword. In just 7 years, I scarcely recognize them. Enough. Since we've reached this point, summoned Dan." During their earlier conversation, he had observed the child was quite resolute. As long as he could temporarily stabilize Sarutobi Hiruzen, Dan might ultimately break the deadlock. Upon Dan's return to the courtyard, Uzumaki Watergate, Tsunade, and he engaged in a lengthy discussion. Indeed, it was Dan who proposed a solution to the impasse. Tsunade was taken aback by Dan's ingenuity. While Uzumaki Watergate remained unfazed, she understood the potential that arises when one is driven by survival. Based on her observations, she believed Dan's essence was not malevolent. Yet, the fact that he had survived in such an environment for so long and had previously orchestrated a plan involving Tsunade to find a resolution raised questions about his ulterior motives. Indeed, Uzumaki Watergate discerned that Dan was leveraging Tsunade to navigate the crisis. Nevertheless, she harbored no anger. For her extensive experience suggested that Dan had developed genuine feelings for Tsunade. Yet, what significance does that hold? A distorted affection? Let it be. Every generation has its own fortune. I shall leave it be. In this regard, the usually measured Uzumaki Watergate refrained from further comment. The following morning, she personally visited the Hokage's office. She informed Sarutobi Hiruzen about Dan's concurrent development of 3 unprecedented medical ninjutsu. She mentioned that Dan had expressed his intent to teach these techniques to Tsunade as part of their mutual medical exchange. Hearing Tsunade mention this brought her joy, prompting her visit to clarify the matter with Sarutobi Hiruzen. One of the techniques was nearly complete, the one previously used during their competition. However, the other 2 required references from past medical ninjutsu, and she sought some less confidential techniques for Dan's benefit. Furthermore, she stated that once Tsunade mastered these techniques, she would immediately begin training a batch of medical ninjas for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was naturally delighted. Tsunade was undoubtedly a product of the Hokage lineage, deeply rooted and his cherished disciple. Once Tsunade acquired those 3 techniques, it would be tantamount to Konoha possessing them as well. Such an opportunity was not one Sarutobi Hiruzen would refuse. He even looked forward to the effects of those techniques. Consequently, the notion of eliminating Dan was temporarily set aside. As long as Dan could provide value to Konoha, he saw no reason to act against him. After all, what chaos could a powerless medical ninja possibly incite? Moreover, word had spread throughout Konoha regarding Dan and Tsunade's relationship. If the 2 could reach a happy conclusion, sparing Dan would not be out of the question. Why not allow him to continue contributing his talents to Konoha? With Kibuki Tsukumo no longer reporting to him, lacking a crucial piece of information, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally did not overthink the matter. Tsunade, meanwhile, received an invitation from Koharu at noon, returning to the pharmaceutical department. Chapter 16. The plan succeeds. Shimura Danzo's ambitions. Tsunade had barely spent 5 minutes in the pharmaceutical department when she was met with Koharu's furious outburst. Tsunade, this is extortion. You are being utterly irresponsible. How am I extorting anyone? How am I being irresponsible? Tsunade countered defiantly. I worked hard on the pharmaceuticals merely to receive a modest fee. Is that too much to ask? A modest fee? You demand 40% profit. That is the village's wealth. How can it end up in your private coffers? Koharu exclaimed, trembling with rage. When did I ever say it would go into my private coffers? Tsunade retorted indignantly. I intend to use that money to establish a medical ninjutsu research department dedicated to exploring various medical techniques. Surely, that is beneficial for the village. Why should that be a problem? I said it is not happening. Koharu scoffed. Do not forget, without me, Tsunade, those medicines would not exist. I never imagined you could be so arrogant, Koharu seethed. Without you, the pharmaceutical department would still function. The necessary medicines would still be developed. Tsunade smirked. Oh really? I find that hard to believe. Tsunade, we'll see about that. Koharu instructed her guards. Show her out. There will come a day when you will need my assistance. I await that day. Tsunade strode out of the pharmaceutical department, feeling invigorated. She had not anticipated that Dan indeed had a means of resolving the situation. And it was not as challenging as she had feared. By boldly asserting herself, she had inadvertently compelled Koharu into an alliance with Dan. In truth, compared to Dan, Koharu harbored a greater disdain for Tsunade. Thus, she was resolutely determined not to allow this greedy individual to prevail. In comparison, Koharu found Dan more agreeable. He had aided her for 5 years without demanding a single penny. At worst, she would need to treat him with a bit more courtesy in the future. What was the big deal? It was far better than dealing with someone who demanded money, for that was tantamount to demanding her very life. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Koharu were not oblivious to Uzumaki Watergate and Tsunade's intention to protect Dan. However, profit was paramount. Just as the desire to eliminate Dan was driven by self-interest, so too was the decision to spare him at this juncture. The 2 temporarily compromised. Yet not everyone was compliant. In the Hokage's office, the door was suddenly thrust open, and a figure stormed in, visibly agitated. Hiruzen, I require an explanation. Why have you suddenly changed your mind? Danzo Shimura entered, visibly displeased. Danzo, what are you referring to? Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned ignorance, perplexed. Do not play coy with me. Danzo retorted coldly. I have told you countless times that allowing Dan to remain is a disaster. You agreed to let me eliminate him. Why the sudden change of heart? You previously opposed my formation of the root. Now, you even go back on decisions we have made. What do you take me for? Danzo was genuinely incensed. Did he truly wish for Dan's demise? Among the higher-ups, Danzo had always been the most ardent advocate for Dan's removal, more so than Koharu. Yet, in truth, he was the one who most desired Dan's survival. What he truly sought was Dan himself. This was why he felt compelled to pressure Sarutobi Hiruzen into taking action. Only then could he discreetly orchestrate Dan's disappearance. However, his ultimate aim was to utilize Dan for his own ends. As an ambitious individual, Danzo had long coveted the position of Hokage. Yet, as an advisor to the Hokage, his power was tightly controlled by Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving him with few options. In desperation, he sought alternative paths, aiming to establish the root, while secretly assembling his own faction. If one were to consider who he most wished to manipulate in Konoha, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly be at the forefront. Having witnessed the formidable powers of figures such as Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Kagami, Shimura Danzo had long been captivated by the strength of the Uchiha clan. He harbored an intense desire to recruit a prodigy from their ranks, nurturing him to become his right-hand man. He even fantasized about the day he could clandestinely manipulate the Uchiha clan through this genius. Utilizing the forbidden techniques he had devised for the root organization, which had yet to be officially established. However, the Uchiha were notoriously proud, offering no respect or consideration to Danzo. Uchiha Kagami was particularly disdainful, and the others were not much better. Yet, Uchiha Obito, the outcast from the Uchiha clan, was precisely the talent he sought. After much contemplation, Danzo was convinced that his master's dying command to monitor Obito, along with the prohibition against his training, stemmed from the young man's exceptional potential, reminiscent of Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, why this strictness? Unfortunately, should such a person vanish, no one would care. This sentiment was shared by Orochimaru, who had secretly allied with Danzo and demonstrated remarkable research prowess, making their objectives align perfectly. Initially, Danzo intended to wait until the root was established before acting against Obito, as he lacked a suitable location to confine him. Such matters were confidential and must not be disclosed to anyone. However, recent words from Orochimaru prompted him to expedite his plans. Once Obito was brainwashed, he would become Danzo's own Uchiha Kagami. Nay, according to Orochimaru, his influence would surpass that of Kagami. Danzo had felt a surge of confidence, as Hiruzen Sarutobi had only the previous day consented to allow him to act soon. Yet, unexpectedly, the arrival of Tsunade and Uzumaki Mido to protect Obito, coupled with Sarutobi and the indecisiveness of the useless Konohamaru, thwarted his plans. Particularly, Konohamaru, who had boisterously proclaimed a day prior that Obito must die, now insisted that he should not perish, leaving Danzo exclaiming in frustration about foolish allies. Hiruzen, are you even capable of responding? Seeing Sarutobi's silence only fueled Danzo's rage, prompting another inquiry. Danzo, you must understand that all my actions are for the sake of the village. My change of heart is a result of weighing the pros and cons previously. We sought to eliminate Obito because his existence was detrimental to the village. However, now that he lives, he is more beneficial to us. That is all. You claim it is for the village? Am I not doing the same? Danzo, unable to tolerate Sarutobi's lofty rhetoric, scoffed. Danzo, I hope you realize that some decisions are final. After all, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi's countenance darkened. This Shimura Danzo was overreaching, which displeased him greatly. Hearing this, Danzo faltered momentarily, a surge of unbridled fury igniting within him. Again with that phrase. Is it merely because you are more adept at flattering? My master valued me far more. How do you compare to me, Sarutobi? Yet, he could only seethe in impotent rage. You will come to regret this, Hiruzen. With that, unable to suppress his inner turmoil any longer, Danzo slammed the door behind him. Very well, since you refuse to acquiesce, do not blame me for lacking consideration. I shall proceed on my own. Having long since understood Sarutobi's character, Danzo was well aware that if he acted unilaterally, Sarutobi would only scold him, and the worst consequence would be a temporary confinement for reflection. Such a punishment was trivial compared to the potential gains. Was it not the same when he orchestrated the demise of Uchiha Kagami? As long as he denied involvement, and with no evidence against him, what could they do? Chapter 17. Is there another? Continuing the deception, however, unbeknownst to the people of Konoha, it was not only Shimura Danzo who had been keeping a watchful eye on Uchiha Obito. In a hidden corner of the shinobi world, within a vast underground cavern, a dark silhouette was reporting to an elderly man. Lord Madara, the situation is as follows. Uzumaki Mido and Tsunade have inexplicably decided to protect Uchiha Obito. The shadow ceased speaking, awaiting the judgment of the esteemed Lord Madara. Indeed, this Lord Madara was Uchiha Madara himself. Now with hair as white as snow and a face lined with wrinkles, he appeared aged, stripped of the arrogance and dominance he once embodied. At this moment, he sat upon a stone chair, resting his eyes. Numerous black tubes protruded from his back, connecting to a horrifying, grotesque statue behind him. A careful observer would discern that vibrant chakra flowed through the tubes into Madara's body, sustaining his life force. Noticing Madara's silence, the dark figure, Kagaya, grew anxious and inquired again, Lord Madara, what shall we do next? A faint smile graced Madara's lips as he slowly opened his peculiar eyes. They gleamed with a pale violet hue, adorned with intricate patterns, appearing quite bizarre. This was a pair of Rinnegan that had not yet fully evolved, but displayed the nascent form of the Rinnegan, suggesting that it would soon transform completely. Are you suggesting that Uchiha Obito is romantically involved with the granddaughter of Hashirama? Indeed. My lord. Kagaya nodded. From my observations, it appears to be so. Kagaya, lacking an understanding of human love, could still ascertain the nature of their relationship from their daily interactions. Huh. Do you not perceive this as a fortuitous development? Madara chuckled lightly. Fortuitous? Kagaya was perplexed. Lord Madara, if this continues, Uchiha Obito may never leave Konoha. What of our plans? The plan Kagaya referred to was none other than the Eye of the Moon project. Originally, Madara was to be its central figure. Guided by Kagaya, he had successfully embraced this path, having already transplanted Hashirama's cells, and was on the verge of attaining the Rinnegan. However, neither had anticipated that the evolution from eternal Mangekyou Sharingan to Rinnegan would take such an extensive duration, leading to Madara's current frailty. Even if he were to gain the Rinnegan, his life was sustained solely by the Outer Path statue, making it increasingly difficult to fulfill tasks such as collecting tailed beasts and becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Thus, they concocted an alternative plan to find a young Uchiha, manipulate him into a twisted mindset, and have him steadfastly embrace Madara and the Eye of the Moon project. Upon finding such a person and successfully brainwashing him, Madara would opt to remove the tubes sustaining him and embrace death. The chosen individual would then act in his name within the shinobi world under Kagaya's guidance, safeguarding the Rinnegan. Once the time was ripe, he would commence the collection of tailed beasts and eventually implant the Rinnegan, utilizing the Rinnegan's unique techniques to resurrect Madara, who would then become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, realizing the Eye of the Moon project. For many years, Madara had been in search of a suitable replacement, yet he found the members of the Uchiha clan to be woefully inadequate. The only one he deemed promising was the exiled Uchiha Obito. Though the young man was not without flaws, even leaving Madara somewhat perplexed, he had no better options left and decided to give it a try. While Tsunade is alive, he may well not leave, Madara stated calmly, but what if she dies? Heijus suddenly realized that once Tsunade was gone, Uchiha Itachi would undoubtedly be heartbroken, and at that point, no one would protect him any longer. A conflict with the higher-ups of Konoha would be inevitable, and that would present us with an opportunity. Uchiha Madara chuckled softly, but remained silent, for his thoughts were far more complex. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi was not without flaws. But if his brother and beloved were to perish before him, in his despair, he would undoubtedly succumb to darkness. At that moment, reality would compel him to become the perfect choice. What is the situation in the Mist Village? Uchiha Madara suddenly inquired. Everything is in order. The third Mizukage remains under control, and the entire Mist Village is firmly within our grasp, Heijue reported. Lord Madara, do you intend to incite war between the Mist Village and Konoha? Yet, Uchiha Madara shook his head, stating, since the death of Hozuki Mangetsu, the Mist Village has declined and could never rival Konoha. Should war break out, the outcome would be one-sided. Currently, I cannot afford to be exposed. Nor can I rely solely on you, so we must devise a thorough plan. Understood. Heijue responded, excitement bubbling within him. He cared little for war or the lives of others. His sole focus was the successful execution of the Moon Eye plan. Tsunade, having had a heated argument with Uzumaki Koharu, returned to the hospital in a significantly improved mood. Uchiha Itachi was also present, but his spirits were low, lacking any sense of relief from having survived. Itachi, are you alright? Tsunade asked cautiously, genuinely fearing that Uchiha Itachi might sever ties with her in the future. The thought of nearly causing his demise sent chills down her spine. How could she have been so foolish as to hand the knife to Uzumaki Koharu, allowing someone she despised to threaten someone she cared for? What does it matter? Uchiha Itachi sighed. It's merely a temporary reprieve, much like 5 years ago. But if I evade the initial threat, can I escape the subsequent ones? It's only a matter of time. There is a way, Tsunade declared resolutely. What possible way could there be? Uchiha Itachi replied with a self-deprecating smile, as if he had lost all hope for life. Tsunade stepped outside the office, ensuring no one was around, before closing and locking the door, moving closer to Uchiha Itachi. What are you doing? Uchiha Itachi exclaimed, instinctively shielding himself and leaning back, feigning fear. You insufferable fool, Tsunade fumed, pulling out a scroll and hurling it at Uchiha Itachi before returning to her seat. What is this? Uchiha Itachi asked curiously as he opened the scroll, his breath quickening. It contained the record of the super strength technique. Tsunade was renowned for her prowess in this technique, dominating the ninja world with it. Tsunade, thank you, but I cannot accept this, Uchiha Itachi said, rising to return the scroll to her. Tsunade stood as well, pressing her hand against the scroll, shaking her head. Itachi, I nearly caused you harm, so you must accept it, no matter what. With both standing and leaning towards each other, the distance between them was mere inches. Tsunade suddenly felt bashful, lowering her gaze, only to inadvertently meet Uchiha Itachi's lips. At that moment, she was overcome with an impulsive desire to bite them. Startled by her own thought, Tsunade blushed fiercely and sank back into her seat, too embarrassed to look up. How mortifying. Chapter 18. Uchiha Itachi, never lie. Entering the wet-bone forest. Tsunade, you have misunderstood. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot train. You know that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan can replicate others' jutsu. I have mastered quite a few. Yet I am too afraid to practice or use them. Thus, these techniques are of no use to me. If I give you the super strength technique, I will find a way for you to train. Tsunade insisted, producing another scroll and handing it to Uchiha Itachi. This is a contract scroll? Uchiha Itachi felt a swell of emotion, not from gratitude, but because Tsunade had finally come to her senses. Guilt was indeed a powerful motivator. Uchiha Itachi did not wish for Tsunade to feel overwhelmed with guilt. He did not harbor any dislike for her, but survival necessitated certain actions. Among the influential figures in the village, Tsunade was the only one he could approach and leverage. Now that everything was falling into place, Uchiha Itachi was poised to rise to prominence. His voice quivered slightly. Tsunade, you truly do not need to go to such lengths for me. This is something the village owes you. Tsunade shook her head, concern etched on her face. My great-grandfather, my teacher, and I all owe you greatly. With the two scrolls laid side by side, Uchiha Itachi suddenly confessed, Tsunade, I find myself feeling a bit afraid. You silly fool, this is a good thing. What are you afraid of? I fear that I lack the strength to survive, yet I also fear that if I gain power, I might commit terrible acts. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's heartfelt confession, Tsunade's last lingering worries evaporated. Despite her determination to assist him, she had felt a twinge of anxiety. Now, with Uchiha Itachi being so sincere, her concerns dissipated. As long as they maintained open communication, everything would progress positively. Itachi, you truly need not fear. I will always be by your side, Tsunade assured him. And I will no longer act foolishly. I will consult with you more often. Uchiha Itachi nodded, though his heart soared with joy. Indeed, sincerity was the ultimate weapon. I, Uchiha Itachi, pride myself on never lying, except for this one time. Seeing Uchiha Itachi no longer resisting, Tsunade eagerly pulled him to the scroll, slicing his finger with a chakra scalpel, letting his blood drip onto the scroll, thus sealing their blood pact. Itachi, follow my hand signs. Tsunade began to form the seals slowly, with Uchiha Itachi mimicking her. Once the summoning technique was completed, Uchiha Itachi slammed his hand on the ground. And with a resounding thud, a tiny thumb-sized slug appeared. Did it work? Tsunade exclaimed joyfully, having expected that Uchiha Itachi, with no prior foundation, would struggle with the summoning technique. Yet he succeeded on the first try. Although limited by chakra to summoning only a small slug at present, with time and practice, Uchiha Itachi would master the summoning technique entirely. As for the super strength technique, it was a ninjutsu concept proposed by her great-grandfather based on the Senju clan's innate strength. Once perfected, it would empower not only the Senju clan but even those outside of it. However, he passed away before he could delve deeper into his research. And it was Tsunade who ultimately refined the technique. As Tsunade began explaining the key points of the super strength technique from the scroll, a knock at the office door signaled the onset of busyness once more. However, they had agreed to meet in the Whetbone Forest that night. Tsunade would arrive first and then request the Slug Sage to use reverse summoning to bring Uchiha Itachi over. With this agreement, Uchiha Itachi felt invigorated throughout the afternoon, not merely because they would have time alone, but because his Flying Thunder God technique could finally commence training. At that point, all threats would cease to exist for him. This was the Flying Thunder God. Even a mere genin, once mastering the technique, could rival elite J-nin in strength. And even a Kaga-level ninja could fall prey to it if not careful. Just like the seemingly worthless Uchiha Obito, once he awakened his Manjiki Sharingan and could use Kimui, he instantly attained Kaga-level power. Some ninjutsu defies reason. Around 10 o'clock at night, after telling a story to Minato to lull him to sleep, Uchiha Dan lay on the adjacent bed, awaiting the summons of fate, Tsunade. He was fully focused, anticipating that moment of being called, eager to experience the spatial fluctuations generated by the space-time ninjutsu. This was, of course, preparation for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Before long, Uchiha Dan suddenly sensed something and vanished from his bed. Having maintained his keen perception, he felt a powerful spatial disturbance from the recent teleportation. In an instant, he gained significant insight. However, when he became aware of the numerous soft, slimy sensations surrounding him, Uchiha Dan felt a shiver run down his spine, his skin prickling with goosebumps. Indeed, humans possess an innate aversion to such tactile sensations. Upon rising, Uchiha Dan looked around and found himself beneath a verdant canopy, where towering trees blocked out the sun, their interwoven branches forming an impenetrable barrier. The crisscrossing trunks and clustering leaves obscured the sky, allowing only a few stray beams of sunlight to filter through the gaps. Countless small slugs scattered throughout the dense forest curiously gazed at him. Experiencing the heavy humidity enveloping his body, a faint sting on his skin, and the burning sensation with every breath he took, Uchiha Dan felt an overwhelming discomfort. So, this is the Whetbone Forest? He had not anticipated the pervasive corrosive gas. It was no wonder it bore such a name. Any ordinary creature in this environment would soon be reduced to a damp skeleton, and given more time, even the bones would likely dissolve. Dan, over here. Tsunade waved to him from a short distance. Uchiha Dan hurried over to her, following Tsunade as they moved in a particular direction. Tsunade, is the entire Whetbone Forest like this? Uchiha Dan asked, furrowing his brow. Despite being the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world, his body lacked the innate regenerative abilities Tsunade possessed, nor did he have the Ein Seal, a technique that allowed for instantaneous healing. In such an environment, he would not withstand the test for long. No, Tsunade shook her head, explaining, theoretically, the reverse summoning technique can bring you directly to the Sage of Slugs. However, the Sage's body is so enormous that he has divided himself into countless smaller slugs, which sometimes leads to inaccuracies in the reverse summoning. Because he is everywhere? Uchiha Dan asked, somewhat exasperated. Tsunade nodded, equally resigned. In their eyes, they both saw the unspoken word, unreliable. However, this was the territory of the Sage of Slugs. Even if he had a gentle temperament and did not hold grudges, they refrained from expressing their thoughts, as basic courtesy was still imperative. Chapter 19. The journey of cultivation begins 5 minutes later. The swift Uchiha Dan and Tsunade arrived at the foot of a mountain and began their ascent. Before long, they beheld the colossal form of the Sage of Slugs. Is this the Sage of Slugs? Uchiha Dan exclaimed in awe, gazing at the immense figure, towering at 500 meters. No, that is merely a part of the Sage of Slugs. Tsunade clarified, the Sage's main consciousness resides within this portion. No one has seen the complete form of the Sage of Slugs. Uchiha Dan, astonished, cast a peculiar glance at Tsunade. Who was it that claimed they could summon 1/10 of the Sage of Slugs? Clearly, you haven't even summoned a fraction of this small portion. Uchiha Dan mused, puzzled. The Sage of Slugs was a sage, on par with the White Snake Sage and the Toad Sage. Could the likes of the Great Serpent and Toad Bunta even be compared to him? Even 1/10 of the Sage of Slugs should easily surpass the likes of the Great Serpent and Toad Bunta, yet they had not made a remarkable impression. Truly unworthy of the title of sage. Realizing it was merely a fragment of a fragment put everything into perspective. Fortunately, Uchiha Dan understood that the Sage of Slugs was gentle. Otherwise, he might have been frightened to death by such a mountainous size. After a considerable climb, Uchiha Dan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the higher they ascended, the less corrosive the gas became. By the time they reached the summit, the air was nearly indistinguishable from that of the outside world. "Hello, Uchiha Dan." The Sage of Slugs greeted him in a soft voice. "Do you wish to learn sage arts?" "Hello, Sage of Slugs. Can I truly learn?" Uchiha Dan felt invigorated at the sage's inquiry. Without a word, the Sage of Slugs swallowed Uchiha Dan whole. Uchiha Dan remained unperturbed. Upon entering the sage's body, he felt as though he had entered another realm. The next moment, countless natural energies surged toward him, washing over his body like a flowing river. Closing his eyes to fully absorb the sensation, he astonishingly discovered that this natural energy resonated perfectly with him. In an inexplicable moment, Uchiha Dan drew a thread of natural energy into his being. As he balanced his physical energy, spiritual energy, and this strand of natural energy, a trace of sage chakra began to manifest within him. Though minimal, the experience felt utterly organic. This was Uchiha Dan's innate talent, independent of Senju Tobirama's influence. Elated, Uchiha Dan realized he possessed such potential. After expelling him, the Sage of Slugs nodded in satisfaction, saying, "I can sense your high sage arts aptitude. You are well suited to learn the sage arts of my wet-bone forest." "Hey!" Tsunade felt a wave of frustration upon hearing the Sage of Slugs' words. It was a deep-seated frustration. Tsunade had no aptitude for sage arts, a lingering regret she had carried for years. While she had accepted this, knowing that the sage arts of the wet-bone forest were the most challenging to master, and only Senju Hashirama had succeeded, the fact that Uchiha Dan could learn was infuriating. Why did he deserve it? Nonetheless, she merely grumbled inwardly, genuinely happy for him. After all, it was her suggestion that Uchiha Dan learn sage arts from the Sage of Slugs, so jealousy was not truly in her heart. Tsunade was solely focused on ensuring Uchiha Dan acquired sufficient strength for self-preservation to no longer face the threat of death. Mastering sage arts meant he would indeed gain the power of self-defense. Before long, he could live openly in Konoha. Tsunade learned from Hashirama's experiences that when an individual possesses sufficient strength, they cannot be bound by rules. Such individuals often create the rules for others to follow. When Uchiha Dan was capable of establishing the rules, who in Konoha would dare to provoke him? Thus, after 7 years of repression, Uchiha Dan finally embarked on his journey of cultivation. Naturally, the one who volunteered to be his teacher was Tsunade. For the following month, Uchiha Dan was summoned to the wet-bone forest every night. The method he and Tsunade used to enter the wet-bone forest involved Tsunade summoning a small slug to notify the Sage of Slugs to reverse summon both her and Uchiha Dan. Their exit method from the wet-bone forest was akin to Naruto's strategy during his battle with Pain, where he left a shadow clone at Miyaboka Mountain, which was later summoned back to Konoha by Fukasaku. They would leave a shadow clone at their respective homes, which would summon their true selves back using the summoning scroll after a designated period. Over the past month, Uchiha Dan has been absorbing the principles of various ninjutsu and battle experiences from Tsunade while diligently learning the art of superhuman strength. Simultaneously, he has been experimenting with and familiarizing himself with the ninjutsu he has mastered, as well as practicing the sage techniques of the wet-bone forest, rendering his days extraordinarily fulfilling. On the summit of a towering mountain in the wet-bone forest, Uchiha Dan swiftly retreats to evade Tsunade's attacks, his hands moving with lightning speed. The six-path seal is completed in an instant, the movements of his hand seals barely perceptible. With a deep inhalation, as his body retreats, his chest expands as if to draw in the very air around him. During this process, the chakra within Uchiha Dan surges wildly, countless fire elements rapidly coalescing in his throat. In the next moment, a torrent of flames erupts from his mouth, swiftly forming into a massive fireball that hurtles towards Tsunade. As the fireball travels, the surrounding air distorts under the intense heat, producing a series of explosive sounds. Simultaneously, Tsunade, having sensed the impending danger, stomps her right foot onto the ground, causing the earth to shatter and a multitude of rocks to rise into the air. Just as the fireball approaches, Tsunade's blue chakra surges powerfully, striking the largest floating rock with a fierce kick. However, rather than shattering as anticipated, the rock is propelled toward the fireball by the explosive force of her kick. Utilizing the momentum from the kick, Tsunade descends rapidly, and upon touching the ground, she lightly taps it with her chakra-encased toes, launching herself like a cannonball in pursuit of the rock. Remarkably, throughout this entire sequence, the ground remains unscathed. This is the ultra-precise mode of the superhuman strength technique, a culmination of years of hard work inspired by Uchiha Duan and the insights of her granduncle and uncle. It represents an advanced version of the superhuman strength technique. Compared to her previous displays of destructive force, Tsunade's energy in this mode is remarkably contained, allowing her to move with terrifying speed, akin to a body flicker technique. In this ultra-precise mode, Tsunade embodies unparalleled speed, explosive power, destructive capability, and extraordinary recovery potential. Elaborate ninjutsu has become inconsequential for her. This all transpires in an instant. Visibly, the immense rock clears a path through the flames, with Tsunade closely following behind, narrowly escaping the scorching heat. Upon witnessing the rock hurtling through the fireball, Uchiha Duan retreats, his feet barely touching the ground as he rapidly gathers chakra in his right fist, launching an attack. Superhuman strength. At the moment his fist collides with the rock, the hardened surface explodes, and Uchiha Duan uses the rebound force to continue his retreat. Almost simultaneously, Tsunade, having reached him, delivers a powerful kick to his chest before he can brace himself. Boom. Uchiha Duan's body instantly disperses into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone technique. Meanwhile, a water column the thickness of a wrist shoots towards Tsunade from 10 meters away. Anticipating this, Tsunade's chakra adheres to the ground as she lands, leveraging the immense suction to lower her body and narrowly evade the water column. As she dodges, Tsunade leaps aside, avoiding another water column that descends like a blade. The hard rock splits in half upon contact with the water column, yet the assault does not relent. It sweeps horizontally towards Tsunade. Water release, water cutter technique. Developed by Senju Tobirama, this ninjutsu expels a high-pressure water column that cuts through targets like a sharp blade. However, Tsunade skillfully evades it once more, charging back toward Uchiha Duan. At this moment, the water column ceases its assault. "Let us see how you dodge this," she declares as she appears above Uchiha Duan, delivering a crushing kick downward. After training together for so long, Tsunade has become intimately familiar with Uchiha Duan's abilities. While he can utilize lower-level ninjutsu through shadow clones, techniques like water release, water cutter require him to retract his clones and perform them with his main body. Not everyone possesses the boundless chakra of Naruto Uzumaki, capable of recklessly using high-level techniques like wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Nor does everyone have the capacity of a reincarnated Madara, who can unleash a complete Susanoo with shadow clones. Uchiha Duan's talent is remarkable, yet his chakra levels currently align with that of an average shadow-level shinobi, incapable of extravagant expenditure like a Jinchuriki. In a moment of panic, Uchiha Duan, unable to cast another jutsu, concentrates his chakra throughout his body and raises his left arm to block. Boom. The clash sends shockwaves through the ground, causing cracks to radiate outward from Uchiha Duan's feet for dozens of meters. In the ensuing turmoil, he spins through the air, using the momentum to lessen the impact, then retaliating with a kick aimed at Tsunade, who has just landed. Tsunade, however, is prepared, countering with a punch that collides forcefully with his descending leg. The impact generates a violent gust of wind, lifting the already fractured ground and lowering the terrain significantly. Uchiha Duan had intended to create distance with the rebound, but as soon as he moves, Tsunade appears before him, launching a relentless barrage of strikes. Thus begins a fierce exchange of physical techniques, with both combatants rapidly shifting positions, trading blows in an intense display of skill. Having only recently begun to master the superhuman strength technique, less than 10 days, and lacking experience in combat, Uchiha Duan finds himself at a disadvantage against Tsunade. With no alternative, he is forced to engage in physical combat, leaving no opportunity to utilize ninjutsu. As the furious exchange continues, Uchiha Duan gradually finds himself on the back foot. Fortunately, His rigorous training in chakra enhancement over the past 6 years has endowed him with formidable physical capabilities and remarkable reflexes, enabling him to hold his own against Tsunade. Yet, the disparity in their physical prowess remains evident. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Duan lies on the ground, gasping for breath, once again concluding their training session as the defeated. Before his journey into this world, Uchiha Duan had underestimated Tsunade's strength. After all, not every martial arts ninja is like Might Guy, who erupts into the 8 gates at the slightest provocation. However, after facing Tsunade in battle, he realizes the folly of his assumptions. He has gravely misjudged her. Driven by his influence, Tsunade has dedicated herself to her training over the years, transforming from the laziest of the legendary 3 into the most diligent of them all. She has even given up gambling, investing all her time in training and researching medical ninjutsu. This has led to Tsunade, who is inherently gifted, being significantly stronger than Orochimaru and Jiraiya during this period, having undoubtedly reached the level of a Kage. Most importantly, Tsunade continues to progress. Her potential is so remarkable that it can only be described as terrifying, as though the heavens have bestowed upon her a bountiful gift. In the original trajectory, Tsunade, who had been negligent in her training for over 20 years, was able to unleash formidable Kage-level combat power during the 4th Great Ninja War. Now, given her unwavering diligence, one can scarcely imagine the heights she may yet achieve. However, while Uchiha Daisen is astonished by Tsunade's strength, it is Tsunade who is truly shocked. The rapid advancement of Uchiha Daisen leaves her astounded, exclaiming that he is nothing short of a complete monster. Just a month prior, Uchiha Daisen was a mere novice, utterly ignorant of ninjutsu and combat. Yet now, he is able to engage her in a back-and-forth exchange while she exerts her full strength. This is still without him utilizing Sage Mode or the Sharingan. Should he tap into Sage Mode, Tsunade would no longer be his match. If this trend continues for another month, he might easily overwhelm her in a standard bout. It should not be said that Uchiha Daisen's talent surpasses Tsunade's by such a margin. Over the past 7 years, although he has not formally trained, his contemplation of ninjutsu and combat has never ceased, having mentally simulated countless battles. However, the former Uchiha Daisen was merely a theorist, never having concretely executed any ninjutsu or fought in earnest. Thus, despite his astonishing talent, practical application necessitates a period of adaptation. Fortunately, with Tsunade as a patient and meticulous training partner, he has managed to integrate all his concepts into combat within just a month. Ultimately, Uchiha Daisen has only trained for a month. To be able to fight for 20 minutes against Tsunade, who has already reached the Kage level and is fully committed, without utilizing Sage Mode or the Sharingan, is nothing short of a miracle. Uchiha Daisen's remarkable rate of progress has led Tsunade to finally comprehend why her great-grandfather was cautious around him. Was it because he recognized Daisen's unparalleled talent and wished to extinguish it in its infancy? The reason being, he is an Uchiha. This revelation brings clarity to everything. Yet, Tsunade grows increasingly incensed. Just because he is an Uchiha, must he be denied the chance to realize his potential? Must his life be ruined? Must he be eliminated? Ultimately, it is her great-grandfather's ingrained prejudice that is at play. Are Uchiha ninjas not a part of Konoha's ninja community? Given her knowledge of Senju Tobirama, Tsunade believes that had Uchiha Daisen not belonged to the Uchiha clan, her great-grandfather might have nurtured him wholeheartedly, bolstering Konoha with a superlative warrior. The absurdity of being subjected to such limitations solely due to his surname is truly laughable. Chapter 21. Introduction to the Flying Thunder God Technique, with Kakashi's Minato Namikaze. If the village had adequately trained Uchiha Daisen from a young age, how formidable would he be by now? Tsunade dares not even imagine. Even if he cannot reach her grandfather's level, he would likely easily attain her great-grandfather's prowess, would he not? Yet merely because of his surname Uchiha? He has squandered all these years. As time passes, Uchiha Daisen's mastery of the strength of 100 technique will undoubtedly become more refined. Learning the ultra-precise mode of this technique is merely a matter of time, and enhancing his combat experience is an inevitability. Once Uchiha Daisen activates Sage Mode and the Manjiki Sharingan, combined with the Flying Thunder God technique he will soon master, one can only fathom how powerful he will become. The potential is nearly a foregone conclusion. Indeed, alongside his aforementioned training, Uchiha Daisen has also dedicated himself to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Each time he is transported back and forth through space, He focuses all his senses to experience the spatial fluctuations. After thoroughly familiarizing himself with the spatial nodes and pathways, he can validate all his prior conjectures about the Flying Thunder God technique. Thus, under Tsunade's watchful eye, Uchiha Daizen has made his entry into the technique, and it won't be long before he wields it with proficiency. Reflecting on this, Tsunade cannot help but lament that she should never have taught Uchiha Daizen the strength of 100 technique. Had she withheld it, she could have suppressed his progress for a longer duration. Yet she never anticipated that the technique she painstakingly developed over 2 years would be learned by Uchiha Daizen in less than a month. Uchiha Daizen, too, is hesitant to explain that he has been studying the strength of 100 technique for many years. It would not be an exaggeration to say he has long mastered it, merely waiting for the opportunity to practice. After all, even Senju Tobirama could not accomplish such mastery in just a month, and neither could Uchiha Daizen. Fortunately, Tsunade maintains a clear understanding of her role as a medical ninja. So if she cannot win, then be it. Once Uchiha Daizen has rested sufficiently, Tsunade reaches out to help him up. "Daizen, are you alright?" After assessing Uchiha Daizen, Tsunade inquires with concern. Uchiha Daizen chuckles. "Why do you ask every time? What could possibly be wrong with me? I just feel that if we continue to engage in such rigorous training, what if one day we inadvertently, if we do not give it our all, how can we progress?" Uchiha Daizen gently counters. "And have you forgotten our identities? We are the foremost medical ninjas in the ninja world. So as long as we don't kill each other, we can push ourselves to the limit without worry." Alright then. Sensing Uchiha Daizen's recent subtle detachment, Tsunade opens her mouth to say something more, but ultimately refrains. After concluding their training for the day, the two depart the wet-bone forest as usual. The following day, Uchiha Daizen yawns as he enters the office, gazing at the empty desk across from him with a complex mix of emotions. Having spent every day beside Tsunade, constantly feeling her intense gaze, he thought a brief separation would offer him relief. However, he found this not to be the case. Facing Tsunade's sudden day off, he felt a sense of loss. "I'm such a fool," he chastised himself, forcing his mind into his work. Having learned from past experiences, Tsunade no longer dares to act unilaterally regarding Uchiha Daizen. She consults him on everything, alleviating concerns about her inadvertently complicating matters. However, unbeknownst to him, Tsunade's day off is not due to any obligation, but rather a deliberate choice to visit Minato Namikaze. Recently, Tsunade has been feeling troubled. Although Uchiha Daizen has been spending time with her, their relationship has not progressed further. Thus, she decides to approach Minato, hoping to find some breakthrough. In a deserted training ground, Tsunade is taken aback to see Minato, who is as exhausted as Uchiha Daizen, lying on the ground, gasping for air. Originally, Tsunade intended to take advantage of Minato's day off to engage him in fun activities. She even gathered information about the favorite pastimes and delicacies of the children in Konoha. Preparing for the outing, to her surprise, Minato, being quite peculiar, expressed disinterest in going anywhere, and instead eagerly asked Tsunade if she could indulge him in a sparring match. Thus, they just engaged in a practice bout. "Tsunade, you have no idea how pent up I've been," Minato said, slowly sitting up with a satisfied expression after a while. "Because I've always been under surveillance, I've never dared to reveal my true power. The other ninjas at the academy are far too weak, leaving me with no opportunity to fight at full strength. Moreover, my elder brother forbids me from displaying my abilities. You cannot fathom how long I have awaited this momentous battle, where I can exert myself to the fullest. It is utterly exhilarating." What more could Tsunade possibly say? Her objective today was simply to bring joy to Minato, regardless of the means employed. His happiness was of paramount importance. Yet, she could not resist inquiring, "Minato, how is it that your strength is so formidable? At such a tender age, you have already reached the level of a nin. If it were merely a matter of exceptional talent and power, that would suffice. But how is it you possess such a diverse array of jutsu? And they clearly indicate extensive guidance from esteemed masters, which seems utterly implausible." Minato, in his usual innocent manner, scratched his head, remaining silent. "Is it because of your brother?" Tsunade ventured tentatively. Upon hearing her query, Minato was initially taken aback but soon recalled his brother's words about trusting Tsunade, and he nodded, saying, "Though my brother cannot practice, his understanding of ninjutsu is unparalleled. He has been instructing me since I was 2 years old." His assertion that his brother had been under constant surveillance, never daring to reveal his true prowess, caused Tsunade's fists to clench involuntarily. This young man, who had appeared so oblivious before me, had been concealing so much. As Uchiha Itachi had temporarily escaped danger, Tsunade gradually regained her composure over the past month, beginning to sense an unsettling disquiet. Numerous questions had arisen in her mind, causing her to reconsider some of the things Itachi had once said. How should I put it? Tsunade had begun to suspect that Itachi had been using her all along, concealing many truths and deliberately leading her astray in various matters. Yet, she had never dared to confront this thought, nor had she wished to. However, some matters lodged in her heart like a thorn, which is why her true purpose in seeking out Minato today was to glean some information that might confirm her suspicions. And your physique? Tsunade pressed, suppressing her emotions. I have met your parents. They are quite ordinary, unlike you, who is as robust as a wild beast. Minato chuckled and replied, Since I was 2, my brother has been providing me with medicinal baths made from rare herbs and has taught me the chakra body refinement technique. What is the chakra body refinement technique? Tsunade's heart skipped a beat as she hurriedly inquired. Minato hesitated for a moment before explaining. It is a body-strengthening ninjutsu he created, designed to guide chakra to stimulate and enhance body cells. Didn't your brother mention it? Upon finally piecing everything together, Tsunade's frustration erupted, and she punched a nearby tree, exclaiming, This guy, claiming to have innate strength, has been deceiving me all along. I shall not let him off easily. Chapter 22. Marula, you've caused a catastrophe. Tsunade, do you aspire to become Hokage? Tsunade's sudden fury startled Minato. However, she was too consumed by her emotions to pay him any heed. In that moment, she felt intensely mocked, igniting her rage. The thought of all the effort she had expended for Itachi, enduring so much guilt, only for him to have been performing for her benefit, left her unable to quell her anger. Tsunade's thoughts spiraled, as if Pandora's box had been flung open, and she could not halt the flood of realizations. This man had been deceiving her, manipulating her in many ways. Why had he chosen to deceive her? To survive? Tsunade genuinely empathized with the struggles Itachi had faced over the past 7 years. Even if she belatedly grasped certain truths, she could not fault him for his machinations in pursuit of survival, including drawing her into his schemes under the guise of needing her assistance. In truth, what truly occupied Tsunade's thoughts was not merely this deception, for she could rationalize that. What she genuinely cared about was the increasing warmth, acceptance, and shifting attitude Itachi had shown her, along with the occasional moments that quickened her heartbeat. Were they genuine? If all of this were true, and Itachi had evidently survived peril, why then did he continue to deceive her? If all of it were a fade, the mere thought sent Tsunade's mind spiraling into chaos, leaving her momentarily unsteady. All of it was a lie. All of Itachi's feelings for her were fabricated. Was everything merely a ruse to manipulate her? Furthermore, had she not come to Minato today and extracted some truths from him, she would still be in the dark about many things. Some matters had long been hinted at, and Tsunade had entertained doubts but had engaged in self-deception and consolation. However, now that the veil had been lifted, she could no longer indulge in self-deceit. Her mind was thoroughly in disarray. Sister Tsunade, are you all right? Minato asked cautiously, noticing her distress. Not only was Tsunade's mind in turmoil, but Minato's thoughts were also clouded, as he realized he might have inadvertently revealed information his brother had intentionally concealed from Tsunade, leading her to form some unfortunate conclusions. Marula, you have truly caused a catastrophe. At the Konoha hospital, Itachi had finally finished his shift. Glancing once more at the empty desk across from him, he felt an inexplicable unease creeping in. Am I being overly anxious? What could possibly have gone awry? Could it be that I am missing Tsunade? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Besides, they would see each other tonight. What was there to be concerned about? After archiving some documents and adjusting his mindset, Itachi left work in high spirits. However, upon returning home, he learned from Minato that he would be staying over at a friend's house and would not be returning that night. Itachi was momentarily amused. Had this little rascal gotten himself into trouble? Was he apprehensive about receiving a reprimand? Is this how you perceive your brother? When have I ever truly been angry with you? He paid no mind to Minato's antics. Children often had their peculiar moments. As night fell, Itachi prepared to be summoned to the wet-bone forest as usual, yet he found himself waiting in vain for the call from the Sage of Slugs. Puzzled, he furrowed his brow and expanded his senses, only to detect Tsunade's chakra by the small river where they had once conversed privately. Somewhat bewildered, Itachi hurriedly made his way to Tsunade's side. However, Before he could utter a word, he was met with her fierce expression and tear-stained eyes. Itachi, ever astute, immediately sensed that she had uncovered something, causing his heart to tighten. Yet, he quickly composed himself. Why should I be panicking? It was only a matter of time before the truth came to light, and this way, I could leave without burden. But suddenly, a wave of pain gripped him. What on earth was happening? This was illogical. Tsunade, in that moment of fury, exclaimed, "You intend to leave?" Itachi was taken aback, his eyes instinctively darting away as he contemplated how to placate her. Internally, he cursed Minato 100 times. At this juncture, he was well aware of who had stirred up this mess. No wonder Minato was suddenly reluctant to return home. He was genuinely afraid of incurring his wrath. This matter is far from over. After 10 seconds, Itachi exhaled deeply and nodded, saying, "Could you perhaps refrain from being so perceptive? It places me under considerable pressure." What he did not realize was that this was a tactic Minato later employed to deflect Tsunade's anger. He revealed his intentions to leave, hoping to distract Tsunade from the matter of Uchiha Dan's deception. However, Tsunade would never betray Minato Namikaze. She could only ask why. What other reason could there be? Uchiha Dan replied with a bitter smile. "For you, Konoha is home, a place of belonging. But for me, it feels like a prison. I have long desired to leave. I didn't depart earlier only because I lacked the opportunity, but now that the moment has arrived, why should I wait any longer? So, once you have fully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, you will leave?" Tsunade inquired again. "That is the plan," Uchiha Dan admitted, sighing. "At that point, I will fake my own death to escape. I am not a ninja. I am merely a doctor. Even if they suspect my death is a ruse, they will only investigate in secret, never making it public. So you must act as if you are unaware." "But the situation has changed," Tsunade nearly shouted. "You now possess the power to protect yourself, and I will fight tooth and nail to defend you. Why must you still leave?" "Because I fear that one day I might lose control and harm Tsubaki Kamachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo. Is that reason not sufficient?" Uchiha Dan replied with a pained smile. "Not enough. You are not an impulsive person. What do they intend to do to you?" Tsunade asked urgently. "Nothing." Uchiha Dan shook his head, sighing again. "Tsubaki Kamachi still expects me to work for her for free, and I refuse. Sarutobi Hiruzen is intent on acquiring my original medical ninjutsu, which I also do not wish to provide. That scoundrel Shimura Danzo constantly tells Hiruzen that he must eliminate me. The wicked Uchiha, at the earliest opportunity. It was he and Tsubaki who persuaded Hiruzen to change his mind 5 years ago. Even Senju Tobirama, who usually plays both sides, believes I should not remain, claiming my existence disrupts the unity among the village's upper echelons. Everything may appear calm now, and I have indeed passed this hurdle. But conflict is inevitable. As soon as tensions escalate, they will surely take action against me, and I will not remain passive. Are you leaving because of me?" Tsunade suddenly interjected. "What?" Uchiha Dan asked in surprise. He was genuinely astonished. How could Tsunade be so perceptive today? How could she see through everything? "Is it because of me that you have given up on your revenge?" After a long conversation with Minato Namikaze and reflecting on some hints from Uzumaki Mido, Tsunade had come to understand many details. Uchiha Dan, though not inherently bad, was not particularly magnanimous either. He had harbored thoughts of killing Tsubaki Kamachi for quite some time. Once he gained strength, he would undoubtedly act on it. But why had he suddenly changed his mind? Apart from considering her feelings, Tsunade could not think of any other reason, as Minato had also suggested. Having had his thoughts exposed by Tsunade, Uchiha Dan fell silent for a long while. Indeed, he no longer wished to suppress himself, which would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Konoha's higher-ups. However, he did not want to put Tsunade in a difficult position, so adhering to the original plan seemed the best choice. "I will not allow you to leave." Upon receiving the answer she sought, Tsunade stepped forward, grasping Uchiha Dan's hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You are so clever. You must have another way, right? Tell me, what should I do?" Uchiha Dan shook his head. "Why bother? Tell me." Tsunade insisted resolutely. "There are ways, but they are exceedingly difficult, and it would cause you great suffering. It is truly unnecessary. I want to know." Tsunade pressed on firmly. "Sigh." Uchiha Dan exhaled, then asked Tsunade, "Do you wish to become Hokage?" "What?" Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, unsure if she had misheard. But in the next instant, she realized. This was indeed a permanent solution. If she became Hokage, all issues would naturally resolve themselves. Yet, she had never contemplated this matter before. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still in the prime of his life, renowned as a formidable ninja, and had not exhibited any signs of incompetence over the years. To replace him at this juncture, you need not respond immediately. You may even refuse outright. It is of no consequence, Uchiha Dan comforted with a smile. Even if you decide after I have departed, I will still return to assist you. Moreover, I have a premonition that, even if not for my sake, the harsh realities may compel you to consider becoming Hokage. And what if, even if not for my sake, the harsh realities may compel me to consider becoming Hokage? Hearing Uchiha Dan's certainty, Tsunade asked, Dan, do you know something? I cannot currently provide you with any accurate intelligence or evidence. So are you certain you want to hear? Uchiha Dan inquired seriously. I want to hear. Tsunade, eager to grasp any means to retain Uchiha Dan, quickly asked. If there were indeed appropriate and suitable reasons, Tsunade might truly make a decision. All right. With resolution. Uchiha Dan began, Tsunade, during my 5 years in the pharmaceutical department, I have not only engaged in drug development, but have also uncovered some irregularities. The pharmaceutical department? What irregularities? Tsunade furrowed her brow, quickly asking. Ha. Uchiha Dan suddenly laughed, recalling something. Over the past 5 years, I have developed numerous new drugs, provided accurate formulations, and improved many medicines. Yet, during these 5 years, the reported loss rates of medicinal materials due to failed drug production by the pharmaceutical department have increased year after year. Additionally, at least 20% of the new drugs I developed have never appeared in Konoha, though they are not strategic drugs. When these two matters are combined, someone as intelligent as you should understand what is happening. Tsubaki Kamachi is using her power for personal gain? Tsunade clenched her fists, arriving at her conclusion. Uchiha Dan nodded, adding, in recent years, Tsubaki has been frequently visiting the logistics department, more often than at home. The result is that, despite the stabilization of the border and a reduction in frontline personnel, the frequency of material shipments out of the village has increased compared to before. My heavens! Tsunade felt a chill run down her spine. The two elder leaders of the village were secretly conspiring to exploit village resources for their own gain. What kind of situation was this? Dan, how did you come to know of this? Tsunade asked curiously. She was not doubting Uchiha Dan's words. She simply wanted to understand more details. As for Tsubaki, I cannot help but be aware. No one knows better than I the success rate of the formulations I adjusted. This is also the primary reason Tsubaki wishes to eliminate me, not merely due to personal animosity. As for Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Dan chuckled. I often appeared to be casually glancing at the village entrance to escape. Consequently, I meticulously observed everyone entering and leaving the village. Every person, every vehicle, every batch of materials, for 2 whole years, resulting in precise data collection. Senju Tobirama likely has no idea that this has been noticed. After all, who would be bored enough to watch the village entrance daily, tracking every vehicle for 2 years with such dedication? The guards at the entrance change shifts regularly, so even they did not notice anything unusual. Does Hiruzen not know? Tsunade questioned, voicing her doubt. Of course he knows. Uchiha Dan couldn't help but laugh. After all, Tsubaki's appetite is insatiable. While I am constantly improving formulas, she is continuously increasing losses. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not foolish. He has done nothing? Tsunade asked incredulously. He must have done something. Uchiha Duan continued his explanation, stating that Uzumaki Kanaharu had a few particularly irritable moments with him. On one occasion, she let slip a remark, saying, "It's one thing for Sarutobi Hiruzen to give me the cold shoulder, but how dare you, you wicked little imp, bring trouble upon me?" I was perplexed. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen possibly treat Uzumaki Kanaharu with disdain? Can you fathom it? Thus, I boldly speculated that her embezzlement had been exposed, leading to Sarutobi Hiruzen's displeasure and reprimand. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses a significant flaw. He is overly protective of his reputation, meticulously ensuring that his actions leave no trace, unwilling to allow even a hint of blemish on his name as Hokage. This is deemed a flaw rather than a virtue, for the allure of fame obscures one's vision. Whether driven by fame, fortune, or power, it ultimately stems from insatiable desire, which, once immersed in, can lead to the boundless inflation of one's cravings. Sarutobi Hiruzen's aversion to tarnishing his reputation gradually morphs into an obsession, and when he operates under such a mindset for an extended period, 2 possible outcomes may arise. The first, he may become utterly ruthless in pursuit of his reputation, disregarding personal ties. Should he act thus, I would find solace in the fact that he is wholly devoted to the village. Yet, it is evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not that type of individual. The second possibility, he begins to care deeply about how each person perceives him, treading carefully and anxiously, as if walking on thin ice. Do you comprehend the outcome of such behavior? His resolve would weaken, allowing those around him to influence his decisions. Particularly, those old acquaintances who know him well would find ways to manipulate him. For if even one person expresses disappointment in him, he would feel as if the sky had fallen, compelling him to cater to everyone's desires, especially when those three individuals conspire together. Can you imagine? A Hokage, making decisions while striving to please those around him, and his motivations are not to weigh options or stabilize situations, but simply out of fear that others may deem him unfit for the role of Hokage. Is it not absurd? This very fear has led Sarutobi Hiruzen to turn a blind eye to the corruption of others in higher echelons. That was 2 years ago. Yet Uzumaki Kanaharu has continued her misdeeds unabated, facing no repercussions to this day. Such a grave offense, if it occurred in another village, would surely lead to severe consequences from their respective leaders. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen has chosen to overlook it, feigning ignorance. Thus, I conjecture that he has not only condoned this behavior, but has also been dragged into the mire himself, evidenced by the sudden wealth of the Sarutobi clan, which has been investing lavishly in nurturing clan ninjas. You may not realize, even though I harbor a strong disdain for Uzumaki Kanaharu, I sometimes find her amusing. Her inability to keep her mouth shut is one of her defining traits. Occasionally, I merely need to provoke her slightly, and without prompting, she divulges many secrets, which is quite entertaining. This is also one reason why Uzumaki Kanaharu desires my demise. She is acutely aware that she has uttered a plethora of indiscreet remarks, and only my death would ensure these words remain forever unspoken. Chapter 24, Konoha's Shifting Tides. Uchiha Duan resumed, revealing another piece of intelligence gleaned from Uzumaki Kanaharu. Shimura Danzo has long sought to establish the root organization. Uzumaki Kanaharu once threatened me, saying, "Once Danzo's root is formed, you won't even know how you met your end, you wicked little imp." From that moment, I began to pay close attention to this matter. The so-called root is a clandestine department kept secret from all. The department's philosophy sounds grandiose, positioning itself as the shadow of the village, willing to go to any lengths to protect Konoha from external threats and internal turmoil. However, once this department is established, it would merely serve as Danzo's private army, dedicated solely to eliminating those he deems undesirable. If this organization truly comes to fruition, it could carry out any disgraceful acts without accountability, and no one would be the wiser. What do you think the outcome would be? Sarutobi Hiruzen has been subdued for years, living in constant trepidation, yearning to take action yet refraining due to his obsession with reputation. Once the root is established, Hiruzen could act with impunity, as someone else would shoulder the blame. Can you guess whether he would finally cast off his inhibitions? Upon concluding his account, Tsunade felt a chill run down her spine. Is this truly the Konoha leadership she has known? What manner of individuals are they, and what deeds have they committed? Corruption, self-interest, shielding criminals, and eliminating dissenters. Thus, my desire for you to become Hokage transcends self-interest, Uchiha Duan asserted earnestly. Should you disagree, I would have no choice but to depart and secretly groom my younger brother. Though he is still young, he will undoubtedly heed my guidance, albeit the process will require time. What say you, Kakashi Hitaki? Uchiha Duan suddenly called out to a great tree nearby. Kakashi's figure flickered and materialized before Uchiha Duan and Tsunade. Is what you just said true? Despite his mask, Kakashi's expression was one of profound darkness. Brother, you have been monitoring me for quite some time. How could you not know how often I visit the pharmaceutical department, or that I gaze at the scenery from the hospital rooftop daily? Uchiha Duan remarked with a grin. Of course, you can report our conversation to Sarutobi Hiruzen as you see fit, but I wonder who will meet their demise first, you or I. Kakashi's demeanor shifted, his voice laced with menace. Are you deliberately dragging me into this? He now possessed knowledge of countless dark secrets within Konoha. Should he report accurately, it was likely that he, not Uchiha Duan, would face the consequences. Given Kakashi's loyalty to Konoha rather than Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could he possibly report such matters? Ha ha ha, indeed. Brother, I am dragging you down with me. So, do you intend to kill me? Uchiha Duan replied with unyielding bravado. Tsunade was present, rendering it impossible for Kakashi to act against him. Moreover, He felt little fear of Kakashi now. If it came to blows, he could always flee. Kakashi's nature dictated that he would not confront him directly, choosing instead to keep this matter buried deep within. Uchiha Duan, why would you betray me? Kakashi demanded, visibly agitated. For all these years, out of sympathy and reluctance, I have merely observed you from a distance. I have never restricted your freedom or influenced your life. And I've even been cautious not to let my presence disturb your peace. Yet, you repay me with this? I have not betrayed you. Uchiha Duan retorted firmly. As long as you do not report today's events, you will remain safe. The power to decide lies with you. Furthermore, I am aiding you, saving you. Humph. You think I am easily deceived? Kakashi replied coldly. Indeed, I find you remarkably gullible, Uchiha Duan unabashedly admitted. You have been tailing me for over 4 years now. Have you not? I have played my part convincingly. Have you ever suspected my true nature? I often displayed despair, hopelessness, and melancholy in your presence, only to don a facade of cheerfulness before my foster parents and brother, all to elicit your sympathy. You have indeed fallen into my trap. As long as I do not contravene Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, you have consistently relaxed your restrictions to the extent that I often forgot you were shadowing me. You little brat. Have you been plotting against me all along? Kakashi seethed with rage. He had often contemplated how he would feel if he had a son who faced Uchiha Duan's circumstances. The thought alone filled him with sorrow. Yet here was this boy, playing him for a fool. How can you still have the audacity to speak? Uchiha Duan immediately ceased his actions, expressing his displeasure. When you were gravely injured, it was I who rescued you. And this is how you repay my kindness? Were it not for you, Tsukumo Hatake, I would have fled long ago. Do you truly believe that no one can impede Uchiha Duan? After calming his emotions, Uchiha Duan continued. Of course, it is not just I. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen likely deems you an easy fool to deceive. Young man, clarify your intentions. Hatake Tsukumo retorted in anger. Very well, then let us discuss this. Uchiha Duan replied earnestly. What is your standing in the Anbu? No one matches my prowess, Tsukumo boasted. Before revealing my true self, how much of a threat did I pose to the village? Virtually none. Do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen has lost his mind, or is simply foolish for assigning a skilled ninja like you to watch over me for over 4 years? During that time, how many tasks could you have accomplished for the village? How much could you have earned? Had you not been so preoccupied with watching me? You would have likely been married with children by now, with offspring capable of running errands. I never intended to marry so soon. Tsukumo shot back. Silence. Uchiha Duan fumed. Is this about marriage? The reason you were assigned to monitor me is that 4 years ago, you completed 10 A-rank missions and 22 B-rank missions in a single year. Many in the village recognized you as a rising star. However, you are not one to follow orders easily, and Sarutobi Hiruzen disapproves of you, wishing to stifle your burgeoning reputation. Furthermore, with Danzo Shimura whispering in his ear, labeling you as dangerous, what difference is there between you and me? Are we not both hindered by the village's upper echelon? Uchiha Duan was uncertain whether Tsukumo was aware of these intricacies, but he did not care. If Tsukumo was oblivious, he would enlighten him. If he already knew, it would merely reinforce the point. After all, ever since Tsukumo concealed the matter regarding Tsunade, he had effectively tied himself to Uchiha Duan's ship, with no hope of escaping. Meanwhile, Tsunade was left speechless, having witnessed Uchiha Duan's various displays of cunning. She had not anticipated that he had included Tsukumo in his schemes, and that it had begun over 4 years prior. However, she had no right to pity Tsukumo, as she too had been a victim of Uchiha Duan's machinations. Chapter 25. Look, he's getting anxious, Minato Namikaze thought. I'm going to die. What should I do? Uchiha Duan was fully aware of Tsunade's thoughts, but he was deliberate in his actions. As long as his intentions were not malevolent, but rather for self-preservation, he believed that the perceptive Tsunade would understand. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to feel increasingly reluctant to deceive her. Thus, Uchiha Duan turned to Tsunade and said, in the past, I was compelled to mislead you. But from now on, I vow to speak no falsehoods. You are the reason I can continue to exist openly, without the need for pretense. Upon realizing that Uchiha Duan had seen through her thoughts, Tsunade blushed and quickly retorted, Who cares about you? Yet, she believed his words. Today, upon inquiring, Uchiha Duan had openly shared his intentions to leave, along with the reasons behind it, and even called out to Tsukumo for a discussion. Regardless of Uchiha Duan's past intentions towards her, he had acted solely for survival. Moreover, in the past month, Uchiha Duan had treated her exceptionally well. so why should she hold grudges? Thus, Tsukumo, when I say I will assist you, I speak sincerely, Uchiha Duan continued. I can't be bothered with you. With that, Tsukumo performed a body flicker technique, reappearing on a nearby tree. Brother, remember this. I will be your steadfast ally. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out, and I shall do my utmost to aid you. Uchiha Duan shouted towards Tsukumo, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine, drenched in cold sweat. If someone overheard, the consequences would be dire. Shut up, Tsukumo retorted, his entire being cold with trepidation. He is panicking, Tsunade. Look, he is panicking. When they had once gazed at the moon together, he had called her young master. And now, time had passed, and he dared to call her a fool. Tsukumo gripped the branch tightly, his teeth clenched in frustration, his fingers turning pale. What moon gazing? When did I ever call you young master? Don, enough. The elder has not wronged you, Tsunade interjected hastily, not wanting Tsukumo to truly lose his temper. Very well. Uchiha Duan decided not to provoke Tsukumo further, realizing that this individual would be an ally in the future, since Tsukumo had not harmed him. The evidence of his 2 prior omissions could not be disregarded, ensuring he would never side with Sarutobi Hiruzen. It must be said, Tsukumo's character was ill-suited for the Anbu. He was too forthright and had too many steadfast ideas. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen sought to control him in this manner, and relocating him elsewhere would be even less appropriate. Hence the forced recruitment. Once Tsukumo was released, with his strength, his reputation would become uncontainable. Although Uchiha Duan was irritated by Tsukumo's presence, he acknowledged that Tsukumo's discreet support had been genuine. Duan, I will verify what you have said, Tsunade stated seriously after a prolonged silence. If all of this is true, I promise you, but until then, you cannot leave. Tsunade was not disbelieving of Duan. Rather, this matter was of great significance. And deciding to become Hokage was not a matter to be taken lightly. Very well, but if you remain indecisive, I shall quietly depart. However, you need not fret. You may consult with Lady Mito regarding anything I have shared. She possesses greater clarity and insight. Understood. Tsunade nodded solemnly. After their parting, Uchiha Duan did not return home, but instead headed towards a residence near the Ninja Academy. At that moment, within a bedroom of the residence, Minato Namikaze was curled under the covers, trembling. He was acutely aware of Uchiha Duan's chakra presence, knowing he had gone to seek out Tsunade and was now heading his way. Having been steeped in Uchiha Duan's various schemes from a young age, he could easily deduce that their ruse had been uncovered, leaving him in a cold sweat. Minato, are you alright? A classmate expressed concern at his sudden distress. Rin, I'm going to die, what should I do? Minato exclaimed in a panic. His friend, Rin, was startled and quickly felt Minato's forehead, puzzled by the lack of fever. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door, causing Minato to tremble. Who is it? Rin's father asked, sounding somewhat displeased. Uncle Miyagi, it's Uchiha Duan. Here to see my brother. Uchiha Duan's voice resonated from outside. Miyagi quickly donned his clothes and rushed to the door. Dr. Duan, I never expected you to come. What an honor, please come in. Miyagi's life had been saved by Uchiha Duan, and while he may be brusque with others, he could never harbor discontent towards him, greeting him with great warmth. Because of this, Minato and Rin shared a close bond, able to visit his home at any time. Uncle, I apologize for visiting so late. However, I want to be entering. There are matters at home to attend to. I came to take Minato back, Uchiha Duan explained with a smile. Oh, all right. Minato, your brother has arrived, come out. Miyagi called out as he headed towards his son's room. That's it. I'm utterly doomed, Minato thought, despairing completely. However, he understood that such a calamity was inevitable. Evasion was futile, and he could only reluctantly step forward. Upon seeing Uchiha Duan's ominous smile, Minato Namikaze displayed a grin more grotesque than tears. Uchiha Duan merely chuckled darkly, causing Minato to instinctively shrink his neck. After exchanging pleasantries with Hamanaka Jin, Uchiha Duan seized Minato and departed. In the dimly lit training ground, Minato shivered in the gentle breeze. Yet, before he could start to defend himself, Uchiha Duan swiftly pulled him over and delivered a series of sharp slaps to his rear, admonishing, Did I not warn you against speaking out of turn, you little rascal? What were you thinking? Ouch, stop hitting me. Minato's cries echoed through the training ground. Why did you betray your brother? After venting his frustration, Uchiha Duan, feeling slightly calmer, demanded an explanation. But you told me to trust Tsunade-san. Minato protested, feeling wronged. Do you dare to retort? Uchiha Duan glared, preparing to strike again. No, no, that's not it. Minato clung to Uchiha Dan, hands firmly covering his behind, pleading fervently, "It's just that I can't bear to part with you, brother." At these words, Uchiha Dan's hand froze, a pang of emotion swelling within him. "Did I not tell you that I would leave only after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique?" "I will return often," he replied, still somewhat irritated. "But it's not the same." Minato's eyes brimmed with tears. "Even if I can see you frequently, it feels like you're always far away. If only you could stay in Konoha. Even if we couldn't meet every day, I would feel content." Uchiha Dan, moved by Minato's sentiment, released him and adjusted his clothing, chiding, "Do not think I am unaware of your scheme. You've caused trouble, and now you seek to atone for it in this manner? Hee. You told me that if a problem cannot be resolved, one should divert attention with a greater conflict. Right?" Minato grinned, knowing he had passed this test. "You should have seen how furious Tsunade was. The moment I mentioned your departure, her anger dissipated." Uchiha Dan could only chuckle in exasperation, vigorously rubbing Minato's face as he scolded, "You little rascal, while I've taught you to think critically, I never intended for you to apply all your cunning against me." Chapter 26. Mastering the Flying Thunder God. The arrival of Kushina Uzumaki, sister-in-law, 5 days later. "Is this the Flying Thunder God?" Uchiha Dan leaped between the office and his bedroom, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of traversing space. It was undeniably exhilarating. Next, he would lay the groundwork for Minato, aiming for him to master the Flying Thunder God technique before he turned 10. Upon returning to the office, Tsunade was left speechless. Uchiha Dan had vanished from her sight 12 times in the brief span since she last saw him. From this point onward, Uchiha Dan would be entirely safe. No one could threaten him again. Tsunade, meanwhile, resolved to make the most of her time. In recent days, she had been in frequent communication with her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, and her determination had solidified. Uchiha Dan was correct. Mito's insights were incredibly profound, and upon hearing the words Hiruzen Sarutobi has changed, Tsunade understood her stance. "Dan, can you accompany me to the village entrance tomorrow to meet someone?" Tsunade inquired, having noticed Uchiha Dan's momentary calm. "Me? To the village entrance?" Uchiha Dan was taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. "Is that a place I can go? With me? What do you have to fear?" Tsunade replied confidently, "I'm indifferent, but I worry about causing you trouble," Uchiha Dan explained, shaking his head. "Since it's inevitable that we will confront those individuals, we cannot be overly concerned about their opinions." Tsunade declared coldly, "I have made my decision." "So soon?" Uchiha Dan was astonished, aware that Tsunade had previously shown no interest in the position of Hokage. Now, just 5 days later, she had resolved to pursue it. Tsunade was a woman of unwavering conviction. Once she decided, there was no turning back. "All right, who are you going to meet?" "My sister." "Huh." Uchiha Dan was puzzled. "When did you have a sister?" "Not a biological sister, but a distant cousin from my grandmother's side. She will be coming to live with us." Kushina Uzumaki. The name sprang to Uchiha Dan's mind. His sister-in-law was arriving. He certainly had to welcome her. "All right, just let me know when." The next morning, Hiruzen Sarutobi received a report that Tsunade and Uchiha Dan were at the village entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. "Humph." The nearby Tonin Komatsu scoffed. "This Tsunade is becoming increasingly brazen. What if that wicked little brat escapes?" "With Tsunade present, I doubt he will run," Hiruzen replied, his expression darkening. "However, Tsunade is overstepping her bounds." "What should we do?" Komatsu asked. "That child is destined to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Can we simply allow Uchiha Dan to associate with him? With Mito-sama still alive and Tsunade in her infatuation phase with this boy, we cannot act overtly. But once Mito passes and Kushina becomes the Jinchuriki, matters will need to be addressed," Hiruzen concluded. After all, Uchiha Dan was, on the surface, a citizen of the village, free and without criminal record. His reputation was bolstered by the fact that he had healed many ailments, earning him great respect in Konoha. Most importantly, the directive from Senju Tobirama had been for him to live as an ordinary person. Yet, the reasons for targeting Uchiha Dan could not be publicly disclosed, as it would severely undermine the authority of Konoha's leadership. A Hokage, who condemned a child to a life of misery simply for a fleeting smile, would be the subject of ridicule. Thus, to deal with Uchiha Dan, they could not act recklessly and would have to operate in secrecy. Throughout Hiruzen's life, he had never openly harmed the villagers, and he was known for his humility and kindness, a paragon of virtue. As Hokage, he had diligently devoted himself to the village for many years. Yet, why did so many troubles arise that could tarnish his legacy? Reflecting on this, Hiruzen's confidence in Shimura Danzo's root organization wavered. Let this boy flaunt his arrogance for a while longer. Once he reveals those medical ninjutsu, I will personally deal with him, Komatsu remarked coldly. However, Uchiha Dan was untroubled by the concerns of Hiruzen and Komatsu. He was already devising a plan to showcase his prowess and demonstrate the Flying Thunder God technique soon. What would Hiruzen do then? Would he demand to hear the entire journey of Uchiha Dan's discovery of the technique? You inquire when I practiced? I simply mastered it in an instant. What can you do about it? As for his strength, I possess innate divine power. He was eager to see Hiruzen's expression when he exhibited physical prowess on par with Tsunade and the ability to traverse space with the Flying Thunder God. The likelihood was that Hiruzen would refrain from taking immediate action, not out of desire, but out of sheer helplessness. After all, this was the Flying Thunder God technique, unique in the ninja world since Tobirama Senju's passing. When danger arose, who could impede his escape? If he could not strike with certainty, his dignity would be irrevocably tarnished. Once Uchiha Danzai exhibited his formidable prowess and successfully escaped the grasp of Konoha, it was a scenario that Sarutobi Hiruzen would dread. After all, with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, Uchiha Danzai could return to Konoha at any moment to wreak havoc. Should that occur, it would be Sarutobi's clan. The Sarutobi, the Shimura, and the Uchiha that would suffer the most. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not oblivious to this potential threat. Thus, he would surely devise alternative strategies, leveraging the essence of his experience. Perhaps he would set an ambush, luring Uchiha Danzai into a trap for a swift sealing. However, with his unparalleled sensory abilities and a complete lack of trust in Konoha's higher-ups, Uchiha Danzai would not fall for such schemes. If both overt and covert attempts to eliminate him proved futile, Sarutobi Hiruzen would ultimately have to resort to softer tactics. Yet, this would lead them into Uchiha Danzai's realm of expertise, where the victor would be determined by their respective cunning. Uchiha Danzai's actions were motivated by a desire to assert maximum autonomy within Konoha. He had little to lose, unencumbered by the fear of reprisal. Though he had promised Tsunade he would not leave, his commitment was rooted in her feelings, not a genuine reluctance to depart. Being compelled to leave could hardly be deemed a betrayal of that promise. After 7 years of suppression, Uchiha Danzai's thirst for knowledge had reached a boiling point. His mind brimming with countless ideas awaiting validation and realization. He felt an intense fire within him, ready to ignite. As for the Namikaze family, with him serving as a deterrent from outside and Tsunade negotiating within the village, coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's penchant for maintaining appearances, there would be little cause for concern. As these thoughts swirled, a group emerged into the line of sight of Uchiha Danzai and Tsunade. Among them was a young girl, around 6 or 7 years old, the adorable Kushina Uzumaki. With her vibrant red hair, she was particularly captivating. Flanking her were 2 Uzumaki clan ninjas, accompanied by several Konoha shinobi. The Uzumaki clan shared many similarities with the Uchiha, boasting exceptional talents, a hint of pride, and striking appearances. Both clans had also faced tragic fates, their remarkable gifts inciting envy that ultimately led to their annihilation. Fortunately, that grim fate had not yet come to pass. However, the signs of the destruction of the land of whirlpools were beginning to surface. A year prior, rumors had begun circulating in the shinobi world that the Uzumaki clan possessed numerous powerful sealing techniques, capable of sealing tailed beasts without risk. The source of these rumors remained unknown, yet they quickly swept across the ninja world. Additionally, whispers began to circulate that the Uzumaki clan might possess sage bodies, endowing them with longevity and an innate abundance of chakra. This clan was also known for being volatile and difficult to engage with. The conclusion drawn was clear. Should the Uzumaki clan continue to grow in strength, they would become unmanageable and pose a threat to the entire shinobi world. Anyone with a modicum of sense understood that this was a deliberate attempt to incite fear. The motives were evident. Yet, astonishingly, nearly all ninja villages chose to believe the rumors, joining the chorus of those proclaiming the Uzumaki clan as a menace. Even the most arrogant among the Uzumaki felt an overwhelming sense of dread in the face of such brewing storms. They had offered explanations to the outside world, yet none paid heed. Those who wronged them seemed to grasp their injustice better than they themselves did. Thus, the Uzumaki clan reluctantly sent Kushina to Konoha, arranging for senior clan members to meet with Mito Uzumaki and Sarutobi Hiruzen, hoping that, in the event of danger to their homeland, Konoha would lend a helping hand out of respect for their long-standing alliance. Sister Tsunade. Upon spotting Tsunade approaching, Kushina immediately rushed forward to greet her. Their acquaintance was limited, having met only once before, which rendered Kushina somewhat shy. Kushina, it's been a while, Tsunade said, enveloping the young girl in a warm embrace. Her gentle smile easing Kushina's nervousness. Hello, Kushina. It's a pleasure to meet my sister-in-law, Uchiha Duan chimed in with enthusiasm. Big brother, hi? Are you Tsunade's boyfriend? Kushina inquired with wide, curious eyes. Tsunade shot Uchiha Duan a reproachful glance, her cheeks flushing as she feigned composure. We're just good friends. The matter of being a couple required mutual acknowledgement. Though Tsunade was unbothered, Uchiha Duan's lack of recognition left her feeling embarrassed. Yes, very good friends. Uchiha Duan added with a smile. Oh, Kushina's innocent demeanor brought laughter to both Uchiha Duan and Tsunade as they proceeded towards Konoha. Throughout the journey, Uchiha Duan regaled Kushina with tales of Konoha's delectable treats, delightful beverages, and enjoyable activities, occasionally sharing a joke to alleviate her tension, leaving Tsunade with little opportunity to interject. Observing Uchiha Duan's patient and gentle demeanor towards Kushina stirred a complex mix of emotions within Tsunade. He showed respect towards Mido Uzumaki, kindness towards Rope Tree, and warmth towards the newly acquainted Kushina. Even towards his great-grandfather, Senju Tobirama, his resentment had dissipated. For anyone connected to Tsunade, Uchiha Duan presented his finest self, which deeply moved her. Yet, with Tsunade, he remained indifferent, maintaining a facade of neutrality. Upon returning to Konoha, Tsunade promptly led Kushina and two other members of the Uzumaki clan to meet with Mido Uzumaki. Uchiha Duan did not accompany them. Instead, he returned home to await Namikaze Minato, preparing to convey important matters. He was uncertain whether the incident involving the Cloud Ninja kidnapping Kushina would occur, but he was resolute that he could not allow his sister-in-law to escape. In the realm of the shinobi, one must seize the opportunity for romance early. After acclimating to her new home for 3 days, Tsunade personally escorted Kushina to a spot just 100 meters from the school entrance on the 4th morning. Her intention was to alleviate any pressure Kushina might feel while interacting with her classmates, thus instructing her to conceal her identity. Just then, Uchiha Duan arrived with Namikaze Minato, his expression one of incredulity. Was it truly necessary to escort her all the way to the entrance? The Ninja Academy was not merely a place for academic learning. It was a crucible for forging emotionless warriors. The students here were all spirited and combative. A transfer student is inherently susceptible to being targeted, and it is crucial to establish a commanding presence from the outset to facilitate harmonious interactions with classmates in the ensuing days. At that time, Tsunade may very well choose to adopt a more hands-off approach. The thought of Kushina, with her remarkable background, enduring daily bullying at the Ninja Academy left Uchiha Duan feeling that Tsunade was rather oblivious. Fortunately, Uchiha Duan had already devised a plan. Tsunade, Kushina, good morning, Uchiha Duan declared as he guided Minato Namikaze toward the sisters who were about to part ways. I recall you seldom escort Minato to school. What is the occasion today? Tsunade inquired with curiosity. This little rascal gets along with everyone, usually attending classes with his peers, so I hardly concern myself with it, Uchiha Duan replied, ruffling Minato's hair with a smile. But today is different. Minato. Uchiha Duan crouched down, asking earnestly, do you remember the things we've discussed in recent days? I remember, Minato replied with a serious expression. He then approached Kushina and greeted her warmly. Hello, I'm Minato Namikaze. My brother mentioned that since you're new to the school, you might feel out of place. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask me. If anyone dares to bully you, I will stand up for you. Minato raised his small fist, trying to appear fierce, but his innocent and diminutive appearance rendered his display rather endearing, eliciting laughter from both Tsunade and Uchiha Duan. Kushina's eyes brightened as she observed Minato, then glanced at Uchiha Duan, ultimately nodding earnestly at Minato. She suddenly realized that this initially unappealing character seemed different from her expectations. Although Tsunade and Uzumaki Mido had treated Kushina well over the past few days, their limited interaction had prevented them from truly connecting. Being thrust into the Ninja Academy had undoubtedly left Kushina feeling apprehensive. Uchiha Duan's arrangements and Minato's assurances were precisely what she needed at that moment. A few simple words had instilled a sense of calm within her, accompanied by a flicker of anticipation. She was curious to see if Minato would indeed uphold his promise should anyone dare to bully her. Wait, Tsunade interjected, somewhat bewildered. Dan, what is going on here? I'm helping Kushina acclimate to her new environment. Uchiha Dan responded nonchalantly. Are you sure you're not orchestrating any trouble? Tsunade pressed, growing anxious. The way you put it, it sounds like I want to cause chaos, but I wouldn't stoop so low as to disrupt a group of children. Come on, just trust me. After entering the academy, Minato headed directly to the classroom, while Kushina proceeded to the teacher's office, as directed by Tsunade. Outside the school gate, Tsunade, feeling a twinge of anxiety, asked, Dan, is your plan really foolproof? I have a feeling something might go awry. Rest assured, my brother is quite capable. Uchiha Dan replied, leaving Tsunade speechless. Are we even discussing the same thing? Chapter 28. Opening the door for my brother, the assertive Minato Namikaze Tsunade. If you genuinely wish for Kushina to integrate into Konoha this morning, you must be a bit protective, Uchiha Dan stated earnestly, no longer teasing Tsunade. What do you mean? Tsunade queried, somewhat confused. When a person is internally anxious and unsettled, they instinctively seek comfort. If they fail to find it, despair follows, Uchiha Dan elucidated. At such a time, if someone can alleviate her anxiety, she will immediately develop a fondness for that person. Thus, you cannot merely show kindness to Kushina in daily life. You must also be attentive to her school experiences. Protect her where you can, so she can truly assimilate into Konoha. Tsunade pondered this and nodded, saying, I understand. However, she still harbored some concerns. What if fights break out? Let them fight. We'll handle it later, Uchiha Dan responded dismissively. But will this not lead to poor lessons for the children? Encouraging them to retaliate when bullied. How could that teach them anything good? Uchiha Dan scoffed. Those who allow their children to bully others are the ones truly failing as parents, raising the next generation of scoundrels. Moreover, did you not say that you have no expectations for Kushina other than wishing for her to grow up happily? If she is bullied daily at school, how can she possibly be happy? What exactly are you worried about? When it comes to fighting at school, who can match you? What could possibly happen? Tsunade found herself reassured by the last statement. After all, during her own school days, she had fought her way through, and how many students had escaped her wrath? Thus, an occasional scuffle didn't seem too significant. Yet, she wondered, would Minato be able to handle such situations? He could take on the whole school without a hitch. My methods of training him are far from gentle, Uchiha Dan declared confidently. Well, that was pointless. Tsunade sighed in exasperation, pondering why he seemed fixated on unleashing his brother. She did not worry about Minato's strength, having witnessed it firsthand. Her concern lay with whether this innocent and naive child could assert himself. However, Uchiha Dan remained oblivious to Tsunade's apprehensions, feeling a sense of anticipation instead. Just joking. When Minato was 2, Uchiha Dan had discreetly siphoned off numerous precious medicinal herbs from the supply provided by Haruno Sakura to prepare medicinal baths for him. As he grew older, the variety of baths evolved, enhancing Minato's potential comprehensively. Of course, Uchiha Dan also benefited, albeit not as significantly as Minato, whose early exposure to medicinal baths yielded remarkable results. Furthermore, by the age of 3, Minato had mastered the chakra extraction technique and chakra body refinement technique, both of which had been improved by Uchiha Dan. Periodically, Uchiha Dan would also utilize acupuncture to help Minato unblock his meridians. Coupled with his most scientific and effective guidance over the years, Uchiha Dan held no doubt that no one at the Ninja Academy could rival Minato. Should a confrontation arise, even a regular Chunin instructor would find themselves outmatched, despite Minato being merely 7 years old. As Tsunade and Uchiha Dan made their way toward the hospital, Kushina, under the guidance of her teacher, entered the classroom. As all the students laid eyes on Kushina, a hush fell over the room as they turned to look at her. Suddenly confronted with so many unfamiliar gazes, Kushina felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. But upon spotting Minato, she gradually regained her composure. Hello everyone. I'm Uzumaki Kushina. Wow, look at the color of her hair. It's so strange. A boy's irritating voice rang out as he loudly addressed his companion, showing no regard for Kushina's feelings. A familiar and cliché scenario began to unfold. Yeah, I've never seen red hair before, chimed in the boy behind him. Ha ha ha, her hair looks like a tomato, how ugly. The first boy continued to mock, and she looks so weak. Can someone like her even become a ninja? This boy, named Tanaka Genji, was notorious for his bullying at school, often relying on his ninja brother to defend him when he faced consequences. Despite having been reprimanded by Minato on several occasions, his despicable nature remained unchanged, and he was now unable to control himself. Kushina felt her face flush with embarrassment as she was publicly ridiculed, and she immediately felt compelled to respond with something to intimidate them. "I've got it." Uzumaki Kushina thought quickly, ready to declare that she intended to become the first female Hokage of the village, hoping to terrify her tormentors. Just then, Minato slammed his hand on the desk and stood up, exclaiming, "Teacher, this guy, Tanaka Genji, is publicly humiliating our new classmate. Aren't you going to do something about it?" Suddenly faced with this moral dilemma, the homeroom teacher appeared taken aback. The Ninja Academy was not a place for nurturing delicate flowers, but rather a training ground for ninjas. As long as it is not excessive. This is actually an encouragement for competition. The teacher laughed casually, believing that the new student would not mind, and that everyone should take care of each other in the future. Who would care for that guy? Tanaka Genji's irritating voice continued to mock, "And you, Namake's Minato, mind your own business. We still have a grudge to settle." The memory of being reprimanded by Namake's Minato for bullying other students made him seethe with anger. However, before he could finish his sentence, darkness enveloped him. A shoe sole was forcefully pressed against his face, sending him flying from his seat to the podium, landing right at the teacher's feet. Kushina quickly covered her mouth, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. "Isn't this more exhilarating than me pretending to declare that I want to become the female Hokage? Moreover, how did I even come up with such a cringeworthy line? If I actually shouted it out, I would probably be laughed at for a long time." Thankfully, Minato intervened. "But is it really all right for him to act like this in front of the teacher? No, it was a kick. You listen well, Kushina is my friend. If you mess with her, you are messing with me," Minato declared with hands on his hips, exuding an air of authority. Having been raised by Uchiha Danzo, Minato's character had undergone a tremendous transformation. Although his underlying kindness remained, he was now resolute when confronting bullies. He had heard from his brother that the third Hokage's weakness and indecisiveness were leading the village into a deep abyss. His brother had also said that such a character was unfit for the Hokage position. Otherwise, the villagers would only be able to watch helplessly as they were bullied. To become Hokage, one must display strength and stand up in times like these. Moreover, the one being bullied was the sister of his future sister-in-law. "I will kill you. I will kill you," Tanaka Genji shouted, covering his face as he stood up. "My brother will definitely not let you off." The homeroom teacher felt a headache coming on. How did a fight break out, especially in front of him? However, Tanaka's family was notoriously difficult to deal with, and if he didn't handle this well, he would not have peace for a long time. Minato was usually easy to talk to and gentle with everyone. Thinking of this, the teacher immediately scolded, "Minato, how can you bully your classmates?" Minato thought he had misheard. "Teacher, you turned a blind eye when this guy was bullying the new student. Now that I helped the new student, you suddenly become proactive? Besides, he just said he would kill me and that his brother would not let me off. Why didn't you intervene then?" Regardless, it is wrong to resort to violence, especially in front of the teacher. The teacher continued to reprimand. "I understand." Minato nodded thoughtfully. "You are right, teacher." A cold smile crept across Minato's heart. His brother was right. The kind are often bullied, and the gentle are often taken advantage of. People frequently act irrationally, focusing only on their own interests and avoiding harm. They compromise when faced with a bully and take advantage of those who are easy to deal with. With that thought, Minato used the body flicker technique to appear before Tanaka Genji, looking down at him. "You trash, if you dare to speak disrespectfully again or bully your classmates. I will block you at the school gate every day. But don't worry, my brother is the best doctor in Konoha. As long as I don't kill you, he will definitely treat you, for free." With that, Minato returned to his seat and said, "Teacher, I didn't lay a hand on him." The teacher felt his authority was severely challenged, breathing heavily with anger. "Minato, you have gone too far." "Me? Haha. He insulted the new student in front of you." "I insulted him in front of you. He threatened me in front of you, and I threatened him in front of you. What is the difference?" Minato questioned, puzzled. "He is not overstepping, but I am? Are you perhaps receiving some benefits from his parents? How much did his parents give you?" "I can have my brother give you 10 times that amount. He is very wealthy." Seeing the teacher speechless with rage, Minato continued, 10 times not enough? Then how about 100 times? I guarantee it will satisfy you." "Shut up." The teacher's veins bulged, clearly on the verge of punishing Minato if things escalated further. However, As a teacher, he could not physically harm a student, so he ultimately restrained himself, growling, "Go and bring your parents to school immediately." Minato was instantly amused, dashing off towards the Konoha hospital. "I hope you can withstand what happens when I call for help." His brother had said that if anything involved Kushina, he would also bring Tsunade along. So Minato did not need to fear escalating the situation. His brother's exact words were, "If no one bullies Kushina, that would be best. But once someone does, everyone must understand that she is not to be trifled with." Seeing the teacher's clear bias and fear of confrontation, Minato further grasped Uchiha Danzo's teachings. The teacher was weak-willed, willing to compromise due to Tanaka Genji's family's unreasonable behavior, while allowing Minato's family to take advantage. What about the Hokage? Would they also compromise due to other villages' unreasonable behavior and allow the people of Konoha to suffer unjustly? Minato had heard that both the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, were incredibly strong-willed in critical matters, refusing to compromise. Under their leadership, Konoha became the undisputed strongest ninja village of its time. The successive Raikage were synonymous with dominance, never compromising externally, and would resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. As a result, the Cloud Village became the most feared ninja village in everyone's eyes. Indeed, a Hokage must possess a commanding presence. Compromise? What is that? Half an hour later, Uchiha Danzo and Tsunade arrived at the ninja school. Upon seeing Tsunade, the homeroom teacher was taken aback. "I clearly heard that Minato came from a civilian background. How could Lady Tsunade be here?" Unexpectedly, Tsunade spoke first, looking ready to demand an explanation. "I heard my sister was bullied, and you, as the teacher, turned a blind eye because you received black-hearted money. So Minato, who stood up for my sister, was punished by you?" Huh. The teacher felt a chill run down his spine. "That new student is Lady Tsunade's sister? How did I get into this? Moreover, I never accepted any black-hearted money. I merely wanted to keep the peace. After all, Tanaka Genji's family is not easy to deal with. They stir up trouble at every turn. Now I have someone who truly cannot be offended. Go, bring my sister and that kid who bullied her here," Tsunade ordered without hesitation. "I want to see who has the audacity to bully my sister." Soon, Kushina and Tanaka Genji arrived at the office. The boy, having been kicked by Minato, intended to accuse him of wrongdoing, but he was met with Tsunade's icy gaze. Although he did not recognize her, her overwhelming presence intimidated him into silence. "So, you are the one who bullied my sister?" Tsunade's cold voice rang out after scrutinizing him for a long time. "And if I am?" Tanaka Genji retorted defiantly. "Very well." Tsunade laughed in anger, turning to Minato. "Minato, this guy is now your responsibility. Don't worry, Lady Tsunade." Minato grinned widely. "For the next month, he will be frequenting the Konoha hospital." Ahem, Tsunade was taken aback and coughed for a while. "That's not necessary. A week will suffice. Let us see if he learns his lesson. A month of that would be tormenting him to death. You guys are bullies." Yamada Haruuni immediately wept, accusing, "I will definitely tell my parents. And my brother is a lower-ranking ninja. He will not let you off." Lower-ranking ninja? Namikaze Minato thought he must have misheard. He had always believed that Haruuni's brother was formidable, yet this was the best he could boast about? As long as one graduated smoothly from the ninja academy, becoming a lower-ranking ninja was a given. Minato knew that his own brother had been training diligently with Tsunade at a secret base, and in just over a month, his strength had surpassed hers. Moreover, Uchiha Dan had demonstrated the Flying Thunder God technique to him, and had been sharing its theoretical knowledge for the past 2 months. In Dan's own words, there was no one in this village who could threaten him one-on-one. Since birth, Dan had never deceived Minato, so he naturally believed in his brother's words. Yet a lower-ranking ninja? If he were a legendary one, perhaps it could be tolerated. But he was merely an unremarkable lower-ranking ninja. "Do you really have a brother? If he comes, can I beat him up?" Minato exclaimed with excitement. Uchiha Dan, standing nearby, affectionately ruffled Minato's hair and said, "As a ninja of the village, as long as you don't kill anyone while attacking a student from the ninja academy, you need not worry. If your brother truly comes, it will be his fault, no matter the outcome." Dan gave Minato a look that encouraged him to act freely, which thrilled Minato. Haruuni, sobbing uncontrollably, lamented, "You will definitely tell my parents." Tsunade, however, seemed indifferent, squatting down to speak gently to Kushina. "Kushina, listen closely. I do not wish to see you bullying your classmates. However, if someone bullies you, you must retaliate fiercely. In that case, you will handle the fighting. and Dan and I will take care of the healing, as long as no one is truly killed. Chapter 30. Innocent Childhood. Hospital disturbance. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Kushina trembled with excitement. Suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar environment, nothing reassured her more than those words, especially after being mocked right after introducing herself. Moreover, Tsunade's expression turned icy as she glanced toward the teacher at the ninja academy, causing the teacher to shudder in fear. "You better watch yourself," Tsunade huffed, leaving no further words, and took Dan with her. She hadn't anticipated that Dan's prediction would come true. Kushina indeed faced bullying. Currently, Kushina had not yet established trust with her, nor with Uzumaki Mido, and it was likely she wouldn't report the bullying when she returned home. However, if such matters remained unspoken, her parents would be unaware, and Kushina might endure ongoing bullying. "Dan, thank you." Tsunade expressed her gratitude as they exited the ninja academy. "It was a small effort, but you must pay more attention to Kushina. Children at this age are quite sensitive." "I understand." Tsunade was, as always, persuaded by Dan. As time slipped by with the daily grind of work and training, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Kushina and Minato quickly became the best of friends. Childhood friendships often form rapidly, and now they attended classes together, trained together, and grew exceedingly close. No one dared to trouble Kushina anymore. However, during combat training, due to her young age and insufficient control over her strength and chakra, Kushina accidentally injured several classmates, leading many to privately refer to her as the Red Blood Pepper. Keeping their distance, the exceptional talent of the Uzumaki clan was to blame. Kushina's strength and chakra levels were far beyond those of an average 7-year-old, leaving her feeling disheartened. Nonetheless, she soon found a practice partner who did not fear her, Namikaze Minato. No one knew how Minato trained, but his strength was no less than that of the naturally gifted Kushina. While his chakra reserves might not match hers, he excelled in every other aspect. His amiable demeanor was deceptively disarming, and he demonstrated remarkable control over his chakra and the force of his strikes, never injuring his classmates. Furthermore, Minato never bullied the weak. Instead, he always aided those who were being picked on, earning him a favorable reputation. Influenced by the kindness of the Namikaze couple, Minato was inherently good-hearted. However, he was more profoundly influenced by Uchiha Dan, developing a penchant for strategy, understanding human nature, and assessing situations at such a young age. He was clear about grievances and never hesitated to act when necessary. For instance, 2 months prior, when Yamada Harune's brother came looking for trouble after bullying Kushina, Minato decisively broke both of his legs, ensuring he never returned. Following a week of relentless punishment from Minato, Harune was left with a deep psychological scar and had since become more obedient. While the two little ones enjoyed their carefree days, Uchiha Dan and Tsunade remained diligently at work in the Konoha hospital. As a ninja, Tsunade was technically expected to undertake missions. However, aside from the Anbu missions directly assigned by the Hokage, other ninjas could choose to accept missions voluntarily unless in special circumstances or during wartime. Tsunade, wishing to stay by Dan's side, was unwilling to go anywhere, yet her earnings at the hospital rivaled those from undertaking missions. Naturally, this situation applied solely to Tsunade, for her medical skills were unparalleled in the ninja world. In the largest office of Konoha Hospital, Tsunade languidly rested her head on the desk, occasionally blowing on a small wind chime ornament, producing a delicate and melodious sound. Yet, her gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Dan. "How can this guy be so handsome? The more I look, the more I like him." Dan had long grown accustomed to her scrutiny, merely perusing medical records while allowing Tsunade to observe him. Tsunade was increasingly unrestrained, her assertiveness and intent growing stronger, yet Dan seemed to adapt to it all the more. What was happening? Was it possible that they might not part ways? Just then, a commotion erupted outside the office, accompanied by loud shouting. Disturbed by the ruckus, Tsunade immediately grew furious and prepared to confront the noisy intruders. "Where's this? This is a hospital, not a marketplace." "Sit down," Dan said gently yet firmly. "You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it. You should just rest." As he spoke, he draped a nearby blanket over Tsunade. "Very well." Tsunade settled back down, feeling an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. Since Tsunade began training with Dan every evening, he had mandated she rest each morning, forbidding her from attending to any matters. Initially, Dan had hoped she would simply sleep at home and not come to the hospital, but Tsunade resolutely refused. Consequently, Dan had no choice but to add a single bed to the office. However, Tsunade had scarcely used it. She preferred to watch Dan from across the desk. Humph. You rogue. I'll just watch you and see how long you can endure. Over these 3 months, Dan had shown her constant care in his actions, prompting Tsunade to plot how to deepen their relationship. Being cared for by someone one loves is sweet, yet the lack of acknowledgement in their relationship is quite distressing. As Dan closed the office door, he followed the noise to its source and soon found himself outside the operating room. What is going on? Upon entering the operating room, Uchiha Duan was met with a throng of people. He immediately stepped forward, demanding, "Do you truly believe this is a marketplace?" A nurse hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, exclaiming, "Dr. Duan, we have just received a critically injured patient." However, his companions are extremely agitated and refuse to leave the operating room, insisting on staying. How severe are his injuries? Uchiha Duan inquired, his brow furrowing. He appears to be on the brink of death, the nurse replied softly. With a scoff, Uchiha Duan strode into the operating room, seizing 2 individuals by the neck and forcibly ejecting them. "What are you doing?" A furious voice bellowed as someone rushed towards Uchiha Duan. Upon recognizing him, the expression of the newcomer shifted to surprise. "Is that you?" Uchiha Duan. "Indeed." Uchiha Duan replied coldly. "Uchiha Yen, gather your people and leave at once. If you delay treatment, can you bear the consequences? Who do you think you are to speak here?" Uchiha Yen retorted venomously. "Where is Lady Tsunade? Where is the legendary Dr. Duan? Summon him at once." "Fool." Uchiha Duan crossed his arms, standing aloof, his gaze icy. "Very well, if you wish to waste time, then do so. The one who will perish is your comrade, not mine." Chapter 31. She has died. Are you content now? What an uncanny déjà vu. Medical ethics held no significance for Uchiha Duan. After all, he had initially come to work at the hospital to prove his worth and sustain his existence, not out of genuine desire. Were it not for Tsunade, he would have resigned long ago, who would willingly demean themselves if they possessed the strength. After Uchiha Yan's outburst, he found that no one moved. Every medical staff member stared at him as if he were a fool. "Why are you standing there? Go and fetch someone." Uchiha Yan shouted in rage. Unable to endure any longer, a nearby nurse approached Uchiha Duan, saying, "Dr. Duan, if this continues, the patient will truly die. It is his refusal to allow me to treat him. If he dies, the responsibility lies with him. You need not concern yourself." Uchiha Duan replied with a sardonic expression. "What?" Uchiha Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You are Dr. Duan? How is that possible? Does it not seem like me?" Uchiha Duan sneered. "Then hurry and treat him." Uchiha Yan's anger escalated. "Are you mocking me, Uchiha Duan?" "Uchiha Yan." The nurse interjected sharply, fearing for the situation's outcome. "You and your companions are crowding the operating room. How can Dr. Duan perform surgery? Did you not hear him order you to leave?" Uchiha Yan's chest heaved with fury as he clenched his fists, glaring at the nurse. Uchiha Duan pulled the young nurse behind him, smiling. "Do not rush. Let them continue to waste time. In just 5 minutes, that individual will be dead, and then this matter will no longer be our concern." 5 minutes? Uchiha Yan's voice trembled. Yes, there were originally 10 minutes left, as early treatment is beneficial, Uchiha Duan remarked, glancing at the clock in the operating room. "However, due to your incompetence, you have already squandered 5 minutes. One must wonder the depth of animosity between you and your teammate that you would allow her to perish." As Uchiha Yen prepared to explode, his teammates could no longer tolerate the situation. One stepped forward, gripping Uchiha Yan's arm. "Captain, we should leave. Otherwise, Ling will truly die." At this moment, not only the onlookers, but even Uchiha Yan's comrades harbored significant grievances against him. Ling was on the brink of death, yet he insisted on creating chaos and delaying treatment. What was his true intention, to save or to harm? It was baffling how this captain held his position. After speaking, a fellow Uchiha ninja and another forcibly dragged Uchiha Yen away. "Thank you, Dr. Duan," one individual sincerely said as they passed by. Finally, a sensible remark. Uchiha Duan moved to the patient's side, employing healing palm technique to staunch the bleeding while instructing, "Fetch my medical kit and prepare blood plasma and surgical tools." Yes, the staff immediately sprang into action. True to his reputation as the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world, Uchiha Duan completed the surgery swiftly. For the next hour, he administered acupuncture to the ninja named Uchiha Ling, using healing palm to stabilize the wound and expedite healing. 2 hours later, Uchiha Duan emerged from the operating room, receiving a glass of water from a nurse and taking a generous sip. How did it go? Before he could finish his drink, a figure rushed in front of him, demanding, "What happened to Ling? She has died. Are you satisfied now?" Uchiha Duan replied coldly, "It was your foolish delay that cost your comrade her life." "Impossible. Ling cannot be dead." Uchiha Yin stammered, his voice quaking. Dr. Duan, Ling's other companion, Uchiha Ji, approached, struggling to conceal his sorrow as he confirmed, "Is she truly all right?" "She is fine. The surgery was successful," Uchiha Duan responded calmly. "However, she was brought in too late and lost too much blood, coupled with the delay. Her recovery will take longer." "Are you toying with me?" Uchiha Yin realized the situation, seizing Uchiha Duan's collar. "You disgrace of the Uchiha clan. How dare you play with me? Captain, release him." Uchiha Ji, now thoroughly enraged, grasped Uchiha Yan's wrist. "I command you to let go." Other Uchiha clan members stepped forward, all aligning with Uchiha Duan. He was, after all, Ling's savior. When had members of the Uchiha clan ever treated their benefactor with such disdain? Uchiha Yin was taken aback. These were his comrades from the police department, while Uchiha Duan was merely an outcast from the clan. How could they side with this so-called waste? "Are you rebelling against me?" Uchiha Yin fumed. "You dare aid an outsider against me?" "He saved Ling." Uchiha Ji replied coldly. "Humph, he hardly treated her properly." Uchiha Yin pointed accusingly at Uchiha Duan. "What do you mean her recovery will take longer? I heard you possess miraculous medical techniques. Even someone with a severed leg can heal in no time. You merely wish for Ling to die?" "Uchiha Yin, you have gone too far." The hospital director, arriving late, rebuked Uchiha Yin upon hearing his words. Last time, Dr. Duan performed only a few revival techniques, and it took 3 days for recovery. Such techniques are to be used only in critical moments. Ling's life has been preserved. Had Dr. Duan recklessly employed the revival techniques, it would have been grossly irresponsible towards other patients. Our hospital adheres to strict treatment protocols, and as director, I cannot consent otherwise. I care not for your consent." Uchiha Yin shot back, ignoring the director entirely as he fixed his icy glare on Uchiha Duan. "Will you treat her or not?" "I have already treated her," Uchiha Duan stated coldly. "Do not speak nonsense, Uchiha Duan. Do not forget, you too bear the Uchiha name." With a sudden burst of laughter, Uchiha Duan responded, "Did you not just refer to me as an outsider? Did you not call me the disgrace of the Uchiha clan? Did you not label me a waste? And now, I am once again an Uchiha? Do you have no shame? 7 years ago, I was unjustly expelled from the Uchiha clan by Uchiha Q, and my name has been struck from the family register. I have no ties to you whatsoever. The Uchiha name I bear is my father's, not yours." "Very well." Uchiha Yin ground his teeth. "You waste of space. Prepare to face the consequences." With that, Uchiha Yin could no longer contain his rage, storming out of the hospital. Uchiha Duan paid no heed to Uchiha Yan's threats. Instead, he felt that an opportunity had presented itself. He had always wished to showcase his strength, seeking an opportunity to converse with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, fate had delivered a troublesome situation directly to his doorstep. All he had to do was wait. Upon returning to the office, he discovered Tsunade was still soundly asleep, leaving Uchiha Dan perplexed. This individual had an unusually thick skin. The entire hospital could be in uproar. Yet she remained undisturbed. However, it also indicated her trust in Uchiha Dan, believing he would resolve matters smoothly. Just as Uchiha Dan settled in, Tsunade sensed something amiss and abruptly awoke. "Dan, you're back?" Uchiha Dan was rendered speechless by the familiarity of her words. It was reminiscent of a wife awaiting her husband's return from work, only to doze off in the process. Chapter 32, The Terrifying Resurrection Technique, Stimulating Uchiha In. "Is the matter resolved?" Tsunade inquired lazily, still propped up in her position. "It's merely a trivial issue," Uchiha Dan replied nonchalantly, but then a thought struck him, and he suddenly asked, "How is your study of the resurrection technique coming along?" At the mention of the resurrection technique, Tsunade's expression instantly darkened. "Humph, how on earth did you create such a jutsu?" she complained, finding it exceedingly challenging. "I've been studying for 3 months and have only just begun to grasp the basics." The resurrection technique, while it sounded like a medical ninjutsu, was actually a nerve technique that Uchiha Dan had devoted considerable time and effort to researching for future studies. This jutsu involved controlling special chakra transformations that entered the body, traversing every nerve to conduct a comprehensive diagnosis and repair of the nervous system. Once mastered to a certain degree, it could temporarily replace a person's neural network with countless invisible chakra threads to facilitate the transmission of nerve signals. Even if a person's head were severed, as long as it was not too far from the body, timely application of this technique could prevent death. It could even allow for limited control of the body during such an event. If surgery were performed promptly afterward, the head could be reattached without significant repercussions. This technique held epoch-making strategic significance for the entire ninja world, serving as a method of resurrection. However, mastering the resurrection technique was no less challenging than the Flying Thunder God technique. To cultivate this technique, one must possess an extraordinary understanding of the human body, requiring comprehensive knowledge of every meridian and nerve and their conduction methods. Such stringent conditions were merely the simplest requirements for learning the resurrection technique. Moreover, one must also possess exceptional medical talent, providing an abundance of vitality, akin to being a rare gem among medical ninjas. Finally, one must accurately simulate neurons with chakra. This was the realm of the divine, far beyond human capability. Since neurons are not visible to the naked eye, and even the most acute senses could not perceive them, one could not simulate them without understanding their structure. Had it not been for the advancements in science in his previous life and the dedicated research of numerous biologists that deciphered the structure of neurons and the methods of nerve signal transmission, even Uchiha Dan would have been left in despair. Uchiha Dan was genuinely astonished that Tsunade had made any progress in just 3 months. "Don't be discouraged," he encouraged. "It took me 4 years to develop this technique. For you to have made headway in just 3 months is already remarkable." "You took 4 years?" Tsunade exclaimed, surprised, as Uchiha Dan had not mentioned this before. "What did you expect?" Uchiha Dan chuckled. "This is a technique capable of resurrection. Therefore, if you can fully master it within 4 years, that would be considered quite fast. Besides me, you are likely the only one in the entire ninja world capable of learning this technique. Others simply wouldn't be able to grasp it, even if I attempted to teach them." "Humph." Tsunade's confidence reignited. "I will master it in 3 years." "All right, 3 years it is." Uchiha Dan laughed heartily. After sharing a meal with Tsunade, he encouraged her to rest and proceeded with his routine rounds in the various wards, in a room designated for critically ill patients. Upon seeing Uchiha Dan enter, 7 or 8 pairs of eyes immediately turned towards him. Dr. Dan, except for Uchiha Rin, who lay on the hospital bed, and Uchiha In, who wore a grim expression, everyone rose to greet him. "No need to stand on ceremony. I'm merely here for my rounds. Please, remain seated." He approached Uchiha Rin, carefully observing her complexion, nodding in approval as he asked, "How are you feeling?" "Dan, thank you." Upon seeing Uchiha Dan's handsome face once again, the emotions that Uchiha Rin had suppressed for so long surged forth, causing her tone to waver. She was Uchiha Rin, who had once been Dan's neighbor, and they had been childhood friends. However, after Uchiha Dan was expelled from the Uchiha clan, she was forbidden from having any contact with him. Though she had always been the obedient daughter, Uchiha Rin felt immense sadness but chose to comply. Over the years, she had glimpsed Uchiha Dan from a distance during patrols, each time feeling a pang of nostalgia, yet never having the courage to greet him. Now, having awoken and learned that Uchiha Dan was her savior, she was flooded with memories of their past. Seeing him so closely again made her heart race uncontrollably. "I am a doctor, and it is my duty to save lives," Uchiha Dan stated formally, extending his hand. "Huh." Uchiha Rin was momentarily taken aback. Uchiha Dan, slightly exasperated, reiterated, "I need you to extend your hand. I'm going to examine you." "Oh." Uchiha Rin obediently extended her right hand. Uchiha Dan took her hand, checking her pulse while controlling a thread of chakra to circulate within her body, examining the healing process of her wounds. "Looking good." Uchiha Dan released her hand, nodding. "In the coming days, I will administer some treatments to assist your recovery. In no more than 3 days, you shall be transferred to a regular ward. And 10 days later, you'll be discharged." Suddenly recalling something, Uchiha Dan asked, "I heard you were injured during training?" Upon uttering this, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Indeed, Uchiha Rin had not been injured during a mission, but had sustained her injuries accidentally inflicted by Uchiha In during training, nearly costing her life. "Be more careful in the future." After offering a nod to everyone, Uchiha Dan exited the room. Inside the ward, one person's expression had darkened to the extreme, Uchiha In. Despite his vile temperament, he was not foolish. He understood the glances Uchiha Rin cast towards Uchiha Dan. What infuriated him most was that Uchiha Dan acknowledged everyone with nods, yet completely disregarded him, treating him as if he were invisible. "And you, a mere doctor, should stick to your healing. How Uchiha Rin was injured is none of your business. Why bring it up? A mere discarded member of the clan. What right did he have to feel so proud? Uchiha and simmering anger surged, vowing to make Uchiha Dan fully comprehend the consequences of offending the Uchiha clan. 2 hours later, Uchiha Dan left the hospital, heading home, having received news that there was a problem at his family's shop. Hearing this, Uchiha Dan couldn't help but smirk internally. He hadn't anticipated Uchiha's retaliatory actions would come so swiftly. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Dan arrived outside the general store run by the couple bluffing. Halt. Police patrol, unauthorized personnel, take a detour. Uchiha's eyes narrowed as he saw Uchiha Dan approach, though he spoke with a facade of official business. Chapter 33. Do you enjoy this? Trash. Pure trash at this moment. The street outside the grocery store was patrolled by a total of 8 officers from the police department, each displaying a fierce demeanor that compelled passers-by to take detours. Among the 8, only Uchiha Duan was familiar to the onlookers, as the rest were strangers. After all, it was unlikely that his team members would accompany him for such a task. The couple, Kazekage Shurin and his wife, stood anxiously at the counter of the grocery store, casting worried glances at Uchiha Duan. Duan, you should return home. They are merely conducting a routine patrol. Your aunt and I are perfectly fine, Kazekage Shurin exclaimed. Fully aware of the boy's filial piety and protective nature, he feared that if Duan thought they were in distress, a conflict with the police department could ensue. Missing a day of business would not significantly impact them. However, Uchiha Duan appeared oblivious to their concerns and strode boldly toward the entrance. As he passed by Uchiha, he cast a cold glance and declared, "Step aside. This is my family's store, and I intend to enter." Impudent. Uchiha feigned fury, despite feeling a surge of joy. Interfering with police duties and confronting law enforcement officers? Uchiha Duan, you possess an audacity that necessitates your detention at the police department for a few days. As he uttered this last remark, Uchiha couldn't resist displaying a cruel smile, the threat evident in his tone. Are you not overconfident? I shall arrest you before your family and thoroughly torment you. Uchiha Duan, undeterred, retorted with mockery. What an impressive accusation. One might mistake you for the head of the police department, Uchiha. It is no wonder that the people of Konoha have grown increasingly resentful of the Uchiha clan. What with your kind being so abundant? What did you say? Uchiha clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Oh, do you enjoy this? Uchiha Duan feigned realization, repeating, I said you are trash, you are trash, you are trash. Did you hear me clearly this time? Unable to contain his fury, Uchiha roared and lunged at Uchiha Duan, clearly aiming to strike him. Yet, before his hand could reach its target, Uchiha Duan vanished from his sight. In the next instant, Uchiha Duan reappeared beside Uchiha swinging his arm with great force. With a resounding slap, a powerful blow struck Uchiha's right cheek, rendering the street's atmosphere eerily silent. Passers-by, patrolling ninjas, and the Kazekage couple all stood transfixed, as if ensnared by a spell. Can you not evade this? Truly, you are trash, Uchiha Duan proclaimed coldly, shattering the silence. Do you even deserve the surname Uchiha? You dare strike me? Uchiha, incredulous and clutching his now swollen face, found himself utterly bewildered. He could hardly fathom that he had been struck in public. That slap had crushed his pride beneath the weight of humiliation. After a moment, Uchiha finally regained his composure, his rage boiling over. He unleashed a surge of chakra and hurled a punch at Uchiha Duan's chest. Yet, Uchiha Duan once more vanished, only to reappear on the opposite side of Uchiha's body. With another sweeping motion, he delivered a similar resounding slap to Uchiha's left cheek. Oh, I shall kill you. Uchiha, now devoid of rationality, drew a short blade from his back, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan as he charged at Uchiha Duan. In that moment, he disregarded everything except the singular thought that Uchiha Duan must perish. Just as the blade was poised to pierce Uchiha Duan's chest, Uchiha Duan seized his wrist, rendering him unable to advance even a fraction further. Almost simultaneously, Uchiha Duan's right hand met Uchiha's right cheek with a forceful slap. This blow surpassed the previous two in weight, sending Uchiha soaring into the air. However, he had barely traveled half a meter before Uchiha Duan yanked him back and delivered another resounding slap, lifting him once again off the ground. Uchiha, are you not hailed as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Duan's tone dripped with disdain. Is this all you've got? Even I, A mere waste who hasn't trained in over 7 years can best you. How pitiful. It appears the Uchiha clan has truly fallen from grace. Uchiha and was driven to madness. He had just cast a genjutsu on Uchiha Duan, yet the illusion had elicited no response. What in the world was happening? Moreover, how could this boy possess such terrifying strength and reflexes? You cough. Uchiha attempted to speak, but a punch struck his abdomen, forcing him into a fit of violent coughing, his body curling in pain. Trash, pure trash. Uchiha Duan continued, unabated. He launched a relentless series of attacks upon Uchiha employing a haphazard combination of techniques: raging mountain, earthly return, oil drain, suffocate, not to stroke. His unstructured barrage was accompanied by agile dodges, as the other 7 officers from the police department had already rushed in, launching attacks against him. Despite the apparent chaos of Uchiha Duan's fighting style, his speed and agility allowed him to evade every assault. As the flurry of strikes concluded, Uchiha Duan tossed Uchiha aside like a dead dog, while the 7 officers were left without so much as a hair on him. Due to their proximity to Uchiha they dared not utilize ninjutsu, opting instead for taijutsu, which left them feeling immensely frustrated. Upon witnessing Uchiha thrown aside, the 7 officers surged forward once more. However, one among them was faster than the rest. Uchiha Duan propelled himself off the ground with immense force, leaving a large cracked crater in his wake, and instantly vanished from sight, plunging into the midst of the 7. The melee commenced, or rather, an overwhelming and one-sided onslaught began. A mere minute later, all 7 lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling from their mouths, their bodies convulsing. These 8 individuals were all relatively young, with only Uchiha being slightly older and possessing a commendable level of strength, reaching the J-nin tier. However, he was unable to maintain his footing throughout the ordeal, deprived of leverage and the opportunity to employ ninjutsu, resulting in his defeat at the hands of Uchiha Duan. The others were merely Chunin and Jinin in terms of skill. When they saw Uchiha Duan charging toward them, they activated their Sharingan immediately. Yet, Uchiha Duan almost simultaneously activated his own 3-tomo. And then there was nothing more to be said. The commotion of the battle attracted a large crowd. These individuals were either police department ninjas or members of the Uchiha clan. Upon witnessing their fallen brethren strewn across the ground and seeing Uchiha Duan standing nonchalantly at the center, their anger surged, igniting their fury. Chapter 34. Uchiha Duan captured. Time for some fun, Uchiha Duan. What in the world are you doing? An elder of the Uchiha clan thundered, his voice booming with anger. This elder was also the deputy head of the Konoha police department. Uchiha Duan incredulously retorted, "Do you still have the audacity to question me? The police department's duty is to maintain order in Konoha, yet your officers have brazenly assaulted me, a mere civilian. Is there no law left? They assaulted you?" The elder asked in disbelief. "Do you even hear the words you are uttering? Now, the ones lying on the ground are our people." Indeed, Uchiha initiated an attack on me, and many witnessed it. I had no choice but to retaliate. That is the essence of the matter. What means did you employ for them to lose consciousness? The elder of the Uchiha clan inquired sternly. "I owe you no explanation," Uchiha Dan replied coldly. The vice minister of the police department gritted his teeth and said, "Then I have no choice but to take you to the police department's prison for further questioning." "Very well." Uchiha Dan suddenly grew excited and urged, "Hurry, lead the way. Remember, if I'm not kept in for at least 10 days or 8 days, do not let me out, or I shall unleash havoc upon your Uchiha clan." The elder of the Uchiha clan thought he had misheard, but upon glancing at the villagers surrounding them, he suppressed his emotions and coldly commanded, "Take him away." In the Hokage's office, Kakashi Hitaki was reporting the details of the battle to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The incident began when Uchiha Dan saved Uchiha Rin at the Konoha hospital. However, Uchiha continued to provoke Uchiha Dan. After suffering a setback, Uchiha returned to the police department and surrounded the grocery store owned by the Nara couple. When Uchiha Dan arrived, Uchiha used the pretext of obstructing police duties and assaulted him. Uchiha Dan was compelled to counterattack, incapacitating 8 individuals, including Uchiha without sustaining a scratch. Is Uchiha Dan truly that formidable? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, his eyes narrowing. "I witnessed it with my own eyes," Kakashi Hitaki responded. "You say you felt no chakra fluctuations from him, and his fighting style was exceedingly rudimentary, relying solely on physical strength and the dynamic vision of the three-tomo Sharingan? Indeed, at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to grasp something profound. He finally understood why Senju Tobirama, merely casting a glance at Uchiha Dan on the street, had felt apprehensive. He also comprehended why his mentor, even on the brink of death, had cautioned him against allowing Uchiha Dan to train, advising him to remain an ordinary person. It was not that he, as Hokage, lacked tolerance, nor did he wish to quibble with a child. Rather, it was his keen insight that discerned Uchiha Dan's extraordinary talent. Was he fearful that the Uchiha clan would produce another Uchiha Madara? Where is Uchiha Dan now? He has been taken to the police department, confined within its prison. The police department, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. Do you wish to see him? Kakashi Hatake inquired. Not yet. The timing is not right. You return to keep watch. Yes. Once he was alone in the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a pipe, knocked off the ashes, refilled it with tobacco, and lit it, taking several puffs. Exhaling the smoke, he felt a headache creeping in. How should he handle Uchiha Dan? From all reports, Uchiha Dan had strictly adhered to his orders, not training even for a single day in 7 years. Yet, purely relying on his innate talent, he possessed such strength. Furthermore, he was an exceptionally gifted medical ninja, whose creation of the resurrection technique bore epic-making significance. This ninjutsu even caused Tsunade distress, as it took her 3 months to merely grasp its threshold. The crux of the matter was that Uchiha Dan felt no sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan, as evidenced by the conflicts between them. Such an individual, if initially treated with kindness and drawn to their side, could potentially become a second Uchiha Kagami. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a tinge of regret over the sudden death of Uchiha Kagami. Although he later committed numerous misdeeds and hinted at Danzo's involvement in harming many, Uchiha Kagami's death was truly unrelated to him. Who would not appreciate a fiercely loyal and powerful aide? Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored grievances against Shimura Danzo. Although Danzo insisted that Uchiha Kagami's death had nothing to do with him, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood Danzo well enough to know he was behind it. Yet, lacking evidence, and with Uchiha Kagami deceased, he could do nothing to Danzo. Alas, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in regret. It was too late to speak of what could have been. Now, to extend kindness would be futile, as the rift between them had become irreconcilable. Though he had not directly wronged Uchiha Dan, he had certainly heard of it. While Tsukinai Kamaru had been oppressing Uchiha Dan, he had also belittled him in the most acerbic and scathing manner for 5 long years. Danzo even occasionally suggested eliminating Uchiha Dan. Should they truly eliminate him? But was it still possible at this point? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation. In the police department as prison, Uchiha Dan lay leisurely on the floor, unaffected by the questions posed by the interrogators. Uchiha Dan, the interrogators shouted in fury. Do you truly wish to resist stubbornly? Confess quickly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Dan became animated. Your police department certainly wields great authority, hastily declaring judgments without discernment. You ought to first address the crimes committed by Uchiha clan ninjas against the villagers. As he spoke, Uchiha Dan activated his three-tomo Sharingan. The interrogating ninja felt a momentary daze, but when he regained his senses, nothing had occurred. Uchiha Dan merely stared at him coldly, causing a shiver down his spine. At that moment, Uchiha Dan had already arrived beside Tsunade. Moments ago, he had cast an illusion on the interrogating ninja, leaving only a shadow clone in the cell. Dan, you truly came, Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. She had merely attempted to use chakra to invoke the flying thunder god technique that Uchiha Dan had left on her. And in just 5 seconds, he appeared beside her. Are you alright? Tsunade asked. If I can appear beside you, what do you think? Uchiha Dan replied with a smile. Why are you so impulsive? Tsunade expressed her concern. I do not care how they target me. It is not the first time in these years. However, targeting my adoptive parents is an entirely different matter. I can empathize. Tsunade showed no sign of reproach, but asked, why did you take action personally? I could have helped. I certainly know you would assist. Uchiha Dan smiled reassuringly, but I do not wish for you to offend the Uchiha clan. Leave such matters to me. By the way, I came to inform you that when I am caught, do not treat those 8 individuals on the grounds of your ill mood. I employed certain methods when I struck them earlier, ensuring that only you and I can tend to their injuries. I am quite interested to see how they will react. Should I hide? Tsunade asked with excitement. It is obvious that Dan is plotting something again, though the feeling of being manipulated is unpleasant. Witnessing Uchiha Dan's scheme against others is exhilarating. Uchiha Dan found Tsunade's reaction amusing and laughed. No need to hide. A straightforward refusal will suffice. It will be an excellent opportunity to engage with them. In the office of the police department's minister, Uchiha Fyama, the Uchiha clan's leader, was overwhelmed. Upon witnessing Uchiha and the others injured and unconscious, he immediately ordered that they be sent to the Konoha hospital. However, the person who had gone to the hospital to tend to them returned with news that Lady Tsunade had learned of Uchiha Dan's arrest and was in a foul mood, directly refusing to treat Uchiha and the others. After other medical ninjas examined the 8 individuals, they expressed their inability to assist. It is important to note that these 8 individuals were severely injured. Without timely treatment, they would all be left with disabilities, jeopardizing their futures as ninjas. All 8 were young, the eldest being Uchiha N at just 17, and the youngest only 12. They were all the hope of the Uchiha clan. Having squandered 8 in one go, even the Uchiha clan could barely withstand such a loss. Yet, the predicament at hand is not without its resolutions. A mere release of Uchiha Dan and some well-chosen words would suffice to untangle the situation. However, pride holds him back, allowing this individual, who has brought immense disgrace upon the Uchiha name, to go free would leave him utterly humiliated. Chapter 35. Am I not giving you face? Establishing authority as the Uchiha clan father. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku entered the minister's office. You called for me. In your capacity as the young clan leader, go and meet Uchiha Dan. Inquire what it is he truly desires. Uchiha Fyama, maintaining a seemingly indifferent demeanor, added, remember, be courteous. Yes. Upon receiving the directive, Uchiha Fugaku headed straight to the police department's detention facility. Well, if at ISNT the young clan leader? At the sight of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Dan scoffed. Come to execute me, have you? At this time, Uchiha Fugaku had just turned 12, yet he bore no semblance of a child. Rather, he appeared more mature than his father, perpetually wearing a frown, as if burdened with unspoken worries. Brother Dan, you jest. Uchiha Fugaku attempted to establish rapport. Stop. Uchiha Dan interjected. I cannot afford such familiarity. You are the young clan leader, exalted and revered, while I am but a pariah, stricken from the family tree. Let us refrain from such titles. Simply call me by my name. Brother Dan, you jest. Uchiha Fugaku replied calmly. Am I giving you face? Uchiha Dan's expression shifted abruptly, his tone icy. And who do you think you are to call me brother? Speak another word, and I shall end you. Faced with the murderous glare of Uchiha Dan, Uchiha Fugaku felt a tremor of fear grip his heart. Why did this individual deviate from the expected script, changing his demeanor so suddenly? Devoid of the composure one would expect from a 17-year-old? Very well, Dan, silence. Uchiha Dan cut him off. State plainly what your father has sent you for. I have no time for idle chatter. Uchiha Fugaku felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. His usual cleverness had been rendered ineffective, as this individual behaved entirely outside the norm. After a moment of gathering himself, Uchiha Fugaku said, My father has sent me to inquire how this matter can be resolved. The Uchiha clan is prepared to extend our sincerity. I cannot fathom what you mean. Uchiha Dan questioned. When I saved Uchiha Ling in the hospital, I thought it would at least earn me some goodwill, no? Uchiha Fugaku inhaled deeply, nodding solemnly. Indeed, it was an act of kindness that our clan shall not forget. Huh, and yet, what has come of it? Uchiha Dan retorted with a mocking tone. Uchiha has openly threatened me and even surrounded my family's shop with his lackeys. You ought to ask him what he truly desires. I've come to believe that the members of the Uchiha clan are ungrateful wretches. In the future, should I be injured, I shall not seek your help, for it will only invite endless troubles. Dan, I believe there must be a misunderstanding. Uchiha Fugaku began to explain. Uchiha Dan waved him off. There is no misunderstanding. You may inquire with those from your clan who visited the hospital. My words are the truth, devoid of any misconception. I saved one, and yet they proceeded to seal my family's shop and intimidate my foster parents. If I had treated 9, would they not have exterminated my entire family? I am a coward who prefers to evade trouble, yet I could not escape this fate. Who would have anticipated that Uchiha would dare to strike at me? In the end, he faced no consequences, while I found myself imprisoned. Fugaku, tell me, where can I seek justice? Uncle? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback by Uchiha Dan's audacity. Ah, child, how polite of you. Uchiha Dan feigned courtesy. But I am quite pleased that you wish to call me uncle. Uchiha Fugaku was on the verge of rebuking him, but restrained himself with great difficulty. I am losing my composure, he thought. Dan, there must be a resolution to this matter. Uchiha Fugaku pressed down all his emotions. On behalf of the Uchiha clan, I apologize. Once Uchiha In and the others have recovered, I will ensure they come to offer their apologies as well. What do you think? Apologies? Uchiha Dan mused. You were just calling me uncle, and now, in this critical moment, you address me by name. Very well, you may leave. I shall regard you as if you were never my nephew. Uchiha Dan. Uchiha Fugaku could no longer contain his fury and shouted. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of the Uchiha clan? Have you considered the consequences? Ha. Consequences? Uchiha Dan laughed heartily. Do you honestly believe I fear your clan? Let me be frank. The money I have given to my foster parents is sufficient for them to live comfortably for the rest of their days. They have merely been prudent, saving it for me to use when I seek a wife. So, feel free to seal my shop. It is of little worth to me. Your threats bear no weight. Uchiha Dan chuckled. Do you think that because I am confined here, you are the butcher and I am the lamb? With that, Uchiha Dan suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing right before Uchiha Fugaku, startling him greatly. Listen well, you little wretch. There is no prison that can hold me. Uchiha Dan stated coldly. You managed to imprison me only because I permitted it. Now that I no longer wish to remain, return and inform your father to perish. With that, Uchiha Dan vanished once more, materializing in his family's shop. Dan, bluffing Sharon, upon seeing Uchiha Dan's sudden appearance, was simultaneously astonished and overjoyed. You've been released? Indeed, uncle, everything is fine now. Though he had long considered bluffing Sharon a father figure, from the very first day, Uchiha Dan had referred to him as uncle, a title he had maintained throughout the years. Wait, how did you appear so suddenly? Bluffing Sharon suddenly realized, questioning him. Do not dwell on the details. Let us return home. Very well, given that business today has come to a standstill with no customers in the store. Let us go home. I will call for your aunt. While their family enjoyed a warm moment together, Uchiha Fyama, upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's report, was left utterly speechless in shock. Flying Thunder God technique. At that moment, Uchiha Fyama could hardly focus on Uchiha Dan's escape. His mind was a tumult of emotions. That technique was the Flying Thunder God. Countless individuals yearned to learn it, yet even the threshold remained unattainable. Not to mention Uchiha Dan's beast-like physical prowess and his 3-tomo Sharingan. With such mastery of the Flying Thunder God, it was clear that they could do nothing to Uchiha Dan. He had witnessed Senju Tobirama employ the Flying Thunder God on the battlefield, a scene he would never forget. Given the power Uchiha Dan had exhibited, along with his 3-tomo Sharingan and that incredible technique, if it came to a life-or-death struggle, even the Uchiha clan could suffer devastating losses. But was this not merely a dispute among children? Did it truly need to escalate to such extremes? Moreover, Uchiha Fyama was a man of considerable experience. Why had Uchiha Dan, who had long concealed his capabilities and endured being labeled as worthless, suddenly chosen to act today? Had he lost his mind? No, he was establishing authority. The only conclusion Uchiha Fyama could draw was that Uchiha Dan had likely matured enough to no longer endure. If this conjecture held true, it would imply that the strength he had displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg. The reality was that he likely no longer felt the need to regard anyone with caution. Chapter 36. The infamous Uchiha En, the adaptable clan leader since Uchiha Madara's departure. Although the average strength of the Uchiha clan's ninjas remains formidable, they have been unable to produce a ninja of significant intimidation. Furthermore, being within the village confines, they cannot overtly confront Uchiha Dan if they wish to avoid rebellion. However, that individual has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, making it impossible to act in secrecy without being discovered. Once a deadly feud is established, it would only be the Uchiha clan that suffers, for the cost of Uchiha Dan's life would be immeasurable. Moreover, Shimura Danzo has been vigilantly observing the Uchiha clan, ready to exploit any opportunity for his advantage. Should any incident arise, he would surely ascend the ranks. Coupled with the relationship between Uchiha Dan and Tsunade, Uchiha Fukuzen would think twice before turning against him. Additionally, with 8 members of the Uchiha clan currently hospitalized without care, the blame lies squarely on that scoundrel, Uchiha On. Naturally, Uchiha Fukuzen is unwilling to acknowledge his concession and directs all his ire towards this troublemaker. Why would Uchiha Dan provoke and humiliate him after saving the near-death Uchiha Ren? What benefit could such actions provide to Uchiha N? Moreover, Uchiha N has audaciously mobilized the police department to surround Uchiha Dan's residence, terrifying his adoptive parents, and has directly assaulted Uchiha Dan. This scoundrel is truly despicable. Uchiha Dan's actions are clearly a display of power meant for the higher-ups of Konoha to witness. The Uchiha clan has unjustly become a pawn in Uchiha Dan's game of intimidation. How utterly infuriating. Clan leader. At that moment, a figure hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "The families of the 8 clan members at the hospital have arrived to visit. Seeing that they have yet to receive any treatment, they are now agitated and heading towards the police department to seek you out for answers." Damn that Uchiha-on. Uchiha Fukuzen could not help but curse again. Prepare a generous gift immediately. Bring along 30 million. I shall visit Uchiha Dan. Have someone calm those clan members. I will provide them with an explanation soon. Uchiha Fukuzen is an exceedingly decisive individual. Realizing that he cannot contend with Uchiha Dan, and recognizing that Uchiha Dan is deliberately asserting his dominance, he resolves to explore the possibility of fostering a good relationship. In the eyes of some, one is either a friend or a foe. However, in Uchiha Fukuzen's perspective, as long as one is not an enemy, they are a potential ally. Though he has indeed lost face and feels threatened, Uchiha Dan shares the Uchiha surname, a fact that Uchiha Fukuzen is willing to acknowledge. As evening descended, Uchiha Fukuzen, accompanied by his son Uchiha Fugaku, approached the doorstep of the Wave Wind family, bearing gifts. Upon opening the door, Wave Wind Shiran was momentarily taken aback. It is essential to note that Uchiha Fukuzen is the clan leader of the Uchiha, a figure of immense prestige, unattainable to mere commoners. Yet here he stood, smiling, laden with packages at their doorstep. What a surreal sight. Shiran, is Uchiha Dan at home? Uchiha Fukuzen inquired, his demeanor exceedingly amicable. Why yes. Wave Wind Shiran quickly opened the door, ushering Uchiha Fukuzen and his son inside. After hearing about the day's events from Uchiha Dan, Shiran was deeply concerned. Initially, he believed Uchiha Dan had been released, only to discover he had escaped. As a humble civilian, he had never encountered such a situation. However, Uchiha Dan had been reassuring him, mentioning that the Uchiha clan leader would visit with a generous gift to express gratitude. Wave Wind Shiran could hardly believe it. When the knock sounded, he felt as though the visitor had come to apprehend him. To his astonishment, it was indeed Uchiha Fukuzen paying a visit. I suppose I shall continue to tend to my grocery store in peace, Shiran mused to himself, recognizing that the complexities of high society were beyond his grasp. Dan, we meet again. Upon spotting Uchiha Dan resting on the sofa, Uchiha Fukuzen greeted him with a broad smile. I would rather not see you. Uchiha Dan retorted coldly, adding, I never expected you, Uchiha Fukuzen, to come personally to apprehend me. I am quite taken aback. Not at all. Uchiha Fukuzen hastily clarified. We have investigated the matter thoroughly. You have been the victim from start to finish. It is that scoundrel Uchiha In who has wronged you. Very well. Uchiha Dan's expression softened slightly, reassured that the matter had been clarified. Noticing that Uchiha Fukuzen and Uchiha Fugaku showed no intention of leaving, Uchiha Dan frowned and asked, Do you have further business? I am here to express my gratitude. Uchiha Fukuzen declared once more. Thank you for saving Uchiha Rin. She is my niece, and we have always shared a close bond. Naturally, I must express my appreciation. As he spoke, Uchiha Fukuzen placed the large packages on the table. By the way, she used to play with you often as children. I wonder if you remember her. I do not recall, Uchiha Dan replied firmly, shaking his head. He did not genuinely forget. Rather, he intended to convey his stance. You think mere pleasantries will mend our relationship? How naive. Ah, it is no wonder. Uchiha Fukuzen laughed lightly. After all, it has been over a decade. He was not concerned, as he merely sought to lighten the atmosphere. Sighing, Uchiha Fukuzen suddenly expressed, Dan, what a misfortune for our clan. I truly did not anticipate Uchiha In to be so ungrateful and merciless. With gritted teeth, Uchiha Fukuzen continued, Initially, I was unaware of his misdeeds and was quite upset with you for striking him. However, after uncovering the truth, I felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate that scoundrel. Thus, Uncle now feels nothing but guilt towards you. Well done indeed. Old fox. Uchiha Dan was left speechless. Although he recognized Uchiha Fukuzen's words as mere formalities, they nonetheless brought him some comfort. However, there is a matter in which I must ask for your assistance. Uchiha Fukuzen hesitated. Uchiha And deserves his punishment. But the 7 individuals who accompanied him were unaware of the situation. They merely acted in defense after witnessing Uchiha Duan's defeat. Is there any way you could refrain from holding their actions against them? What do you imply? Uchiha Duan feigned confusion. Their families are currently heartbroken, with their sons and daughters lying in the hospital. As parents, how could they not be distressed? Therefore, I would like to request your help in treating their injuries. Rest assured, before Uchiha Duan could decline, Uchiha Fukuzen placed a briefcase on the table. Given that they have trespassed against you, the medical fees must not be trifled with. Here is 30 million. Let me know if it is insufficient, and I shall retrieve more. Wave Wind Shiran and Wave Wind Minato were left astonished at the sight. The excessive politeness was somewhat overwhelming. And 30 million. Even if Uchiha Duan possessed remarkable medical skills, he had never received such a hefty sum for treatment in one go throughout the years. Thus, this was not merely a medical fee, it was an apology. Uchiha Duan was equally surprised. Given Uchiha Fukuzen's astute and tactful nature, how was it possible that he had raised a son like Uchiha Fugaku, who was so unyielding? It was no wonder that, despite possessing the Manjiki Sharingan and greater strength, he could not maintain order, ultimately leading the Uchiha clan towards its demise. After all, who would enjoy the company of someone perpetually stern? Had Uchiha Fukuzen remained, with his ability to strategize and navigate social circles, the clan might not have reached such a tragic fate. Chapter 37. The future of the Uchiha clan lies with him. I have no interest in money, said Uncle Fukuyama. But I am in need of funds, so I shall not hold back. At that moment, Uchiha Duan's expression shifted from gloomy to bright as he earnestly replied, "Consider this a favor, I shall remember it." His financial situation was indeed dire, as his research project was about to commence, and without funds, progress would be impossible. Nevertheless, his change in demeanor conveyed to Uchiha Fukuyama that he accepted his apology, extending a hand in reconciliation. What about the injured? Uchiha Fukuyama inquired tentatively. To be honest, I am rather anxious. I understand. It is only human, Dan reassured him. Do not worry. I shall head to the hospital and ensure that those 7 return to the Uchiha clan whole and intact. I am immensely grateful. I shall not disturb you any longer. Uchiha Fukuyama finally felt relieved as he departed with Uchiha Fugaku. Once outside, merely a few steps away, Uchiha Fukuyama's expression turned icy. This was his true self. The smoothness he displayed was merely a facade, a performance for others when necessary. Unfortunately, Uchiha Fugaku had only learned his father's composed and serious nature, failing to grasp the subtleties of his social finesse. Observing the rapid shift in his father's demeanor left Fugaku puzzled. Father, to me, you have always been a proud man. Yet today you seem quite disappointed? Uchiha Fukuyama inquired. Fugaku remained silent, but his expression spoke volumes. Seeing his son's reaction, Uchiha Fukuyama felt a pang of disappointment. His son appeared wise and mature, yet it seemed that this wisdom was merely superficial. Fugaku, remember this. Dan belongs to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fukuyama said solemnly. It is not shameful to humble oneself before the younger generation of our family. But he no longer belongs to the Uchiha, Fugaku countered. Fugaku, you must adjust your mindset. Uchiha Fukuyama advised. Let me ask you, what severe transgression did Uchiha Duan commit to be cast out from the clan? Did his parents err in some way? It was said he violated clan rules, but which rule? The intricacies of this matter are beyond your knowledge. He paused before adding, I can tell you with certainty. He committed no offense. His parents died for Konoha, leaving behind notable achievements. Then why was he expelled from the Uchiha clan? Fugaku asked, bewildered. It was not my decision to cast him out. It was Uchiha Q who insisted he witnessed Dan violating clan rules and demanded his expulsion. Even at the cost of our relationship. You have seen the internal division within the clan. At that time, the faction led by Q was powerful and under pressure. I ultimately agreed to Dan's expulsion. Yet in my heart, he has always been a member of our family. Of course, while Q took the fall, I suspect this was also the will of the 2nd and 3rd Hokage, as well as the higher-ups of Konoha. The reason is simple. They feared Dan's potential. Can you imagine? A person who is not trained for even a second in 7 years can easily defeat 8 clan ninjas and has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Once his reputation rises, Uchiha Q would be marked as a disgrace in our clan's history. Through today's events, I have come to realize that the future of the Uchiha clan likely rests upon Uchiha Duan. Father, what do you mean by that? Fugaku's displeasure was palpable. If the clan's future relies on him, then what am I? Some matters are now necessary for you to understand. Uchiha Fukuyama sighed. When we return home today, it is essential that we have an open and honest discussion. I believe you will come to comprehend my perspective. However, Fugaku, remember that as the clan leader, achieving your goals sometimes necessitates setting aside pride. Uchiha Fukuyama continued. You have always held on to your pride too tightly, fearing that a smile would undermine your authority as the heir. This is not a beneficial mindset. Those who desire everything often end up with nothing. Take today's events as an example. If I had prioritized my pride while trying to resolve this situation, it would have been impossible. Uchiha Dan is no ordinary person. The words he spoke to you in prison were laden with intent. Did you truly believe he wished to sever ties with us recklessly? He was merely expressing his stance while flexing his metaphorical muscles, seeking to maximize his benefits. Yet, you failed to grasp his words, allowing him to lead you by the nose, only to later deem him unstable and irrational. So, who is truly unstable here? Fugaku. Remember that feigned composure does not equate to true steadiness. Inner calmness is genuine stability. Your performance today has left me disappointed, and thus you must reflect on your actions. Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement, though it remained uncertain if he truly absorbed the lesson. Observing Fugaku's reaction, Uchiha Fukuyama shook his head inwardly. This boy is so obstinate. I can only hope that he can adapt in light of the family's current crisis. Brother, you are incredible. I admire you so much. At home, Minato Namikaze gazed at Uchiha Dan with starry eyes. Upon expressing his desire to become Hokage, Dan advised him, a leader must possess means. Mere passion will not suffice to become Hokage. He promised to teach Minato a valuable lesson. How much time had passed? He genuinely provided him with a lesson, and it was live instruction. All right. Uchiha Dan ruffled Minato's hair and smiled. Today, I want you to summarize the events and write a reflection. I shall review it when you return tonight. I will ensure I complete the task. Minato exclaimed loudly. You rascal. Uchiha Dan chided playfully. Feel free to unwrap the gifts. Take whatever you like. However, Uchiha Fukuyama would certainly cater to their preferences. Some items were likely suitable for girls, so leave those for me. I intend to gift them. Hee. Minato wore an expression of understanding and happily began to unwrap the gifts. Uchiha Dan shook his head with a smile. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from the spot and reappear in his office at Konoha Hospital. Why are you still here? He asked, noticing Tsunade yawning and stretching. I was waiting for you. Tsunade perked up and smiled. I thought I'd lend you a hand. How did you know I would come? This time, Uchiha Dan was taken aback. I guessed. Tsunade replied proudly. During dinner, I saw Uchiha Fukuyama and his son bringing gifts to find you. So I figured you would reconcile. You sly one. Tell me, what did you manage to gain from this? Tsunade inquired curiously. Not much. Just a heap of gifts and 30 million ryo, Dan replied casually. How much? Tsunade gasped, rising in shock. It's not that much. Why are you so astonished? Dan remarked nonchalantly. For this, Uchiha Fukuyama even thanked me. You scoundrel. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. I have always been curious. How much have you saved over the years? Not much. With this 30 million included, it's about 300 million, Dan laughed. I've saved it all for uncle and aunt, as I have no interest in money. 300 million? Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 38. This is all my money. Orochimaru, I wish to meet Uchiha Dan. Tsunade lamented her decision not to join the Konoha Hospital sooner. The medical ninjas, with their unparalleled skills, were akin to walking money-making machines. After all, a critically ill patient, if truly healed, would willingly part with their entire fortune. My uncle and aunt have stated that this money is reserved for my marriage, to be entrusted to my future wife. Uchiha Dado playfully teased Tsunade. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect. After all, it would soon be her wealth. However, a sudden thought struck her, and she anxiously inquired, what do you think Sensei's reaction will be to today's events? His silence suggested he had not yet decided how to address the matter with her. Initially, she had considered having Uchiha Fuyama inform Sarutobi Hiruzen about her mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, but it now appeared he would keep this secret for her. Thus, she resolved to wait for an opportunity to demonstrate her abilities, pondering whether she should confront him. Will he? Tsunade asked with concern. Fear not. Sarutobi has become increasingly indecisive over the past 2 years. It is unlikely he will act decisively, especially as he will soon realize he cannot easily deal with me. Dado reassured her. 5 hours later, thanks to the joint efforts of Uchiha Dado and Tsunade, The treatment of 7 Uchiha ninjas was successfully concluded. Only Uchiha In remained, rendered completely incapacitated for life. His condition bore no consequence for Dato or Fyama, as he had been selected by Fyama to represent the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, Uchiha In was still unconscious. Once he awoke, he would be taken back to the Uchiha clan to face their wrath and accusations, forever unable to hold his head high. There are always myriad solutions to a problem. Some issues require magnifying the trivial while downplaying the significant, while others necessitate making a mountain out of a molehill. One must learn to navigate these dynamics with finesse. Ultimately, however, the most crucial factor remains strength. If the one being bullied is not Uchiha Dato, but rather an ordinary doctor at Konoha Hospital, even if his intellect matches Dato's, what could he do against Uchiha In? Conversely, should Dato lack mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique and be subjected to NS treatment, he would likely choose to avoid confrontation rather than provoke a conflict. Any schemes or plots are rendered futile in the face of overwhelming strength. Senju Hashirama exemplifies this truth. Throughout the years, he has faced countless conspiracies. It is worth noting that even a character like Kakuzu once hurled a shuriken from 800 miles away, nearly bringing down the legendary ninja. Yet, that is merely a jest. Over the years, the only one to successfully scheme against Senju Hashirama was Uchiha Madara, whose success ultimately hinged upon sheer power. Had Madara been unable to approach Hashirama or employ Izanagi, all his machinations would have been in vain. Each time Dato reflects upon this, his desire for strength intensifies. The next day, Tsunade departed her home as usual, preparing to head to Konoha Hospital. As she contemplated what to eat with Dato later, a figure suddenly obstructed her path. "Tsunade, long time no see." "Orochimaru?" Tsunade responded, puzzled. "What an unexpected visitor. You actually sought me out." Despite their long acquaintance and shared training, Tsunade was surprised by Orochimaru's visit, as they seldom crossed paths in their busy lives. "I have important matters to discuss with you," Orochimaru replied with a faint smile, gesturing towards a nearby establishment. "I reserved a private room at that tea house. Shall we continue our conversation there?" "Humph, your sudden appearance can't bode well. I'm eager to see what scheme you're concocting." Inside the private room, Orochimaru arranged the tea set, demonstrating his tea-making skills. "Speak, what is it you want?" Tsunade, who disdained formalities much like Dato, directly inquired. "You remain as impatient as ever," Orochimaru noted, unfazed, as he continued to brew tea. "My patience is reserved for certain individuals. For instance, you exhibit considerable patience towards Dato," he added with a slight smile. Upon hearing Dato's name, Tsunade's expression sharpened. "What exactly do you wish to convey? Be clear." "In truth, I too have little fondness for brewing tea, as it can be rather time-consuming," Orochimaru replied with a calm demeanor. "However, our conversation today may take some time, so do bear with me." 3 minutes later, he presented a cup of tea to Tsunade, pouring himself a cup to sip leisurely, unperturbed by her bad temper. Orochimaru understood her well after all these years. Tsunade was never one to mask her emotions. Her feelings were always apparent, and she was forthright. Yet, Orochimaru felt confident that if they were on a battlefield, he could trust her with his back. That was sufficient for him. As for the rest, did Orochimaru truly care? "My intention is to meet Uchiha Dato. I hope you will introduce us," he finally stated after a period of testing Tsunade's patience. "You need not seek my permission to meet him. He has every right to make friends." "Why disclose this to me?" Tsunade remained vigilant since Orochimaru mentioned Dato. "My sharing this with you indicates I harbor no ill will towards Dato," Orochimaru explained. "I prefer transparency. I merely wish for our first meeting to be pleasant." "Is this not at the behest of Sensei?" Tsunade furrowed her brow in inquiry. "Certainly not. Do you believe he would welcome my interaction with Dato?" "That makes sense." Tsunade pondered momentarily before continuing. "Is this the intention of Shimura Danzo?" Orochimaru cast a surprised glance at Tsunade, astonished that she was privy to such a clandestine matter. Their meetings were always kept from others, known only to the two of them. "No, it is Uchiha Dato," Orochimaru quickly realized. Moreover, Dato was likely only speculating without concrete evidence. Once he grasped this, Orochimaru shook his head, stating, "My relationship with Shimura Danzo is merely collaborative. He has no sway over my decisions. This is solely my initiative. Of course, as a favor, I will assist you." "I hardly believe I require your assistance," Tsunade retorted coldly. "No, you do," Orochimaru asserted confidently. "You have recently encountered troubles, and these troubles are connected to Dato. Are you spying on me?" Tsunade's eyes narrowed. her tone sharp. Chapter 39. Orochimaru's speculations, Uchiha Dado's miscalculations. Are you spying on me? Tsunade's eyes narrowed, her tone sharp. I have no such leisure, Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Recently, Jiraiya asked me if you were unhappy with Dado. Otherwise, why would you appear so morose when alone? That fool could never piece it together. Yet, I immediately understood the cause. Dado has not yet embraced you, has he? Tsunade fell silent. Had she made her feelings so evident? And what exactly was Orochimaru plotting? Orochimaru, can I trust you? Tsunade tentatively asked. To each their own. I never expect trust from anyone, Orochimaru replied with a slight smile. If you wish to speak, I will listen attentively. If you choose not to, I shall not pry. Your assumptions are correct. Tsunade sighed in exasperation, acknowledging that although the entire Hidden Leaf village was abuzz with rumors of her relationship with Dan, and he indeed treated her well, they had yet to define their bond. But how did you know? She asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Just a guess. Orochimaru replied with a faint smile. My conjecture is based on my fundamental understanding of both you and Dankuin. Take you for instance. Even after you held Dankuin's hand and traversed half of the village that day, I didn't see a trace of happiness upon your face in the days that followed. As for Dan, he continues to spend most of his time at home, even amidst his work. So, instead of monitoring me, you are watching him? Tsunade's tone grew sharper as she glared at Orochimaru. To be honest, yes, he admitted without a hint of shame. You know, there are 3 individuals in this village who are most concerned about Dankuin. The first is you, for obvious reasons. The second is his brother, Minato Namikaze, who idolizes him greatly. And the third is me. My interest in him surpasses that of both his teacher and Danzo. Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she pressed. What is your purpose in watching Dan? It seems you still have not fully grasped the extent of Dankuin's talents, Orochimaru continued, leisurely preparing his tea, seemingly unfazed by Tsunade's mounting irritation. What I mean is that my attention towards him stems from a particular pharmaceutical study he conducted 3 years ago. His audacity and innovation in drug creation have completely reshaped my understanding. When I first saw the formula, I thought I had misread it, and his development of the rebirth technique left me utterly astonished. Thus, I have long felt that Dankuin and I might share a kindred spirit. That is absurd. Tsunade immediately refuted. How could he possibly be anything like you? I suppose I misspoke, Orochimaru corrected with a chuckle. What I meant was that, in terms of research, he and I are of a similar ilk. In fact, Dankuin is well aware of my occasional observations and has been quite wary of me. Naturally, who wouldn't he be cautious of a man stalking them without cause? It's quite terrifying to consider. You've misunderstood. He does not perceive me as a pervert. I can sense that he merely regards me with caution. However, through this process, I have gradually come to understand his character. As a rational third party, I can offer you a different perspective on Dankuin, which may yield unexpected insights, Orochimaru coaxed. Be clear with me, Tsunade urged, her impatience rising, though her tone had softened from before. Ah, Tsunade, Orochimaru laughed heartily. Dankuin is a deeply sentimental individual. That much you should know. Tsunade nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. He is exceptionally kind to his adoptive parents and has a bond with his brother that others envy. But, aside from the Namikazes, have you seen him treat anyone else with kindness? Orochimaru inquired. Tsunade hesitated, momentarily taken aback. Well, you might mention yourself, Kushina, and SHT. But those are all recent occurrences. Reflecting on a year ago, did Uchiha Dan show kindness to anyone outside his family? No. She sighed, shaking her head. But why is that? His experiences have instilled a heavy sense of wariness in him, making it difficult for him to trust anyone easily. In a world where life-threatening dangers lurk at every corner, he must ensure his thoughts remain absolutely rational in the face of any situation. Thus, emotions have always seemed superfluous to him, making it challenging for him to love anyone. In his mind, he constantly calculates and manipulates everything he encounters. Hearing Orochimaru's analysis, Tsunade yearned to argue. Yet, the more she interacted with Uchiha Dan, the more she found Orochimaru's assertions to hold true. What was this? A silent understanding among men? Whether leveraging his position at the Leaf Hospital to enhance his influence, or exploiting the greedy nature of Haruno Sakura to provide assistance without recompense, enduring her prolonged humiliation, or showcasing his worthiness to his teacher to avoid fatal consequences, or even occasionally exhibiting a facade of resilience and forced smiles before Kakashi Hitaki. All of these were rife with calculation and manipulation. Many times. I have admired him for how he has managed to comprehend the personalities of those he cannot even approach or gather intel on with such depth. It is precisely this intricate web of strategies that has allowed him to survive against such formidable odds, eventually breaking through the clouds to bask in the sunlight. Of course, a crucial factor in this equation is you. Me? Tsunade realized what Orochimaru was implying, as his words echoed the thoughts she had grappled with for so long. But she immediately grew wary. Was Orochimaru attempting to sow discord today? Indeed, he has orchestrated the deepest schemes against you, Orochimaru scoffed. Shut your mouth if you don't know anything. Tsunade snapped, her anger flaring. What do you know? I know plenty. Orochimaru maintained his composure amidst her fury. However, the one miscalculation Dankuin made was never anticipating that he would genuinely fall in love with you. The moment those words left Orochimaru's lips, all of Tsunade's anger evaporated, leaving her momentarily speechless. She suddenly felt a profound sense of calm wash over her, an unprecedented feeling of stability. In that instant, her breathing became more regular. What did you say? Tsunade stammered, her voice quivering. Didn't he catch that? Orochimaru chuckled. I said, his only miscalculation is that he truly fell in love with you. Is that clear enough? Are you serious? Tsunade asked, her nerves fraying. Though she had always harbored such hopes, she had never received any affirmative responses from anyone. As for Uchiha Dan, he was an expert at deception. She found it hard to believe. Yet, hearing Orochimaru's assertion, every fiber of her being resonated with clarity. People are not mere wood. Who can be without feelings? Orochimaru affirmed with a nod. It is precisely because of his perilous circumstances, rife with manipulation and exploitation, that Dankuin's yearning for sincerity surpasses that of ordinary individuals. He is not innately a calculating person. He longs for someone who can devote themselves entirely to him, just as he yearns to reciprocate that devotion. Coincidentally, your character, Tsunade, is one of unpretentiousness and integrity, continually moving him. Everything aligned perfectly, and Tsunade found herself convinced of Orochimaru's accuracy, for it all made sense, and even unraveled many enigmas that had long plagued her heart. It was unexpected that Uchiha Dan had not provided her with these answers, but rather, it was Orochimaru who unveiled them. You mentioned helping me earlier, Tsunade eagerly interjected. Haha, Tsunade, had it not been for this exchange, I truly would not have realized how deeply you have fallen. Orochimaru teased. Quickly, speak plainly. Tsunade insisted, her agitation resurfacing as she observed Orochimaru's continued evasion of a direct answer. She absolutely detested his penchant for riddles. He could easily articulate a point yet preferred to meander around it. This was intolerable for her straightforward nature. Very well, Orochimaru replied, his expression unwavering. Dankuin may not even realize that his feelings for you exceed his own expectations. The reason he has yet to accept you is not simply because he cannot accept you, but rather, he struggles to accept himself. Ah, you scoundrel, clarify this for me. Tsunade exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she slammed her palm on the table, demanding to know if he could stop beating around the bush. Orochimaru could not help but laugh again, stating that his reluctance was rooted in guilt. He had been exploiting her all along, yet he feared her wrath and possible resentment if he were to be honest. It was difficult to fathom that a man as rational as Danzo could also harbor such inner turmoil. This reinforced my belief that love can render one utterly irrational. And Danzo exemplified this notion, which is why I find love to be an unnecessary distraction. This guy? Tsunade huffed as she settled back down. How could I possibly blame him? Wouldn't it be better to just communicate clearly? I've been troubled for far too long. Orochimaru summarized, because you care, you fear. His words struck a chord deep within Tsunade. Today's conversation had made her see Orochimaru in an unexpectedly favorable light. If you can articulate so well, then do say more. She urged. And what about your offer to help me? Tsunade inquired once more. Orochimaru, with a sly smile and a subtle lick of his lips, remained silent. What are you grinning about? Spill it. Tsunade's patience was wearing thin, her irritation mounting. You know, Tsunade, have you ever heard that a drunken woman can be the most troublesome? Orochimaru mused, sipping his tea with a smile. Danzo disapproves of my drinking, which is why I haven't indulged in a long time, Tsunade lamented. Tsunade, it's surprising to see you being so reasonable. This is quite unlike you, Orochimaru remarked, shaking his head. I believe when Danzo said he disliked your drinking, he meant your former habit of excessive indulgence. A modest drink now and then would not displease him. There's a significant difference here. At this, Tsunade felt her cheeks flush. In her past, she often drank to excess, and despite the ninja laws prohibiting underage drinking, who would dare to intervene when she was at the Senju estate? It was all due to that fateful sip of her grandfather's liquor. Under normal circumstances, if you were to ask Danzo to join you for a drink, he would surely refuse, Orochimaru continued. But what if you were heartbroken and felt the urge to drink? Heartbroken? What could possibly make me heartbroken? Tsunade replied, her disbelief evident. Orochimaru was taken aback. Tsunade was usually sharper than this. It seemed she was genuinely flustered and unable to think clearly. Indeed, a woman in love often loses her wits. I've heard that Lady Mito's health has been deteriorating recently, Orochimaru reminded her. Tsunade's expression darkened as she replied, how could I use my grandmother's condition as an excuse? That's hardly an excuse, Orochimaru countered, shaking his head. Are you not saddened by Lady Mito's declining health? Of course I am. Tsunade responded without hesitation. Is it too much to want to drink once to alleviate this inner turmoil? Not at all, Orochimaru replied. Would it be unreasonable for Danzo to accompany you while you drink? It would be entirely reasonable. Tsunade's eyes brightened as Orochimaru's words began to resonate. Yes. I'm not doing this on purpose. I am genuinely heartbroken. Thank you. Tsunade finally realized her course of action and expressed her gratitude to Orochimaru. I'm glad to be of assistance. He nodded in satisfaction. He had spoken many flattering words, all tailored to Tsunade's liking, and now he was reaping the rewards. When the time came, Tsunade's gentle persuasion would likely convince Danzo to acquiesce to his requests. Regarding the introduction you promised, Orochimaru reminded her. First, tell me why you are so determined to meet Danzo. Although Tsunade had softened her stance towards Orochimaru, she remained cautious when it came to Danzo. I wish to invite Danzo to participate in my research, Orochimaru stated candidly. What kind of research? Tsunade probed. Genetic research, which requires extensive medical knowledge. And no one is more suitable than Danzo. Are you just going to cast me aside? Tsunade protested, feeling disgruntled. If you can participate, that would be ideal. However, can you be patient? Orochimaru asked hesitantly. Who says I can't be patient? Tsunade firmly denied. Orochimaru sighed. You clearly do not wish to part with Danzo. Must I unveil your feelings? Orochimaru, I will inform Danzo about this and help persuade him, but I have two requests. After establishing the basics, Tsunade spoke again. State them. My first request is that you do your utmost to keep him in Konoha, Tsunade declared earnestly. Orochimaru's expression remained neutral, yet inwardly he was quite pleased. Clearly, concern can lead to confusion. After everything I've shared, how have you not grasped this? Once your plan is executed and the two of you solidify your bond, Danzo will not leave, even if you wish it. The one embroiled in the situation often fails to see the truth. I agree. Orochimaru pretended to ponder, nodding earnestly. My second request is to ensure his safety. Does your teacher still wish to eliminate him? Orochimaru queried, puzzled. Would you truly dispose of someone like him? Does Sarutobi's mind hold nothing of value? Tsunade retorted angrily. Some individuals have no intention of allowing him peace. Very well, I can agree to that. Orochimaru's promise, though not yet sinister, was still credible. He believed Tsunade's requests were quite simple. Danzo had survived the scrutiny of Konoha's higher-ups. His mental acuity was beyond question. With Tsunade's protection and Orochimaru's covert support, plus Danzo's own strength, his safety was assured. Seeing Tsunade's resolve to facilitate this matter, Orochimaru felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating his meeting with Danzo. At Konoha Hospital, in the exclusive office of Tsunade and Danzo, Danzo looked up at Tsunade, who had arrived late, and asked with concern, Has Lady Mito's condition worsened? Before Tsunade could respond, Danzo had already anticipated her answer, filling her with joy. Ah, she sighed, sinking into her chair. Suppressing her excitement as she replied, I fear my grandmother may not have much time left. It was no surprise that Danzo would ask this, since they shared an office. Tsunade had rarely been late, often regarded as a model worker. Any tardiness had been due to Mito's health issues. We need to devise a plan. Danzo furrowed his brow. Deep in thought, Mito's declining health was not due to an imminent death. On the contrary, members of the Uzumaki clan typically enjoyed lengthy lifespans. Under normal circumstances, Mito could easily live for several more decades. However, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she had relied on sheer strength to suppress the beast. Though she had been strong in her youth, age had taken its toll. As her physical capabilities waned and chakra diminished, her strength weakened, causing her seals to loosen. The Nine Tails, sensing this, constantly sought to break free, compelling Mito to expend vast amounts of chakra to maintain the seal. This excessive strain had led to her rapid decline in health. Danzo. Tsunade suddenly interrupted his thoughts, anxiously asking, "Would you accompany me for a drink after work?" As the question escaped her lips, Tsunade's anxiety compelled her to clutch the hem of her garment tightly, her feet digging into the floor as if etching a mark of distress. Sighing, Uchiha Duan reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. He certainly disapproved of Tsunade's excessive drinking. Yet a modest indulgence from time to time was acceptable, and in such moments, he would naturally not refuse. On hearing his words, Tsunade nearly leapt for joy, though she managed to suppress her excitement. "I'll go check the rooms," Tsunade declared, her expression a mixture of sorrow and determination as she hurriedly departed, disregarding Uchiha Duan's reaction. Once she reached the hospital rooftop, she could no longer contain herself. Stifling her mouth with her hand, she trembled with joy, bouncing around the rooftop in sheer elation. At last, her long-held wish was on the verge of realization. Meanwhile, Uchiha Duan, seated in the office, nearly sprang from his chair. He had been so concerned about Tsunade that he had extended his perception to monitor her condition. Was she out of her mind? However, he quickly deduced the reason behind her exuberance. Having traversed into this world, he could hardly be oblivious to Tsunade's intentions. Sighing internally, Uchiha Duan resigned himself to the situation. For some inexplicable reason, he too began to harbor a sense of anticipation. After 5 minutes of jubilant bouncing and 10 minutes of calming down, Tsunade returned to the office. Noticing Uchiha Duan's composed demeanor, she exhaled in relief. In her moment of excitement, she had forgotten about Uchiha Duan's extraordinary perceptive abilities. Thankfully, she had not revealed her secret. "By the way, you know that guy Orochimaru, right?" Tsunade inquired, recalling his instructions. Upon hearing the name, Uchiha Duan chuckled. "Has he finally succumbed to his curiosity?" "What? You already knew?" Tsunade asked in astonishment. "He's a research fanatic who has been fixated on me intermittently for 3 years. What else could it be?" Tsunade was at a loss for words, having been taken aback by Uchiha Duan's insightful observations more times than she could count. "Will you agree to meet him?" she queried, regaining her composure. "That depends on the nature of his research. If it piques my interest, I shall agree. If it fails to captivate me, I will decline without hesitation." "So you will meet him?" "It's merely a meeting. It's no big deal." At this point, Uchiha Duan maintained a facade of indifference, though inside, he felt a chill. "How dare you, Orochimaru? Using Tsunade to ensnare me, exploiting her vulnerabilities to gain your advantage. Very well. It seems a stern lesson is in order. Lest you taste success and utter words that should remain unspoken." The sky was blue, the sun radiated warmth, and the village of Konoha basked in harmony. Yet, the workday dragged on excruciatingly for both Uchiha Duan and Tsunade, each feeling as though the day would never end, a torment that threatened to drive them mad. They both longed to suggest taking a break, but the fear of unforeseen emergencies, seriously injured patients, or unwelcome interruptions kept them silent, an unspoken understanding between them. Today, no mishaps must occur. As the clock finally struck the end of the workday, Uchiha Duan and Tsunade felt on the verge of tears. The shift had become increasingly unbearable. However, everyone around observed the seemingly joyful expressions of Uchiha Duan and Tsunade. One feigned nonchalance while the other wore an enduring frown, both silently making their way to a quaint tavern. To an outsider, it might appear they were at odds. "Please, let nothing go awry," Tsunade fervently prayed as they settled into their seats at the tavern. "My happiness hinges on this day. Whoever dares to interrupt shall become my lifelong adversary." As they ordered a few bottles of sake and some dishes, Uchiha Duan and Tsunade gradually began to unwind. Just then, a small figure rushed into the tavern. Spotting Tsunade at the booth, "Sister," S.H. Ju called out, hurrying over. Upon hearing S.H. Ju's voice, Tsunade's heart sank, and she turned with a fierce glare. Her eyes filled with an unprecedented ferocity. S.H. Ju, taken aback, felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had genuinely evoked her wrath. "I swear." At that moment, she truly looked as if she wanted to kill me, he thought, terrified. "Scary. I want to go home." "Home." S.H. Ju finally snapped back to reality, ignoring Tsunade's fierce gaze, and mumbled, "Sister, Grandma." Upon hearing the mention of their grandmother, Tsunade's fury dissipated, replaced by a wave of concern. "What has happened to Grandma?" she asked urgently. "She is feeling a bit unwell," S.H. Ju replied, still looking down. You little brat. Tsunade exclaimed, her anger rekindled. Grandma is simply unwell, yet you act as if the world is ending. All right. Uchiha Duan quickly intervened, raising a hand to appease Tsunade. Is it not your fault? That expression of yours would frighten anyone. Look at how terrified the child is. I will accompany you home to check on her. Uchiha Duan reassured Tsunade with a gentle pat on her shoulder before heading to the bar to settle the bill. Upon arriving home, Tsunade rushed to the backyard without a moment's hesitation. Seeing the pale and frail figure of Uzumaki Mito, her heart ached, and tears welled up in her eyes. Little Tsunade. Mito opened her eyes, a weak smile gracing her lips. Do not worry, Grandma is fine. Is it the Nine Tails again stirring up trouble? Tsunade asked through gritted teeth. You need not harbor hatred for the Nine Tails, Mito gently replied. It too is a victim, possessing its own consciousness, yet perpetually sealed and controlled. Alas, by the time I realized this, it was far too late, and the rift between us had become irreparable. Otherwise, perhaps we could have even been friends. Hearing her grandmother's attempt to console her brought forth a torrent of tears from Tsunade, cascading down her cheeks. Raised by her grandparents, Tsunade had always held a deep emotional bond with Mito, especially after losing her grandfather and great-grandfather. The thought of Mito's frailty and the possibility of her absence was unbearable. Don, come here, Mito called, noticing Uchiha Duan standing quietly beside Tsunade. He stepped forward, crouching respectfully. Lord Mito, my dear, it is time you addressed me as Grandma. She gently admonished. Grandma. Tsunade blushed, playfully reproaching her. Haha, it brings me joy to see you both. Every time I look at you, I am reminded of my youth. Hashirama was quite the character back then. Enough of the past. When one grows old, nostalgia becomes a cherished companion. Don. Mito's expression suddenly turned serious as she grasped Uchiha Duan's hand, imparting a weighty request. Promise me, no matter the circumstances, you will treat Tsunade with kindness. Lord Mito, though your health may be deteriorating, you are far from extinguished. There is no need for such pessimism, Uchiha Duan reassured her hastily. It matters not when I depart, but I hope you can assure me of this today. Mito's expression remained solemn. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to care for Tsunade and ensure her happiness, Uchiha Duan vowed earnestly. Should anyone dare to bully Tsunade, they would become my sworn enemy. Even the Sage of Six Paths could not protect them, I assert. Haha, splendid. Uzumaki Mito nodded vigorously, his spirits soaring. Grandma, what nonsense are you spouting? Tsunade, feeling a rush of sweetness in her heart, also experienced a wave of embarrassment. Those were your own words. If you dare to go back on them, you mustn't. You little rascal. Uzumaki Mito feigned dissatisfaction, casting a mock glare at Tsunade, fully in control. Tsunade felt tears welling up. Is it possible that today I could have taken charge? Sighing, she added, no more. Talking too much only brings tears. Lady Mito. Observing the profound bond between Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade, Uchiha Obito interjected, I might have a way for you to enjoy a few more years of familial bliss. Mito, upon hearing this, nodded in satisfaction but then gracefully shook her head, laughing. What does it matter to live long if those I care about are no longer here? My parents, my brother, and Hashirama have all departed. For many years, with little Tsunade and S.H. Suk by my side, I have already found contentment. There is nothing left for me to cling to. Grandma. Both Tsunade and S.H. Suk spoke simultaneously, sorrow evident in their voices. Do not worry, I will not despair. How could I bear to leave my granddaughter and grandson before my time? Mito chuckled. I will reinforce the seals soon. Obito, come help me then. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Obito nodded in agreement. This was not merely a request for assistance. It was clearly a transmission of knowledge. After examining Mito's health and engaging in conversation for a while, Uchiha Obito finally stood to take his leave. Upon noticing the strongly suggestive gaze from Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade immediately rose to see him off. At that moment, Tsunade felt utterly foolish for her emotional obliviousness. Lacking any experience in matters of the heart, she truly did not know how to act without external prompts, especially since Uchiha Obito had previously been somewhat distant. Fearing that persistent pursuit might provoke his aversion, she always tread carefully. As they strolled through the streets of Konoha, neither Uchiha Obito nor Tsunade spoke, yet every fleeting glance exchanged brought forth involuntary laughter. After half an hour of walking, neither felt fatigued. Rather, they wished to continue this journey indefinitely. Shall we forego drinking? Uchiha Obito finally broke the silence. gazing at Tsunade's exquisitely sculpted visage, unable to suppress a smile. This marked the first time Uchiha Obito openly regarded Tsunade, his gaze steadfast and unwavering. The events of the day had brought Tsunade such uncontainable joy on the rooftop that he finally dared to confront his own feelings and acknowledge her. At that moment, Tsunade resembled a goddess descended to earth, her golden locks cascading freely, adorned in a flowing green dress paired with a blue corset that perfectly accentuated her graceful curves. Her bosom was full and proud, her slender waist delicate yet captivating. Her flawless features, porcelain-like skin, and eyes like crystalline springs, bright and clear, invited one to lose themselves within them. Her lips, vibrantly luscious and alluring, tempted Uchiha Obito to steal a kiss. Is this truly my woman? So beautiful. You fool. Tsunade, flushed from Uchiha Obito's seemingly dazed admiration, bit her lip and glared at him for a moment before asking, "Did you know all along?" Ha ha ha. Uchiha Obito suddenly burst into laughter. "I knew nothing." Humph. Tsunade, in mock annoyance, turned away, pretending to ignore him. Yet, her body involuntarily gravitated toward him until they were pressed closely together. Chapter 43. The Plight of the Singleton, the Awakening Heart of Hatake Tsukumo. After a prolonged embrace, Tsunade could no longer contain herself, turning to wrap her arms tightly around Uchiha Obito. Initially taken aback, Uchiha Obito soon reciprocated the embrace. This moment had been long awaited by both. Over 5 years, they had imprinted the deepest marks upon each other's souls. Tsunade had often boasted of wanting to challenge Uchiha Obito, to defeat him, constantly seeking him out. Yet, in truth, was this not a disguise for her desire to simply be near him? The thoughts of a young woman are often too shy to voice. As for Uchiha Obito, he had indeed harbored intentions to utilize Tsunade at first, but as time passed, he found himself eagerly anticipating her presence. He simply feared the overwhelming guilt that would accompany such acknowledgement and thus hesitated to admit it. At this moment, words felt superfluous. Both merely wished to hold one another forever. After a lengthy pause, a gentle cough echoed from a nearby tree. It was Hatake Tsukumo. Unable to bear the sight any longer. "Have you two been hugging for an hour? Is this ever going to end? Can't you be a little considerate? Do you not realize I am still a singleton? Hatake Tsukumo, I am going to make you pay for interrupting this sweetness." Uchiha Obito, fueled by anger, prepared to confront Tsukumo, eager to demonstrate the might of his wrath. "All right." Tsunade quickly restrained Uchiha Obito, shaking her head gently. "We should be understanding. I heard that Tsukumo-senpai is still single." Another cough from Hatake Tsukumo echoed, this time unintentional, as he choked. "Are you two ever going to stop? What is wrong with being single? Haven't I wasted 5 years on this guy?" "Uchiha Obito, we need to share some private words now. Do you wish to eavesdrop?" Uchiha Obito's emotions settled as he addressed Tsukumo. "You brat, just wait. Someday, you will regret this." Hatake Tsukumo seethed, his teeth clenched. "How many times has this been? Have you ever seen someone being watched so openly and brazenly? It's utterly insane. I may have wasted my own time, but I cannot let these two fools be delayed." Once Hatake Tsukumo walked away, Uchiha Obito took a deep breath and said, "Tsunade." "Actually, Tsunade placed her finger on Uchiha Obito's lips, interrupting him as she spoke first. "Obito, I know you once intended to use me, but I have never held it against you." Uchiha Obito was taken aback, eager to explain, but all words failed him. He had vowed never to deceive Tsunade again. Rendering any explanation now seemed futile and unnecessary. Exhaling deeply, Uchiha Obito took Tsunade's hands in his, speaking earnestly, "Tsunade, I am sorry." Tsunade shook her head firmly, replying earnestly, "You need not apologize, for your actions were born of necessity. I only regret not realizing sooner, allowing you to endure so much suffering." "Fool." Uchiha Obito gently brushed his finger against Tsunade's nose, reassuring her, "Even if you had known, what could you have done at that time? I could have been there for you." Tsunade raised her head, her gaze meeting Uchiha Obito's enchanting eyes, and the atmosphere shifted, becoming charged with intimacy. Beneath the street lamp, in the gentle caress of the evening breeze, their heads slowly leaned closer together. The surrounding sounds of chirping insects and birds became a melodious backdrop for two souls intertwining. Couples in love are often reluctant to part. Seated on a park bench, they conversed for 4 hours. It was not until Tsunade felt drowsy and yawned that Uchiha Obito realized how late it had grown. "Allow me to escort you home." Though reluctant, he could not bear to see Tsunade wearied, so he spoke. "I do not wish to return. Tsunade nestled closely against Uchiha Dan, playfully saying, "Fool. Tomorrow we will finally meet, and we can spend the entire day together." Uchiha Dan gently kissed Tsunade's forehead, smiling as he remarked, "Moreover, Lord Mito ultimately requires care." All right. Upon hearing Uchiha Dan mention her grandmother, Tsunade finally acquiesced. As Uchiha Dan escorted Tsunade home, he felt as if he were floating on air. Such a profound sense of happiness was something Uchiha Dan had never experienced, nor had he even dreamt of it. Halfway home, as his emotions began to settle, Uchiha Dan suddenly grew cold in expression. "Orochimaru, you truly are cunning." A mind as sharp as Uchiha Dan's could not possibly overlook that the plan to drink was concocted by Orochimaru. "My dear Tsunade is too innocent to have devised such a scheme. However, do not presume that your indirect assistance will garner my gratitude. If you can aid me in this manner today, you could just as easily betray me tomorrow. This matter requires resolution, and I shall not permit such occurrences in the future." Just then, Kakashi Shikamaru, who had followed behind, seized the opportunity to appear suddenly before Uchiha Dan in a shadowy, deserted corner. "Kid, how do you intend to thank me?" Kakashi Shikamaru inquired, removing his mask with an exasperated tone. "Senior, my gratitude is beyond words." Uchiha Dan chuckled. "When I marry, I shall certainly invite you to be my best man." "Huh, weren't you just saying you wanted to end my life today?" Kakashi Shikamaru retorted coldly. "How can one take such heated words seriously?" Uchiha Dan replied, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "I haven't even criticized you yet. I was just embracing Tsunade. And you interrupted us. Don't you think that's a bit excessive?" "You little rascal." Kakashi Shikamaru's chest heaved with indignation. "You two have been hugging for an hour. I was worried you might suffocate, and you dare say you just started?" This boy truly possessed a sharp tongue, as Tsunade had described, with words that pierced the heart. "All right, you are my senior, so surely you wouldn't hold such things against a junior like me?" Uchiha Dan skillfully shifted the conversation. "Did you appear suddenly because you had something to discuss?" "Kid, I no longer wish to monitor you. You must assist me. I know you have a way," Kakashi Shikamaru said, still irritable. "Senior, has your affection waned?" Uchiha Dan asked, astonished and incredulous. "Enough," Kakashi Shikamaru nearly shouted. "I feel more like your caretaker than a monitor. Constantly at your beck and call. I've had enough of this life." "Senior, you wouldn't be contemplating romance, would you?" Uchiha Dan suddenly interjected. "Do tell. Which girl has captured your fancy? I can offer you some advice." Kakashi Shikamaru's face flushed, his gaze evasive, and after clearing his throat, he solemnly asked, "Are you serious?" "Of course," Uchiha Dan assured, unwavering in his response. "It's that nurse from your hospital, Kawakami now." After stammering through the confession, Kakashi Shikamaru wished he could disappear from embarrassment. However, Uchiha Dan could indeed assist in this matter. "Goodness," Uchiha Dan exclaimed, "are you monitoring me, or are you merely observing this girl? This is rather irresponsible of you." Kakashi Shikamaru coughed again, his face reddening as he hastily explained, "It's not like monitoring you holds any significance. Am I not allowed to gaze upon the girl I like? Everyone has an appreciation for beauty, don't they?" "Ha ha." Uchiha Dan burst into laughter. Seeing Kakashi Shikamaru's face turn crimson after removing his mask was simply too amusing to resist. However, noticing the growing displeasure on Kakashi Shikamaru's face, Uchiha Dan quickly reassured him. "Senior, leave this matter to me. Rest assured, I will ensure Kawakami now does not slip away." Upon hearing Uchiha Dan's assurance, Kakashi Shikamaru finally exhaled in relief. "And what about the monitoring?" "Within 7 days, my surveillance will be lifted," Uchiha Dan continued to guarantee. "Moreover, you will face consequences for inadequate monitoring, though they shall not be severe. When the time comes, simply resign from your position in the Anbu, and you will be entirely free." "Can you truly accomplish that?" Kakashi Shikamaru gasped in disbelief. "Do you think it is so difficult?" "Enough. I must return home to rest. Await my good news." With a casual wave, Uchiha Dan departed, humming a cheerful tune as he left. Unlike the torment he felt on the previous day, a new dawn found Uchiha Dan and Tsunade rising early. They shared a bowl of ramen together before arriving at the hospital office an hour ahead of schedule. The newly confirmed couple had an endless array of topics to discuss, from heartfelt confessions to brainstorming new medical ninjutsu, and even contemplating their lunch choices. They exchanged affectionate gestures, ultimately concluding that work was indeed a delightful endeavor. After indulging in each other's company for 3 days, Uchiha Dan once again visited Tsunade's home. Today marked the day that Uzumaki Mido would reinforce the seal of the Nine Tails. And Uchiha Dan had been specially summoned. Lord Mido. Upon their meeting, Uchiha Dan respectfully bowed. His admiration for Uzumaki Mido was genuine, stemming from both Tsunade and the elder's inherent worthiness of such respect. Still calling me Lord Mido? Uzumaki Mido feigned displeasure. Ah, grandmother. Uchiha Dan promptly corrected himself. Ha. Well. Uzumaki Mido's mood brightened instantly as she glanced between Uchiha Dan and Tsunade, clearly pleased with what she saw. Uzumaki Mido quickly discerned the changes in Tsunade, as her overflowing happiness was impossible to conceal. Ultimately, under Mido's inquiry, Tsunade blushed and nodded, confirming her relationship with Uchiha Dan. Dan, have you studied sealing techniques? Uzumaki Mido suddenly inquired, her demeanor settling. I have not formally studied them, but I have created some sealing techniques of my own, though none are particularly satisfactory. Uchiha Dan replied. What? Uzumaki Mido's eyes widened in surprise. You mean to say you have devised sealing techniques without any prior exposure to them? Indeed. Uchiha Dan nodded earnestly. Uzumaki Mido was astonished. Was this even possible? Without any reference to existing sealing techniques, one could not comprehend their principles, making self-creation seemingly impossible, a consensus in the ninja world. She herself had devised sealing techniques, but that was due to her extensive exposure to numerous seals from a young age, coupled with the innate talent of the Uzumaki clan and her own exceptional abilities. Although she had always recognized Uchiha Dan as a prodigious genius, she had not expected his talent to be this extraordinary. Could you elaborate? Uzumaki Mido asked. Certainly, Uchiha Dan responded, retrieving 3 scrolls from his pocket and handing them to Uzumaki Mido. These scrolls were not something Uchiha Dan typically carried, nor did he see the necessity to do so. However, having realized what Uzumaki Mido might imply, he had made a point to bring them along today. As she examined the scrolls containing sealing techniques, Uzumaki Mido nodded repeatedly. Exquisite, exquisite, she praised. Although the lack of reference has rendered the techniques less than perfect, the concepts are remarkably ingenious. With the right adjustments, these could become legendary sealing techniques. In that case, I need not say more. Enter my consciousness world, and I will teach you step by step how to enhance the seal. Very well, grandmother. As Uzumaki Mido opened her consciousness, Uchiha Dan activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. His eyes quickly followed Uzumaki Mido's guidance, leading him to the location of the seal, where he projected his consciousness and found himself before a sealing cage. It must be said that the Uchiha clan is truly favored by the heavens. Their eyes possess abilities that are both divine and unfathomable. Within the confines of a cage, the colossal form of the Nine Tails is bound by countless iron chains, struggling incessantly. Quite the lively one. Uchiha Dan could not help but exclaim, Who are you, little ghost? Why are you here? The Nine Tails shouted upon seeing Uchiha Dan. No, your eyes. The Nine Tails narrowed its pupils and coldly remarked, Remind me of someone. Uchiha Madara. Humph. Just a slew of unpleasant memories. The Nine Tails complained irritably. You certainly have a lot to say. Uchiha Dan retorted. You insolent brat, if I weren't sealed, you'd know what true fear is. Yes, I am terrified. Perhaps you should limit your words. Dans, pay it no mind. Simply follow my instructions, Vortex Minato interjected, having appeared in the realm of consciousness. Under Minato's guidance, Uchiha Dan gradually strengthened the seal on the Nine Tails, rendering its furious roars futile. Ultimately, as the chains tightened, the Nine Tails became utterly immobile. Phew. After completing the task, Uchiha Dan finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Vortex Minato's mastery of sealing techniques was remarkable. Had it been left to him alone, he would have struggled. Dan, have you learned it? I have. Excellent. From now on, Kushina will depend on you. Should the Nine Tails pose a problem, employ this method to reinforce the seal. Additionally, I will impart the sealing techniques of the Vortex clan to you, given your talent. I believe it won't be long before you master them all. Thank you, Grandma. We are family, no need for thanks. Upon exiting the realm of consciousness, Vortex Minato invited Uchiha Dan to dinner at her home each evening after work, and after their meal, he would study sealing techniques with her. Naturally, Uchiha Dan accepted with delight. Thus, his meeting with Orochimaru was conveniently arranged for the day. The following day, under Tsunade's guidance, Uchiha Dan found himself in the presence of Orochimaru. Upon seeing Uchiha Dan, the usually composed Orochimaru exhibited an unprecedented excitement. his tongue instinctively licking his lips as if he had encountered a rare treasure. "Dans, Kuin, I have long admired you," Orochimaru exclaimed eagerly, stepping forward to warmly grasp Uchiha Dan's hand. Tsunade, observing this, felt profoundly uncomfortable. She knew Uchiha Dan was quite popular at the Konoha hospital, with many girls enamored by him. Now, even Orochimaru seemed to be vying for his affection. "I have long wished to speak with you." Uchiha Dan's tone, however, was far from warm, lacking the enthusiasm displayed by Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, you should run." Uchiha Dan suddenly uttered a statement that left both Orochimaru and Tsunade bewildered. "What are you talking about, Kuin?" Orochimaru was truly bewildered, unable to keep pace with Uchiha Dan's rhythm. "You assisted me and Tsunade, which I appreciate, but I dislike how you manipulated Tsunade." In an instant, Uchiha Dan activated his Sharingan, an aura of killing intent enveloping him. Kuin, please calm down. We need to discuss research matters," Orochimaru hastily explained. "Let's discuss research after I vent my anger. Run, find a crowded place so you can be beaten less severely." With that, Uchiha Dan delivered a powerful punch to Orochimaru's face, sending him soaring. After crashing through a wall, Orochimaru landed on the road, momentarily dazed. Before he could regain his bearings, Uchiha Dan reappeared, delivering another punch to the opposite side of Orochimaru's face, propelling him once more. The commotion from their scuffle immediately attracted the attention of onlookers, and the bustling area quickly filled with a crowd eager to witness the spectacle. Throughout the encounter, Orochimaru did not retaliate, allowing Uchiha Dan to unleash his fury. If enduring a beating would allow him to join Uchiha Dan's research team, Orochimaru was more than willing to take the punishment. After all, Uchiha Dan was not likely to kill him, and even if he were injured, he would be healed. At this moment, Orochimaru had yet to succumb to darkness, yet his relentless pursuit of knowledge remained pure and steadfast. Moreover, he had indeed manipulated Tsunade to scheme against Uchiha Dan, so he felt it was of little consequence. After sending Orochimaru flying once more, Uchiha Dan suddenly vanished from sight. Reappearing in the direction Orochimaru had been launched, he delivered a swift kick, sending Orochimaru back, and then positioned himself once again before him. This display left countless passers-by, including several ninjas, utterly astonished. "Stop!" After a minute, a group of ninjas arrived, shouting to intervene. Uchiha Dan instantaneously teleported to Tsunade's side. Orochimaru, assessing his body and realizing he had not sustained serious injuries, managed to stand. In that moment, Orochimaru began to comprehend Uchiha Dan's intentions. Although Uchiha Dan had appeared fierce during their exchange, he had been holding back with each strike. Thus, he was creating an opportunity to showcase the Flying Thunder God technique. Perhaps Uchiha Dan intended to confront the higher-ups of Konoha. No, it might be inappropriate to still refer to it as the Flying Thunder God technique, for it had transcended to true teleportation, requiring no incantations for the transition. Nonetheless, Uchiha Dan still referred to it as the Flying Thunder God, too lazy to devise a new name. A month prior, while contemplating the integration of a certain concept with the Flying Thunder God technique, a flash of inspiration struck, and his body materialized 1 meter away from itself. At that moment, the system's notification rang out, detected that the host's proficiency in the Flying Thunder God exceeds that of Senju Tobirama, awarding 1,000 research points. Upon acquiring the system, Uchiha Dan realized that the talent he had inherited from Senju Tobirama could indeed be upgraded. However, upgrading required 10,000 research points, which he could only earn by surpassing Senju Tobirama. The advancement of the Flying Thunder God technique marked his first acquisition of research points, filling him with excitement for an extended period. He had no doubts about surpassing Senju Tobirama in various aspects in the future. It is worth noting that Senju Tobirama had only managed to spare brief moments for research amidst his busy schedule, primarily focusing on ninjutsu, while also contending with the immense pressure from Hashirama. In contrast, Uchiha Dan had far more time to dedicate, and his scope of research extended far beyond ninjutsu, unencumbered by any pressure. With the same talent, more time, and better conditions, failing to surpass would render him useless. As for the advancement of the Flying Thunder God technique, it was not as complex as it seemed. Many were aware of the prowess of the Flying Thunder God, yet they remained ignorant of its fundamental principles. Uchiha Dan was likely the only living individual who comprehended the most basic concept behind the Flying Thunder God technique. before the technique was conjured by the malevolent Senju Tobirama. Only one form of ninjutsu capable of transcending space for teleportation existed: summoning techniques. However, many focused solely on the power of the summoned beasts, rarely pondering how they were able to be called forth instantaneously across time and space. Perhaps some had contemplated this question, yet they found no satisfactory answer. The only one to truly grasp this answer was Senju Tobirama. Of course, Uchiha Duan now shared this understanding. The inventor of summoning techniques remains a mystery, yet Uchiha Duan held profound admiration for this individual, even considering them extraordinary. The legendary space ninjutsu had been simplified to a level accessible to any ninja. However, due to the extreme simplification, one could not glean any knowledge of time-space ninjutsu solely from summoning techniques. Naturally, this applied to others. Geniuses like Senju Tobirama were not included in this category. Long ago, the malevolent Senju Tobirama pondered that since summoning techniques allowed for spatial transmission with summoning beasts, perhaps a thorough reverse study could unveil the principles of spatial traversal. Building upon this foundation, Senju Tobirama grasped certain profound truths of spatial transmission and subsequently devised the Flying Thunder God technique. When a ninja employs summoning techniques, they establish two spatial nodes, themselves and the summoning beast, while utilizing a contract scroll to temporarily open a space-time passage between these nodes, enabling instantaneous travel across dimensions. At one point, the wicked Senju Tobirama whimsically contemplated whether merging summoning and reverse summoning techniques could enable one to summon oneself, thereby facilitating unrestricted movement through space. Although this notion seemed straightforward, it was inherently paradoxical. Summoning oneself equated to the absurdity of lifting oneself off the ground with one foot. Firstly, it is impossible for an individual to enter into a summoning contract with oneself, thus becoming their own summoning beast. Secondly, even if such a rule were non-existent, summoning oneself from one's own space would lead to a collapse and annihilation of that space due to the overlapping of identical spatial nodes at different temporal points. Not only would the summoner fail to manifest, but they would also be consumed by the very fabric of space, leading to their demise. However, Senju Tobirama was not one to surrender easily. He meticulously dissected both summoning and reverse summoning techniques, dedicating considerable time to unraveling the fundamental principles of establishing transmission between two spatial nodes, akin to peeling an onion. In doing so, he circumvented traditional summoning techniques and devised methods to create a passage between these nodes. Throughout this process, Tobirama conducted numerous experiments with various objects, initially using small, hard items such as shuriken and kunai. Once successful with these, he gradually escalated to larger, softer entities, eventually experimenting with small animals and ultimately, humans, including himself. This arduous journey spanned several years, culminating in the creation of the Flying Thunder God technique, which enabled one to traverse the heavens and earth. It must be noted that Tobirama's prowess was exceptional. While others struggled to grasp the Flying Thunder God technique, he developed it from scratch in a matter of years. Chapter 46. The Frustration of the Flying Thunder God and the Charismatic Orochimaru. The technique of the Flying Thunder God is, in essence, quite simple. Just as the hand seals in ninjutsu are straightforward, if one cannot effectively channel chakra during the hand sealing process, no amount of speed will suffice. Prior to his crossing over, Uchiha Obito had mastered various hand-sealing methods, yet they were of little use if one lacked the requisite control over their chakra. Therefore, the chasm between learning the technique and successfully utilizing it is vast. To master the Flying Thunder God technique, one must possess an exceptionally acute spatial awareness, allowing them to perceive the existence of spatial passages. Furthermore, at one of the spatial nodes, the practitioner must sense the presence of the other node through the passage and adeptly manipulate the technique from that node. Once these prerequisites are met, they can invoke the Flying Thunder God technique, enabling instantaneous spatial traversal. However, any misstep during this process could result in grievous injury or even death. Thus, the foremost requisite for mastering this technique is to be an exceptionally perceptive ninja, capable of honing their spatial awareness. Both Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato fit this criterion. Otherwise, one may train for years without ever perceiving the space around them, rendering the pursuit of the Flying Thunder God technique futile. The phrase "to hell with the Flying Thunder God" once became a popular saying, as many sought to learn this technique. However, After witnessing the demise of numerous talented individuals attempting to master it, Tobirama and his brother, Senju Hashirama, imposed stricter limitations on Konoha ninjas attempting to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, as time passed, nearly everyone who endeavored to learn it found themselves cursing in frustration. For the entry barrier was exceedingly high. The requirement of possessing an acute sense of perception was akin to a cruel challenge, as only a few ninjas could qualify. In fact, the number of ninjas in the entire shinobi world who met this singular requirement was fewer than 10, making it a rarity indeed. Nevertheless, this was not the only hurdle. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique also necessitated unparalleled precision in chakra control, which further reinforced the demands on talent and skill. The ability to execute ninjutsu hinges on one's control over chakra, and the same holds true for the Flying Thunder God technique. A ninja's power increases proportionally to their finesse in chakra manipulation, leading to greater effectiveness while expending less chakra. Throughout the annals of the shinobi world, any individual capable of precise chakra control is invariably of exceptional talent and skill. But is that all? Far from it. Even if one meets the aforementioned criteria, there exists another stringent requirement: unparalleled reflex speed. In a gathering of 10,000 ninjas, those with the swiftest reflexes are most likely to qualify for learning the Flying Thunder God technique. The risks inherent in spatial transmission are omnipresent, and those lacking sufficient reflexes may perish before they even comprehend the danger. With the demands of perception, talent, and reaction speed, how many individuals can truly meet these standards? Some may wonder if this is not an unreasonable expectation. Indeed, it is a formidable challenge. Thus, it is no surprise that over decades, only 2 individuals have successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Despite the widespread admiration for Tobirama's prowess and the subsequent awe inspired by Minato's yellow flash, many villages made earnest attempts to acquire the technique. Yet, after decades of research, the Hidden Cloud village succeeded only in developing a diluted version of the technique, while others produced nothing of merit. Of course, aside from the malevolent Senju Tobirama and the charming Namikaze Minato, there was another who met and even exceeded these standards: Uchiha Obito. Over the span of 7 years, Obito thoroughly comprehended the principles underpinning the Flying Thunder God technique and even formulated its technique, lacking only in practice. However, he diligently engaged in mental simulations of the Flying Thunder God technique, and when the opportunity arose to practice, his progress was meteoric, achieving mastery in the first month, advancing to the second stage after 2 months, and reaching the third stage by the third month. The talent of Senju Tobirama was no mere jest, nor were his 7 years of research in vain. This is why Uchiha Obito was so exhilarated upon contracting with the Whetbone Forest. Not only could he embark on his training, but he could also experience the fluctuations and transmissions of space firsthand. 3 years prior, having grasped all the principles of the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Obito contemplated whether it was possible to open another spatial node without relying on the technique as a medium. Over the years, Obito had numerous thoughts on this matter, and after mastering the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, he embarked on an experiment, unexpectedly achieving success. Regrettably, forcibly activating a second spatial node proves exceedingly challenging, achievable only in close proximity. Presently, Uchiha Duan's limit for instantaneous movement is merely 100 meters. Any further is unfeasible. Its practical application thus amounts to a swifter, albeit elusive, form of body flicker technique. To Uchiha Duan, it seems somewhat ostentatious, merely a tool for intimidation. Of course, this is solely Duan's perspective. Should others overhear him, they might be compelled to seize his throat and shout, "Repeat that." In reality, even if the distance for instantaneous movement is limited to a mere 100 meters, it holds considerable utility in combat. Unlike the traditional Flying Thunder God technique, which requires a specific formula for directional teleportation, Uchiha Duan's innovative variant allows for arbitrary teleportation within a designated range. When employed in battle, its potency is simply unimaginable. Uchiha Duan, do you comprehend your actions? The arriving ninjas encircled Uchiha Duan, demanding answers, visibly on the verge of confrontation. Everyone. At this moment, Orochimaru approached, clarifying, "It is my fault. I should not have provoked Lord Duan. He acted in self-defense. Furthermore, I am unscathed, and I will compensate for the village's damages. I kindly ask everyone to show leniency." The ninja who had spoken earlier was rendered speechless. What more could he say? The injured party personally sought clemency. Acknowledging his own fault and expressing willingness to remedy the damages, it would be unreasonable to persist in their grievances. Moreover, the intercessor was Orochimaru, the beloved disciple of the third Hokage. Ahem, the leading ninja cleared his throat and inquired, Lord Orochimaru, are you truly unharmed? What could possibly be the matter? Orochimaru replied, then sincerely addressed Uchiha Duan, Lord Duan, I apologize for my earlier transgressions. However, the gathering crowd of onlookers is rather extensive. If anyone were to be injured, it would be undesirable. Shall we resolve this matter privately? I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory explanation. Chapter 47. The Frightened Konoha Elite. Sarutobi Hiruzen requests your presence. New book recommendation. 3 days of urging for updates surpassed 300. Deeply touched, thus I hastily add a chapter. Uchiha Duan could not help but commend Orochimaru internally. Such intellect, such rapid response, such unwavering dedication to research. Truly, he is worthy of his reputation. Engaging with astute individuals is a pleasure. If it were Jiraiya, he would have immediately risen to question, why did you strike me? I was somewhat impulsive, Uchiha Duan reflected. Indeed, private negotiations would suffice. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance caused to everyone. With that, Uchiha Duan took Tsunade by the hand and departed, with Orochimaru promptly following. They left behind a bewildered crowd of onlookers. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly stood, his gaze terrifyingly fixed on the reporting Nara Shikaku, trembling as he queried. Say that again. Are you certain it was the Flying Thunder God technique? It was not the Flying Thunder God, Nara Shikaku clarified. How dare you misreport information? Sarutobi Hiruzen thundered, his face flushed with fury. At such a critical juncture, you still dare to misreport? No, Hokage-sama. I mentioned it resembled a technique similar to the Flying Thunder God, Nara Shikaku hastily explained. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself momentarily speechless, as Nara Shikaku had indeed reported it as such. In his urgency, he assumed Nara Shikaku did not recognize the Flying Thunder God technique, hence his choice of wording. It turned out to be a misunderstanding, for it truly only resembled it. Explain how it resembles it, and what distinguishes it, Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed on, slightly calming down. To be precise, it should be termed instantaneous movement. Nara Shikaku elucidated. For Uchiha Duan's instantaneous movement does not rely on the Flying Thunder God technique, nor does it require the use of kanai inscribed with the formula, as the second Hokage did. In simple terms, it is the Flying Thunder God technique that does not require a formula for instantaneous movement. The Flying Thunder God technique that does not require a formula, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, utterly disconcerted. Bring in someone. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted towards the entrance. As a member of the Anbu entered, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately commanded, summon Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, Mito Kazumi, and Akimichi, Choza to see me. Yes. Meanwhile, Uchiha Duan inquired, Lord Duan, this is my latest research proposal. What do you think? After presenting his ideas, Orochimaru gazed intently at Uchiha Duan, filled with anticipation. Tsunade was equally astonished, never anticipating Orochimaru's grand ambition. Should this research, which Orochimaru termed genetic engineering, succeed, Konoha could indeed witness an era where everyone thrives. Yet, Tsunade pondered, Duan, could this research be excessively cruel? She hesitated, subtly hinting to Uchiha Duan. She had promised to advocate for Orochimaru, but the nature of this research seemed too harsh. Although Orochimaru claimed to use death row inmates, rogue ninjas, and wanted criminals as experimental subjects, what if there were not enough subjects? Would Orochimaru take desperate measures and breach taboos? Uchiha Duan playfully pinched Tsunade's nose, chuckling. The genetic composition of humans and animals is not significantly different. In the preliminary stages, we can conduct experiments entirely on animals. And only after successful trials will we proceed to the final verification. Animals. Tsunade was still somewhat hesitant, yet it was becoming more acceptable. Tsunade, no one knows when the next war may strike, Uchiha Duan stated earnestly. Isn't it true that Konoha frequently receives missions to assist villagers and citizens in hunting beasts? If they must be killed, why not allow these animals to contribute? As a ninja, you need not harbor compassion for animals. Tsunade nodded, refraining from further objections. However, her concern did not stem from compassion. As a ninja, particularly a medical ninja, accustomed to death and injury, how could she possibly care for the lives of animals? She was preoccupied with the lives of Konoha ninjas. It was the glimmer of determination in Uchiha Duan's eyes that left her feeling apprehensive. Uchiha Duan was a person of strong convictions. Orochimaru could not sway him, nor would he be led astray by Orochimaru. Tsunade's worry arose from her understanding of Uchiha Duan. She feared that once he delved into research, he might become oblivious to everything else. Taboos. Such matters held no significance for Uchiha Duan. Tsunade, sensing her concerns, Uchiha Duan took her hand, reassuring her, "I promised you I would not deceive you. I stand by my word." With Uchiha Duan's assurance, Tsunade finally exhaled in relief. As long as she could remain informed of the progress of the experiments and their authenticity, there was no need for her to worry about potential mishaps. Lord Dawn. Orochimaru beamed, his smile radiant, entirely unlike his former self. "May our collaboration be fruitful." "Orochimaru, do not celebrate too soon." Uchiha Duan's tone abruptly turned icy. "Warning, this time. I acted in restraint, merely a reminder. Should there be a next time, I will not hold back, even if I cannot truly end your life. I will immediately terminate all collaboration with you. Rest assured, Lord Dawn, there will absolutely not be a next time." Orochimaru earnestly promised. Orochimaru was sincere, having achieved his objective. He would naturally not waste time on other matters. After concluding their discussions, Nara Shikaku reappeared. "Senpai, did Sarutobi Hiruzen summon me?" Uchiha Duan observed Nara Shikaku's hesitance to speak. How do you know everything?" Nara Shikaku, despite his formidable strength, possessed a somewhat simplistic nature, inquired with confusion. "Isn't it obvious? This was my intention. If he did not seek me out, what would I be causing a scene for?" Uchiha Duan dismissed the need for further explanation. "I'll accompany you." Tsunade immediately interjected. "I shall join as well." Orochimaru added. This is indeed the perfect partner he painstakingly fought for. He does not wish for Uchiha Dan to share the same sentiments as Tsunade regarding the matter. "Well, your presence can help stabilize those individuals and also afford me some leeway in my discussions with them. Lord Hokage instructed you to go alone," Hatake Tsukumo reminded. "When you came to inform me, those two were with me, and upon hearing the news, they insisted on joining. What could I do about it? What could you do about it?" Uchiha Dan retorted with irritation, urging, "Senior, lead the way." "No, Dan, my dear brother. Is it truly wise to blatantly defy the ninja regulations? Such matters could weigh heavily in the eyes of the higher-ups. Yet, they are intent on targeting you. Wouldn't they seize the opportunity to bring you down?" Tsukumo longed to offer a word of caution, but ultimately refrained. For nearly 5 years, he had come to understand Uchiha Dan like no other. Once this fellow had made up his mind, mere words were of little consequence. Soon, the quartet arrived at the Hokage Tower. With Tsukumo knocking, they entered the Hokage's office together. The unexpected arrival of so many individuals momentarily stunned the 5 high-ranking officials present, their expressions swiftly darkening. Chapter 48. I am not a ninja. Orochimaru's divine assistance Uchiha Dan, exclaimed a visibly irked T-Rune Koharu, rising abruptly. "We asked you to come alone. What is the meaning of this? Why have Tsunade and Orochimaru accompanied you?" "Humph," Shimura Danzo coldly remarked. "Uchiha Dan, you have audaciously defied the ninja regulations and disregarded Lord Hokage's orders. Have we been too lenient, allowing you to harbor misconceptions?" True to his reputation, Danzo's words struck at the heart of the matter, their weight far surpassing that of someone who merely shouted. Uchiha Dan commented with an air of confidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt the urge to erupt, but, seeing Tsunade and Orochimaru present, he suppressed his fury and inquired, "Uchiha Dan, why did you not heed the orders? Are you aware that you have violated the ninja regulations?" "Lord Hokage is indeed correct. It appears I have violated the ninja regulations," Uchiha Dan readily admitted. Yet, in the next moment, he broke into a grin. "However, I am not a ninja. What do the ninja regulations have to do with me? Is my name present on the registered list of ninjas in Konoha?" Upon hearing this, all present were initially outraged, but soon fell into a stupor. Once they regained their composure, the Konoha officials felt as if they had swallowed a fly. Though Uchiha Dan possessed various medical ninjutsu and had developed techniques such as the resurrection jutsu, he could easily defeat 8 elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Despite being able to engage Orochimaru without breaking a sweat, and even executing transportation techniques that surpassed the Flying Thunder God, his statement was undeniably true. He was not a ninja. Thus, the ninja regulations held no sway over him. Uchiha Dan's identity was merely that of an ordinary civilian within Konoha. Even the hospital listed him as a patient rather than a medical ninja. Over time, everyone had subconsciously overlooked this fact, leading to a rather amusing predicament. Tsunade and Orochimaru struggled to stifle their laughter, while Tsukumo breathed a sigh of relief. The violation of ninja regulations was no longer applicable, and defiance of the Hokage's orders was moot. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had always promoted the will of fire, stating that the Hokage serves the villagers. As a civilian, Uchiha Dan was indeed a beneficiary of that service. Even if he openly expressed dissent towards the Hokage's commands, what could Sarutobi Hiruzen do to him? Uchiha Dan could have opted not to attend, yet he chose to come. How touching. Clearing his throat, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently reminded the Konoha officials to compose themselves. Dan, they mean no harm. They simply forgot momentarily. After all, we Konoha maintain strict regulations regarding the conduct of ninjas. You are right, I am not a ninja. So I naturally need not adhere to the ninja regulations. May I inquire why Lord Hokage summoned me? Uchiha Dan swiftly redirected the conversation. Dan, please hold on a moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained his gentle demeanor, turning to Tsunade. Tsunade, we need to discuss a few matters privately with Dan. I'll be right there. Tsunade interjected. However, Dan and I are about to get married, and my grandmother has been awaiting this day. If unforeseen circumstances prevent me from marrying on time, I cannot guarantee what actions I might take. Her tone grew icy as she surveyed everyone present. You are getting married? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, his expression brightening. This is wonderful news. As your teacher, I am genuinely happy for you. Rest assured, we are merely having a chat with Dan. There will be no unforeseen events. What unforeseen events could possibly arise? This fellow possesses the ability to teleport. In our hurried preparations today, what could we do to him? Besides, the charges we initially intended to impose have become irrelevant due to Uchiha Dan's claim of not being a ninja. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen had shifted his approach, genuinely wishing for a conversation. Even if he desired to eliminate Uchiha Dan, it would not be at this moment. Orochimaru, what about you? After congratulating Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Orochimaru. Sensei, I have a new research proposal that requires Dan's assistance. Please take a look. Orochimaru stepped forward, presenting a research proposal to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I couldn't wait to share this good news with you, so I came along to inform Dan. With the original plan disrupted, Sarutobi Hiruzen needed time to gather his thoughts. He accepted the proposal and began to peruse it page by page. Upon reaching the conclusion, his eyes lit up with excitement. Orochimaru, you propose a pill that can rapidly restore chakra with no side effects? Is it truly feasible to develop? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired eagerly. Orochimaru nodded. To be honest, I have long wished to improve the military rations pill. I have had ideas for many years. With my concepts combined with Dan's ability to concoct medicines, I believe it can be realized. And the potion for rapid recovery of stamina, as well as the cost-effective elixir that can continuously enhance a ninja's physique with long-term use. Can those also be developed? Dan and I preliminarily discussed the results, and we are confident we have a 60% chance of success, Orochimaru asserted. The so-called proposal was assuredly viable. However, it was merely a ruse that Uchiha Dan had casually presented to Orochimaru to disguise their true research. This is a gift from Dan and me to you, Sensei. I believe that under your leadership, Konoha will thrive. Orochimaru's words struck a chord within Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul, leaving him exhilarated. Excellent, excellent. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with genuine delight. However, this matter must remain confidential. You two will conduct your research in secrecy, and no one outside this office should discuss it. Understood. Wait. T-Rune Koharu, unable to contain herself, exclaimed angrily, Uchiha Dan, were you already capable of developing these medications? Why didn't you inform me all these years? Koharu felt utterly betrayed, her anger palpable. Elder Koharu, Orochimaru interjected, these ideas were mine. They have nothing to do with Dan. I only approached Dan today to discuss this matter. I must say, Dan is an unparalleled genius in pharmacology. He offered numerous constructive suggestions that instilled confidence in me, prompting me to come see you. Your character, Koharu, is hardly one that can accommodate the opinions of others. Chapter 49. You won't learn anyway. Uchiha Daisuke can be utilized by me? Very well. With a decisive wave of his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, Koharu, it is settled. The development of the medication is of utmost importance. Once the drug is developed, We shall rely on your pharmaceutical department for production. Koharu was momentarily at a loss for words, yet her mood did not improve. The process of drug development is exceedingly time-consuming and resource-intensive, with numerous avenues for manipulation. If it merely culminated in production after development, her potential gains would be significantly diminished. How could she not feel vexed? Furthermore, if this individual were to reveal even greater value, would it not mean that she could no longer act against him so easily? This was unacceptable. She recalled having said many things that were perhaps better left unsaid. Should Uchiha Daisuke take advantage of her, what would be her recourse? Enough. Tsunade, Orochimaru. You two may leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, gesturing for his two disciples to exit. Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged a glance with Uchiha Daisuke before stepping out of the office. The atmosphere shifted dramatically once Shikamaru left with them. Daisuke, did I not command you to refrain from training? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was tinged with a hint of coldness. Indeed. You issued such a command, and I have adhered to it strictly, Uchiha Daisuke affirmed with a nod. Over the years, have you not trained in secret? Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed on. Whether I trained in secret is unknown to others, but surely you, Hokage, would be aware. Uchiha Daisuke retorted with dissatisfaction. First, I was monitored by a team, and after their withdrawal, that rascal Shikamaru kept a relentless watch over me. How could I train under such circumstances? Then how is it that your strength is so formidable? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to inquire. Is it truly that impressive? Uchiha Daisuke sighed, feeling somewhat deflated. I rely on my innate brute strength. Alas, I lack the finesse of those flashy jutsu. And what of the teleportation technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned, his concern piqued. That? It is quite simple. Every location in this world is imbued with spatial power, Uchiha Daisuke elucidated. With a slight attunement, one can perceive it accurately. Naturally, whether others can sense it, I cannot say, but I have felt it since childhood. For the next half hour, Uchiha Daisuke spoke eloquently about his clear perception of space from a young age and the perplexities it caused him. He recounted how, by fortunate coincidence, he learned of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who could traverse space instantaneously, which sparked his relentless contemplation on the matter. Not only did he share his experiences, but he also dissected the principles of teleportation, explaining how he gradually discovered his ability to communicate with space and devised a method for instantaneous movement. He was indifferent to revealing this information, convinced that they would never replicate his abilities. After all, Tobirama had taught the principles countless times. Had they been capable of learning, they would have done so long ago. Yet, his narration rendered the entire affair palpably authentic. To demonstrate, Uchiha Daisuke picked up a small ornament from the desk. Upon releasing it with his right hand, the ornament instantaneously appeared in his left hand. Such was the marvel of it. And then, 2 years ago, you suddenly acquired the ability to teleport? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was one of disbelief. Indeed, it came upon me suddenly. Why did you not report this to me? Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned sharply. I did consider approaching you, Uchiha Daisuke said, sounding aggrieved. 2 years ago, while in the pharmaceutical department, I expressed to Elder Koharu my desire to meet you. However, I am uncertain whether she neglected to inform you or if you simply disregarded it. Ultimately, the matter faded away. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly choked on his own words, recalling that indeed, such an incident had occurred 2 years prior. He had found it peculiar that Uchiha Daisuke had insisted on meeting him. At that time, upon hearing Koharu mention it, he had merely scoffed and dismissed it. Of course, Uchiha Daisuke's request to see Sarutobi Hiruzen was not merely due to his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. He had ulterior motives. Sarutobi Hiruzen's refusal had thwarted his plans, leaving him without a chance to articulate the true purpose of his visit. Now, he seized this incident as a convenient excuse. I sought to inform you, yet you dismissed my intentions. Who can I blame for that? You were insistent on seeing me 2 years ago purely because of this matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen sought clarification. Is there any other reason? Uchiha Daisuke shrugged. I cannot disturb the Hokage over trivial matters, can I? Then why not state your reason? Was I expected to specify my reason? Uchiha Daisuke questioned, perplexed. I have never met you. I am unfamiliar with the protocol. Moreover, is such information something one can casually share? Could you not have explained it to Elder Koharu? Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed. She was humiliating me daily. I had no desire to confide in her. Uchiha Daisuke retorted, his temper rising. I have heard from the villagers that you, Hokage, genuinely care for the people. which is why I wish to speak to you alone. Sadly, you chose not to meet with me. Humph. A mouthful of lies, interjected Shimura Danzo coldly. I do not believe you. If you had indeed mastered teleportation, why did you not flee? Why would I flee? Uchiha Daisuke inquired, bewildered. Is it so strange for the Hokage's aide to utter such words? I am a resident of Konoha. My home is here. Though I cannot become a ninja, my life has been quite satisfactory. Why would I wish to escape? To run from surveillance? What do you take me for? Why would the Hokage's aide use such words to belittle me? By the end of his statement, Uchiha Daisuke's tone had grown increasingly furious. Why would you run? Because we intend to kill you. Yet, could such words be uttered in Uchiha Daisuke's presence? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly contemplated a possibility. Could it be that Uchiha Daisuke genuinely remained unaware of their intentions to eliminate him? With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen found it remarkably plausible. Indeed, for the past 7 years, they had only monitored him without taking any overtly harmful actions. It was understandable that he remained oblivious. Although discussions had occurred in secret, the matter had always been confined to the higher echelons, never disclosed to others or acted upon. Hence, it was entirely conceivable that Uchiha Daisuke would be unaware. Ultimately, the seemingly irreconcilable conflict I perceived was merely a manifestation of my long-standing desire to eliminate him. Perhaps, in Uchiha Daisuke's eyes, I, as Hokage, was not so bad after all. Otherwise, how could he have sought to inform me of his newfound abilities 2 years ago? Was that not an expression of trust? Thus, could it be that Uchiha Daisuke is indeed of value to me? Chapter 50. The Light of Righteousness. Even the teacher is dragged in to bear the blame. Sarutobi Hiruzen's feelings towards Uchiha Daisuke had always been contradictory. The command issued by Senju Tobirama was to prevent Uchiha Daisuke from training, allowing him to live a mundane life as a commoner. However, he overlooked a crucial point. Sarutobi Hiruzen had recently ascended to power, unexpectedly inheriting the position after Tobirama's untimely demise. His reputation was not yet solidified, and his position was precarious, necessitating the rallying of support. The best approach to stabilize the situation was to resolutely support and implement all of Senju Tobirama's commands. In this process, it was inevitable that some measures would be overly stringent. Perhaps Senju Tobirama never anticipated that his disciple would expel Uchiha Daisuke from the Ninja Academy, banish him from the Uchiha clan, and even deploy an Anbu team to monitor him around the clock. This led Sarutobi Hiruzen to conclude that monitoring Uchiha Daisuke was no longer viable, prompting thoughts of eliminating him altogether. As the value of Uchiha Dan continued to rise, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself increasingly reluctant to eliminate him. Now, with Uchiha Dan showcasing even greater worth, Hiruzen perceived him as a more significant threat. Yet, all of this was predicated on the irreconcilable conflict between Uchiha Dan and them. If Uchiha Dan remained oblivious, from where would the threat arise? Had he still been part of the Uchiha clan, perhaps Hiruzen would have harbored concerns. However, Uchiha Dan had long been exiled from the Uchiha clan, leaving no connection between them, only animosity. Moreover, there was Tsunade. As a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could she not serve as a bridge to manage Uchiha Dan? Even if Uchiha Dan were to discover the truth, it would merely reflect the failures of his teacher, Senju Tobirama. On the contrary, Hiruzen could firmly assure Uchiha Dan that he had never entertained the thought of eliminating him and had, in fact, always shielded him in secret. For this was the truth. One matter, however, weighed on Hiruzen's mind: the recent intervention of Uzumaki Mido alongside Tsunade to protect Uchiha Dan. It seemed that Lady Mido had discerned something, acting for the happiness of her granddaughter. He believed Mido possessed the ability to perceive certain truths. Yet, they would not divulge these to Uchiha Dan, fearing that revealing the truth might frighten him away, leaving Tsunade without a husband. Furthermore, Uchiha Dan was a remarkably grateful individual, as evidenced by his kindness towards his adoptive parents and younger brother. Additionally, based on analysis, Uchiha Dan did not appear to be a petty person who bore grudges. Had he truly been such a person, with his power and teleportation abilities, could he have endured the treatment from Nara Shikamaru for so many years? Yet, he bore it all, never turning hostile, merely displaying displeasure. Thus, as long as kindness was bestowed appropriately, what was there to fear? With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his perspective becoming clearer. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Dan suddenly inquired, "May I know why you have been sending people to monitor me?" Upon witnessing Uchiha Dan's sincere and somewhat aggrieved expression, Hiruzen immediately devised a plan. Alas, Hiruzen sighed. This matter involves a piece of Konoha's past. Huh? Uchiha Dan responded, astonished. Does this past have anything to do with me? Have you ever heard of Uchiha Madara? Hiruzen did not answer directly, but posed a question instead. Enough, Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo interjected sharply. Let the past remain in the past. I merely wish for this child to understand the truth, Hiruzen declared, his expression resolute. It has been over 7 years. It is time for some change. You are defying the orders of our teacher. Danzo accused angrily. I have never once disobeyed our teacher's orders in my life, Hiruzen stated, as if resolved to a conviction. However, if it is for the sake of the village, I am willing to bear the burden of disobedience. Such nonsense, Danzo muttered in his heart, incensed. To act against the teacher's command for the village's betterment would only elevate your standing. Even if the matter were to leak, only Senju Tobirama would bear the brunt of the blame. Hiruzen, I truly did not expect you to drag our teacher into this to shield yourself from blame. Your audacity is unparalleled. Moreover, Uchiha Dan is someone I have taken a liking to. He has proven to possess remarkable talent. Are you attempting to sabotage this? Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo shouted in frustration. I have never regretted my actions, Hiruzen asserted, and I am the Hokage. To enhance Uchiha Dan's goodwill towards him, Hiruzen took on a serious demeanor and sternly admonished Danzo. You, Shimura Danzo, he said, causing Danzo to be rendered speechless for a good 10 seconds, ultimately storming out with a dramatic flourish, slamming the door behind him. He had had enough of this place. Hokage-sama, you need not go to such lengths on my behalf. Uchiha Dan's eyes glistened with emotion as he spoke. Child, you misunderstand. I do not act for you. Hiruzen shook his head, stating, everything I do is for Konoha. Uchiha Dan was taken aback by Hiruzen's actions and words, as if a stirring symphony had suddenly played in his mind. A light illuminated from behind Hiruzen, casting him in a radiant glow, making him appear almost divine, blindingly bright. Was this what true greatness looked like? How truly fascinating. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Dan's voice trembled, momentarily leaving him at a loss for words. Enough, child, there is no need for such sentiments. Hiruzen felt satisfied with both his performance and Uchiha Dan's reaction. It is time for you to learn the truth. Hiruzen's gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, returning to the past. Uchiha Madara was the first clan leader of the Uchiha clan after their integration into Konoha and a close friend of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. At that time, the village was newly established, facing numerous challenges, yet through everyone's collective efforts, it began to flourish and grow stronger. I was but a child then. Even younger than you are now, Hiruzen reminisced with a smile. I thought to myself, how wonderful it would be if the village could continue to prosper like this. Yet, some could not endure the peace and stability, insisting on stirring up trouble. Was this person Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Dan inquired, fully engaged in the story. Indeed, Hiruzen continued to elucidate. As the village thrived and everyone rejoiced, Uchiha Madara harbored resentment for not becoming Hokage himself. Thus, he incited the Uchiha clan to depart from Konoha and establish a new village, with him as the leader. Did anyone follow him? Uchiha Dan asked, completely absorbed in the tale. Hiruzen shook his head, pleased. No, not a single one, for the Uchiha clan also wished to live well. Who would want to continue fighting and struggling? And then he walked away alone. Hiruzen replied, angered. Yet after his departure, he still felt dissatisfied. 8 years later, he returned to Konoha alone, vowing to destroy it. How could he do such a thing? Uchiha Dan immediately became furious, expressing his discontent. Indeed, how could he? Hiruzen echoed. Equally enraged, many shared that same question. Yet this is the reality that unfolded. Today, an extra chapter has been added. Those interested may take a look, while those uninterested may skip it, as it does not affect the main plot. Regular updates will continue tomorrow. At the home of Hatake Tsukumo. Since relinquishing his position in the Anbu, Hatake Tsukumo felt an unprecedented sense of relief. No longer did he have to keep an eye on that troublesome youth. 5 years of relentless surveillance had left him mentally and physically drained. Thus he decided to grant himself an extended vacation. On the first day, Hatake Tsukumo indulged in hot pot while singing, feeling that this was the pinnacle of life. On the second day, he relished soft tunes while savoring tea, realizing that this was the life he desired. On the third day, he ventured out to explore Konoha, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Upon reaching a certain district, he seized a moment when no one was watching, darting into a bookstore and skillfully navigating to a secluded corner, taking a careful look around, ensuring he was alone. Hatake Sakumo cautiously picked up a copy of The Secrets of Female Ninjas, becoming engrossed in its pages. The writing was undoubtedly by a master, evoking a sense of nostalgia, and the plot and descriptions were utterly captivating. Ah, what a splendid book, truly thrilling. It can be like this too? The afternoon slipped away in a fleeting moment, and as the sun descended, the boss turned on the lights, abruptly rousing Konoha's dark operative, Shikamaru. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? I am Shikamaru, a ninja of the Konoha Anbu, code name Aoi. I must surveil Uchiha Duan. How could I forget something so crucial? Hastily, Shikamaru returned the book to the shelf and turned to dash outside. However, after a few steps, he halted, a perplexed expression crossing his face. Bah! Who wants to monitor that detestable brat? I am free now. What a shock! The great king has arrived today, and I must return home to rest tonight. After another few steps, Shikamaru paused once more, noticing the absence of anyone around him. He turned back to glance at the previous bookshelf. The Secret of Female Ninjas. How vexing. Why do I feel a peculiar itch? Am I being lewd? No, it is simply that this book is too captivating. And isn't literature meant to be read? I merely wish to appreciate the beauty of late-night literature. What is wrong with that? Noticing that no one was watching, Shikamaru pulled his high collar up. When it reached just below his eyes, concealing his entire face, he confidently approached the bookshelf and retrieved the book he had read a quarter of. A quick glance at the other volumes on the shelf satisfied him. Indeed, there are many new publications in recent years. It seems there are still talents in the ninja world, and the authors are working diligently. No rush. I shall conquer them one by one in due time. Whistling a cheerful tune, Shikamaru approached the counter, handing the book to the cash register attendant. Upon seeing the title, her face flushed crimson, and she stole a glance at Shikamaru. To her surprise, she recognized him. That familiar high collar concealing his face, the silver hair, and the slightly lewd aura. Wasn't this the regular patron of our bookstore, Lord Shikamaru? It has been ages since I last heard from him. I thought he had met with misfortune. Who would have thought I would see him again? You are. I am not. Shikamaru immediately denied it. Cold sweat breaking out. How could you recognize me like this? The attendant, confirming, insisted, it is indeed you. My apologies, I mistook you for someone else. Once outside the bookstore, Shikamaru exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she did not recognize me. That is splendid. On the fourth day, Shikamaru lay comfortably in bed, luxuriating in the sea of literature. Upon reaching the thrilling parts, he could not help but emit a lewd chuckle. The fifth day, the sixth day? The 15th day, what began as a blissful routine for Shikamaru, over time, became unbearable. That insufferable brat had promised to connect him with the flower of Konoha Hospital. Nurse Kawakami na. Yet here he was, waiting for a full half-month, as if the boy had evaporated from existence. On the surface, the two were at odds. Uchiha Duan had even warned Shikamaru never to seek him out, claiming that once the time was ripe, he would come to solidify Shikamaru's happiness for the latter half of his life. Could it be that the boy was genuinely occupied? Oh well, I shall trust him one more time. The 16th day, the 21st day, the 25th day, the 30th day, Shikamaru was on the brink of madness. 30 days. Do you have any idea how I have spent these 30 days? No, I must confront that boy and teach him a lesson. So he understands the consequences of crossing Shikamaru. After all this time, he must have resolved whatever pressing matters he had. Yes, I shall seek him out. Yet, what if he truly is preoccupied? What if I anger him, and he refuses to assist me? What am I thinking? If this drags on, Kawakami na might fall prey to that shameless lout. I must find him immediately. The next day, Konoha Hospital. What? A critically injured patient? In Tsunade's office. Hearing the nurse's urgent report, Tsunade grabbed a medical kit and rushed into the operating room. Upon seeing Shikamaru's left arm twisted almost beyond recognition, even Tsunade was taken aback. She was well aware of her predecessor's prowess. How could he sustain such injuries within the village? Who could have done this? Yet now was not the time for inquiries. As she directed the nurses to hand her the necessary tools, she began to treat Shikamaru. Fortunately, though his injuries were severe, timely intervention meant that with the bones fractured in several places, he would require only a period of rest to fully recover. Predecessor, who did this to you? After a sigh of relief, Tsunade curiously inquired. Noticing Shikamaru's hesitance to speak, she nodded and instructed the others, "You may leave for now." As the last nurse exited and closed the operating room door, Shikamaru quickly sat up, looking on the verge of tears, his expression profoundly aggrieved. Tsunade, you must stand up for me. Predecessor, what do you mean? To be honest, I inflicted the injury on myself intentionally. Tsunade exclaimed. But I truly have no way to assist you now. By the way, has Kawakami not been dating anyone this month? Tsunade's expression morphed into one of bemusement. Yet seeing Shikamaru's urgency, she shook her head. No, I have assigned her to my side as my assistant. She has been quite busy and has no time for romance. That is good, that is good. The weight upon Shikamaru's heart lifted, and his demeanor transformed entirely. Tsunade, perplexed by Shikamaru's sudden change, was about to say something when he raised his hand to interrupt her. Tsunade, do not speak yet. Where is that scoundrel Uchiha Duan? With anxiety alleviated and anger rising, Shikamaru's gaze was fierce enough to devour. Well, predecessor, your current demeanor is quite daunting, Tsunade remarked, puzzled. She recalled that Uchiha Duan and Shikamaru seemed to have had a good relationship. Why was he now so intent on vengeance? Could it be that Uchiha Duan had plotted something against Shikamaru that he had discovered? But that did not add up, as he had rushed in earlier asking about Kawakami na. Could it be? Predecessor, you previously asked about Kawakami na? Tsunade did not directly answer Shikamaru's inquiry, but instead probed. Yes, Kawakami na. Shikamaru's expression changed once more. That scoundrel Uchiha Duan promised me a month ago he would introduce me to Kawakami na. Yet here I am, waiting and waiting, and he has not shown up. Where is he? I cannot let this go. Tsunade sighed, face-palming. Predecessor, your current demeanor is hardly respectable. Predecessor, Duan has been occupied this month. But his promises are mine to uphold, and I shall see to it. Is that true? Shikamaru's eyes sparkled with fervor, as if he could not wait to employ the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Kawakami na's side. Kawakami na, your brother Shikamaru has arrived. No, wait. I must remain calm. The secret of female ninjas states that when a girl learns she is liked, she may feel joy and pride, but that does not guarantee acceptance. She will continue to assess the character, integrity, and abilities of her admirer. Similarly, the tale of bathing advises that when pursuing a girl, one must not impose excessive pressure or burdens upon her. Otherwise, despite one's good intentions, she may distance herself. Therefore, I must showcase my charm and inspire her to fall for me at first sight. Then, I shall weave through the clouds and rain, leaving her utterly captivated. Subsequently, a strategy of feigned disinterest was employed, making her feel a sense of longing and uncertainty. Ultimately, heartfelt vows were exchanged, deepening her affection. Within a relatively upscale tea house in Konoha, Shikaku Hatake and Naka Kawajiri sat opposite each other. At that moment, Shikaku's face was flushed, his hands tightly clasped beneath the table, his head bowed low, too timid to meet Naka's gaze. When he occasionally dared to glance up and behold Naka's ethereal beauty, his heart would tremble uncontrollably, prompting him to hastily avert his eyes, as if he had committed a grave error. Naka's gentle voice suddenly broke the tension, akin to a soft spring breeze caressing Shikaku's ears. Senpai, are you not going to drink your tea? Startled, he promptly reached for his cup, but in his fluster, he accidentally knocked it over, spilling its contents directly onto Naka. Being merely a nurse and not a ninja, her reflexes were insufficient to evade the cascade of liquid. Instantly, her pristine white dress was marred by unsightly stains, causing her brows to furrow in dismay. This was a dress she had saved for a long time to purchase. And today, she had only dared to wear it because Tsunade had promised to introduce her to a potential partner. Upon first encountering Shikaku, Naka had formed a favorable impression. He appeared clean and quite handsome, with a respectable background. However, as their interaction unfolded, Shikaku's overwhelming nervousness and inability to articulate a single coherent sentence swiftly soured her perception of him. Am I truly that intimidating? Naka felt an unjust sense of grievance. Little did she know, Shikaku had been captivated by her since she stepped into the Konoha hospital, and now, finally seated before her, he found it nearly impossible to maintain his composure. After enduring another half an hour of discomfort, Naka finally decided to rise, politely stating, Shikaku-senpai, it has grown quite late. I must return home. Her use of the honorific senpai was a reflection of Tsunade's own address, intended to bridge the gap between them. Yet, Naka felt that their relationship had instead grown more distant. Returning home, Shikaku finally lifted his gaze, his voice trembling with concern. It dawned on him with a wave of regret. Everything was unraveling. What have I done? Where is the calmness I exhibit during missions? Where is the confidence I possess when confronting foes? This is disastrous. I can walk you home, Shikaku stammered. No, thank you. Naka perceived his anxiety as reluctance, and with her gentle nature, she was disinclined to impose. With a polite smile, she turned to leave, leaving Shikaku in a state of despair. No, I must see her off. What if she encounters an unsavory character? I can protect her, he reasoned, finally finding a semblance of determination, and he hurried after her. The wind howled fiercely that night, the awning of the tea house flapping ominously, as if mocking Shikaku's predicament. Gazing at Naka's graceful silhouette 20 meters ahead, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. What is happening? It's all Uchiha's fault. If he hadn't delayed me, I wouldn't be so anxious. Yes, this is all his doing. If Naka and I do not have a future together, he will bear the brunt of my wrath. Suddenly, Shikaku's attention was piqued by an alarming sight. A dilapidated electrical box, precariously swaying on a nearby pole, seemed on the verge of detachment. As Naka took another few steps, the box detached with a sharp crack and plummeted directly toward her. In a moment of sheer instinct, Shikaku vanished from his spot. The next instant, Naka found herself 5 meters away, cradled in Shikaku's arms. Upon regaining her senses, Naka was furious and attempted to push the impudent young man away. However, the sudden sound of something heavy crashing to the ground startled her. Turning to see the metal box where she had just stood, fear surged through her. Had it struck her, it could have been fatal. Realizing Shikaku still held her, her cheeks flushed crimson as she whispered, audible only to herself. Could you please let me down? Oh. Shikaku, realizing his moment of foolishness, quickly set Naka down, his excitement momentarily clouding his judgment. The wind scattered the clouds, revealing a starry night. Beneath the pole, both individuals wore expressions of deep embarrassment. Fortunately, the dim light of the evening and the sparsely populated street provided them some solace. After a lengthy silence, Naka bit her lip, seemingly resolved, and softly proposed, Senpai, I find tonight's breeze rather pleasant. I do not wish to return home just yet. Would you share your story with me? Chapter 52, The Tale of Shikaku Hatake. My reluctance to part with Orochimaru. Observing Uchiha Dan's rapt attention, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. The final outcome was that the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara battled for 3 days and nights at the Valley of the End. Ultimately, for the sake of the village, he endured tears and was compelled to slay his once beloved friend. Noticing the astonishment on Uchiha Dan's face, Sarutobi nodded inwardly, acknowledging that his will of fire could indeed leave an impression on him. I shall achieve an unparalleled feat, becoming the most remarkable Hokage in history. But Hokage-sama, Uchiha Dan interjected, scratching his head in confusion. How is this relevant to me? Am I perhaps a descendant of Uchiha Madara? Sigh. Sarutobi lamented. You are not a descendant of Uchiha Madara. In truth, the grievances you have endured over the years stem from the second Hokage's belief that your talents rivaled those of Madara, fearing you might become a second Madara. Enough. Mito Minma suddenly stood, admonishing, How can you speak ill of our master? I merely speak the truth. Sarutobi asserted. Do you recall that after I was appointed Hokage, he spoke with me privately for 5 minutes? It was the master himself. Mito's authority diminished as he accepted this. Sarutobi nodded, knowing he was fabricating the truth. Senju Tobirama had only briefed all his disciples on handling Uchiha Dan, without any private discussions. But who could verify what was said? The master was no longer present. Using his name to stabilize a talent for the village was not a betrayal of his intent, was it? I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have always adhered to the master's teachings without question, he continued with righteous fervor. Thus, I monitored Uchiha Dan for 7 long years. I have come to understand his character deeply. He will not become a second Uchiha Madara. If this is the case, why continue to burden this child? The master was the person I admired most in my life, yet he could not foresee everything. Thus, it is time for this child to learn the truth and live freely. If the teacher in heaven has a spirit, then let me bear his grievances. What a truly remarkable performance. Uchiha Dan stands in awe. If it were someone else, wouldn't they be grateful to this individual? No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained his position for so many years, and even in the latter period of his tenure as Hokage. Despite his numerous blunders that caused Konoha to weaken, he still garnered much support. This skill in winning hearts would earn even Liu Bei's admiration. Hokage Uchiha Dan continues to engage in a battle of wits with Sarutobi Hiruzen, who replies, You need not say more, my child. Hiruzen quickly waved his hand, stating, I have merely fulfilled the duties of a Hokage. I believe anyone in my position would have acted similarly. From now on, I will lift the surveillance on you. And you may begin your training. Are you saying I can learn ninjutsu? Uchiha Dan asked, excitement bubbling within him. I keep my word. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought it only fitting to show favor to Uchiha Dan, and since he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, any surveillance was rendered pointless. Thus, he granted him ample grace. Observing Uchiha Dan's unexpectedly touched expression, Hiruzen felt quite pleased. Over the years, this tactic had proven effective time and again. Many could not withstand it, let alone an innocent child. Remember, Konoha is my home, and it is yours as well. We share the duty to make Konoha better. Hiruzen concluded, lightly tapping Uchiha Dan on the shoulder. You may leave now. Just as Uchiha Dan was about to depart, he hesitated, uncertain whether to speak. Hiruzen chuckled, child, do you have something to say? Speak freely. Then I shall say it. Hokage-sama, please do not blame Hatake Tsukumo. Although he sometimes dozed off while watching me, which I witnessed, he must have been tired. You mustn't hold it against him. Noticing Uchiha Dan's pretense of pleading for Tsukumo, while actually seizing the opportunity to report him, Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. Was this fellow harboring dissatisfaction from his prolonged surveillance of Tsukumo, seeking a chance for revenge? Yet, such clumsy tactics were hardly worrisome. Perhaps Uchiha Dan was the second coming of Uchiha Kagami. Hiruzen remained uncertain if Uchiha Dan spoke the truth. However, he was already displeased with Tsukumo, and this was the perfect opportunity to reprimand him while also doing Uchiha Dan a favor. Once outside the Hokage's office, Uchiha Dan suppressed a cold laugh. What a cunning old fox, performing throughout. Fortunately, he had a fair understanding of Hiruzen's character. Over the years, he meticulously dissected and analyzed all of Hiruzen's actions, ultimately grasping the thought processes and working style of this man during this period. Thus, he anticipated Hiruzen's anticipations. Everything unfolded as predicted, without any surprises. Dan. Upon seeing Uchiha Dan emerge, Tsunade rushed over and asked, how did it go? We shall discuss it at home. Uchiha Dan took Tsunade's hand, walking briskly towards their residence. After walking 100 meters, Tsunade curiously glanced back and sensed their surroundings, only to realize no one was following them, which felt quite unusual. Dan, are you free now? Tsunade asked, her voice filled with joy. Yes, completely free. Uchiha Dan sighed in relief. Being watched all the time was indeed uncomfortable. For many years, he had suppressed his desire to explore, and now he could finally transform the inspirations that surged in his mind into reality. Gratefully, he glanced at Tsunade and gently caressed her beautiful face, causing her to blush and swat his hand away. This is the street. You're going too far. Once her emotions settled, Tsunade suddenly turned serious and said, Dan, thank you. Why the sudden gratitude? Uchiha Dan inquired, puzzled. I know you're enduring for my sake. Even though I told you I didn't want Konoha to fall into chaos, yet you are the one bearing the burden, Tsunade expressed, her guilt stemming from her heart. Uchiha Dan, taken aback, responded, what are you saying? I can't bear to part with Orochimaru. Go to hell. Although aware that Uchiha Dan was joking, Tsunade was genuinely angry, playfully tugging at him. Fortunately, amidst their banter, the negative emotions between them faded significantly. While Uchiha Dan and Tsunade found joy, Hatake Tsukumo felt anxious. He had just received word that he no longer needed to monitor Uchiha Dan. At this moment, he sat in the Hokage's office with his head bowed in silence, feeling a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Say, I wish to confirm something with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke after a prolonged silence. I've heard you occasionally dozed off while watching Uchiha Dan. Is there any truth to this? Caught off guard by Hiruzen's questioning, Tsukumo hesitated. He indeed had dozed off, but he was the only one monitoring Uchiha Dan, with no one to relieve him. He had to eat, sleep, and take breaks, after all. This task was inherently unreasonable. This was one of the reasons Tsukumo could no longer endure it. However, he quickly realized this was that brat-ass scheme. Chapter 53. Hatake Tsukumo regains freedom. Dan, I see your determination. Is this your attitude towards tasks? I require an explanation. Seeing Tsukumo's silence, Hiruzen understood he implicitly acknowledged it and pressed on. Tsukumo took a deep breath and explained, Hokage-sama, I sincerely apologize. I was the only one monitoring around the clock, and I found it somewhat overwhelming. At first, I was diligent, but after nearly 5 years, Uchiha Dan has shown no signs of abnormality, so I do not listen to explanations from those who fail to complete their tasks. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied coldly, adopting a selfless demeanor. I have failed in my duties. Please, Hokage-sama, punish me. Tsukumo knelt on one knee, speaking sincerely. Tsukumo, you are a person of merit and the last descendant of a prestigious clan. Your transgressions are not severe. What do you think I should do to punish you? Hiruzen asked, feigning difficulty. Tsukumo pretended to express sorrow, gritting his teeth, and said, I should be expelled from the Anbu to serve as a warning to others. Such an action will leave a stain on your ninja career. Hiruzen feigned concern. I understand, but I willingly accept the punishment. Tsukumo spoke resolutely, as if he had made up his mind. This strategy of retreating to advance was Uchiha Duan's suggestion. Once a bow is drawn, there is no turning back. He chose to continue trusting in Uchiha Duan's plan. Very well. I do not wish to make things difficult for you. Hiruzen observed that he had sufficiently reprimanded Tsukumo, who had now expressed his determination. Surely, he could not truly ruin him. You may resign voluntarily. Hiruzen proposed. Tsukumo rejoiced. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Duan, you truly are a remarkable individual. Having calculated this down to the very core, everything unfolded just as you predicted, without any surprises. Henceforth, you shall be my brother. And I shall be your best man at your wedding, that is certain. Kawaki now, your brother Tsukumo is coming. That day, Tsukumo resigned from the Anbu and returned home, planning to rest for a while before taking on any new missions. Although the Hitaki clan had only Tsukumo left, they were well off. Moreover, prior to surveilling Uchiha Duan, Tsukumo had frequently accepted missions and earned considerable money. Even if he stayed home from now on, he could live quite comfortably. His only thought now was to resolve his lifelong affairs. Every day, watching Uchiha Itachi and Tsunade indulge in their romantic antics, the 24-year-old Kakashi Hitaki found it overwhelming. However, he dared not approach Uchiha Itachi, as their public relationship appeared contentious. It remained to be seen when Itachi would come knocking. At that moment, significant matters could be resolved. Upon returning to Tsunade's residence, Uchiha Itachi shared the events that transpired in the Hokage's office with Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina. The revelation of Itachi's newfound freedom brought immense joy to both. Nevertheless, Kushina reminded Itachi, though you are no longer under surveillance and can practice openly, it is imperative to remain discreet. Should they realize they have been deceived, it could lead to considerable trouble. Rest assured, I am aware. Itachi replied with unwavering confidence. His primary focus now was research. He had no time to deal with those troublesome individuals. He was eager to see what sparks would fly from collaborating with Orochimaru. 3 days later, to the east of Konoha, in a secluded forest far from residential areas, stood an inconspicuous two-story building. Although the exterior appeared dilapidated, the interior was even more so, resembling a long-neglected structure. Orochimaru, is this truly the new research facility you spoke of? Itachi asked, surveying the surroundings with skepticism. Is there something extraordinary hidden underground? Stop dawdling. Let us explore. Orochimaru replied, somewhat taken aback. There is nothing hidden. This is it. Earlier, when Sarutobi Hiruzen had granted him this site, Orochimaru had been elated and had immediately brought Itachi to tour the new facility. However, he quickly clarified. The professor has stated that this location, along with a 3-mile radius, is now ours to modify as we see fit. But what about your previous research facility? Itachi inquired. His curiosity piqued. The professor never approved of my research endeavors, believing them to be a distraction. Orochimaru explained calmly. He still holds certain expectations for me, and thus I was often reprimanded. Consequently, I conducted my experiments clandestinely in the basement of my home. Eventually, when he realized he could not dissuade me, he allowed me to continue, though I never bothered to relocate, merely expanding the basement slightly. At the time, Orochimaru, still under 18, had not yet delved into forbidden research, so he had no need for multiple secret bases as a precaution. However, with Itachi's arrival, his home basement had become insufficient, prompting the request for a designated area, which ultimately led to his disappointment. Well, it could be worse. Itachi mused, finding satisfaction in the seclusion and spaciousness of the new location, which he could redesign according to his vision. Yet, this meant that their research would be delayed further. Then let us commence, Itachi declared, clearing a rickety table and laying a sheet of white paper upon it. He engaged in discussions with Orochimaru regarding their future research direction while simultaneously sketching a blueprint for the facility. As their conversation deepened, the outline of the research center began to materialize on paper. Itachi, Orochimaru exclaimed, gazing at the magnificent design. Is this not a tad extravagant? What? Are you lacking in confidence? Itachi retorted playfully. Not at all. Orochimaru shook his head. I have faith in you and in myself. It is merely the financial aspect that concerns me. How much funding will your plan require? It depends on your capabilities, Itachi replied with a grin. Sarutobi Hiruzen is currently supporting you. As long as we can produce the desired results, he will undoubtedly back our funding. But we have yet to see any results. Orochimaru lamented, feeling a sense of helplessness akin to a skilled cook without ingredients. In response, Itachi retrieved a storage scroll from his pocket and handed it to Orochimaru. Without hesitation, Orochimaru opened it and began extracting box after box. Upon opening one, a radiant smile spread across his face as he licked his lips. Itachi, I see your determination. Each box contained 50 million ryo, totaling 300 million. This constitutes my entire fortune, Itachi stated solemnly. I have two stipulations. First, expedite the process. Second, do not skimp and prioritize the materials I request. Rest assured, grant me half a month, and I shall deliver, Orochimaru responded, his confidence rejuvenated with the newfound funding. Chapter 54. Will I, Orochimaru, ever become a sage? My brother is flawless. For researchers, two insurmountable challenges persist, the first being funding, the acquisition of equipment, materials, and the construction and maintenance of facilities demands substantial financial resources. Hence, no researcher would be displeased by the prospect of funding. Orochimaru had once faced immense struggles, juggling research while undertaking arduous missions to earn money. Otherwise, his studies would have been unsustainable. However, the income from a high-level mission barely amounted to 1 million ryo, and lower-tier missions yielded even less, not to mention the significant time sacrificed from his research. This dichotomy drove Orochimaru to the brink of madness. Why is it so difficult to pursue research in peace? The moment Itachi casually produced a sum of money exceeding 3 times what Orochimaru had earned over the years, he could hardly contain his excitement. Moreover, Itachi assured him that Tsunade would continually invest her earnings from the Konoha hospital into their research. In the days that followed, Tsunade and Itachi had numerous discussions. Ultimately, Tsunade decided against joining Itachi's research team. Initially, she had hoped to remain by his side, even proposing her inclusion in the project. However, upon witnessing Itachi's eager acceptance, she regained her composure. She had promised Itachi that she would become Hokage and was preparing to take action. The first step was to enhance her prestige, laying the groundwork for her involvement in the Konoha medical department. If she devoted all her time to research, the Hokage position would only drift further from her reach. Moreover, as Orochimaru had pointed out, she lacked the patience for prolonged research. Little did she know, her future salary had already been meticulously arranged by Itachi. With the initial funding, coupled with Tsunade's ongoing contributions, a slight investment of time to produce the desired outcomes for Sarutobi Hiruzen would inevitably lead to increased financial support for their research. Thus, a virtuous cycle of funding would emerge, allowing them ample time to pursue their individual interests in research. They could even persuade figures like Danzo Shimura and Nara Shikaku to support their endeavors. If all else failed, Itachi planned to venture out and borrow money using the Flying Thunder God technique. The second pressing issue for researchers is the scarcity of talent and the constraints of technological bottlenecks. However, through relentless collaboration over the past few days, Orochimaru had become enamored with Itachi's astonishing research aptitude, completely disregarding Tsunade's grievances. Itachi feigned reluctance, attributing the responsibility to Orochimaru, claiming he was the one who insisted on collaboration. Yet, when alone with Orochimaru, he became even more enthusiastic than Orochimaru himself, constantly proposing ideas and validating them against Orochimaru's insights. Their discussions oscillated between fervent debates and moments of passionate writing, documenting their explorations. They each gained valuable insights, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. Even before their research formally commenced, both were thoroughly captivated. Even Orochimaru expressed his exhilaration, proclaiming that the realm of science in the ninja world would reach unprecedented heights through their joint endeavors, fulfilling all his aspirations. However, during this period, Orochimaru's expertise in research paled in comparison to that of Uchiha Duan. Thus, Uchiha Duan naturally delineated Orochimaru's responsibilities with clarity. He stated that he would solely oversee theoretical concepts, control the direction of experiments, and manage the practical execution of experiments. All tasks related to experimental design, data recording and organization, procurement of equipment, acquisition of experimental materials. Routine fundraising and liaising with external entities would fall under Orochimaru's purview. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was on the verge of tears. Aside from experimental design, weren't all these tasks merely those of an assistant? What happened to the notion of collaboration? Why was it that all the tedious and laborious tasks were assigned to him? As a core researcher, why was he relegated to the role of an assistant? This prompted Orochimaru to contemplate seizing the opportunity to recruit several reliable aides. As for the ethical dilemmas that had initially plagued him, upon realizing Uchiha Dayton's utter disregard for moral boundaries in his research, he promptly cast aside all ethical constraints. Did he, Orochimaru, still have a chance to ascend to saintliness? Such antiquated notions were untenable. Regarding forbidden experimental materials or rare substances that were not sold by other ninja villages, Uchiha Dayton assured him that everything would be taken care of, and if something was lacking, they would simply borrow it. Moreover, with Uchiha Dayton generously providing a staggering 300 million in research funding, Orochimaru felt compelled to support him wholeheartedly. The sensation of waiting was far from pleasant. After entrusting the preliminary preparations to Orochimaru, Uchiha Dayton resolved to take a break, seizing the chance to spend quality time with his family, for in the foreseeable future, he might find little free time. The very first action he undertook was to resign from his position at the hospital. Upon hearing of Uchiha Dayton's departure, the director of Konoha Hospital was reduced to tears. Thankfully, Tsunade had no intention of resigning, which spared him from complete despair, but the sense of loss was palpable. It was common knowledge how much revenue Uchiha Dayton had brought to the hospital. How could he bear to let him go? However, witnessing Uchiha Dayton's steadfast resolve, he could only acquiesce, assuring him that the hospital's doors would always remain open for him whenever he wished to return. As for Tsunade, Uchiha Dayton promised her that he would leave work early 2 days a week, dedicating the remainder of his time to her. After all, researchers are human too, and occasionally unwinding could invigorate their minds. Furthermore, with Tsunade possessing the privilege to visit the Research Institute at any time and summon Uchiha Dayton using the Flying Thunder God technique, she, the reluctant, agreed, knowing that she too would soon become busy. Bro, I've got a bite. At a secluded stretch of the Naka River in Konoha, upon noticing the fishing float bobbing, Minato Namikaze shouted excitedly from the shore. Uchiha Dayton, standing beside him, could only roll his eyes but refrained from reprimanding him. Patting Minato's head, he chuckled, "You little rascal. The float merely wobbled. It hasn't sunk yet. Look, you've scared all the fish away." I thought I had one," Minato responded, his face filled with disappointment. Uchiha Dayton reassured him, "No worries, a catch will come soon." Nodding vigorously, Minato rested his chin on his hands and intently watched the fishing float once more. After spending 2 days with Tsunade, Uchiha Dayton, taking advantage of Minato's holiday, obliged his request to go fishing. As his brother's wish was paramount, Uchiha Dayton felt compelled to agree. Despite their close bond over the years, various circumstances had limited their time together, leaving Minato exceedingly delighted at this opportunity. After casting a few more lines, the float began to stir again, and this time, Minato held his breath, not daring to make a sound. As the float submerged, Uchiha Dayton swiftly pulled the rod, instantly feeling the weight of the catch. With a firm tug, he drew a fish weighing 7 to 8 pounds out of the water, bringing it towards the shore. Overjoyed, Minato quickly grabbed the landing net, deftly scooping the fish, his happiness palpable. "Haha, we're having fish for dinner tonight." After placing the fish in the keep net, the two resumed their quiet vigil, awaiting the next catch. As the minutes stretched on without any bites, Minato's little eyes darted toward Uchiha Dayton, his expression one of hesitance. "You can speak freely with your brother. What is it?" Uchiha Dayton said with a smile. "Are you sure you're not leaving?" Minato asked cautiously. A sudden pang struck Uchiha Dayton's heart, and his nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. His younger brother was truly wonderful, yet sometimes too perceptive, evoking a desire to protect and cherish him. Chapter 55, Bound by Ties. An anxious Minato Namikaze. Additional update. Minato's words felt like a shackle, binding Uchiha Dayton firmly. Coupled with the lock Tsunade had placed upon him, he found himself ensnared. Was this what one referred to as a bond? Indeed, he felt firmly tethered. Uchiha Dayton was unaware of the conversation that transpired between Tsunade and Minato that night. But it was certainly no ordinary chat. He never anticipated that in his meticulous calculations, he would ultimately be outmaneuvered by his own brother, who sought to prevent his departure by any means necessary. How could he justify this predicament? He had instructed his brother to refrain from showcasing his remarkable intellect in front of outsiders. Yet Minato's sunny, earnest demeanor had bewitched everyone. Consequently, all the cunning was directed towards Uchiha Dayton himself. Ironically, Minato was particularly adept at charming him, and during the moments he had been punished, a single word had rendered Uchiha Dayton incapable of following through, skillfully manipulating him, leaving Uchiha Dayton powerless. Perhaps this was what Orochimaru had alluded to regarding his own shortcomings. Yet, was Orochimaru truly devoid of emotion? His initial inspiration for research stemmed from the pain of losing his parents and dear friends, which had ignited his anguish. Ultimately, his descent into darkness and callousness was also a consequence of his disciple Shin's tragic demise. Wasn't it also true that you, Uchiha Dayton, were motivated by the loss of those you cherished, perceiving life as fragile and unwilling to endure the pain of love, thereby sealing your heart? So, do you speak too much? Of course, Orochimaru's words from days prior had played a pivotal role. When they had discussed the possibility of establishing a research institute outside the village, Orochimaru had suddenly grinned and remarked, "Why must we be the ones to leave, rather than them? I merely wish to conduct research diligently, and the location is inconsequential to me. If they support us, we shall pursue funding by any means necessary. If they obstruct us, you and I will unite and ensure they are driven far away." Uchiha Dayton understood that Orochimaru's statement was motivated by Tsunade's request for him to remain. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Orochimaru's logic was sound. Thus, faced with Minato's eager gaze, Uchiha Dayton nodded and declared, "I will not leave." "Really? Indeed. That is fantastic," Minato exclaimed, jumping with joy, his excitement palpable. Seeing his brother so jubilant left Uchiha Dayton speechless. What was this all about? Yet, it mattered little. Orochimaru was right. It was all the same. And where else could he find a colleague as exceptional as Orochimaru? If anyone were to disturb his research, Uchiha Dayton would mind acquiring additional research materials. For now, since the development had yet to commence, such materials could be set aside. Haha. Minato, regaining his composure, proclaimed, "Brother, from now on, I will protect you. Anyone who dares to bully you will face my wrath. Haha, you better train hard." Uchiha Dayton chuckled, "Because your brother is quite formidable. Those who can bully me are no ordinary opponents, and your current strength leaves much to be desired. Just you wait and see." Minato Namikaze remained undeterred, instead solemnly assuring his commitment. Though still youthful, he possessed exceptional intelligence, nurtured from a young age under the guidance of Uchiha Obito, which fostered his precociousness. Obito had always cared for him, and how could Minato not feel deep affection for his brother? Thus, at a tender age, Minato had privately vowed to ensure that his brother could lead a normal and joyful life. Initially, he had intended to wait until he had grown stronger, to support Obito with his own power, shielding him from any adversities. Now that Obito had extricated himself from his predicament through his own efforts, Minato felt immense joy yet overwhelming guilt, for he had not been able to assist his brother in the slightest. Instead, he had almost exacerbated the situation. Thus, he swore to strive harder, to become extraordinarily powerful, to possess the true strength necessary to protect Obito. Moreover, he aspired to become Hokage, so he could build a grand research facility for his brother, safeguarding his endeavors. As evening fell and the feast concluded, Minato surprisingly refrained from lingering with Obito, who had also dined at home that day. Instead, he hastily departed under the pretense of training. Observing Minato's anxious demeanor, Obito couldn't help but jest, "Uncle, could it be that Minato is off on a date?" Shiranui, Minato's father, paused in surprise, scratching his head in a naive fashion. "Surely not? A child just over 7 years old, what would he know?" Nonetheless, he thought little of it, resolving to pursue his own plans. Meanwhile, Minato stealthily made his way to a secluded spot. Over here, Kushina Uzumaki, who had been waiting, waved him over. As the two youngsters met, they exchanged somewhat awkward expressions. After cautiously surveying their surroundings, Kushina, visibly anxious, inquired, "Minato, are we really going to do this?" "Do not fear, Kushina, it will be quick," he reassured her. "But you're still so young," she protested. "I am not a child," Minato declared, lifting his chin in an adult-like manner. "No buts, come on." With a conflicted expression, Kushina sighed deeply and finally relented. Very well. Ultimately, she was persuaded and removed her outer garment. From her pocket, she produced a stack of talismans, which she began to arrange around Minato to create a barrier. Though still young, under the meticulous guidance of Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina. She had already acquired a certain proficiency in sealing techniques, which shared significant correlations with barrier techniques. Those gifted in sealing arts often excelled in barriers as well, and vice versa. With the assistance of the talismans, a small barrier, measuring 10 feet in all dimensions, was soon established. Contrary to Kushina's anxious demeanor, Minato inside the barrier displayed a look of delight. I can truly sense it. The talismans Kushina used were specially crafted by Obito to enhance Minato's spatial awareness, allowing him to better perceive space when training in the Flying Thunder God technique. This barrier was designed to amplify the effect of the talismans. Simple to set up and of little practical use, serving merely as a novice's practice. However, for Minato, this barrier was a coveted treasure, enabling him to perceive clear spatial fluctuations. Kushina, please place the kunai a bit farther away, he urged, excitement bubbling within him. Yet, Kushina hesitated, her anxiety palpable. Minato, Obito said your foundation isn't solid yet. Perhaps we should reconsider? No way. Minato firmly rejected. Brother will soon be busy, and he may not have time for me anymore. But he told me that once I master the Flying Thunder God, I can see him anytime. I promised to protect him. I cannot waver now. But Kushina's worry intensified. She believed in Minato's talent, but trusted Obito's judgment even more. After all, Obito was the only one in the current ninja world who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, his words holding substantial authority. Kushina, just this once, I assure you. Minato coaxed. I can sense the distinct spatial fluctuations. I can perceive the spatial passage. I can detect all the elements brother mentioned. There's no problem. Just this once. Kushina, still just over 7, found herself swayed by the persuasive Minato, her resolve beginning to falter. Really just this once? Minato assured her, nodding earnestly. Very well then. Kushina moved 10 meters away, placing the kunai on the ground, and then nervously fixed her gaze on Minato. She was not well versed in the Flying Thunder God technique, knowing only that it allowed one to traverse great distances, unaware of the inherent challenges and dangers involved in mastering this ninjutsu. Trusting Minato, she chose to support him. But little did she know this would become her most regrettable decision. As the events unfolded, Minato felt a surge of anxiety beneath his confident facade. Today's actions had been impulsive. He could easily imagine his brother's fury should he fail. But hadn't Obito said that he was destined to learn the Flying Thunder God? After laying a solid foundation over time, today must be the day. Clenching his fists, Minato felt the sweat pooling in his palms. Sensing the more intense spatial fluctuations than usual, his confidence grew. Obito, what's wrong? Tsunade inquired. Placing a hand on Obito's forehead, concern etched across her face. I'm not certain, Obito replied, furrowing his brow, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Could it be that I've been overthinking? Tsunade lamented, blaming Orochimaru for her woes. The depth of her resentment towards Orochimaru, who had taken her man, was profound. Suddenly, Obito stood up abruptly, fear flashing across his face as he gazed in a certain direction before vanishing in an instant. Moments earlier, as Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique on the kunai, placed several meters away, his perception sharpened. Previously, he could only sense their spatial connection while holding the kunai inscribed with the technique. Yet now, between himself and the kunai, there existed an invisible pathway that he could perceive, fluctuating in intensity. Adjusting his breathing, Minato tuned his chakra, achieving an unprecedented level of sensitivity. Suddenly, the Flying Thunder God technique was successfully triggered, and before Minato could react, he vanished from his spot. Kushina quickly covered her mouth in disbelief, witnessing the extraordinary event. Did it really work? But soon, panic set in, for 3 seconds had passed with no sign of Minato's return. She had seen Obito demonstrate the Flying Thunder God before Minato, and such a delay was entirely uncharacteristic. A sense of foreboding arose from the depths of her heart, causing her entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Where are you, Minato? Kushina shouted frantically. Don't scare me. Come out quickly. As if her words were a spell, Minato appeared unexpectedly in the upper right corner, several meters away. Kushina's eyes lit up, but she immediately sensed something was amiss. Minato did not respond. Instead, he plummeted straight towards the ground. Kushina was on the verge of collapse, rushing towards him without a second thought. Just as she was about to catch him, another figure intervened, appearing before Minato and securely catching him, gently bringing him to the ground. It was Uchiha Duan. However, He seemed oblivious to Kushina's desperate cries. His body felt as if it had plunged into an icy abyss, uncontrollably shaking. At that moment, Minato looked utterly wretched, his face ashen, devoid of color. His clothes were tattered, soaked with blood, and his exposed skin was riddled with countless wounds, grotesque and horrifying. Although there was still a faint pulse within Minato, it was as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. No, it can't be. Uchiha Dan's mind went blank. Completely thrown into disarray, unsure of what to do. Calm down, calm down. The words echoed in his mind. He knew he had to act swiftly to save Minato. Yet the scene before him rendered his body entirely unresponsive, as if he had lost all strength, leaving only trembling. Fortunately, at that moment, another figure rushed over. None other than Tsunade, who, upon Uchiha Dan's departure, had sprinted forward without hesitation. She arrived just in time, quickly assessing the situation. After grasping the general circumstances, Tsunade utilized a body flicker technique to appear before Minato, unsealing the Ein seal while simultaneously performing the healing technique, placing her hands upon his chest. As she protected his heart and lungs, she swiftly examined his body, realizing that while Minato was on the brink of death, his brain remained unharmed due to the protection of his skull. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief and intensified her healing efforts. Dan, don't just stand there. Minato will be fine. Hurry and help. Tsunade called out as she noticed a spark returning to Uchiha Dan's eyes. He seemed to awaken as if struck by lightning, his body jolting back to lucidity. He quickly crouched down, placing his trembling hands on Minato's abdomen. With his left hand channeling the healing technique and his right hand performing the revitalization technique, the two streams of chakra combined to create a surge of life energy, coursing into Minato's body, flowing through his limbs and reviving every corner of his being. Meanwhile, Kushina stood helplessly by, unsure of what to do. Kushina, who did this? Uchiha Dan asked, his eyes bloodshot and his voice trembling with barely contained rage. It was Minato experimenting with the Flying Thunder God technique. Kushina sobbed, her voice choked with tears. He said he wanted to protect you, Dan, and that once he mastered the Flying Thunder God, he wouldn't have to be apart from you anymore. Her words struck Uchiha Dan like heavy hammers, piercing deep into his soul and plunging him once more into despair. Looking at Minato's small body, seemingly abused countless times, an overwhelming wave of regret enveloped him. It's my fault. I am the one who caused all of this. Uchiha Dan laughed bitterly, initially believing that someone had ambushed his brother and that once he healed Minato, he would eliminate all suspects, even if it meant upheaving the entire ninja world. Yet the truth was that he himself was the cause of it all. It's me. It's my fault that this happened. I pressured Minato to grow stronger from a young age. I told him that only strength could protect me, that mastering the Flying Thunder God would allow him to be with me always. He has become this way all for me. What have I done? The agony of Minato's near-death experience, Kushina's words, and his own endless remorse intertwined with a desperate yearning for power, forming a powerful mental stimulus that surged through Uchiha Dan. In the next moment, a sharp pain shot through his eyes, as blood mixed with tears streamed from his eye sockets. His eyes involuntarily opened the three tomo, but this was merely the beginning, as the pattern slowly began to evolve. Chapter 57. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Scientific training plan. The crimson eyes encircled a black pupil, irregular black tomo-shaped patterns gradually forming, adorned with small concentric circles. The overall design resembled a windmill, incredibly distinctive. Upon witnessing the sudden transformation in Uchiha Dan's eyes, Tsunade's heart raced. Is that the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? My goodness. This was Tsunade's first encounter with the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and it was hard to fathom that such a beautiful pattern held such terrifying power, as described by her grandfather and great-grandfather. Nevertheless, the oppressive aura emanating from those eyes was indeed chilling. With this newfound power, Uchiha Dan could truly dominate the ninja world without reservations. However, she recalled her grandfather mentioning that prolonged use of these eyes could lead to blindness, and she felt the need to remind him. But before she could utter a word, Minato's body suddenly trembled slightly, jolting Uchiha Dan back to reality, causing his eyes to revert from the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. In the next moment, Minato slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Uchiha Dan, who appeared as if his soul had been drained, Minato's eyes immediately filled with tears as he grasped Uchiha Dan's clothing tightly, filled with guilt. Brother, I'm sorry. Uchiha Dan felt tears welling up once again, pulling Minato into a tight embrace, his heart aching to the point of almost being unable to breathe. What right do I have to let Minato apologize? It's I who have erred. How can Minato apologize to me? I am indeed a scoundrel. I should be the one apologizing. Minato, it's the brother's fault. From now on, I will protect you and will never put any pressure on you again. Just don't speak. Let me hold you for a moment. No more apologies. Brother, you're squeezing me too tightly. Uchiha Dan quickly loosened his grip, anxiously assessing Minato's condition. Brother, I still feel a bit unwell. Maybe you and Tsunade can continue treating me? Minato, relieved that his brother was not angry and was instead comforting him, joked lightly. You little rascal. Uchiha Dan's heart ached slightly. But upon hearing the playful tone of Minato Namikaze, his anxious heart finally found solace. After nearly an hour of treatment, Minato's body was fully restored. The rapid recovery was attributed not only to the non-exhaustive healing capabilities of Uchiha Dan and Tsunade, but also to the fact that although Minato had sustained severe injuries, they resembled the result of a fierce onslaught rather than the loss of limbs or vital components. With timely treatment, he would likely suffer no lasting repercussions. At this point, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Brother, you cheeky rascal. It seems you won't rest until you frighten me to death. Uchiha Dan lightly flicked Minato's forehead, a mix of lingering fear and mild annoyance evident in his tone. Brother, I was wrong. Minato pleaded, shaking Uchiha Dan's hand pitifully. All right. I truly have no way to deal with you. Sigh, it's my fault as your brother. I will devise a training regimen for you. And you must adhere to it. No more reckless antics. Moreover, I will set aside time each week to guide you. Training requires a methodical approach. We cannot rush it. Do you understand? Yes. Minato obediently nodded, curiosity sparkling in his eyes as he stared at Uchiha Dan. Brother, why were your eyes bleeding just now? You mean this? Uchiha Dan activated his Manjiki Sharingan and gently patted Minato's head. This is a new power I have acquired. With these eyes, I can protect you more effectively. While gaining the power of the Manjiki Sharingan was indeed a positive development, no member of the Uchiha clan felt joy upon awakening their eyes. Thus, unlike the happiness radiating from Minato and Tsunade, Uchiha Dan's emotions were quite complex. Many ninjas in the shinobi world suffered injuries due to training. But this person could not be his brother. In the following days, Uchiha Dan sought out Orochimaru. After conducting thorough, meticulous physical examinations on Tsunade, Minato, Kushina, and SHJ, he collaborated with Orochimaru to draft several comprehensive training plans. To Uchiha Dan's surprise, the usually aloof Orochimaru took an immediate liking to the young SHJ. One must admit that sometimes, the chemistry between individuals is indeed quite significant. Uchiha Dan was puzzled as to what could have caught Orochimaru's eye regarding SHJ. But the glimmer in Orochimaru's gaze indicated that the boy reminded him of someone. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Dan suggested that Orochimaru take SHJ as his disciple. And to his astonishment, Orochimaru agreed. Henceforth, the trio would not only undergo scientific training, but would also partake in age-appropriate medicinal baths once a week. Uchiha Dan would dedicate time each week to mentor Minato and Kushina, while SHJ would train alongside them, receiving personal guidance from Orochimaru for half a day each week. Not only the trio, but Tsunade was also included in the arrangements. The scroll Uchiha Dan provided Tsunade contained not only the training plan, but also the latest version of the chakra body refinement technique. Akin to what Minato and the others would practice, along with the 8 gates technique he had meticulously researched and validated over the years. Uchiha Dan further tailored an intensely stimulating medicinal bath specifically for Tsunade, combining these two ninjutsu styles with her unique physique. This medicinal bath, while torturous for anyone else, would be bearable for Tsunade due to her exceptional constitution and regenerative abilities. By following Uchiha Dan's method and channeling her chakra during the bath to massage her meridians in a specific sequence, she could swiftly absorb the medicinal properties and strengthen her body. Post-bath, her formidable vitality and healing prowess would completely restore her, yielding tremendous benefits without any drawbacks. Her unique physique, coupled with the Yin seal, allowed her to endure the medicinal bath while simultaneously healing, sparing her from excessive discomfort. Should she consistently engage in such baths, supplemented by a targeted training regimen tailored to her condition and the 8 gates technique, Tsunade's strength would undergo a terrifying enhancement. especially upon learning that Uchiha Dan had been contemplating this arrangement for 2 years and had spent 3 months perfecting the most suitable medicinal bath for her. Tsunade felt profoundly moved. Over the past 5 years, Uchiha Dan had never taken more than 5 hours to concoct any medicine or potion. His talent was evident. While others found the art of potion-making daunting, Uchiha Dan treated it with ease. The fact that he had envisioned this for 2 years and meticulously crafted a comprehensive training plan indicated countless hours of deliberation and refinement, resulting in a flawless version devoid of any risks. Moreover, the fact that he had begun contemplating it 2 years prior revealed that he had long cared for her, even if he had never expressed it. With this thought, Tsunade's heart swelled with happiness. This was the most precious gift she had ever received in her life, bar none. Grasping the scroll tightly, her resolve to grow stronger surged to unprecedented heights. She had resolved to become Hokage and use her power to protect Uchiha Dan, ensuring that he could live freely and joyfully in Konoha. As time passed, Tsunade's determination solidified, transforming into her life's goal. With all arrangements made, Uchiha Dan's journey of research officially commenced. Chapter 58. An unfortunate misstep leads to blindness. The power of the Manjiki happiness always passes swiftly, and half a year flew by in the blink of an eye. In a corner at the eastern edge of the village, the research base of Orochimaru and Uchiha Dan lay hidden. Constructed underground, the base spanned 2 levels, each approximately 3,000 square meters, dedicated to the study of various medicinal materials, chakra metals, life force research, ninjutsu enhancements, and even the technology of Sand Village puppetry. Within a secluded room, accessible only through a secret passage, an elevator concealed itself. 100 meters below, a more expansive space awaited. This area, covering 10,000 square meters and also 2 levels, was divided into 4 distinct sections, each corresponding to different research endeavors. Herein lay the true secrets. Aside from Uchiha Dan, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, no one else was privy to the knowledge contained within. The 8 sections corresponded to 8 research areas: the evolution of the Sharingan, Senju Hashirama's cells, genetic modification, forbidden ninjutsu studies, sage particle research, bloodline limit studies, soul enhancement, and research into immortality. Each field of study transcended the current understanding of the shinobi world and yielded fruitful results. In the Sharingan evolution research room, Uchiha Dan reclined upon an operating table. Tsunade meticulously worked to restore his 2 Manjiki Sharingan, as she employed the healing technique and the still nascent rebirth technique to fully repair each severed nerve. Uchiha Dan sat up. Still unable to see, Tsunade clenched her fists, asking anxiously, "Fool, it's been nearly a month. Why haven't you adjusted yet?" Uchiha Dan, eyes closed, accurately touched Tsunade's smooth, delicate face. "Do not worry, the research has already established a clear direction. Within a year at most, I will regain my sight permanently, and I shall never again have to worry about blindness. The only regret is that I cannot behold your beautiful and charming face for a long time. Are you still in the mood for jokes?" Tsunade playfully punched Uchiha Dan, her tears welling up once more. She could hardly recall how many times she had cried over the past month. No tears, I assure you. I am truly fine." Uchiha Daisen quickly embraced Tsunade, offering her comfort. Had he known that using the power of the Manjiki Sharingan so frequently would cause her such distress, he would have refrained from doing so. He felt guilt for her sorrow. Nevertheless, his claim of recovery held truth. If he did not possess absolute confidence, he would not have acted so recklessly. "Can your eyes genuinely recover?" Tsunade inquired with utmost seriousness, having already asked this for the 72nd time, averaging 3 times a day. "Indeed, they can," Uchiha Daisen replied gently, devoid of any impatience. Reassured once more, Tsunade felt a measure of relief as she took a ribbon and carefully wrapped it around Uchiha Daisen's eyes. "You promised me you wouldn't harm yourself," she recalled, her heart heavy once more. "I meant I would be cautious," Uchiha Daisen corrected her, helpless against the immense utility his eyes provided for research. 6 months prior, Uchiha Daisen had experienced a significant shock during training due to an incident involving Minato Namikaze, resulting in the successful awakening of his Manjiki Sharingan. Although this was not a cause for celebration for him, and he even suffered at the time, he was utterly exhilarated upon realizing the capabilities of his ocular technique. The powers contained within the Manjiki Sharingan are profoundly intertwined with one's spirit and will. In essence, the abilities of the Manjiki Sharingan resemble the culmination of long-held wishes. Uchiha Obito constantly yearned to escape this world of suffering for a utopia devoid of pain, leading to his ocular technique that allowed for dimensional travel, intangibility, and a self-sustained independent space. Uchiha Shursui witnessed the internal rifts within his clan, as factions formed, and some even contemplated a coup. Coupled with his brainwashing, he fervently prayed night and day for his kin to reach a consensus and reconcile with Konoha's higher-ups to uphold the third Hokage's will. Thus, he awakened the strongest Genjutsu, Kodo Amitsukami, which could alter the will of others. Uchiha Itachi possessed a more intricate personality. Having observed the conflicts within his family and the tensions between the clan and the village from a young age, he harbored a desire to eradicate the roots of all strife, which led to his acquisition of the Black Flames of Amaterasu. Yet, he was also profoundly influenced by Uchiha Shursui, fantasizing about gaining immense power to steer the clan's future. Consequently, he awakened Tsukuyami, a technique that allowed him to manipulate all factors of time, place, and quality within an illusionary realm. Uchiha Daisen, upon awakening the Manjiki, similarly acquired two abilities. He named the power of his left eye analysis, which enabled him, through ocular technique, to replicate anything he observed and deposit it into an analytical space. Within this realm, Uchiha Daisen could dissect the replicated entities an unlimited number of times. In simpler terms, whether it be a person or an object, as long as Uchiha Daisen had cast his gaze upon it, he could replicate it 100-fold in the analytical space and subsequently discern everything about that individual or object. This analytical ocular technique inflicts no tangible harm on what is observed. It merely allows for replication and analysis. Yet, Uchiha Daisen was enamored with this left eye, as it embodied the very capability he had long coveted. Over the past 6 months, the reason he could simultaneously embark on 8 research projects, each yielding fruitful results, was largely due to his left eye's remarkable contributions, alongside the innate talent of Senju Tobirama and the assistance of Orochimaru. As long as Uchiha Daisen desired, he could effortlessly unveil all the secrets and essence of a person or object. Should he find himself struggling to comprehend something, he could simply analyze it repeatedly within the analytical space. With his talent, he would inevitably arrive at the solution. For instance, if he wished to learn the lightning release chakra mode, he could apply his analytical ocular technique on the third Reikage, replicate it into the analytical space, and repeatedly analyze it until he grasped all the secrets of the lightning release chakra mode. The inherent replication of the Sharingan is significantly limited. This replication is less about copying ninjutsu and more about mimicking movements and chakra flow patterns. Thus, one can never replicate techniques that exceed their own capabilities. No matter how many copies are made, one's strength cannot undergo a qualitative leap. Take Kakashi, for example. Despite his extensive repertoire of ninjutsu, adding more to his arsenal would yield only marginal improvements. After all, a ninja's strength is not merely a measure of the quantity of techniques they possess. This elucidates why the Uchiha clan seldom relies on replication. They prefer to explore more advanced applications of the Sharingan, for this is the true path to enhancement. Analysis, on the other hand, offers insights into the essence of things. Of course, there remains a distinction between analysis and mastery. It is akin to a person who has comprehensively understood every structure of a machine. Yet, to construct that machine is no trivial task, requiring substantial time and effort. Achieving perfection in the utility of analytical abilities necessitates unparalleled talent. Unfortunately, Uchiha Daisen believed that, in terms of talent, he stood as a singular figure within the current ninja world. While Orochimaru was progressing, he too was advancing, and with the aid of this eye, he was accelerating even faster. The ability of Uchiha Daisen's right eye bore some resemblance to Izanagi. Izanagi's power allows one to transform adverse events that occur within a certain time frame into illusions, choosing to materialize favorable outcomes instead. This is an extraordinary ocular technique that can even grant a semblance of resurrection. However, it is essential to note that Izanagi is not an ability derived from the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan. Rather, it is a technique developed by a genius of the Uchiha clan, who, based on his unique Izanagi, utilized the Sharingan as a medium at the cost of blindness, to create a technique exclusive to the Sharingan. Uchiha Daisen's right eye technique, however, pertains to the alteration of reality, not merely favorably or unfavorably, but encompassing all of reality. Furthermore, This technique can be employed on oneself, others, or even objects. Uchiha Daisen named this novel ocular technique Kagura Sujetsu, which translates simply to what you see. What you believe to have occurred may not be reality. Only what I perceive as reality constitutes the true essence of reality. Naturally, the extent of reality modification correlates with the expenditure of ocular power. Achieving the level of Izanagi may well necessitate another bout of blindness. This ocular technique, nearly invincible in combat, was utilized by Uchiha Daisen in his research. For instance, during an experiment, if a mistake led to the destruction of a precious specimen, Uchiha Daisen could immediately activate his ocular technique to revert the specimen back to its pre-damaged state. This is not manipulation of time. It is merely a modification of reality. Uchiha Daisen speculated that the awakening of his Kagura Sujetsu ability was closely tied to his long-standing desire to alter his own reality. Yet, both of his powerful eyes were ultimately rendered blind through his own actions. Despite this blindness, Uchiha Daisen felt no sorrow. On the contrary, he was filled with exhilaration. For within the brief span of 5 months preceding his blindness, his research had achieved unparalleled breakthroughs. Throughout this period, Uchiha Daisen conducted multiple analyses of Hashirama's cells, uncovering their secrets and thereby saving considerable time and resources in experiments. To facilitate related trials, Uchiha Daisen even devised means to capture a white Zetsu dispatched by Uchiha Obito to gather intelligence. Upon further reflection, it became evident that the character known as White Zetsu was indeed an invaluable experimental subject, each cell a treasure in its own right. Therefore, when Uchiha Daisen proclaimed that in a year he would fully regain his sight without the fear of becoming blind again, it was not a jest, but rather a conviction steeped in certainty. Moreover, he would not suffer the same fate as Uchiha Obito, whose body had been grotesquely altered. Contemplating future plans, Uchiha Daisen departed the underground research facility alongside Tsunade. Their purpose for the day was to attend the wedding of Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi, having gazed upon Uchiha Daisen for nearly 5 years, had also secretly admired the nurse Kawaguchi Natsumi at Konoha Hospital for 3 years. He was a man of outward seriousness, yet inwardly passionate, with a bashful demeanor. Over the span of 4 years, Kakashi had not uttered a single word to his beloved, merely observing her from afar. Fortunately, 6 months prior, through Uchiha Daisen's intervention, Kakashi had successfully departed from the Anbu, thus attaining his freedom. At that time, Uchiha Daisen had promised to introduce him to Kawaguchi Natsumi and to speak favorably of him. Now free from surveillance, Kakashi returned home, enveloped in the aroma of love. Yet, after waiting patiently for a full month, he found himself in despair, as Uchiha Daisen had yet to appear. Unable to bear it any longer, Kakashi approached Tsunade to express his predicament. In his frustration, he wished to confront Uchiha Daisen directly, lamenting that while Daisen basked in happiness, he himself had been left yearning for countless years. He thought to himself that if he could only find Daisen, he would show him the lengths a man desperate for love would go to. Upon hearing Kakashi's tale, Tsunade was taken aback. She was aware of the peculiar and profound bond between Uchiha Daisen and Kakashi, but had not anticipated such an agreement between them. That evening, when she confirmed this with Uchiha Daisen, he smacked his thigh in regret. After half a month of passionate romance and half a month of research, he had completely forgotten about Kakashi. No wonder he had felt that something was amiss during that time. It was the absence of someone observing him. Yet, he found himself surprisingly at ease. Indeed, days without Kakashi were undeniably pleasant. However, a promise made must ultimately be honored. Uchiha Daisen, unable to appear publicly due to the fade of discord between him and Kakashi, allowed Tsunade to play matchmaker, and thus Kakashi and Kawaguchi Natsumi were finally introduced. With a heroic act, enhanced by his good looks, his innate kindness, and culinary skills that left Uchiha Daisen in awe, coupled with Tsunade's commendations, he captured Kawaguchi Natsumi's heart within 2 months, leading to their romantic union. Now, they had even proceeded to marriage. Uchiha Daisen mused that he too must intensify his efforts alongside Tsunade. However, he resolved to wait a little longer. Although Tsunade would not mind, Uchiha Daisen did not wish for others to whisper that she had wed a blind man. The moment his sight was restored, he would promptly propose. In the courtyard of Kakashi's home, a banquet was elegantly laid out, awaiting the arrival of guests. As Uchiha Daisen and Tsunade entered, they found half the seats already occupied. Most attendees were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Uchiha dance, for they had nearly forgotten of his existence. Over the past 6 months, Uchiha dance had almost entirely vanished from public view and had never appeared alongside Tsunade. Observing Uchiha dance, led by Tsunade, many found the sight peculiar, as they had presumed they had long since parted ways or that he had perished. To their surprise, not only was he alive, but the two still appeared sweetly connected. Yet, they wondered how he had lost his sight. Upon spotting Uchiha dance from afar, Kakashi's heart raced with excitement. Since Uchiha dance had repeatedly demonstrated his extraordinary abilities and aided him in fulfilling his life's aspirations, Kakashi held a deep-seated admiration for him. However, he feigned annoyance as he approached with Kawaguchi Natsumi. Lady Tsunade. Kawaguchi Natsumi respectfully bowed. Dr. Dance. She turned to Uchiha dance, offering a slight bow as well. As a former colleague and idol, Kawaguchi Natsumi still regarded Uchiha dance with respect despite their prolonged separation. Yet, in the next moment, Kakashi cast a displeased glance at Uchiha dance. I didn't expect you to come. Uchiha dance retorted, why shouldn't I join in the festivities? I even brought a gift. He waved the present in his hand. Do you think a mere gift will suffice to placate me? Kakashi replied, annoyance creeping into his voice. I haven't settled the score for what you did to me back then. What? Do you intend to quarrel with me on such a joyous occasion? Their voices were low, yet the peculiar atmosphere drew the attention of many. Uchiha dance found himself speechless. While they had agreed to feign discord in public, it seemed unnecessary to do so on the day of Kakashi's wedding. Was it not foolishness? Chapter 60. The anxious Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ensuring your honeymoon is unaffected. On such a day, a little polite pretense and some formalities would not raise any eyebrows. Who would genuinely believe that you and I were secretly in cahoots? Must you make this day uncomfortable for yourself? Just wait until Kakashi is born. You shall see how I will torment him. Just as Kakashi was about to continue the confrontation, Uchiha dance's soft voice reached his ears. That's enough. Your wedding is what matters. Startled, Kakashi paused, questioning whether he had overdone the act. Today is my wedding day. I shall not hold it against you. With that, he hurriedly left with a bewildered Kawaguchi Natsumi in tow. Natsumi was genuinely perplexed, as Kakashi usually spoke highly of Uchiha dance. Their introduction had been orchestrated by Tsunade, with Uchiha dance as the unseen hand behind it all. Could it be? Recalling Uchiha dance's past circumstances, she quickly understood they were merely putting on a show, allowing her to relax. In the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen, keen to garner public favor and portray a down-to-earth image, observed the scene with a nod of approval. Excellent. I relish witnessing such moments. Kakashi had become increasingly isolated in Konoha, having not undertaken a mission in over 5 years, leading to the dissolution of his former team. His previous fame had faded into obscurity with the passage of time. Upon hearing from Orochimaru that Uchiha dance had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been unable to sleep. He had considered recruiting Uchiha dance, yet he desired to control him completely. The Manjiki Sharingan was a power exclusive to Uchiha Madara. How could he assert control over that? Fortunately, Uchiha dance had relegated the use of his eyes to research, maintaining a low profile and almost vanishing from sight. Eventually, his excessive use of the Manjiki Sharingan rendered him blind, allowing him to focus solely on his research with Orochimaru, much to Sarutobi Hiruzen's delight, enabling him to sleep soundly. Thus, he perceived no threat from either Kakashi or Uchiha dance. However, upon encountering Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of discomfort. Over the past 6 months, her stature had risen significantly. She had not only taken over Uchiha dance's responsibilities at the hospital, healing countless patients, but she had also made notable strides in the Konoha medical department, achieving several breakthroughs in pharmaceutical technology under considerable pressure. Recently, she had proposed several reforms aimed at enhancing the training of medical ninjas and improving the survival rates of shinobi on the battlefield. Given her background and the reputation she had already accumulated, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a growing sense of unease. As time passed in the role of Hokage, his mindset gradually shifted. Initially, when he first assumed the position, Hiruzen treaded lightly, fearful of being compared to the first and second Hokage, and he worked diligently every day. However, after so many years of enjoying the status and privileges that came with power, he began to relish the feeling of being Hokage. Consequently, he developed an unconscious animosity towards anyone who threatened his position. Originally, he paid little heed to Tsunade, but in recent years, her relentless dedication, Abstaining from gambling and drinking had transformed her. In the past 6 months, she had dedicated herself entirely to her work, no longer resembling the Tsunade he once knew. Although she currently showed no inclination toward becoming Hokage, Hiruzen recognized that this unsettling trend could not continue. Hence, he began contemplating strategies to counter Tsunade. His thoughts aligned with those of Shimura Danzo, who had not yet arrived that day. Danzo's obsession with the Hokage position had permeated his entire life. He was already scheming on how to unseat Hiruzen and ascend as the fourth Hokage, but Tsunade had unexpectedly become the greatest obstacle in his path. If this continued, even if Hiruzen stepped down, the Hokage position would not fall to Danzo. Thus, both men turned their attention toward Tenten. She was a valuable asset. Over the past 6 months, Tenten and Tsunade had grown increasingly at odds, and it was time to set her on Tsunade's trail. The first step would be to veto all the proposals Tsunade had presented. Without tangible results, how could she continue to build her reputation? As guests gradually arrived, the wedding of Kakashi Hatake and now Kawaki officially commenced. Due to the dwindling numbers of the Hatake clan, Kakashi was the last remaining heir. And having been largely out of social circles for over 5 years, he had very few connections. In contrast, now Kawaki, having become Tsunade's assistant, was well acquainted with many people both within and outside the village. Thus, those who came to assist were primarily Nao's family and her colleagues from the hospital, creating a lively atmosphere. Throughout the event, Kakashi maintained a constant smile, welcoming every drink offered to him. Once the festivities concluded, he was enveloped by a profound sense of surreal happiness. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the guests departed, a figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard. The figure sat at a stone table, pouring a jug of wine into 2 cups. "What are you hesitating for? Don't you want to share a drink with me?" Uchiha Itachi said, glancing around nervously at Kakashi. "What brings you here?" Kakashi quickly approached. "Let us go inside to drink. It wouldn't be good if someone saw us." "Don't worry," Itachi replied confidently. "I've arranged things around your house. No one will notice." "Sister-in-law." Itachi waved to Nao, who had sensed the noise and stepped outside. "Itachi, what do you need?" "I just need to borrow Kakashi for half an hour. I assure you it won't interfere with your newlywed activities." "Not at all. Take your time." Nao smiled warmly, showing no signs of reproach, and glanced affectionately at Kakashi. "You rascal." Kakashi blushed at Itachi's words, offering an apologetic smile to Nao before sitting beside Itachi. Noticing Nao had returned to the villa, Kakashi inquired, "Is there something important you wish to discuss?" "Kakashi, why were you so on edge just now?" Itachi countered instead of addressing the question directly. "Let us not get into it." Kakashi sighed. "The Hokage has always been wary of me. While it's not outright surveillance, there are occasionally Anbu ninjas lingering outside my home. Could it be that your earlier covert investigation of the higher-ups in Konoha was discovered?" Itachi asked, frowning. "Impossible." Kakashi shook his head vigorously. "You know my skills are beyond question, and I merely verified your claims without delving deeper. There was no chance of discovery. Besides, I completed my investigation long ago. Why would he send someone now?" "It's likely because you've reformed your team and are preparing for missions," Itachi reasoned. "Ugh." Kakashi sighed helplessly. "Why does he always seem to have it out for me?" Chapter 61. Urging Hiruzen to step down quickly. "He had to bring this up on my wedding day. Our esteemed Hokage is indeed isolated at the top." Itachi chuckled. "He excels in not trusting anyone. If he ever senses even a hint of doubt, he will not hesitate to sideline them. For instance, he is fully aware of your capabilities, yet he deliberately keeps you on the sidelines. Yet he lacks the same level of trust in others," Itachi continued. "He is constantly anxious about his subordinates' motives, testing their loyalty even while relying on them. At times, he worries his subordinates are not diligent enough, while at others, he fears their diligence overshadows his own brilliance as Hokage." Kakashi pondered this, realizing the truth in Itachi's words. "But it's not just you. Now the spotlight also shines on Tsunade," Itachi added, taking a sip of his drink. "You've heard about the reforms Tsunade proposed, right? Even though you've been idle at home, you must have caught wind of it," Kakashi responded. "Now mentioned it to me. The doctors and medical staff at Konoha Hospital are buzzing about it." Kakashi replied. "If implemented, these reforms would greatly benefit Konoha. Tsunade's plan to train medical ninjas has immense feasibility. Once each team includes a medical ninja, the survival rates of ninjas will undoubtedly improve." "Alas," Itachi scoffed. "Those proposals will never see the light of day." "Why not?" Kakashi exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't this in the best interest of Konoha? Indeed. Any rational person would recognize that Tsunade's proposals are beneficial, Itachi replied with a smirk. However, these proposals will significantly boost Tsunade's standing. Is that truly the reason? Kakashi asked incredulously. To prevent Tsunade from gaining prestige, they would compromise the village's interests and lower the survival rates of ninjas? What do you think? Itachi queried. Soon, Hiruzen will convene a meeting to discuss this matter, and at that time, the proposal will be publicly dismissed. How can he do this? Kakashi erupted in anger. Is he not afraid of inciting public outrage? What does that matter to him? Itachi snorted. The dissenters won't be him. He may even feign support. Others will take the fall. Tenten. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, questioning. In the past 6 months, as Tsunade integrated into the Konoha medical department, her conflicts with Tenten had become glaringly public. Faced with Tsunade's aggressive approach, Tenten had retreated, harboring deep resentment. Yet, Tenten remained the head of the medical department and had powerful allies, making her the most likely candidate to oppose Tsunade. You're not as dim-witted as I imagined. Itachi teased. You always have a sharp tongue, Kakashi retorted playfully. All right, enough jesting. Itachi settled down. What are your thoughts on our Hokage? Kakashi regarded Itachi, who was struggling to see through the wrapped ribbons, and asked, Are you plotting something again? You know I've always intended to support Tsunade's rise, Itachi replied. I've been engrossed in research these past 6 months, but since Hiruzen plans to make a move, I won't hold back. I'll ensure he steps down swiftly, allowing me to return to my studies. What? Kikuki Tsukumo abruptly stood up, momentarily believing he had misheard. Was it truly because he opposed Tsunade's reforms that he was to be ousted prematurely? Perhaps, primarily because Tsunade could not bear to witness the decline of Konoha, and also for the sake of his younger brother's childhood dream. Consider it a means to placate both his wife and brother. Presently, Uchiha Duan had devoted most of his energy to research. As long as this group of individuals did not interfere with his studies, he had no time to spare for them. He would only occasionally assist Tsunade during brief interludes, merely to pass the time. However, should their actions begin to impede his research progress, Duan would have to turn his attention to them, particularly since Orochimaru had recently lamented the lack of materials. Duan, your assertion regarding Konoha's decline seems rather alarmist, Kikuki Tsukumo remarked with a furrowed brow. The current development of Konoha is quite commendable. Commendable? Uchiha Duan was taken aback. What exactly is commendable? The foundation of Konoha was laid by the first and second Hokages. Sarutobi Hiruzen is merely a custodian. Konoha's robust foundation has only prevented matters from deteriorating further. But what if this status quo persists for another decade or two? Are you aware of Konoha's current financial situation? How could I possibly know such things? Kikuki Tsukumo mumbled. Sarutobi Hiruzen had used Konoha's development as a pretext to increase funding requests to the feudal lords over the past 3 years. The pharmaceutical department within the medical division had profited immensely from the various new medicines developed by Tsunade and himself, extending their business throughout the ninja world. Yet, despite the continuous rise in revenues, expenditures remained virtually unchanged, resulting in Konoha's financial income dwindling to the brink of insolvency. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Kikuki Tsukumo's mouth fell agape, utterly astonished at Uchiha Duan's revelation. A chill surged up his spine. Is it truly that severe? Are you speaking the truth? After a long pause, he asked. Absolutely. Duan replied. Is it not true? Orochimaru personally investigated to ascertain how much more could be extracted. Duan had no doubt about Orochimaru's capabilities. Surely it cannot be that dire. Kikuki Tsukumo hesitated, still finding the situation hard to believe. Is it not? Have you not visited the Sarutobi clan, the Uchiha clan, the Nara clan, and the Mito clan? These 4 families, which clearly lack any substantial industry, have been engaged in construction and expanding their clan territories. Their investment in nurturing ninjas has increased significantly, resulting in a growing number of clan ninjas, albeit unregistered. The facts are before you. Why remain so naive? Kikuki Tsukumo's breath quickened as he struggled to maintain his composure. Yet, the more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. This group of scoundrels. Kikuki Tsukumo trembled with rage. His loyalty to Konoha was unwavering, and he desired its prosperity more than anyone else. At this moment, he could scarcely bear the weight of this revelation. You, of all people. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed, Must you choose my wedding day to discuss such matters? I wish it were not so. Uchiha Duan replied with resignation. Yet, today is the only day I am available. And it is imperative that I convey this today so that it remains etched in your memory, prompting you to reflect upon my words. A mix of anger and frustration surged within Kikuki Sakomo. Of all days, you choose today to share this news? Indeed. It is precisely because you are marrying today that I fear my sister-in-law may face widowhood at a young age. Thus I must speak up. Dato's expression was one of concern, as he continued. Typically, I am engrossed in research, neglecting all else, and would likely forget this conversation entirely. However, he refrained from voicing this thought in front of Kikuki Sakomo, knowing it could lead to a falling out. You are merely being alarmist. Under normal circumstances, how could I possibly meet my demise? Kikuki Sakomo could not help but ask, curiosity piqued. Once your honeymoon concludes, you will inevitably resume taking on missions, correct? Naturally. Given your prowess, might you not garner significant acclaim once more? One would assume so. Did you not previously complete 10 S-rank missions in a single year? What was Sarutobi Hiruzen's response? To recruit you into the Anbu, ostensibly to utilize your talents, yet in reality, to sideline you. Kikuki Sakomo's heart raced at the realization. Though he dismissed the notion of death as improbable. How naive, Uchiha Dato chastised. Allow me to be frank. One of the 3 teammates you sought to recruit is precisely someone Sarutobi Hiruzen has arranged. What? Kikuki Sakomo's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did you acquire this intel? That is not for you to concern yourself with, Uchiha Dato said, taking a sip of his drink. Danger could accompany you at any moment. It was not that Uchiha Dato doubted Kikuki Sakomo's loyalty. Rather, the fewer who knew about Orochimaru's surveillance, the better. Kikuki Sakomo's expression soured as he incredulously asked, but why? Dato's tone was one of exasperation. Because you are not of the Hokage lineage. Because you disregard his commands. Because you possess formidable strength. Are these reasons not sufficient? Should you once again rise to prominence, proving that Sarutobi Hiruzen could not suppress you by any means, even threatening his position, do you think he would let you off the hook? Humph. I refuse to believe he would dare to act against me without cause. Kikuki Sakomo declared, his voice laced with determination. After all, I am no pushover. Huh. Uchiha Dato chuckled lightly. To kill you, why would he need a blade? If it were me, I would contrive a task destined for failure. With an undercover agent at your side, ready to leak information, this would be quite simple. Would it not? And when you, Kikuki Sakomo, find yourself unable to complete the mission, your teammates will unwittingly fall into the carefully laid trap, facing imminent death. What would you do? Without hesitation, Kikuki Sakomo replied, I would abandon the mission and rush to their aid. Uchiha Dato nodded before speaking again. However, should you act thus, there will immediately be those in Konoha who proclaim that you, Kikuki Sakomo, have disregarded your mission and are unworthy of being a ninja. The Hokage's office would conveniently reduce the number of missions, making it known that your selfishness led to a significant decrease in Konoha's received commissions, resulting in a great loss for the village. In this moment, one of your teammates might publicly accuse you, distorting your past actions into claims of disloyalty to Konoha. They might assert that they never wished for your rescue, for your actions led to mission failure and a substantial loss for the village, a disgrace they could never erase, thus harboring a deep-seated hatred for you. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen would further incite others to spread the word that you, Kikuki Sakomo, are the true disgrace of the Kikuki clan, and that in your generation, you are unworthy of carrying the Kikuki name. When the entire Konoha turns against you, condemning you and insisting you should pay with your life, how would you respond? As Kikuki Sakomo listened, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, drenched in sweat. With each word from Uchiha Dato, his heart sank deeper. By the time Dato finished speaking, he found himself engulfed by a profound sense of panic. How would he respond? What could he possibly do? Kakashi Hitaki's mind was utterly in disarray. If such an event were to transpire, would he truly contemplate self-destruction? The man adorned in a mask and the one who removed it were entirely disparate beings. When cloaked in the mask, anonymity granted him a certain audacity before Uchiha Dan's. Yet, upon its removal, Kakashi was abruptly returned to his unadorned self. As the last scion of the Hitaki clan, he held his reputation and that of his family in the highest regard. Should his standing in Konoha and his family's honor be irrevocably tarnished, despair would surely engulf him. How can you entertain thoughts of death before the calamity even strikes? Uchiha Dan's chastised, delivering a sharp rebuke. Is such a fate truly plausible? Kakashi's voice quivered with trepidation. He feared not for his life, but was dreadfully concerned about the disgrace that could befall his family because of him. His father had always imparted the hope that he would restore the Hitaki clan to its former glory. It is not a question of possibility. When your reputation reaches a point where it can no longer be suppressed, such a fate is inevitable. The seed of this calamity has already been sown, and the match is in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. When he chooses to ignite this powder keg is entirely at his discretion. How could Sarutobi treat me thus? Kakashi felt himself spiraling into madness. How can this be? This was a blatant conspiracy, a brazen scheme forcing him toward demise. And he found himself utterly at a loss on how to counter it. Dans, do you possess a means to avert this disaster? Kakashi asked with a glimmer of hope. Of course, why else would I share so much with you today? Dans replied confidently. You simply need to follow my guidance. As he elaborated, Kakashi's eyes grew brighter with understanding. In this manner, the situation will no longer affect you. After divulging so much, Dans took a sip of his drink to soothe his throat. You little brat, I truly appreciate your assistance. Kakashi expressed his profound gratitude. Without Dan's timely counsel, his life would have been irreparably marred, not to mention the disgrace that would fall upon his ancestors and the burden of shame his family would bear. Do not be hasty in your thanks, Dans interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Do you genuinely believe this is the end of the matter? You have unraveled this riddle. But Sarutobi will become increasingly vigilant of you. He will undoubtedly devise further plots against you, and after you unravel one, another will follow. However, I cannot constantly monitor you, so heed my words carefully. Dan's expression grew solemn. You, Kakashi Hitaki, regardless of what transpires henceforth, must never entertain thoughts of self-harm. Even if you find yourself ensnared in another trap, leading to a similar outcome and a tarnished reputation, as long as you do not seek to end your life. Within 2 years, the tide will turn. The one who will be reviled like a rat in the streets will be Sarutobi, while your reputation will experience a remarkable resurgence. If you are slain, I will avenge you and ensure your affairs are settled. However, should you choose self-destruction, I will not concern myself with your legacy, for such a fate is undeserving of my attention. At that point, you will be condemned to infamy, reviled for generations. Your wife, your son, should you have one, will carry the stain of your actions, unable to hold their heads high. Wait, why are you suddenly saying all this to me? Kakashi protested, feeling aggrieved. I have no intention of dying. Because you are precisely that kind of person, I feel compelled to remind you, to offer a precautionary warning, Dans replied. Rest assured, now that there is hope, how could I possibly despair? Kakashi pledged, understanding the trap yet refusing to yield to those who would see him fail. Hearing you say that brings me relief, yet also a sense of exhaustion. It is remarkable how two individuals, one observing and the other observed, can forge such a profound bond. Of course, Dans also sought to find a powerful and reliable ally for Tsunade, and none were more suitable than the Navi yet formidable Kakashi. Even as he hoped for Tsunade to become the greatest Hokage in Konoha's history, Dans wished to spare her undue burdens. Well then, I have said all I need to say. It is time for me to take my leave. Dans stood, adjusting his attire. At any time, consider me your most dependable ally. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. If you cannot find me, your sister-in-law can inquire after Tsunade. With that, Dans vanished, leaving Kakashi to ponder in solitude for an extended period. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office was thick with tension. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat silently behind his desk, puffing on a pipe, while Shimura Danzo, T-Rune Komatsu, and Mito Menma remained mute. Eventually, the most impatient among them, T-Rune Komatsu, could no longer contain herself. Hiruzen, you must make a decision immediately. We cannot allow this situation to escalate further. Mito Menma sighed in agreement. Indeed, over the past 3 months, more than 50 ninjas have inexplicably vanished while on missions, and we remain at a complete loss. How can we proceed in this manner? Hiruzen remained silent, exhaling a plume of smoke as he turned to Shimura Danzo. What have your investigations yielded? Danzo shook his head. So far, there are no leads. However, as disappointment settled in the room, Danzo continued. The disappearance of ninjas is not exclusive to Konoha. Other hidden villages have reported similar occurrences. What do you mean? Hiruzen nearly choked on his smoke, urging Danzo to elaborate. My latest intel indicates that all 5 great ninja villages, along with several smaller ones, have experienced ninjas vanishing without a trace after departing on missions over the past 6 months. Initially, it went unnoticed, as unexpected incidents often occurred during missions. However, it soon became apparent that the disappearances were not of entire teams, but rather individual members of small squads. The other 4 villages have also formed investigative teams to look into the matter, yet they have unearthed little information. Who could orchestrate such a grand scheme against all the villages? Hiruzen leaned back, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Humph. T-Rune Komatsu interjected coldly. This individual must have a connection to Konoha and intends to target us specifically. Otherwise, why would the missing ninjas all belong to our 4 clans? The others sighed in unison, fully aware of the implications. Yet, without any clues, how could they uncover the mastermind behind this intrigue? They had considered the possibility of Uchiha Duan's being involved, not due to motive, but because of his capabilities. However, this suspicion swiftly dissipated, as Orochimaru had been closely monitoring Dan's, confirming he had no opportunity to execute such a plan. Particularly after Dan's lost his sight, the number of missing ninjas continued unabated, further dispelling any doubts of his involvement. I have an idea. Danzo's eyes glinted coldly. If that individual is indeed targeting us, why not draw them out? Hiruzen's eyes brightened at this prospect, and he nodded grimly. A plan forming in his mind. After conversing with Kakashi, Dan's chose not to return to the research facility immediately, but instead decided to grant himself a few days of respite. Over the past 6 months, he had devoted all his energy to his research. Finally, after much effort, he emerged from his seclusion, realizing it would be remiss not to spend time with his wife and brother. After offering guidance to a few individuals regarding their training, Uchiha Duan proceeded to go on a date with Tsunade. In the afternoon, seizing the opportunity of a beautiful day, Uchiha Duan and Tsunade visited the most renowned hot spring in Konoha. This excursion was suggested by Tsunade, who believed it would allow Uchiha Duan to completely relax amidst his rigorous studies. However, Tsunade harbored ulterior motives, intending to showcase her figure and thoroughly entice him, thus elevating the nature of their relationship. Given Uchiha Duan's passive demeanor in matters of the heart, she resolved to take the initiative. Although Orochimaru's drunken scheme had failed due to unforeseen circumstances, it had opened Tsunade's mind to new possibilities, which she had been eager to explore but had found no opportunity to implement due to Uchiha Duan's relentless dedication over the past 6 months. She thought, surely I can maneuver him. In the changing room, as Tsunade prepared to change, a sense of unease enveloped her. On the day the drunken scheme was executed, it had indeed ended positively, with Tsunade and Uchiha Duan solidifying their romantic relationship. Yet, the plan itself had been a complete failure, fraught with numerous complications. Reflecting on this caused Tsunade to step outside to assess the situation, only to find Uchiha Duan's countenance darkened with malice. Through his heightened senses, he detected a figure lurking outside the hot spring, exuding a lewd aura and poised to strike. Duan, what's wrong? Tsunade hurried over, concern etched across her face. Upon detecting the perverse chakra emanating from Jiraiya, Uchiha Duan's murderous intent surged forth, and he sprang into action. As Jiraiya attempted to rise, he was met with a swift kick that collapsed the wall and struck him squarely in the face. Jiraiya barely managed to evade it, but was still propelled backward, suffering a blow to his chest that sent him hurtling away. Coughing blood, Jiraiya struggled to rise, but before he could move, a colossal fist collided with his face, sending him reeling once more. The force of the blow disoriented him, but fortunately, his training with the toads of Mayaboka Mountain had significantly enhanced his physique. Otherwise, that punch might have proven fatal. Chapter 64, Killing in Front of Tsunade. A most inappropriate display for Jiraiya Uchiha Duan. Why did you hit me? Jiraiya managed to inquire as he steadied himself after being thrown several meters away. Just then, another figure appeared beside him, delivering yet another punch that sent him flying. Tsunade? Jiraiya exclaimed in bewilderment. What are you doing here? But he was met with a relentless onslaught from both Tsunade and Uchiha Duan. Tsunade was particularly aggressive, seizing every opportunity to strike, seemingly intent on not resting until Jiraiya lay incapacitated. Observing from the sidelines, Uchiha Duan watched the spectacle unfold, noting Tsunade's fierce determination. Indeed, Tsunade seemed to harbor a deep-seated animosity toward Jiraiya, unleashing her fury upon him without restraint. Yet, unbeknownst to Jiraiya, this was Tsunade's way of protecting him. Aware that Uchiha Duan was dangerously close to unleashing his wrath, Tsunade was furious, believing Jiraiya's lewd actions warranted dire consequences. As the ruckus escalated, Tsunade's irritation grew, especially considering Jiraiya's audacity to attempt to spy on her in front of Uchiha Duan. Her disgust for Jiraiya reached an unprecedented level, verging on hatred. However, their shared history and camaraderie made it difficult for her to fully unleash her wrath. Minutes passed, and Jiraiya lay on the ground, his body a mass of fractures and bloodied wounds, before Tsunade finally ceased her assault. Noticing Uchiha Duan's murderous intent still simmering, she rushed to him, embracing him tightly and gently shaking her head, whispering, "Please, don't." Upon hearing her plea, Uchiha Duan's body stiffened. Indeed, it was inappropriate to kill in front of Tsunade. While his murderous intent subsided, his expression remained one of deep disdain as he coldly replied, "The death penalty may be avoided, but the consequences remain." With a sigh of relief, Tsunade acknowledged his words without any hint of resistance. Having known Jiraiya for many years, she undoubtedly felt a bond of camaraderie. Yet it was not love that she mourned for him. Instead, it was the sorrow of witnessing the departure of all her old acquaintances, a burden she bore heavily, leading her to leave Konoha and wander aimlessly for years. In the decades to come, Jiraiya would become the sole remnant of her past, and the thought of his demise weighed heavily on her heart, not out of affection, but from a deep-seated guilt regarding her own tragic fate and the loss of all those she had once held dear. In truth, Tsunade had never harbored romantic feelings for Jiraiya, viewing him instead with disdain. It was difficult to imagine any woman being attracted to a man so repugnant, with a demeanor that was both grotesque and perverted. Jiraiya's so-called affection was something Tsunade sought to distance herself from, fearing the revulsion it invoked. Moreover, Jiraiya, having been brainwashed by the toads of Myaboka Mountain, was incapable of genuinely loving anyone. His obsession with Tsunade stemmed solely from his inability to attain her. After Tsunade's departure from Konoha, Jiraiya did nothing to pursue her, instead continuing his quest for the prophesied child while indulging in his voyeuristic tendencies, even writing taboo novels inspired by those he had spied upon. This behavior was akin to installing surveillance cameras in someone else's home and broadcasting the captured footage online, an act deserving of severe condemnation. Additionally, Jiraiya considered himself a person of great benevolence, impervious to the allure of romantic entanglements, yet his actions painted him as utterly deranged in Uchiha Duan's eyes. The commotion outside the baths inevitably attracted numerous onlookers, with many curious individuals gathering to witness the spectacle. Shortly thereafter, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, accompanied by Yinbyu operatives. Having heard reports of Uchiha Duan and Tsunade visiting the hot spring and Jiraiya's subsequent attempt to spy on them, he was taken aback. Peering at one's fiancée in the presence of another man? Is that even remotely acceptable? Sarutobi thought, incredulous at Jiraiya's audacity. Even I know such matters must be handled discreetly. Surely, you're not that reckless? Seeing Jiraiya in such a pitiful state, Sarutobi furrowed his brow. Tsunade Duan, let us head to my office. I promise to provide you with a satisfactory resolution today. He spoke gently. There's no need. Uchiha Duan interjected firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. Will this be yet another case of turning a serious matter into a trivial one, allowing Jiraiya to continue his repugnant behavior? This abhorrent habit seems to have been fostered by you, Sarutobi. I intend to rectify this disgraceful conduct and ensure he is left with a lasting psychological scar. Or else I shall be forced to eliminate him. Lord Hokage, one must take responsibility for their actions. If he dares to commit such shameful and disgusting acts, he should not fear being exposed. Uchiha Dan spoke in a chilling tone. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around, drawn by his words. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though his head might explode. Jiraiya was, after all, his student, and a public execution would bring disgrace to him as Hokage. However, having already spoken, Uchiha Dan's words could not be retracted without risking scandalous rumors surfacing, leading to even more trouble. It seemed that a public explanation was now unavoidable. Wake him. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no face to reprimand Uchiha Dan and Tsunade. His anger was directed at Jiraiya. As an Anbu ninja approached to assist, the gravely injured Jiraiya slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing the circle of people surrounding him, his immediate instinct was to flee, only to find himself utterly immobilized. At Sarutobi Hiruzen's silent command, two Anbu ninjas stepped forward to lift Jiraiya, causing him pain that almost sent him into unconsciousness again. Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly demanded. You must provide me with an explanation, as well as one to Tsunade and Uchiha Dan. Master, be silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed, observing the growing crowd. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do not have students like you. Speak. What on earth transpired today? I truly don't know. It was Tsunade and Uchiha Dan. Jiraiya stammered, his voice tinged with desperation. Is this how I am to suffer social death? Then, Uchiha Dan clenched his teeth in fury. Are the rest of us merely allowed to be voyeurs? Voyeurs? The crowd's gaze shifted towards Jiraiya, their expressions altered by the accusation. Especially the women present, who instinctively took a step back, shivering at the thought. At that moment, Jiraiya wished for nothing more than to disappear. However, it was clear that opportunity would not present itself, and so he steeled himself and said, Tsunade, Dan, I apologize, truly. I promise I will never do this again. I had no idea it was you too. And what if there is a next time? Uchiha Dan pressed relentlessly. How can we trust the words of a voyeur? What do you want from me? Jiraiya's eyes brimmed with tears, pleading for mercy. Very simple. Uchiha Dan declared. Do you dare to swear by the name of the sage of Mount Myaboku that if you ever engage in such vile behavior again, you will never find the prophesied child, and you will remain impotent for life? Jiraiya was taken aback, disbelief flooding his mind as he gazed at Uchiha Dan. How could he know about his quest for the prophesied child? But it soon became clear, it must have been Tsunade or Orochimaru who informed him. After all, Jiraiya had shared some non-confidential remarks with Sarutobi Hiruzen for future reference. It was not impossible that Sarutobi Hiruzen had relayed such information to others. Trash. Uchiha Dan continued vehemently. You can't even muster the courage to make a vow. How can we believe you won't have a next time? Since you refuse to swear, I, Uchiha Dan, hereby guarantee that if the esteemed Jiraiya engages in voyeurism again, I will compel Orochimaru to resurrect your mother using the impure world reincarnation, and she will perform stripteases on the streets of Konoha every day. You bastard. Jiraiya trembled in rage. I will not allow such insults towards my mother. Ha. Uchiha Dan laughed as if he had heard the most amusing joke. What about the mothers of those you have spied upon? Even if they are not mothers now, they may one day become wives and mothers. Since you enjoy peeping, why not offer your family for everyone to see? Are you angry? What right do you have to be angry? How many women have you spied on over the years? Half the women in the village have likely been subject to your gaze. Do you truly fear no retribution? Uchiha Dan's words resonated with the crowd, inciting their collective fury. The thought that their female relatives might have been spied upon by Jiraiya ignited a primal rage in them, and many were on the verge of violence, eager to tear Jiraiya apart. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt miserable, for every word from Uchiha Dan seemed to echo his own thoughts. Yet he dared not react, merely joining the throng and glaring at Jiraiya. He did not believe that Uchiha Dan would genuinely follow through with his threats. He was merely venting frustration and attempting to force Jiraiya into a vow. Under normal circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have intervened to de-escalate the situation. But today he felt an unsettling guilt, as the villagers displayed such anger towards voyeurism. He pondered the implications of his own use of the telescope technique. Was voyeurism truly such a loathsome act? No. I am not a voyeur. I merely observe to understand the village's dynamics, he justified to himself. He genuinely wished for Jiraiya to swear and bring this farce to an end. I have not spied on that many people. Jiraiya eventually cried out in a moment of desperation, inadvertently confessing more than he intended. He had hoped to quell the crowd's anger, but instead, their fury intensified. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt exasperated by Jiraiya's foolishness. Was he truly fixating on numbers at this juncture? Did this not serve as a self-incrimination of his habitual voyeurism? Indeed, it seems you have no intention of changing, Uchiha Dan remarked coldly. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally stepped forward, demanding, will you swear or not? Is it so difficult for you to change this vile habit? Jiraiya turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief. Wasn't it you who taught me? Every time you discovered my voyeurism, you merely feigned criticism while actually condoning it. Now you wish to act righteous? Barely 18 and brimming with youthful fervor, Jiraiya nearly shouted. As Hokage, don't you also spend your days peeping with the telescope technique? Yet, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's warning glare, Jiraiya managed to restrain himself. I am willing to swear. Suddenly, with newfound resolve, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and proclaimed, I, Jiraiya, in the name of the sage of Mount Myaboku, swear that if I ever engage in such disgusting and vile behavior again, I will never find the prophesied child, and I shall remain impotent for life. Anyone in the village who exhibits voyeuristic tendencies, one and all, shall meet a grim fate and be reviled by all of Konoha for eternity. Come on, let us harm each other. Jiraiya thought inwardly, his gaze fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen felt a surge of anger at Jiraiya's gritted teeth proclamation. You made a mistake and were caught, and now I must suffer the consequences? Jiraiya, you are truly something. Sarutobi Hiruzen seethed internally. Wishing to reprimand Jiraiya thoroughly to make him understand why he was Hokage, he also yearned to confront Uchiha Dan, who had shown him no respect. But as Uchiha Dan's words reminded him of the scene where his wife, Sarutobi Bawako, was spied upon, he shuddered at the thought. Was this something a man could endure? The greatest act of tolerance is refraining from taking a life. Nevertheless, it would be unwise to provoke him further in his current state of anger. I shall bide my time and seize an opportunity to admonish him later. Upon hearing Jiraiya's venomous oath, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood to deliver a speech, vowing to impose strict penalties for such behavior, after which he dismissed everyone to return home. Uchiha Dato and Tsunade, naturally, lost all interest in soaking in the hot springs, exchanging pleasantries with Hiruzen before departing. At home, sensing that Uchiha Dato's fury had not diminished, Tsunade appeared to be on the verge of speaking but hesitated. After a considerable pause, she finally voiced her thoughts. Dato, that scoundrel has already learned his lesson today. Why not let him off this time? I assure you, for the foreseeable future, I will strike him every time I see him, a total of 10 times, and should he exhibit similar behavior again, I shall not hinder you in any way. Uchiha Dato, initially consumed by rage, found himself amused. You promised 10 strikes, without holding back? Absolutely. Each one will be as forceful as today's, Tsunade asserted with unwavering conviction. Very well, as long as he reforms completely, I shan't waste further time on him. Uchiha Dato conceded. While he had calmed down, Tsunade's anger remained unabated. Why was it that every time she envisioned a sweet plan, it was inevitably disrupted? This had happened once before, and now again. What sins had she committed to deserve this? Chapter 66. What should I do? I am a bit nervous. I fear Uchiha Dato might misunderstand. The thought only deepened Tsunade's gloom. Perceiving her unease, Uchiha Dato feigned exhaustion and said, Tsunade, I feel a bit tired. I wish to return to my room to rest. Instantly, Tsunade felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, but she suppressed her emotions and replied, All right, go rest then. Wait. Uchiha Dato playfully approached her, embracing her and whispering, I want you to accompany me. The warmth of his breath against her ear left Tsunade flustered. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she felt utterly humiliated. Indeed, this plan of mine has been seen through by him. Uchiha Dato, however, paid no heed to her turmoil and lifted her effortlessly, using the flying thunder god technique to arrive in their room. Inside the room, Tsunade stammered, What should I do? I'm feeling quite anxious. Aren't you tired? He teased. How can you still have so much energy? No, it's daytime. Be gentle. The night was adorned with the soft glow of candlelight, rich with the fragrance of spring. In this moment, the essence of love lingered, intoxicating and irresistible, akin to the unexpressed words that always beckon the mind to wander. 3 days later, at the Hokage building's conference room, a meeting concerning multiple reforms within Konoha was about to commence. Attendees included the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the head of the medical department, Tsunade, as well as clan leaders, elite ninjas who had emerged in recent years, and key figures from the medical department. The agenda was extensive. After an hour of deliberation, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke again. The next item pertains to the reforms of the medical department. This proposal was put forth by Tsunade and encompasses 2 main points. The first is to enhance the training of medical ninjas. The second is to ensure that medical ninjas are assigned to ninja squads tasked with critical missions. The detailed plans have been distributed. Please take 5 minutes to review them. As everyone prepared to examine the documents, a gaze filled with ire began to sweep across the room. Confused, the attendees looked up, meeting the menacing glare of Tsunade's rival, Senju Tobirama, causing their hearts to race. Their immediate thoughts were, is she about to stir up trouble again? And have I wronged her recently? Everyone was well aware of CHG's volatile temperament and erratic behavior. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, no one wished to provoke her. Moreover, Senju Tobirama held significant power and influence, being a close associate of the Hokage, which made her even more formidable in high-level discussions. If she fixated on someone, she would relentlessly pursue them, creating endless trouble. Yet, it soon became evident that CHG was not targeting them, but focusing her wrath on Tsunade. Her glare practically warned everyone that any support for Tsunade would equate to declaring war on her. As the 5 minutes elapsed in silence, Hiruzen Sarutobi inquired, "Does anyone wish to comment on Tsunade's proposal?" The room fell eerily quiet, with no one daring to speak. Just as CHG reveled in her perceived victory, a voice broke the stillness. "Tsunade's proposal is excellent. It would benefit both the village and the ninjas immensely. Therefore, I believe we should support it wholeheartedly." All eyes turned toward the emerging ninja, Kato Dato. Tsunade furrowed her brow at his words. Since entering the meeting, Kato's gaze had frequently drifted toward her, which she found highly unsettling. Now, in a moment when everyone else remained silent, he chose to speak up in her favor. What was his intention? Uchiha Dato had already foreseen the likelihood of this proposal being dismissed, and Tsunade had not felt disheartened by CHG's antagonism or the silence of others. This was part of their long-term strategy. However, Kato's public support, fully aware that his stance would not sway the outcome, was utterly ridiculous. His expression suggested he was determined to back her, but what was the significance of one person's endorsement? Could his solitary support turn the tide in favor of the proposal? Such behavior, as Uchiha Dato would say, indicated either a lack of intelligence or ulterior motives, given that he was fully aware of Tsunade's engagement and their strong relationship. His flirtatious glances were inexcusable, and his sudden leap to offer support was clearly calculated. Moreover, why did he share a name with Dato? Such a person was truly repugnant. Support? On what grounds do you propose support? CHG's biting voice interrupted Tsunade's thoughts. Do you understand the current financial situation of the village? Which of Tsunade's proposals does not require substantial investment? The village's finances are already strained, and while your words sound pleasant, who will provide the funds? Will you? But this is beneficial for the village, Kato argued passionately. I am unaware of what may benefit the village. CHG retorted sharply. There are numerous beneficial initiatives, yet the practicality of implementation must be considered. Proposing ideas is simple, but such reckless decisions without regard for actual circumstances could ultimately harm the village. Enforcing these two policies amidst financial constraints would lead to stagnation in the village's development. Therefore, I recommend postponing Tsunade's proposals until the village's finances are more robust. Hiruzen Sarutobi cupped his chin in thought for a moment. Finally, he spoke. Since this is a matter of potential benefit to the village, if everyone agrees, I shall devise a solution regarding the financial aspects. Tsunade realized that Uchiha Dato had indeed seen through the situation. This old man subtly hinted for CHG to oppose her while appearing to support Tsunade openly, a classic maneuver of playing both sides. Let us proceed to a vote. Those in favor of supporting Tsunade's proposals, please raise your hands. As Sarutobi Hizashi's words echoed through the hall, only Kato Dan raised his hand high, as if fearing that others might not see him. The rest of the assembly, recognizing the futility of the situation, opted to bury their heads in the sand. Witnessing this scene, Tsunade's disdain intensified, leading her to suspect that Kato Dan harbored ulterior motives. Yet, the only one who could make me willingly be used is Uchiha Dan. What does Kato Dan amount to? The meeting stretched for another hour before concluding, with everyone hastily departing. Tsunade-sama. A voice called out just as she was about to exit the Hokage building. Turning, she beheld Kato Dan catching up to her, causing her brow to furrow. Tsunade-sama. I apologize for not being able to assist you earlier. Kato Dan expressed, his face etched with remorse. Please keep your distance from me in the future, Tsunade replied coldly. Taking a step back, I fear that Uchiha Dan might misconstrue our relationship. With that, she turned and strode away, leaving Kato Dan standing there, bewildered and despondent. Chapter 67. The fraying mind of Tsun Konoha. Time flew by, and 6 months had passed. During this period, the ninja world faced two significant events. The first was the ongoing mystery of numerous disappearances, which all ninja villages were actively investigating, yet no answers had emerged. The second was the rising clamor for an expedition against the land of whirlpools, accompanied by a plethora of new claims. For instance, it was suggested that an exceedingly malevolent force resided within the land of whirlpools, and should it be unleashed, it would undoubtedly threaten the entire ninja realm. Following this assertion, rumors circulated that the ninjas of the Whirlpool village were harnessing this malevolent power for their own grand designs. Moreover, the 4 major ninja villages, excluding Konoha, were now exhibiting a tendency to unite against the land of whirlpools, displaying a fervent resolve to eradicate this impending menace. Within the confines of the research facility, Orochimaru inquired with concern, Dan, are you truly willing to experiment on yourself? Isn't this what we agreed upon long ago? Besides, is there any alternative if I wish to restore the brilliance of my eyes? Uchiha Dan replied nonchalantly. The research on the Senju Hashirama's cells and sage particles has yielded remarkable success. The theories have been validated multiple times, and there should be no issues, he continued. Perhaps we should wait a little longer? Orochimaru, the scientific fanatic, hesitated, fearing the ramifications of an unforeseen mishap on their future research. Uchiha Dan chuckled at Orochimaru's candidness. It was clear that the latter was not concerned for his well-being, but rather for the continuity of their research. Let us wait 3 more days. Uchiha Dan declared. We will conduct one final theoretical validation, and if the results align, we shall commence the experiment immediately. As Orochimaru began re-evaluating the experimental results, Uchiha Dan ventured into the Soul Enhancement Research Chamber. Over the past year, he had made groundbreaking advancements in several studies. Yet his exploration of the soul had progressed slowly in the initial half of the year. However, 6 months prior, Uchiha Dan had taken a significant step by confronting Kato Dan. Under the pretense of teasing Tsunade and utilizing the ethereal technique to track her, he had decisively dealt with Kato Dan. Ultimately, Tsunade intervened, orchestrating a performance that allowed them to acquire Kato Dan's ethereal technique. Henceforth, Uchiha Dan's research into the soul surged forward. 5 months ago, he had mastered the ethereal technique, enabling him to separate his spirit from his corporeal form and transform his spirit into a living soul. This ethereal soul could traverse distances imperceptibly and eliminate foes. It could also infiltrate the mental realms of others, exerting control over them. The ethereal technique opened a new chapter in Uchiha Dan's exploration of the soul. Most importantly, in the ethereal state, Uchiha Dan's vision was restored. Though he could not wield the powers of the Sharingan, it significantly benefited his research. The distinction between sight and blindness was indeed substantial. Approaching a sealed corpse on an experimental table, Uchiha Dan activated the detection apparatus, generating an energy barrier around the body. As he invoked the forbidden technique of soul extraction, a spirit suddenly materialized from the sealed corpse, hovering in the air. Uchiha Dan. The spirit screamed in a frenzy upon seeing him. How long do you intend to torment me? Besides, it was Tsuin Konoha who wronged you. Why must you take your anger out on me? Uchiha Dan sneered. As Tsuin Konoha's confidant, you share in her numerous misdeeds. Have you forgotten that your fate was sealed the moment you chose to heed her words and ostracize Tsunade? Rest assured, Tsuin Konoha will soon join you, but before that, I intend to subject her to a thorough mental torment that will utterly ruin her reputation. Simply killing her would be far too merciful. Due to the rapid progress of Uchiha Dan and Orochimaru's earlier research, their experiments on animals concluded within 3 months, necessitating a transition to a new experimental phase. This new phase required fresh materials, and Tsunade initially vehemently opposed their madness. This is terrifying. These two have lost their minds. Nonetheless, Uchiha Dan's persuasive skills convinced her that they would only target those deemed worthy of death within Konoha's ranks, and those who were utterly reprehensible. After all, these individuals were either on the brink of death or posed significant threats to others, and thus, their actions could be seen as a form of vigilante justice for the greater good. This rationale ultimately swayed Tsunade, who acknowledged that the existence of ninjas was inherently fraught with shadows, cruelty, and bloodshed, provided that Uchiha Dan and Orochimaru did not completely abandon their moral compass. From that point onward, Orochimaru took charge of intelligence gathering and target selection, while Uchiha Dan focused on the abduction of individuals. In the ninja world, it was challenging to find someone as virtuous as his brother, Minato Namikaze. Targeting scoundrels was comparatively easy. Thus, over the year, countless individuals mysteriously vanished from the ninja world, with Konoha being no exception. A significant number of Konoha's missing ninjas hailed from the Tsuin clan, particularly Tsuin Konoha's most capable subordinates, who were nearly annihilated. This was an unfortunate consequence of the fact that her clan was rife with miscreants. Consequently, Tsuin Konoha found herself edging towards madness. Trapped in a state of despair over the past year, suffering sleepless nights and endless anguish, the thought of her torment brought Uchiha Dan a sense of satisfaction. Once her mind shattered completely, her demise would be imminent, and that moment would not be far off. Even if I have committed some errors, have you not tormented my soul for 3 entire months after killing me? Is that not enough? The spirit of Tsuin Konoha's clan member continued to wail. Observing the energy barrier enveloping him, the spirit collapsed in despair. He had anticipated that death would bring liberation. Yet his soul found itself unable to escape the confines of the energy barrier. Wasn't it promised that the departed would ascend to paradise? This feels more akin to hell. Why do you refuse to heed reason? Uchiha Dan replied, irritated. My research on you is a privilege. How can that be construed as torment? Moreover, your demise could contribute to the greater good of the entire ninja realm. Do you not consider that a noble endeavor? Noble? The spirit howled. Then why do you not experiment on yourself? How do you know I have not? Uchiha Dan retorted while analyzing the data. Alas, the energy of your soul is gradually waning. He sighed. Though this seal can prevent the spirit's escape, it cannot entirely halt the slow dissipation of its energy. Further improvements are necessary. With a newfound idea, Uchiha Dan retrieved a scroll, beginning to inscribe his thoughts on the enhancement of the soul sealing technique. The long-awaited system notification caused Uchiha Duan to abruptly rise, his face alight with excitement. Detection indicates that the host's mastery of sealing techniques has surpassed that of Senju Tobirama, rewarding 1,000 research points. The host's accumulated research points have reached 10,000. Shall the Senju Tobirama talent be upgraded? Upgrade! Upgrade! Uchiha Duan eagerly exclaimed, as if there were any doubt. Ding! The Senju Tobirama talent has been upgraded. Congratulations! The host has acquired the Senju Tobirama talent, triple version, upgradable. Incredible! The so-called Senju Tobirama talent, triple version, signifies that Uchiha Duan now possesses 3 times the talent of Senju Tobirama. Is such a gift truly attainable by a mere mortal? Uchiha Duan trembled with exhilaration, as if his very soul had ascended at that moment. Questions that once required extensive contemplation to unravel now seemed to crystallize instantaneously. Problems that had previously stumped him began to reveal their intricacies, and he was confident that clarity was within reach. Once his excitement subsided, Uchiha Duan hastily employed the sealing technique once more, re-imprisoning the souls of the T-Nami clan ninjas within their corpses. He then vanished in a flash, appearing before Orochimaru. Chapter 68. The Perfect Sage Body. The experiment commences. Duan-kun. Orochimaru greeted Uchiha Duan's sudden appearance with a knowing smile. The experimental data comparison shows no issues. There is a problem. Uchiha Duan shook his head, and it is a significant one. What? Orochimaru's hand trembled, causing the scroll to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. According to our current experiments, success is indeed achievable. Uchiha Duan spoke rapidly. But what we obtain is merely a weakened version of the sage body, and it cannot perfectly integrate with my Uchiha bloodline. The sage particles within my body also fail to achieve perfect balance, leading to considerable side effects, albeit these side effects primarily affect potential, making them undetectable in the short term. Orochimaru was somewhat astonished. How did you discern this before the completion of the experiment? Restart the experimental observation of the sage particles. As per usual, conduct 3 groups simultaneously, with the control group under my direct supervision. Understood. Orochimaru sprang into action, his execution remarkably swift. The reason Uchiha Duan managed to surpass Senju Tobirama comprehensively within just 1 year was largely due to his extraordinary abilities granted by the Manjiki Sharingan. Furthermore, Tobirama's research primarily focused on ninjutsu. Having spent his life in battle, he dedicated little time to other studies. Additionally, having Orochimaru as a brilliant partner significantly accelerated every aspect of Uchiha Duan's research. Their relationship was symbiotic. Uchiha Duan's achievements aided Orochimaru, just as Orochimaru significantly contributed to Uchiha Duan's progress. Sensing Orochimaru's deft manipulation, Uchiha Duan felt a flicker of apprehension. While he could potentially resolve the side effects with additional time, what if the outcome was merely a diluted version of the sage body? What use would that be? What he desired was a sage body that perfectly fused with the Uchiha bloodline, not a subpar version akin to that of Uchiha Madara. As the experiment neared completion, Orochimaru retrieved a glass vial from the sealing scroll. Inside was a glowing, pure white liquid. This liquid, which Uchiha Duan had named Sage Liquid, was a pure energy extract derived from the cells of Senju Hashirama. It was termed Sage Liquid because it was extracted from particles within the sage cells, akin to mitochondria, which were crucial for becoming a sage body without altering the fundamental genetic structure of humanity. Meanwhile, Uchiha Duan removed the necklace Hashirama had gifted him. He had always regarded this necklace as merely ornamental, dismissing the sealed chakra of Hashirama within it. However, at that moment, with his enhanced perception thrice that of before, Uchiha Duan sensed an extraordinarily unique aura emanating from the necklace. It appeared that the true purpose of this necklace was far beyond the purported suppression of the nine tails. After all, when Hashirama had bestowed the necklace, he had not uttered such a reason, nor had he provided any explanation. The notion that the sealed chakra of Hashirama served to suppress the nine tails was merely a misconception held by others. If it truly aimed to contain the nine tails, why not give the necklace to his wife? Wasn't Uzumaki Kushina, the host of the nine tails, in greater need of it? Why did Hashirama wear it until his death? Moreover, how many nine tails had appeared? Did Hashirama need to rely on the necklace's power for suppression? Such a notion seemed rather dismissive of humanity's capabilities. As for others who obtained the necklace, they could not contain the nine tails, as the necklace only reacted to Hashirama's chakra. Thus, the focus was not on Hashirama's chakra, but rather on the necklace's material. Senju Hashirama was not born with the ability to utilize wood release. His strength had not been formidable at that time. It was only after mastering wood release that his power experienced successive surges. Yet, how did he come to master wood release? The possibility of an overnight acquisition was non-existent. The notion of accidentally creating it seemed implausible. There must have been some medium involved, and that medium was likely this very necklace. Thus, Senju Hashirama valued this necklace so dearly, wearing it until his demise. This conclusion stemmed from a conversation Uchiha Duan had with Uzumaki Kushina, during which she mentioned having gifted a necklace to Hashirama, only for him to stow it away, opting instead to wear this ancient piece. In her youth, the fiery and jealous Kushina had even confronted Hashirama, questioning whether this necklace had been a gift from a former lover. As rumors spread, it transformed into tales of Hashirama having a past lover, with whispers of a child being born from that relationship circulating absurdly. Uchiha Madara could attest that this was unequivocally slander. If Hashirama had a past lover, it could only be Uchiha Madara. With these deductions in mind, Uchiha Duan promptly removed the necklace, ground a minuscule amount of its powder, and added it to one of the experimental groups. After a week of testing, Uchiha Duan reached a staggering conclusion. This necklace was not the so-called crystallization of Hashirama's chakra. The ninja world, having existed for over 1,000 years, had never encountered such a thing as chakra crystallization. What had occasionally been rumored as chakra crystallization was merely a special crystal containing a high concentration of chakra. It was entirely different from a crystallization composed solely of chakra. This necklace was, in fact, a remnant from a chakra fruit that had mutated due to an accidental drop. Moreover, the energy contained within a unit volume likely surpassed that of the chakra fruit itself. Just a minute amount of powder could cause rapid evolution in white Zetsu cells, containing boundless potential, something even the god tree could not achieve. Uchiha Duan could conceive of nothing else but fragments evolved and concentrated from the chakra fruit. It remained unclear what transformation had occurred. While the necklace appeared unremarkable, the energy hidden within was extraordinarily volatile and chaotic, serving a function distinct from that of the chakra fruit itself. This had already been verified through experimentation on white Zetsu. After another week of experimentation, Uchiha Duan discovered a method to control the energy of the fragment, leading him to a decisive resolution. He intended to consume the necklace. "Duan-kun, are you truly resolved?" Orochimaru inquired, observing Uchiha Duan at the experimental table, a note of resignation in his voice. "I am determined. After I ingest the potion mixed with the powdered necklace, you must conduct the experiment immediately. Are you confident?" Orochimaru questioned, a hint of uncertainty creeping into his demeanor. Every experiment is fraught with failures, is it not? Whoever embarks on an experiment with absolute certainty? Uchiha Duan's confidence stemmed from his tripled talent inherited from Senju Tobirama, as well as the wealth of experimental data accumulated over the past year, coupled with his trust in Orochimaru and Tsunade. "Very well, let us commence," Uchiha Duan declared, swiftly consuming the potion from the cup before reclining back. Within mere seconds, he succumbed to unconsciousness under the potion's influence. Orochimaru then pressed a button, and 18 mechanical arms emerged, each equipped with syringes, beginning to inject substances into Uchiha Duan's body to suppress his immune system and enhance cellular repair capabilities. Chapter 69. The experiment succeeds. A perfect evolution. The war of the Whirlpool Nation approaches. Cellular modification is an extensive undertaking. even though the technology for cloning cells has matured. Experimenting on a human body carries significant risks. The most formidable of these risks arises from the immune system's rejection of the modified cells and the mutual repulsion among cells. Yet, Orochimaru did not dwell on these concerns. He proceeded with the plan to modify Uchiha Duan's brain first. Next, hundreds of specially designed needles containing a small amount of sage fluid pierced Uchiha Duan's skull, beginning a slow injection. As Orochimaru observed the flickering lights on the monitor tracking neuronal activity, his heart raced with anxiety. He could not bear the thought of losing a valuable colleague like Uchiha Duan. Only when several basic data points stabilized did Orochimaru exhale deeply, positioning himself before Uchiha Duan, placing his hands on either side of his brain. In the next moment, a vast quantity of chakra threads produced by the rebirth technique surged into Uchiha Duan's brain. These chakra threads meticulously organized the neurons while simultaneously providing immense vitality. Although the rebirth technique is an extraordinarily powerful healing jutsu, akin to the ability to bring the dead back to life, it transcends the realm of mere medical ninjutsu. This technique represents a sophisticated application of chakra within the field of neuroscience, and over the past year, Orochimaru had mastered it thoroughly, even collaborating with Uchiha Duan to make improvements that astonished him. At that moment, the neuronal activity within Uchiha Duan's brain appeared anything but human. A chaotic whirlwind of disjointed signals signaled that the experiment had entered its most perilous phase. Without the rebirth technique to stabilize the neural transmission, Uchiha Duan would soon face brain death. 3 hours later, as Orochimaru neared exhaustion, chakra storage rings on his hands began to replenish his chakra, allowing him to maintain the treatment. As the 5th hour approached, Orochimaru finally ceased the rebirth technique, dragging his weary body to the control panel to press a button. In an instant, the curved glass doors at the base of the experiment table rose, forming a sealed chamber as countless green, translucent liquids began to pour in, quickly filling to the brim. The abundant vitality contained within the liquid was continuously absorbed by Uchiha Duan's body, aiding his evolution. After completing this arduous task, Orochimaru sank into a chair, utterly fatigued, his gaze fixed on the screen monitoring Uchiha Duan's condition. Fortunately, everything appeared stable for now. 24 hours later, Uchiha Duan gradually awakened, only to discover that he was unable to move his body. However, after conducting a mental scan, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The potency of the potion was overwhelming, and the slow evolution of his cells rendered his body unresponsive, which was not a cause for alarm. Success in the experiment was what mattered. Gradually channeling chakra, Uchiha Duan expelled the remnants of the potion from his system. 10 minutes later, the chamber door opened, and Uchiha Duan laboriously propped himself up. "How do you feel, Duan-kun?" Orochimaru inquired with a smile, having fully recovered after such a lengthy rest. His gaze towards Uchiha Duan was now imbued with a sense of admiration, as if he were beholding an intricately crafted masterpiece. While Uchiha Duan deserved much of the credit for this experiment, it was Orochimaru who had overseen the entire operation. How could he not feel a sense of gratification? As Uchiha Duan meticulously sensed every aspect of his body, an expression of pure elation suddenly illuminated his face. "Ha ha ha," he exclaimed, clutching his forehead and bursting into laughter, startling Orochimaru in the process. This was the first time Orochimaru had witnessed Uchiha Duan exhibit such unrestrained joy, and the exuberant laughter seemed to flow endlessly. After a considerable period of mirth, Uchiha Duan gradually composed himself, though the excitement on his face was unmistakable. "Duan-kun." Orochimaru waved his hand in front of Uchiha Duan's eyes, urging, "Answer me. Can you see? How do you feel?" "I feel," Uchiha Duan responded, glancing at his hands before turning to Orochimaru. Activating his Sharingan, he broke into a wide smile and declared, like never before. This was a scenario that both Uchiha Duan and Orochimaru had anticipated prior to the experiment, so it was not unexpected. Hearing this, Orochimaru's face once again broke into a broad smile, his gaze towards Uchiha Duan filled with fervor as he unconsciously licked his lips. Suddenly recalling something, Orochimaru cautioned seriously, "Duan-kun, although the experiment was successful, take a look at your health report. While all the data appears flawless, your body remains in a phase of integration and evolution. I implore you not to exert your physical strength recklessly for the time being. Fear not, I am fully aware." Uchiha Duan reassured him. Though he could not yet harness much power, he sensed a rapid increase in strength within him. The complete evolution may require a lengthy period. But regaining the strength he had prior to losing his vision would not take long. At most, 2 months would suffice. Once he had calmed himself, Uchiha Duan smirked slightly and re-wrapped the ribbon around his eyes. For the following week, he indulged in a thorough respite, accompanying Tsunade wherever she went, oblivious to the curious glances from others and Tsunade's mixed signals of resistance. His decision to experiment on himself had been a misstep, and with the first stage of his evolutionary research now concluded, he needed to relax and seek inspiration before embarking on the second stage. Just the previous night, Uchiha Duan had received a stern reprimand from Tsunade, and it took considerable effort to soothe her anger. The notion of using himself as a subject for experimentation was not something Tsunade could easily dismiss. Thus, he sought to comfort her through tangible actions. Upon learning that the necklace he had gifted Uchiha Duan was crucial to the experiment, Tsunade was taken aback. It was also her first encounter with the concept of mutated fragments of chakra fruit. Perhaps even Senju Hashirama had been unaware of the necklace's true material. Yet, wishing to spare Tsunade from excessive worry about the future, Uchiha Duan refrained from elaborating. After all, fretting was futile and would only detract from the beauty of the present moment. While Uchiha Duan and Tsunade reveled in their blissful oblivion, the situation in the Whirlpool Nation had become increasingly tense. Numerous countries had united, preparing to launch an assault on the Whirlpool Nation. And this news had already spread throughout the ninja world. The residents of Konoha felt the impact most acutely, as the frequency of Whirlpool clan ninja visiting Konoha had surged, and they appeared increasingly anxious. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had set aside his pipe, propping his forehead with his hands, his expression one of intense conflict. At that moment, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, Mito Gate Kurenai, and Akimichi Choza had all arrived together. The ninjas from Kumogakure have departed? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with a furrowed brow as he observed their entrance. They just left. Mito Gate Kurenai replied. As of today, the 4 great ninja villages have all sent warnings to us in Konoha, advising against our involvement in the conflict against the Whirlpool Nation. Though the other hidden villages dared not make a move, they have already proclaimed their intent to advance into the land of whirlpools. What are your thoughts on this? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired of the group. The land of whirlpools has always been our most steadfast ally, Akimichi Torafu, who typically refrains from expressing his opinions, was the first to speak up. We cannot stand idly by while they face peril. At this moment, Akimichi Torafu had not yet been completely disillusioned with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He did not feel the need to seclude himself at home, engrossed in culinary studies. Thus he felt emboldened to voice his concerns. Since the Warring States period, the Uzumaki and Senju clans have forged a profound friendship, often intermarrying, creating an inseparable bond. Lord Uzumaki Mito was the princess of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, the land of whirlpools has consistently supported our decisions in Konohagakure over the years. If we were to abandon them in their time of need, it would greatly tarnish our reputation. Who would dare to trust us or ally with us again? Furthermore, the other ninja villages have the audacity to attack the land of whirlpools while requesting passage through our fire country. To assault our ally and expect us to clear the way is a blatant provocation and humiliation. Akimichi Torafu, usually a minor figure in Konoha's hierarchy, could no longer contain himself. He remarked that the Senju and Uzumaki clans have always maintained a close relationship, and what of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans? Seeing others willing to abandon their ally, he felt compelled to speak out. How easy it is to speak. Tsunade mocked coldly. Hiruzen is the Hokage of Konoha, not the leader of the land of whirlpools. Why should he risk enmity with the entire ninja world for the sake of a so-called ally? Since trouble had continuously befallen her family, and her clan's ninja had gone missing, Tsunade's demeanor had grown increasingly harsh, her words laced with rudeness. What do you take our allies for? Akimichi Torafu retorted angrily. To abandon them so easily is no different from fleeing the battlefield alone, leaving comrades behind. And what of this so-called entire ninja world? Tsunade, do not be alarmist. In preparation for today's meeting, he had conferred with Nara Shikaku for quite some time and had already formulated his arguments. The 4 major ninja villages may appear to have formed a temporary alliance. Yet in truth, they are a disjointed assembly, incapable of unifying. Due to persistent disagreements over interests, they had quarreled countless times. Otherwise, this matter would not have dragged on for so long. Given their historical grievances, they were on the verge of conflict themselves. rendering their so-called alliance mere words. You all have seen the intelligence. The four major ninja villages are far from prepared for a full-scale war with Konoha, though they have mobilized some ninja. Their numbers are not significant, seeking to reap the greatest benefits with minimal costs. If we adopt a firmer stance, they will not dare to act recklessly. Huh? You have such confidence? Tsunade continued her sarcasm. What if things go awry? Are you, Akimichi Torafu, prepared to take responsibility for that? Suddenly, Akimichi Torafu found himself at a loss for words. This was not something Narashikaku had prepared him for. How should he respond? And this old woman was utterly unreasonable. Who in their right mind would take responsibility for such a monumental issue? Wasn't this the time for collective strength and unity? To single him out for responsibility was truly outrageous. No wonder calamity had befallen her family, one death after another, with increasingly bizarre circumstances. It was undoubtedly her disagreeable nature that had offended others and brought about this retribution. Thankfully, she was unmarried and childless. Otherwise, she would have likely been driven to madness by now. Yet, how could he muster even a shred of sympathy? Did she truly not comprehend his words? Had she absorbed not a single syllable of his lengthy discourse? However, such nonsensical banter was beyond his ability to counter. Observing Akimichi Torafu's dwindling resolve, Tsunade pressed on relentlessly. Since you cannot bear responsibility, it would be wise to refrain from making such statements. Konoha cannot afford to take risks. Being able to ensure our own survival is already a stroke of luck. Such capitulation was utterly disgraceful. Akimichi Torafu finally countered. We have not even seen a single soldier from the other villages, and we are already terrified into abandoning our ally. What will happen if the four villages continually issue joint verbal warnings? How will Konoha respond then? Will we continue to compromise until there is nothing left of Konoha? You, Tsunade, are usually so brazen. Why are you cowering now? Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected sternly. Torafu, Tsunade is correct. As the Hokage of Konoha, I cannot gamble the entire village's fate. If we fail to save the land of whirlpools, we cannot afford to lose Konoha in the process. So, we shall stand by while the land of whirlpools suffers? Akimichi Torafu pressed, his urgency clear. Of course we will save them, but we must be strategic about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded. Today, the usually low-key Shimura Danzo was internally smirking at Hiruzen's words. From his understanding of Hiruzen, this so-called strategy would mean not intervening. Yet he couched it in palatable terms. However, not aiding the land of whirlpools aligned with Danzo's interests. Thus, he spoke up, I support Hiruzen's decision. We can position our forces at the borders, ready to assist at a critical moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged a knowing glance with Danzo, a fleeting understanding passing between them. It seemed they were in agreement. Over the past 2 years, Sarutobi Hiruzen's opposition to Danzo's formation of the Root organization had weakened considerably. With Tsunade and Mito Menma also chiming in, Hiruzen was nearly persuaded. The last time they discussed this matter, Hiruzen had dismissed Danzo's excuse of the village lacking funds. The barrier of financial pretext had vanished. After all, matters resolved by money are trivial. Danzo had his eyes set on the riches of the land of whirlpools. Judging by Hiruzen's recent gaze, he seemed to share this ambition. The strength of the land of whirlpools is not to be underestimated. It is undoubtedly the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages. Coupled with its unique geographical location, the other ninja villages would face significant logistical challenges, making it difficult for them to sustain prolonged conflict without inflicting serious damage. As long as Konoha chooses the right moment to act, remaining covert, they could seize the opportunity to reap the rewards. In the end, Konoha would emerge as the sole benefactor of this war. The other villages could fight to their heart's content, yet leave empty-handed. As for whether the other villages would be angered, what concern is that of Konoha? Do they truly believe Konoha fears them? As long as operations are conducted in secrecy, who could prove Konoha's involvement? Moreover, when the 4 major ninja villages face substantial losses, they will hardly possess the capacity to wage war against Konoha. Akimichi Torafu's assertions were indeed valid. The alliance among these 4 villages is fundamentally fragile. Once war breaks out, they will surely fight among themselves. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not truly retreat merely because of a joint verbal warning from the 4 major villages. Otherwise, how would they continue to live? However, Konoha had coveted the wealth of the land of whirlpools for some time, and now they were in tacit agreement. After all, one cannot grow rich without taking risks. The death of friends does not deter the pursuit of wealth. A day later, at the Tsunade residence, Uzumaki Mito appeared somewhat disheartened. She had never imagined that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others would truly choose to abandon the land of whirlpools in its time of need. They were even contemplating a cunning plan to seize the accumulated wealth of the land of whirlpools over the years. Is this what humans are capable of? Has the position of Hokage so corrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen that he has become unrecognizable? Allies, huh? In Hiruzen's eyes, allies are merely a means to an end. Indeed, Uchiha Duan was correct. If things continue this way, Konoha will inevitably fall under Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. Previously, she believed that Daido's grievances with Hiruzen were the reason for his remarks, but she did not anticipate the prophetic nature of his words. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito wished desperately for time to rewind 30 years, allowing her to participate in the battle at her peak strength. Alas, she found herself in the twilight of her years, powerless in the face of such dire circumstances. Mito-sama, do you have any solutions? Asked Akimichi Torafu. Noticing Mito's waning spirit and feeling anxious. Sighing, Mito turned to the diligently training S.H. Maki and urged, S.H. Maki, summon your sister back immediately, and Duan. What are you doing on a date at a time like this? S.H. Maki instinctively recoiled, aware of his sister's fierce nature, especially when it came to her rendezvous with her husband. Interrupting her now would lead to a prolonged period of torment. Mito-sama, allow me to go, said the nearby Namikaze Minato, who was instructing S.H. Maki. S.H. Maki cast a grateful glance at Minato, feeling as if his life had just been saved. Truly, my brother Minato is remarkable. Chapter 71, What About Me? Who claims defeat is inevitable. Unlike the grave expressions of others in the courtyard, Uchiha Duan, just returned, could not help but smile after hearing Torafu's account. Just as I suspected. Duan, did you anticipate this situation already? Torafu asked in astonishment. Indeed, before Duan could respond, Tsunade nodded first. Duan and I have been analyzing the situation these past few days, concluding that old Sarutobi Hiruzen would not lend support to the land of Whirlpool and might even covertly seize the fruits of war. Tsunade was furious, dropping the title of teacher and directly addressing Hiruzen by name. Duan, do you have a plan? Mito's eyes lit up as she turned to Duan, knowing her grandson-in-law to be exceptionally clever. Since he had made this judgment in advance, he must possess a solution. Yes, Duan nodded confidently. Is there truly a way? Torafu was taken aback. Can you persuade Hiruzen to join the battle? Impossible. Duan shook his head. Hiruzen's stance does not merely represent himself, but 4 individuals. Unless the other 3 have lost their minds or suddenly found their conscience to jointly persuade him, he will not change his mind. What then can you propose? Torafu pressed again. Are you suggesting you could mobilize the ninja army without Hiruzen's knowledge? That is also unfeasible. Duan emphatically denied. Hiruzen would never allow a single soldier to enter the land of Whirlpool, except at the critical moment of reaping the rewards. What is your plan then? Torafu, unfamiliar with Duan, questioned his words with skepticism. Other ninjas may not participate, but there is one who can. Who? Duan pointed to Tsunade. Tsunade can. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage and Mito, and also the sister of Kushina. She is indeed a relative of the Uzumaki clan. If she represents her grandparents in battle, who would dare to object? That is indeed feasible, but with just Tsunade alone. What about me? Duan interrupted Torafu. With just the 2 of you, can you truly alter the course of the battle? It is a coalition of multiple nations. Even with your addition, defeat is certain. Torafu said, annoyed by Daido's seemingly frivolous attitude. Duan remained unfazed, countering, Uncle Torafu, how about we place a wager? If I succeed, what would you owe me? If you truly can accomplish it, then Torafu paused for a moment, unable to articulate a response. I do not know. Simply state your conditions. If you can do it, I will not hold back. Torafu, whose mother-in-law was a ninja from the land of Whirlpool, genuinely wished for no calamity to befall the land of Whirlpool, which led him to advocate for troop deployment during the high-level meeting and subsequently seek Mito's counsel afterward. Duan, you smile slightly. Torafu continued. As a member of Konoha's upper echelon, you must understand the bitterness of being ostracized. What do you mean? Torafu furrowed his brow. Though you are marginalized, you remain in the upper echelons. You should be more informed than the average person about Hiruzen's actions over the years, Duan pressed on. I do not care for indirect speech. Torafu stated bluntly, not comprehending Daido's insinuation. Then I shall be direct. Konoha requires transformation, a comprehensive overhaul from top to bottom. Thus, should I succeed, I need you to fully support Tsunade in her quest to become Hokage when the time comes. What? Torufu's voice rose sharply, exclaiming in shock. However, after glancing at Tsunade and Mito, his thoughts shifted. Perhaps it was not entirely unacceptable. Tsunade was the princess of Konoha, personally appointed by the daimyo, and the granddaughter of the first Hokage and Mito, holding a unique status in Konoha. Should anyone be least opposed to her ascension to Hokage, it would undoubtedly be Tsunade. It is noteworthy that later, when Naruto sought Tsunade, who had been absent from Konoha for 20 years, to assume the role of Hokage, he received overwhelming support from the majority. Such a scenario was nearly unimaginable. Had it been anyone else, absent from the village for 2 decades, indifferent to its fate, and harshly dismissive of all who sought her, they would have been labeled a rogue ninja long ago. Yet, she returned and could become Hokage? Such a notion seemed fantastical. This also illustrated the exceptional nature of Tsunade's identity. While her current prestige may not be sufficient, should she truly shine in the land of Whirlpool and even lead it to victory in war, her reputation would reach unprecedented heights. The path ahead would become all the more straightforward. By that time, as Tsunade's stature ascended, the reputation of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, who failed to aid their closest allies, would likely suffer greatly. The rationale presented by Hiruzen and others was that they feared a multi-front assault on Konoha and, for their own protection, had to act thusly. While this was understandable and might even garner sympathy from Konoha's villagers, if the land of Whirlpool could achieve victory under Tsunade's sole leadership without any support from Konoha, then Hiruzen's excuse would become a laughingstock. For a village far weaker than Konoha, the land of Whirlpool could face a coalition of ninja forces alone and emerge victorious. While Konoha stood idle, revealing its cowardice. Was that not a farce? With a little manipulation, it could cement Hiruzen's reputation as a betrayer of allies, revealing his inherent weakness and incompetence. While it was unlikely that Hiruzen would be utterly disgraced over this incident, even a small crack could lead to a collapse. After all, as Daitu noted, Torufu had grown increasingly disillusioned with Hiruzen and his cohorts over the years, and this situation had pushed him to the brink of despair. I agree. Torufu deliberated for a long moment before consenting. However, I hold no expectations. Merely adding the two of you to the mix. And you think you can defeat a coalition of ninja forces? It is but a fool's dream. Uncle Torufu, have you forgotten your own words? Daitu reminded him. There is no formidable coalition. It is merely a disjointed assembly of factions. Even a trifling benefit could incite them to turn against each other. Moreover, you mentioned that the number of ninja forces they could mobilize is limited. Given the strength of the land of Whirlpool, if we can divide them and concentrate our forces, creating situations where we outnumber them in local engagements, who claims defeat is inevitable. Furthermore, I have a secret weapon at my disposal. Chapter 72, The Advantage is Mine. Fighting for research funding for the next hour, Uchiha Duan elaborated his analysis of the impending war and strategies for combat to the group. He concluded that for victory to be attainable, the most critical factor lay in the complete disparity of intelligence. The strength of the Uzumaki clan is formidable. As long as they can consistently acquire accurate intelligence on the enemy promptly, coupled with effective coordination, the ninja forces of various nations, which are burdened by logistical issues and are fragmented, are not as fearsome as rumored. Moreover, ninjas are more adept at small team operations, rarely engaging in large-scale simultaneous actions. If they can consistently encircle one enemy squad with 2 smaller teams and set ambushes in advance, the advantage will be theirs. Over the years, Uchiha Duan has conducted in-depth studies of the battles in the ninja world and found that the tactical philosophies of instructors are universally impressive. Particularly, the principles of guerrilla warfare are exceedingly suitable for the ninja realm. Upon hearing Uchiha Duan's discourse, Uzumaki Mito experienced an epiphany, and Tsunade nodded in agreement, while Akimichi Choza was left in awe of Uchiha Duan's brilliance. Thus, Uchiha Duan turned to Uzumaki Mito, inquiring about the weight of her words within the Uzumaki clan. If they were to join the conflict, it was imperative that they earn the clan's unwavering trust from the outset of the war's layout. Otherwise, mutual impediments could lead to a loss of initiative, rendering victory impossible. Mito responded that although she had not returned to the Uzumaki clan in many years, she maintained correspondence, and Kushina was brought over at her suggestion. Hence, she still held some influence, but to gain their full trust, tangible evidence would be required. That is a simple matter, Uchiha Duan asserted confidently. In the past year, I have not idled. It is time to present some of my modest findings. However, Tsunade interjected, expressing concern for his safety, noting that his chakra reserves were limited. Uchiha Duan reassured her with a gentle smile, indicating his wristband, stating that with sufficient chakra reserves, using the Flying Thunder God technique would pose no significant issue. Furthermore, given the small area of the Land of Waves, the consumption would not be exorbitant. Should he run low on chakra, he could rely on the Uzumaki ninjas for replenishment. Uchiha Duan articulated all this to guide Uzumaki Mido on how to communicate effectively with the Uzumaki clan and to showcase some genuine resources. Otherwise, Mido would never allow Tsunade to engage in the war. While she was genuinely concerned for the Land of Waves, her anxiety for Tsunade was equally profound. If it were a matter of certain death, she would rather sacrifice herself than permit Tsunade to partake in the conflict. Losing Tsunade would mean losing everything. With a decision made, the surface negotiations could be entrusted to Uzumaki Mido, who, despite lacking real power, commanded respect. Even if it were merely for appearances, Uchiha Duan and Tsunade needed only to concentrate on confronting the war. Upon concluding their discussions, Uzumaki Mido promptly communicated with the higher-ups of the Land of Waves, intending to engage in earnest dialogue. Meanwhile, Uchiha Duan and Tsunade proceeded to the underground research facility. The research area comprised 2 levels, divided into 8 sections, while an additional level beneath served solely as a storage space. Duan-kun, did you foresee the calamity that would befall the Land of Waves? Orochimaru asked, astonished as he surveyed the strategic reserve supplies occupying a quarter of the warehouse. Uchiha Duan shook his head in denial. Though he had indeed anticipated such an event, he would never admit it. As he cataloged the supplies, including military rations, healing potions, antidotes, and various equipment, Uchiha Duan remarked, originally, I intended to present these resources to assist Tsunade once she became Hokage. Is it not fortuitous that the opportunity has arisen now? I plan to test these resources in the Land of Waves and validate numerous strategies in my mind. Should war arise in Konoha in the future, these experiences will prove invaluable. This represents our annual supply. Orochimaru lamented, unwilling to part with them. Uchiha Duan, incredulous, retorted, when did you become so petty, Orochimaru? I never noticed this side of you before. Do you have the audacity to say that? Orochimaru replied, exasperated, realizing that since these were not his creations, Uchiha Duan felt little attachment. Didn't we establish a small automated production line? You only labored for 4 months. Listen, is that even a coherent statement? Orochimaru was completely at a loss for words. He did not care for the money. These were the fruits of his labor, and you need not fret about these supplies. Believe me, should we assist the Land of Waves in securing victory, the benefits we shall reap will far exceed this. Have you not recently complained to me about insufficient research funding? I will repay you double, triple. Orochimaru extended 3 fingers, insisting, no objections. Agreed. Uchiha Duan promptly concurred. Although he claimed to repay Orochimaru, these supplies were still his, merely providing Orochimaru a sense of ease. Orochimaru understood that he was merely voicing his grievances while seeking reassurance regarding his contributions. However, the question remained, how would they transport these supplies? Tsunade raised her concern at this juncture. Storage scrolls are of low technological complexity, Orochimaru boasted, licking his lips. Under our research, the cost of producing storage scrolls has been significantly reduced. Therefore, we can produce as many as needed without fear of shortage. In the past year, Orochimaru had become notably more active, primarily due to the relentless pressure from Uchiha Duan, whose research capabilities surpassed his own. Consequently, he had grown accustomed to their exchanges, often engaging in debates with Uchiha Duan, which invigorated his creativity. The stark contrast to his previous isolated research approach had markedly enhanced his efficiency, leading to a significant change in his disposition. His prior darkness stemmed from a lack of understanding and companionship in his research endeavors. Now, however, his colleagues not only comprehended him but also supported and guided him, instilling a sense of happiness that left him bewildered. For the next hour, Uchiha Duan systematically cleared the warehouse, leaving behind a collection of large storage scrolls on the shelves. However, he only intended to transport a quarter of the supplies initially as the first batch of support materials. Once these resources were exhausted, he would retrieve more, ensuring a steady supply. He opted for this approach to avoid overwhelming gratitude from the Land of Waves, which might lead them to suspect ulterior motives. To garner genuine appreciation and secure substantial funding afterward, strategic measures were necessary. For the sake of future research funding, Uchiha Duan was determined to make the effort. After all, he possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, and the Land of Waves was not far. He could return for more at any time. Chapter 73. The Storm Approaches. The fastest man in the ninja world. 3 days later, Uzumaki Mido had completed her discussions with the clan leader, Uzumaki Rumina. Upon learning that Konoha intended to refrain from intervening in the War of the Whirlpool Country, Uzumaki Asami was engulfed in a tumult of sorrow and indignation. Over the years, he had made significant contributions to Konoha. He had aided in the establishment of Konoha's protective formations and had even imparted the methods of setting up these arrays to the village. Whenever there was a need for sealing techniques, he had always responded promptly at Konoha's summons, fearing that his efforts might fall short and dishearten his allies. Consequently, he had garnered considerable renown within Konoha, earning the esteemed title of the Patriarch of Sealing Arts. Yet now, while Konoha remained unperturbed, his heart felt a deep chill. As the shinobi world united to assault the Whirlpool Country, Konoha had inexplicably abandoned them. Was this a sign that fate sought to annihilate the Whirlpool Country? After all, it was merely a small border nation, unworthy of inciting such a collective attack from the entire shinobi realm. Was the establishment of a ninja-led nation truly so intolerable? However, upon learning that Uzumaki Mido would be sending her granddaughter Tsunade, along with a substantial supply of strategic resources, Asami sincerely expressed his gratitude. After all, his cousin was far more reliable than the malevolent Sarutobi Hiruzen. 2 days later, Tsunade and Uchiha Dan arrived at the hidden village of Uzumaki Tide in the Whirlpool Country. Unlike typical nations, the Whirlpool Country had not submitted to the rule of a daimyo. Instead, it was governed by the village itself, thereby pioneering a new era of ninja-led governance. In essence, Uzumaki Asami, the leader of the Uzumaki Tide, was also the leader of the Whirlpool Country. This contrasted sharply with other nations, where the village leader was merely a shadow, while the daimyo held the real power. This disparity likely explained why so many sought to attack the Whirlpool Country without anyone to speak on their behalf. If everyone emulated the Whirlpool Country, what status would the daimyo retain? Such actions were perceived as rebellion by the daimyo, prompting them not only to refrain from intervention but also to discreetly encourage and support the assault, a factor contributing to the fervor of the various ninja villages. Upon meeting Tsunade, Asami displayed a rare gentle smile, and the other high-ranking members of Uzumaki Tide welcomed her with fervor. Tsunade had gained significant fame over the past year as Konoha's foremost medical ninja, renowned for her unparalleled healing skills. Countless individuals had traveled great distances to seek her medical attention. The role of a medical ninja on the battlefield was invaluable, and Tsunade alone could enhance the survival rate of the entire Uzumaki Tide's ninjas. Moreover, Mido had mentioned that Tsunade was accompanied by a wealth of strategic resources. "Uncle, this is not the place for idle chatter," Tsunade remarked after their pleasantries, urging Asami to find a private chamber for a more detailed discussion. Of course, Asami promptly led the way, accompanied by 2 elders of Uzumaki Tide, named Uzumaki Yuichi and Uzumaki Yen. Despite their warmth, Uchiha Dan, cloaked and masked, sensed the underlying anxiety within them. In their eyes, no matter how skilled Tsunade was, she was but one individual. Even with ample resources, they could only prolong their situation. It would not alter the outcome of the war. Their enthusiasm stemmed from their gratitude, yet their outlook on the war's result remained grim. Although the battle had not officially commenced, its outcome seemed all but predetermined. Nevertheless, the ninjas of Uzumaki Tide, particularly those from the Uzumaki clan, bore no hint of fear. Instead, they exhibited a resolute determination to face death head-on. The Uzumaki clan, akin to the Uchiha clan, possessed a deep-seated pride, remaining unyielding in the face of danger. "Tsunade, who is this?" Asami inquired, a hint of discomfort in his voice as he noticed Uchiha Dan accompanying them into the private chamber. Mido had not mentioned any other arrivals besides Tsunade. Furthermore, Dan's concealed identity added an air of mystery that unsettled the already anxious Asami. "Allow me to introduce everyone." Tsunade smiled. "This is my fiancé, Uchiha Dan. He is the primary force behind this support effort and is here to lead the Whirlpool Country to victory in this war." Uchiha Dan removed his mask, nodding in acknowledgement to the others. However, his perception lingered on Yuichi, particularly noting the awkwardness that arose upon Yuichi's recognition of his face, prompting Dan to chuckle unexpectedly. "Elder Yuichi, do you not recognize me? Long ago, Dan had sensed a familiar aura from Uchiha, indicating they had met before. Yet, as a doctor, he had encountered countless patients over the 7 years, making it impossible to remember them all. Thus, he did not immediately recognize Uchiha. However, upon seeing Uchiha's embarrassment, Dan recalled the incident 5 years prior when Uchiha sought his medical assistance for a rather personal ailment. After all, the striking red hair of the Uzumaki clan was hard to forget, especially given that Uchiha was a man in his 50s seeking help for such a sensitive issue. Indeed, men only become docile when hung on the wall, Dan mused. Dan, doctor? Uchiha swallowed hard, forcing a strained smile. Long time no see. Indeed, it has been a long time. How swiftly 5 years have passed, Dan replied. But Uchiha hastily interjected with a cough. How did you recognize me, Dr. Dan? As he spoke, Uchiha waved his hand in front of Dan's sash, astonished. How could a blind man have recognized him? Was it by voice? No. How could Dan have been blind? He appeared perfectly fine 5 years ago. Have you two met? Asami inquired, observing their peculiar exchange. Just a fleeting encounter. Uchiha quickly clarified. Actually, there's nothing to hide. Dan chuckled. Elder Uchiha consulted me for medical advice. Ah, I see. Asami comprehended the situation without further inquiry, instead asking, Dr. Dan, Tsunade mentioned you are here to lead us to victory in this war. Could you elaborate? Allow me to reintroduce myself. Dan asserted with great confidence. I am Uchiha Dan, the foremost sensory ninja in the shinobi world. The foremost sensory ninja? Moreover, I am also the leading medical ninja in the shinobi realm. Dan continued with his introduction. Upon hearing this, the others turned to Tsunade, seeking her confirmation. She immediately nodded with a smile, adding, half of my medical techniques were taught to me by Dan. All three inhaled sharply in astonishment. What a remarkable talent. Of course, I am also the fastest man in the entire shinobi world, Dan proclaimed with zeal. At this, he suddenly remembered something and clarified. I mean in terms of speed. Do not misconstrue. Uft. Tsunade could not suppress her laughter, covering her mouth in amusement at such an inappropriate moment. Dan inwardly lamented his sightlessness, casting Tsunade an exasperated glare. You know I am fast, don't you? Who was it that begged for mercy when I demanded something? Just wait until we return. Asami and the others gazed at Dan as though he were a marvel. If all this were true, then Dan was indeed formidable. Everyone, do not just stand there. Please, take a seat. Uchiha Duan took the lead in seating himself alongside Tsunade, declaring, the assertion that I will guide the land of waves to victory in this war is no mere empty boast. To that end, I have prepared 3 gifts. Turning to Tsunade, he nodded. Understanding his intent, Tsunade produced 10 large storage scrolls and opened one, instantly filling half the room with an array of supplies. This is the army pill, a new type of medication I have developed, Uchiha Duan explained as he retrieved a vial containing the pills. Such pills are currently unavailable in the market, and even in Konoha, they are treated as classified. The army pill not only alleviates hunger, but also swiftly restores physical strength and chakra, at a recovery rate approximately 3 times that of the standard military rations, and without any side effects. I have even specially formulated its flavor, making it suitable for long-term consumption, and prolonged use may gradually enhance physical attributes. This pair consists of Konoha's white medicine and black medicine. The white medicine is for external application, while the black medicine is ingested. The white medicine not only stops bleeding and alleviates pain, but also significantly reduces the healing time of wounds by at least 30%. For those compatible with it, recovery speed can be enhanced by 50%. The internal black medicine is 3 times as effective as the white medicine, and when used together, their effects are further amplified. I will not elaborate on the various other healing medications and the antidotes specifically crafted for the Sand Village. The descriptions are all on the bottles for your perusal. May I ask if you are satisfied with my first gift? Uzumaki Rumina exchanged glances with the 2 elders, their expressions filled with astonishment. They had anticipated that the so-called strategic supplies would merely consist of weapons or food, especially since Uzumaki Sueho was providing them in a personal capacity. Given the lack of cooperation from Konoha's higher-ups, they believed they had reached their limits in securing such resources. To their surprise, the supplies mentioned by Uzumaki Sueho were treasures that were rare and coveted by all ninja villages. The confidence of Uzumaki Rumina and the 2 elders soared considerably. And this was merely the first gift. 2 more awaited them, which filled their eyes with eager anticipation. However, Uchiha Duan abruptly interrupted their excitement, stating with difficulty, "These supplies were provided by my research institute for Konoha, and I have secretly diverted them to support our allies. Thus, I need your assistance in return. Dr. Duan, please tell us how we can help." Uzumaki Rumina assured him. "This batch of supplies is scheduled for delivery to Konoha's logistics department at the beginning of next month for storage, being strategic reserves. However, I have brought them here instead. If I am unable to deliver them by then, it will cause me significant trouble. Unfortunately, the funds and materials provided by the village for producing these medications have been entirely exhausted, and I am at a loss. I kindly ask for your assistance in this matter." Tsunade, overhearing Uchiha Duan's plea, felt exasperated. The village had no inkling of these items, which suggested a rather self-serving motive. Yet, had Uchiha Duan been privy to her thoughts, he would have deemed her naive and childish. For such items held little value in his eyes. "How about this?" Uzumaki Rumina quickly proposed. "While we cannot currently think of a good way to procure the materials, especially with the war looming, we will immediately provide the funds for purchasing the medicinal herbs, ensuring you can resume production without difficulty." "That would be excellent," Uchiha Duan replied, visibly relieved as he handed over a scroll detailing the prices of each type of herb and pill to Uzumaki Rumina. Anxiously, she accepted the scroll, and the other two elders quickly gathered around as well. As they perused the contents, their expressions turned peculiar. Initially, they had feared Uchiha Duan would demand exorbitant prices, only to discover that the actual amounts he sought were surprisingly modest. For instance, the army pill was priced at merely 33 times that of the military rations, the Konoha white medicine at 26 times that of standard external healing medicine, and the Konoha black medicine at 32 times that of regular internal healing medicine. Yet, if these items were sold in the marketplace, they would undoubtedly fetch prices multiple times higher, for their efficacy was exceptional and could indeed be life-saving in critical moments. "Dr. Duan, have you perhaps made an error in your calculations?" Uzumaki Rumina inquired, puzzled. "As a scientist, how could I possibly make such a fundamental mistake?" Uchiha Duan replied, his displeasure evident. No, I mean, are you certain you are asking for enough?" Uzumaki Rumina clarified. "Am I asking for the cost price, and yet you are dissatisfied?" Uchiha Duan feigned exasperation. "I am Tsunade's fiancé, and her grandmother has specifically instructed us to assist. We are indeed family, and in times of crisis, true feelings are revealed. Is this not how it should be?" A rare emotion flickered across Uzumaki Rumina's usually composed face, while the two elders were nearly moved to tears. They genuinely believed this was the cost price. The Land of Waves also produced military rations and had a clear understanding of the costs involved. Military rations were seldom purchased outside of wartime, serving as a backup food source when supplies ran low. The taste was notoriously unpalatable, and excessive consumption could lead to adverse effects. Thus, during peacetime, ninjas would prefer regular meals over rations unless absolutely necessary. Given the low sales volume, attempting to profit from them was futile. Thus, the effective cost was nearly equivalent to the selling price, with minimal profit margin. The army pill, being significantly more effective, undoubtedly required far more precious ingredients, making 33 times the price a reasonable cost. Observing Uzumaki Rumina's reaction, Uchiha Duan felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. In reality, the army pill was merely an enhanced version of the military rations, devised to appease Konoha's higher-ups. It involved removing certain ingredients and adding others that few would conceive of, thereby amplifying its efficacy while eliminating side effects. The production cost had not increased. Rather, it was lower. While claiming it was a cost price, it was not entirely deceptive, as development costs must also be accounted for, albeit I had not invested much time. However, my fees as Uchiha Duan are quite substantial. Indeed, you are correct, Uzumaki Rumina exclaimed, excitement tinging her voice. However, given the magnitude of your assistance, we must express our gratitude. Dear clan leader, there is no need to mention it. As I said, we are family. I should actually be addressing you as uncle. So let us not stand on ceremony. Uzumaki Rumina quickly reflected on her earlier words. Yet, her desire to repay Uchiha Duan's kindness grew stronger. Uchiha Duan, what a good person you are. Chapter 75. A grand gesture, a request if you do not mind. You may call me uncle, just as Tsunade does. It will feel less formal. Not wishing to dwell on the subject of gratitude, Uzumaki Rumina deftly shifted the conversation. Uncle. Ah, what a good child. Uzumaki Rumina beamed radiantly. Setting aside genuine emotions, Both parties harbored ulterior motives. Uchiha Duan, by presenting himself as someone who contributes greatly without expectation of return, was contemplating that once the war concluded, as uncle with dominion over a nation, it would be reasonable for him to receive a grand monetary gift worth billions. Uzumaki Rumina thought that by addressing him as uncle, Uchiha Duan would be more inclined to assist him further. Uncle, that was merely the first gift. I have a second gift here as well. After finishing his explanation, Uchiha Duan once again retrieved a storage scroll, from which he extracted a peculiar device resembling a hat and a spherical apparatus the size of a grinding stone. What is this? Asked Vortex Yuichi, perplexed. This hat is a perception amplifier, and this large sphere is a perception receiver. Given the inherent limitations of individual capabilities, I will not be present on the front lines. After much contemplation, I have concluded that the most effective strategy is to assist my uncle and you in gathering intelligence. However, even with my remarkable perception abilities and extensive range, I cannot encompass the entirety of the Vortex country nor maintain constant awareness. Therefore, dear uncle, I will create a multitude of long-lasting shadow clones equipped with perception amplifiers, which will be strategically hidden at designated locations. The signals between these amplifiers can transmit information to one another, allowing all intelligence to be relayed back to the perception receiver. In this manner, I will be able to perceive the entirety of the Vortex country. I will receive the intelligence in this chamber and relay it to you promptly. Uchiha Duan refrained from delving into intricate explanations, providing only the fundamental functions, as the deeper principles would be beyond the comprehension of others. Yet, this single capability was sufficient to ignite excitement in anyone. Is that true? Vortex Aruna inquired with great enthusiasm. Intelligence is paramount in warfare, with timely and accurate information. It is indeed possible to triumph in a seemingly uneven conflict. The Vortex country possesses a secret technique known as the Divine Music Hard Eye, which, when activated, allows a ninja to sense abnormal movements within a radius of several dozen kilometers simply by closing their eyes. If a specific chakra is present, one can accurately determine its detailed position, direction, including the number, characteristics, and speed of enemies. In the face of danger, one can also conceal their chakra and discern whether others are lying through the perception of their chakra. This technique proves immensely advantageous on the battlefield. However, to perceive the entire expanse of the Vortex country remains a mere fantasy. Thus, the gift brought by Uchiha Duan is of unparalleled value. Absolutely true. Uchiha Duan replied with a smile and a nod. Vortex Aruna and the other two elders found their breaths quickening. What a profound gift. Not only is it a significant present, but it is also a profound favor. If the Vortex clan can survive this dire predicament, it would not be unthinkable to heed Uchiha Duan's lead in the future. This is the third gift. Uchiha Duan once again produced a radio device, complete with a headset and signal receiver. Uchiha Duan was at a loss for words regarding the warped technological advancements in the ninja world. It seemed all technological products existed independently, detached from any coherent system, which was quite peculiar. Is this a radio? Indeed, and it is a radio that I have improved. The signal is exceptionally stable, allowing for real-time communication throughout the Vortex country via the network of perception amplifiers. Another groundbreaking innovation. While radios already exist in the ninja world, their signal transmission range is limited due to technological constraints. However, this radio, by utilizing perception amplifiers and receivers to gather intelligence promptly, can facilitate real-time command transmission across the entire Vortex country. This war can truly be fought. Those so-called allied ninja forces are nothing more than a disjointed group. Once they enter the Vortex country, they will likely act independently, even clashing with one another for plunder. With proper maneuvering, victory is within reach. The gazes of Vortex Aruna and the others towards Uchiha Duan completely transformed. He was a man who brought them hope. However, uncle, I have a few requests. Feel free to voice them. Vortex Aruna assured, thumping his chest. Given such a significant gift, it would be unnatural if the other party did not make any requests. And this notion provided him with a sense of relief. As long as the requests were not excessive, he would surely agree. The first request is that my matters must remain strictly confidential. Whether now or afterward, apart from the three of you, no one else is to know. But Duan, this is a golden opportunity to gain fame in the ninja world, Vortex Aruna advised. Uncle, fame is but a fleeting cloud to me. Uchiha Duan replied dismissively with a smile. Very well. Everyone has their ambitions. Vortex Aruna supported Uchiha Duan's decision. The second request is that I wish for Tsunade to achieve great renown. When the time comes, she will enter the battlefield to assist the injured and will also participate in combat. I hope you will grant her the title of commander on the battlefield. Of course, she will not be responsible for actual command. The true command center will be here, with you, the elders, and myself. However, the credit must go to Tsunade. And during this process, you must spare no effort in promoting her, even to the extent of allowing everyone to believe that she single-handedly turned the tide of battle. This is simple. Vortex Aruna agreed without hesitation. After living for over 60 years, he had seen through many things. It is merely a hollow name. Compared to the survival of the nation, what does it matter? Moreover, we need not fear attracting too much attention. This title would be a calamity for anyone but Tsunade. The third request, and my final one, Uchiha Duan stated. Konoha will not send any assistance this time. Rather, they will amass troops at the borders, seeking opportunities to plunder the resources and wealth that the Vortex country has accumulated over the years. What? Vortex Aruna sprang to his feet, incredulous as he stared at Uchiha Duan. How dare Sarutobi Hiruzen do such a thing? Vortex Aruna was nearly overcome with rage. Tsunade, is what he said true? His incredulity prompted him to seek confirmation from Tsunade. Uncle, regrettably, it is true. Tsunade sighed. This was no longer a mere guess from Uchiha Duan. It was information relayed directly from Akimichi Choza, who had attended the meeting. What a good ally. What a good ally. Vortex Aruna paced the chamber, his gaze icy, as if he could devour Sarutobi Hiruzen whole. The thought of all the hard work he had put in for Konoha over the years, being on call even at nearly 70, left Vortex Aruna feeling as though his goodwill had been squandered. A pack of ungrateful white-eyed wolves. After a long moment, Vortex Aruna managed to suppress his fury and asked, Duan, what is your final request? My final request is that after the war concludes, regardless of how Sarutobi Hiruzen attempts to mend relations, you must not acquiesce. Instead, you should continuously publicly defame him, making him bear the burden of an irredeemable reputation. Furthermore, publicly declare that only when Tsunade ascends to the position of Hokage will the Vortex country consider reconciling with Konoha. Agreed. I comply. Vortex Aruna nodded vigorously, stating that even if they had not mentioned it, he had already intended to do so. That Sarutobi Hiruzen deserves it. All three requests were reasonable, perhaps even trivial. As for leveraging public opinion to elevate Tsunade, Vortex Aruna found that to be a most desirable outcome. It was a clear win-win situation. Once the supplies were received, Vortex Aruna immediately instructed Vortex Yuichi, Yuichi, you must promptly deliver the equivalent funds for all the supplies. With Duan assisting us in this manner, we cannot allow him to be put in a difficult position. He will need to arrange for the procurement of materials for these supplies and expedite production. The funds must be in place immediately. Understood. While waiting for the funds to arrive, Uchiha Duan inquired, Uncle, what is the current situation in the Vortex country? What are the movements of the major ninja villages? Chapter 76. The movements of the major ninja villages and war preparations. The Vortex country is currently engulfed in panic. Vortex Aruna lamented. As for the major ninja villages, the ninjas of the Cloud and Mist villages have already united, gathering on an island east of the Vortex country, poised to launch an attack at any moment. The total number of ninjas is approximately 3,000. The sand and rock villages, due to geographical and distance factors, are still some distance away from the Vortex country. However, as Konoha rejected their request for passage, Sunagakure opted for a maritime route and has already arrived in the Land of Tea, currently preparing for their next steps. Awagakure is utilizing the territories of the Land of Rain and the Land of Rivers, also planning to take the sea route towards the Land of Tea to rendezvous with Sunagakure. At that time, the two great shinobi villages will first gather in the Land of Tea before jointly proceeding by sea to the Land of Whirlpools. Their landing point is expected to be the southwestern port of the Land of Whirlpools, though the precise location remains unknown, with the number of ninja around 3,000. What about the other ninja villages? Uchiha Dan inquired further. An alliance of ninja villages from the Land of Grass, the Land of Rain, the Land of Birds, and the Land of Waterfalls has formed, totaling approximately 2,000 ninjas, intending to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. The leading force is from the Land of Rain, which comprises half of the allied forces. However, they do not wish to confront the four major ninja villages directly, according to intelligence. These 4 major villages did not want them to benefit from the situation, and thus, this is a spontaneous action on their part. Consequently, they have chosen to traverse through the land of iron, the land of sound, and the land of hot water, then head south by sea, currently resting in the land of waves. Good heavens! Hearing about the movements of several countries, Uchiha Dan was astounded. They seem tireless. The allure of profit is indeed captivating. Uzumaki Erasure lamented, "Our land of whirlpools has developed remarkably over the years, and with our frequent assistance to various countries for sealing techniques, coupled with multiple collaborations with Konoha, we have certainly profited handsomely. Konoha, as our steadfast ally, is planning to devour our very flesh. What can we expect from the other ninja villages? While enriching themselves, they also seek to weaken Konoha, a rare opportunity indeed." Uzumaki Erasure expressed the current situation in one breath, not forgetting to critique Konoha. Uchiha Dan scoffed. "Yet the greatest advantage lies with Konoha. After all, the ones closest to the water have the first taste of the moon. Once the war escalates, they will seize the chance to reap the rewards." Humph, a foolish dream. Uzumaki Arashi's gaze turned cold. "Uncle, are so many countries truly just passing through? Especially the land of iron, which has always proclaimed its neutrality. Alas, the campaign against the land of whirlpools has become a consensus among the ninja world, with various daimyos covertly supporting it. Anyone who refrains from offering support at this juncture will surely become a target of ire. Who would dare court misfortune? It is fortunate that these countries merely borrowed passage and did not join the expedition." Uchiha Dan sneered. "They must possess troops to do so, collectively. These nations cannot muster enough ninjas, yet they wish to emulate others in seizing opportunities amidst chaos. If they fail to gain benefits, it would be one thing. But if they do succeed, it could lead to calamity. They are not so foolish." Indeed, Uzumaki Erasure chuckled. "It appears everyone considers our land of whirlpools a delectable dish. Eager to take a bite. Perhaps they have never contemplated that this war might end in defeat. Surely, no one has considered that possibility?" Uchiha Dan laughed. "After all, they are facing nearly 3 times the number of troops. Moreover, due to the long journey, resupply will be exceedingly difficult. The forces arriving are undoubtedly elite, aiming for swift resolution. Uncle, I have some thoughts regarding this war. Speak freely." For the next few hours, Uchiha Dan, incorporating the intelligence provided by Uzumaki Erasure, offered numerous constructive suggestions for the impending conflict. Through repeated discussions, they established the tone for the war and determined the final strategic direction. Subsequently, as orders from Uzumaki Erasure began to flow down, the entire Whirlpool Hidden Village plunged into a state of intense preparation for battle. The preparations for war encompassed 3 main strategies. First and foremost, a scorched earth policy was implemented to deny other nations the chance to profit from war. All citizens of the land of whirlpools were immediately notified to organize their assets. They were to deposit their money into banks, which would then be transported to the Whirlpool Hidden Village by ninjas. All valuable items were to be gathered and prepared for evacuation at a moment's notice, while those that could not be taken were to be hidden away in secret locations. Once the order for relocation was given, everyone was to carry lightweight possessions and sufficient rations, gathering towards the Whirlpool Hidden Village under the escort of ninjas. Temporary camps were also being erected outside the Whirlpool Hidden Village to accommodate everyone during the conflict. Although the land of whirlpools is not vast, and while relocation is a significant endeavor, with the aid of ninjas, it is indeed feasible. As for the assets that could not be transported, those that could be destroyed would be destroyed. All food that could not be taken would be poisoned and destroyed after the conflict. Secondly, Uchiha Dan created numerous spiritual wood clones equipped with sensory amplifiers to reach designated locations marked on the map, ensuring they remained well concealed. Simultaneously, they continued to send out individuals to gather intelligence on the movements of other ninja villages. Thirdly, there was the mobilization of ninjas and the establishment of traps. Before the war had even commenced, waves of ninjas had already set out, equipped with marching pills, healing medicines, and gear, arriving at critical routes to various ninja villages, beginning to strategically place multiple traps and stages. These ninjas were organized into groups of 10, each carrying a radio communicator. After setting their traps, they would rest in place, awaiting further orders. Once the war ignited, these forces would utilize every means at their disposal, including traps, to delay the enemy's advance without engaging in direct combat. The traps set in advance were laid out for this very purpose. The next step involved sowing discord among the allied ninja forces. An 8,000 strong coalition of ninja, nearly 3 times the number of ninjas from the Whirlpool Hidden Village, certainly sounds intimidating. However, Uchiha Dan perceived it as manageable. This became evident from the intelligence gathered. The atmosphere surrounding the campaign against the Land of Whirlpools had long been charged, and the public discourse had been rife with speculation for years. Yet, the 4 major ninja villages had been bickering for over a year, with multiple communications yielding no willingness to yield. In truth, each of the 4 major villages harbored ambitions to act independently. With such a large prize at stake, who wouldn't prefer to enjoy it alone? However, they could not bypass Konoha. To intimidate Konoha, they felt compelled to present the faade of a united ninja coalition, with everyone contributing troops. Even if Konoha remained unresponsive, no other village would permit any single village to monopolize such significant rewards. But herein lies a dilemma. After vanquishing the Land of Whirlpools, how would the spoils be divided? Many contemplated an equitable split, yet in the chaos of war, losses are inevitable. Some ninja villages would inevitably sustain minor losses, while others would bear the brunt. Those with fewer losses would naturally be pleased, while those with greater losses would find it unacceptable. Substantial losses would imply a weakening of their village's strength, compelling them to seek ways to recover. The relationships among the various ninja villages have always been antagonistic. Conflict could erupt at any moment. Whether it be the weakening of their own village or the strengthening of others, such outcomes are unwelcome to all. After all, even after the Land of Whirlpools is defeated, everyone still needs to live. There were suggestions for the villages with lesser losses to compensate those with greater losses. However, this raises another issue. How would the magnitude of losses be determined? Once determined, how would compensation be arranged? When the war ends, if a certain village conceals half of its ninjas, claiming their forces suffered devastating casualties and demanding compensation from other villages, would that compensation be granted or withheld? It could very well be a scheme for extortion. Similarly, beyond losses, there exists the matter of merit. Should one village earn greater accolades, another will undoubtedly receive less. Why should the village with greater contributions receive the same as one with lesser? If distribution of merit is to occur, how would the degree of merit be assessed? It all presents a myriad of dilemmas. Chapter 77. First Strike on the Hidden Mist Village, Rumors of Konoha. Moreover, none of the leaders of the various ninja villages are easy to contend with. The exceedingly domineering Third Reikage, the notoriously obstinate Third Tsuchikage, the impoverished Third Kazekage, and the Third Mizukage, who is under the control of Uchiha Madara, lacking autonomy in decision-making. Ultimately, they could no longer contain themselves. The various leaders finally reached a consensus that was not so much an agreement as an understanding. Whoever seizes anything first, be it money, gold, silver, materials, sealing technique scrolls, or even people, will claim it as their own. This signifies that once one enters the Land of Whirlpools, all ninja villages exist in a state of rivalry. Not only is cooperation rendered impossible, but there is also an atmosphere rife with suspicion and vigilance between them. Coupled with the historical grievances and even blood feuds among the various villages, the slightest hint of gain will ignite tensions. Should the factions be led by individuals of calm demeanor, negotiations might ensue. However, should the leaders be rash, conflict is likely to erupt immediately. In a scenario where the spoils go to the victor, the enemies, blinded by greed and fighting their own battles, become quite manageable. After all, the ninjas of the Whirlpool village are formidable, particularly those of the Uzumaki clan, whose innate abilities cannot be overlooked. The sole concern of Uchiha Dan lies in the escalation of warfare. Should the major villages suffer significant losses and, in their fury, send reinforcements? That would pose a true challenge. The Land of Whirlpools does not fear battle, but rather the prospect of an unending conflict, for once war ignites. The Land of Whirlpools will undoubtedly incur heavy losses. 3 days later, the ninjas from the Cloud and Mist villages arrived first in the Land of Whirlpools, landing at different ports, Cloud Village to the north and Mist Village to the east. Their division was necessitated by the intelligence reports indicating that the 2 villages had failed to reach an agreement at the last moment, nearly resulting in conflict. To prevent further escalation, they reluctantly opted to separate and pursue their own strategies. Upon their arrival, the ninjas chose to camp on the coastline rather than launching an immediate assault. Dan, what do you think? Uzumaki Ashina inquired, noticing Uchiha Dan's prolonged silence. Dan took a map and marked two locations, stating, Cloud Village and Mist Village have nearly simultaneously landed, each with approximately 1,500 ninjas. Cloud Village is stationed here in the north, while Mist Village is here in the east. He pointed to the map, providing a clear illustration. As anticipated, they did not attack immediately but instead chose to set up camp. Dan then reiterated their troop strength. Humph, indeed, these ninja villages fear becoming the scapegoat, all seeking to exert minimal effort while reaping maximal rewards, Uzumaki Ashina remarked with a smirk. However, this works to our advantage. Our Phase 1 plan can proceed smoothly. Dan, whom shall we target first? It matters not who we strike first, but the temperamental nature of Cloud Village's ninjas could lead them to hastily increase their forces should we defeat this group. Therefore, for Phase 1, we should focus on instilling fear in them. My suggestion is to first engage Mist Village. Understood. Uzumaki Ashina immediately seized the radio and adjusted the frequency. This is the command room. I am Uzumaki Ashina. The ninjas from Mist Village have landed on the eastern shore at Whitewater Beach, totaling 1,500, and are currently setting up camp. Among them are 22 elite Jonin, 52 special Jonin, 320 Chunin, with the remainder being Genin. Notify the remaining civilians along the eastern coast to commence evacuation as per the predetermined plan. All ninjas in the Eastern Battle District should lure the enemy into deeper territory, utilizing geographical advantages, traps, and ambushes to eliminate as many enemy combatants as possible, while also targeting their intelligence personnel. After 3 days, Uzumaki Ashina had adopted Uchiha Dan's unique mode of expression. Remarkably, this manner of communication proved to be exceptionally precise. He also embraced Dan's suggestion for delineating temporary battle zones for ease of command. Following the closure of communication, Uzumaki Ashina adjusted the frequency once more. This is the command room. I am Uzumaki Ashina, addressing the Northern Battle District, regarding Cloud Village. Subsequently, Uzumaki Ashina issued 3 commands in succession, then turned to Uzumaki Yu, instructing, you are to lead the reinforcements eastward at full speed. Upon reaching the designated position, await further instructions. Over the past 3 days, Uchiha Dan and the higher-ups of the Whirlpool Village had devised numerous strategies to ensure immediate adaptability to any unfolding events. Once Uzumaki Yu departed, Uzumaki Ashina settled back into his seat, slowly closing his eyes. War is upon us. While the land of whirlpools was ardently preparing for battle, Konoha was also experiencing unrest, with an exceedingly peculiar atmosphere enveloping the village. Rumors began circulating shortly after Tsunade and Uchiha Dan had left, involving 2 prominent figures. One of these rumors pertained to the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. For many years, the land of whirlpools and Konoha had maintained an exceptionally close alliance, and Uzumaki Ashina was held in high esteem within Konoha. As the progenitor of sealing techniques, Ashina's contributions to Konoha were widely acknowledged. Year after year, he visited Konoha to reinforce various seals and impart diverse sealing techniques to the ninjas, earning considerable respect. Moreover, many still vividly remembered the emphasis placed on the importance of their relationship and the enduring alliance during the tenures of the 1st and 2nd Hokages. However, now, with the entire ninja world rallying against the land of whirlpools, rumors began to surface suggesting that Konoha's higher-ups had no intention of sending aid to their ally. Many villagers expressed dissatisfaction with Konoha's leadership for their inaction during such a critical time. Shouldn't allies watch over one another? To stand idly by while a comrade is in peril defies all reason and contradicts the values Konoha has long espoused. In response, Konoha's leaders remained silent, effectively legitimizing the discourse. It was not that they were unwilling to respond, but rather that they lacked the courage to do so. The self-deceptions they clung to could no longer fool the citizens of Konoha during these trying times. It is worth noting that the vast majority of Konoha's ninja populace had lived through the 2nd Hokage's rule, and many had even survived the era of the 1st. If Sarutobi and his cohorts attempted to treat the citizens of Konoha as fools, the eventual exposure of their greed for the wealth of the land of whirlpools would undoubtedly shatter their trust. Thus, Sarutobi opted for a strategy of cold indifference from the outset. He planned to address the situation only after it had been resolved, concocting narratives to justify his actions, such as the overwhelming threat posed by the coalition of ninja forces that were, in truth, aimed at annihilating Konoha. For the sake of Konoha and its citizens, he would endure any slander, no matter the cost. This way, the narrative would inevitably shift in his favor. However, as events unfolded, the anticipated resolution arrived prematurely, seemingly overnight. Several insiders emerged to defend Sarutobi, claiming that his decisions were made solely for the benefit of Konoha. They argued that the coalition's strength was formidable, with tens of thousands of ninjas bearing down upon them. While they appeared to be targeting the land of whirlpools, their true aim was Konoha. Should Konoha intervene, the coalition would swiftly redirect their assault towards Konoha itself, placing the village in grave danger. Chapter 78. Diverging Narratives. Undercurrents of tension, these individuals asserted that the third Hokage did not wish to abandon his ally. Rather, he was compelled to prioritize Konoha, leading to his agonizing decision. Some among them even lauded Sarutobi's accomplishments over the years, singing his praises at every opportunity. They hailed him as their idol, proclaiming him to be the most exceptional Hokage in history, surpassing both the first and second in merit. They argued that Sarutobi's prowess exceeded that of his predecessors, as his mastery of ninjutsu far surpassed that of both combined, earning him the title of the strongest Hokage. Every decision he made was for the benefit of Konoha, devoid of any selfish motives. Anyone who questions or expresses dissatisfaction towards the third Hokage is merely an ungrateful wretch, a treacherous wolf that cannot be tamed. A heavy stigma has descended upon the village, causing many in Konoha to hesitate in voicing their opinions publicly. Several individuals have already been reprimanded by fervent adherents of the third Hokage, subjected to harsh verbal assaults, leaving them to retreat home in disgrace. Another rumor circulates regarding Tsunade, insinuating that she is selfish and disregards the village's interests at critical moments, recklessly extending aid to the land of whirlpools, a behavior deemed utterly disgraceful. What? You claim Lady Tsunade is related to Uzumaki Mido? Even if they are kin, what of it? The village's welfare supersedes all. Should Tsunade provoke the other ninja villages, inciting them to unite against Konoha, she would be branded a traitor. What? You assert they merely seek a pretext for war? If they are resolute in their intent to wage war, they would fabricate other excuses regardless of Tsunade's actions. Thus, it is imperative to prevent them from finding any justification. Such irresponsible behavior, which offers excuses to the enemy, is utterly reprehensible. What? You suggest an individual cannot wield decisive influence on the battlefield? Lady Tsunade merely represents Konoha's stance. Although a single person may not alter the course of events, excessive aggression from Tsunade could still stir resentment among other ninja villages, ultimately jeopardizing Konoha. Moreover, the Hokage has already declared non-support for the land of whirlpools. Tsunade's actions are a betrayal of the Hokage's authority. What? You argue that the Hokage has not spoken out, indicating he might covertly endorse her? Fool. If the Hokage truly held such sentiments, why would he only dispatch one individual? It is evidently Tsunade's personal decision, and the Hokage merely refrains from exposing her to save face. What? You contend that the land of whirlpools has significantly aided us over the years as a close ally. We ought to assist them? Would you sacrifice your life for a dear friend? Would you? Furthermore, with numerous patients in Konoha awaiting treatment, what becomes of them if Tsunade abandons her duties? What? You claim that amidst such turmoil, Lady Tsunade would be unable to focus on her patients? Indeed, she exhibits a lack of responsibility. No matter her personal sorrow, she should not neglect her obligations. The third Hokage would never use such an excuse to abandon his duties. What? You assert that these patients express understanding towards Lady Tsunade and wish for her safety on the battlefield? Truly, a group of individuals indifferent to Konoha's interests, failing to staunchly support the third Hokage at such a critical juncture. Infuriating. No wonder they fall ill. With the emergence of these rumors, coupled with a small faction fervently fanning the flames, the atmosphere in Konoha has grown increasingly peculiar. On the streets, people no longer greet one another but instead nod in silence, fearful of uttering a misstep that could subject them to relentless scrutiny. Yet, even the most oblivious among them can sense the disquiet. What is the purpose behind this fervent adulation of the third Hokage and disparagement of Lady Tsunade? During Sarutobi Hiruzen's 8-year tenure, he has treaded carefully, fearing to leave blemishes on his legacy, particularly since the foundation of root has yet to be established. Thus, he has not long engaged in subtle indoctrination of the villagers. While the citizens of Konoha recognize Hiruzen as Hokage, the first Hokage only passed away 13 years ago, and the second Hokage merely 8. Apart from those born within these 8 years, who has not grown up on tales of the first two Hokages. Although many regard the third Hokage favorably, what merit does he possess to be compared with the first and second? The more individuals extol and elevate Hiruzen, the more discontent brews among those who harbor grievances against him. As for the few who have vehemently condemned Tsunade, many suspect they are merely pawns of the third Hokage, orchestrated to divert public scrutiny onto her, allowing him to extricate himself from the controversy, casting the blame upon her. Such conduct is exceedingly disgraceful, verging on the mockery of the populace. Some believe there must be an ulterior motive behind this situation, that the third Hokage would not resort to such underhanded tactics. However, human nature is inherently emotional. Even the most rational individuals cannot help but feel dissatisfaction towards Hiruzen amidst the barrage of rumors. As for whether anyone aligns themselves with these dissenters and shares discontent towards Tsunade, to be frank, scarcely anyone does. What status does Lady Tsunade hold? She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the closest kin of the second Hokage, recognized by the daimyo, and undeniably the princess of Konoha. Her service at the Konoha hospital constitutes a monumental contribution. Even if she were to cease her work abruptly, who would dare to criticize her? Moreover, the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mido, is still alive. With the imminent demise of the land of whirlpools, how profoundly it must pain her. In light of this, how could Lady Tsunade possibly detach herself? She has dedicated herself to the welfare of the Konoha citizens by working at the hospital, yet is met with the expectation that it is merely her obligation. It is only natural to assist the land of whirlpools, yet she faces unjust reproach and slander. Thus, while Konoha may appear tranquil on the surface, tumultuous undercurrents swirl beneath. Many refrain from speaking outside, yet upon returning home, they vociferously denounce those who exalt Hiruzen and belittle Lady Tsunade. When venting their ire at this group, their frustrations inevitably point towards Hiruzen. However, as Hokage, he remains largely insulated from direct criticism, though dissatisfaction has already taken root. Yet, it is not only the villagers of Konoha who exhibit peculiar sentiments. Hiruzen himself is also unsettled. In the Hokage's office, he sits, his head throbbing with distress. What on earth is transpiring? He yearns for a chorus of voices to emerge, fervently praising and elevating him, heralding him as the most exceptional Hokage in Konoha's history, with all citizens echoing their approval. That is the vision he dreams of. However, this cannot be the time or place for such adulation. If the villagers gradually accepted him, offering genuine respect and admiration, he would be overjoyed. Yet, these individuals are clearly insincere, their flattery veiling ulterior motives. While they exalt him, they simultaneously disparage Tsunade. Is this madness? Is there not enough chaos already? Even Hiruzen dares not publicly humiliate Tsunade or tarnish her reputation. How dare these people? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. At the sound of the door, Hiruzen quickly responds. A ninja from the Yamanaka clan enters and addresses Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, we have clarified the situation. Quickly tell me. Hiruzen urges with anticipation. Chapter 79. Could it be Shimura Danzo? The explosion at the Kirigakure camp, a total of 12 individuals were found instigating events from the shadows. Among them, 7 have been confirmed as spies sent by other villages to Konoha, while the identities of the others are still under investigation. Spies. Hiruzen's mood lightened slightly. If they are spies, this could make sense of the situation, providing some explanation for the villagers of Konoha. Which nation do they represent? Hiruzen inquires further. Spies from all 4 great ninja villages, including one from the Rain Village. What do they intend to do? Hiruzen's brow furrows with concern. Do they truly mean to attack us? Hokage-sama, that is not the case. The Yamanaka ninja clarifies. We have examined their memories, and their orders did not originate from the ninja villages behind them. I suspected it was not so simple. Speak. Who is the puppet master behind this? Unclear. You have probed their memories. How can you be unsure? Reporting to Hokage-sama. In the mountains, a clan of ninjas frowned as they recounted the events of that night. Each spy had returned home to find a mysterious letter on their table. The correspondence explicitly revealed their identities as spies, accompanied by compelling evidence. Furthermore, it demanded that they perform a certain task. Failure to comply would result in their espionage activities being disclosed to the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf Village, including you. The task was to publicly extol and elevate your reputation while simultaneously disparaging Lady Tsunade, thereby sowing discord within the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was plunged into a prolonged silence. The first individual who came to mind was Uchiha Duan. Among those he knew, Dan was unparalleled in his ability to deliver such letters covertly to the spies' homes. However, this thought was fleeting, as Hiruzen quickly dismissed it. Though Dan could easily execute such a scheme, it did not imply that others were incapable. Moreover, considering Dan's lack of connections and resources within the Leaf, how could he accurately identify these 12 spies? This did not seem like something Dan could accomplish. But who could it be? After pondering fruitlessly, Hiruzen pressed further. Did these spies agree to this? Indeed, Hokage-sama, came the reply. Some among them were filled with false hope, while others had initially come to the Leaf with the intent to create chaos at a crucial moment. Now that their identities are known, they realize they cannot escape this predicament, and since it aligns with their objectives, they have chosen to comply. Hokage-sama, should we make this matter public to the villagers of the Leaf? Make it public, Hiruzen commanded. For spies, any village's method of handling them is often extreme. Even if the actions of these spies were disclosed, it would not incite their wrath. If any village were to intervene at this juncture, it would indicate they were already prepared, and the espionage issue would merely serve as an excuse. Hiruzen even hoped to gauge the attitudes of the various ninja villages. While this matter had reached a temporary resolution, Hiruzen's spirits remained low. The primary instigators had indeed been identified. Yet these individuals lacked the capacity to disseminate the information throughout the Leaf in a single night. There were others who subtly fanned the flames, employing gentler, more covert methods that were harder to trace. The crux of the issue still lay with the mastermind. Who could it be? What were their true intentions? Utilizing a process of elimination, Hiruzen ultimately fixed his gaze upon Shimura Danzo. Sometimes, when one cannot make a judgment due to insufficient intelligence, it suffices to discern who stands to gain the most. As the individual most familiar with Danzo, Hiruzen knew that Danzo's ambition to become Hokage had not waned with time. In fact, it had intensified. This situation was detrimental to both Hiruzen and Tsunade, yet it seemingly had no adverse effects on Danzo. However, his methods this time appeared somewhat mild, unlike his usual ruthlessness. Had he matured? Or was this merely a test? Once a seed of doubt is sown, it inevitably takes root. Meanwhile, the unseen puppeteer, whom Hiruzen had successfully ruled out, was currently in the land of whirlpools briefing Tsunade. Remember, your safety is paramount above all else, Uchiha Dan admonished gravely. On the battlefield, do not act recklessly. If danger arises, immediately activate the Flying Thunder God seal, and I will arrive without delay. You must not encounter any unforeseen circumstances. Understood, Tsunade replied, her voice drawn out in mock impatience. You've repeated that so many times. I could develop calluses on my ears. Allow me one final reiteration. If anything happens to you, I will unleash devastation upon the entire ninja world. Dan's words dripped with menace, startling Tsunade, yet filling her heart with sweetness. For it indicated that in Dan's eyes, her value surpassed all else. All right, I assure you I will be fine, Tsunade promised earnestly, genuinely fearing that if anything were to befall her, Dan would rampage through the ninja world without restraint. Although Dan's body was still slowly evolving, limiting his capacity for action, should he resolve to wreak havoc, the consequences would be catastrophic. At the eastern port, within the Mist Village's ninja encampment, confusion reigned. What? The citizens of the land of whirlpools are orderly evacuating under the protection of ninjas? And they are carrying supplies? Elder Jin, upon receiving this intelligence, furrowed his brow. Their original plan was to enter the land of whirlpools and sustain their war through plunder. Although the Mist Village's forces had arrived, the lengthy journey had severely depleted their resources. Their initial rations would only last 5 days, with supply ships scheduled to arrive a day later, tomorrow. Now, a choice lay before Elder Jin. Should he pursue the fleeing citizens to seize their supplies, or remain in place? If he chose to chase, ambushes along the way were a distinct possibility. Yet, if he refrained from pursuit and allowed the citizens to escape with their possessions, the cost of this war would significantly escalate. The Mist Village had come to the land of whirlpools to reap benefits. If the citizens departed, how could they profit? Even if the supplies were not lost, it remained uncertain whose hands they would ultimately fall into. Elder Jin, what should we do? Inquired the imposing figure of Suigetsu, his great sword, Kirib ch. slung across his back. Jin did not respond immediately. Instead, he paced back and forth in the command tent, contemplating a strategy. He had never witnessed a situation where ordinary citizens evacuated in an orderly fashion before a war even began. However, this was not entirely his fault. The major ninja villages had not been established long, and their experiences with large-scale warfare were limited to the first Great Ninja War. Earlier conflicts during the Warring States period had primarily occurred among ninja clans, rarely involving civilians directly. Thus, the Mist Village was caught completely off guard. Send scouts to investigate the situation, ascertain if there are traps or ambushes along the way. Just as Elder Jin issued his orders, a series of violent explosions erupted. Chapter 80. Are the people of the Land of Whirlpools treating us as fools? What is happening? Jin and Suigetsu dashed out of the tent, witnessing the explosions unfolding at the front of the encampment. Without waiting for their arrival, a ninja suddenly appeared before them, reporting, Elder Jin, the ninjas from the Land of Whirlpools have attacked our camp. However, they did not approach. They threw explosive-tagged kunai from a distance and then retreated. Are the people of the Land of Whirlpools treating us as fools? Suigetsu scoffed, recognizing the obvious bait. Yet, Jin fell into deep contemplation once more. Would the ninjas of the Land of Whirlpools truly resort to such a simplistic tactic? Or were they deliberately feigning an ambush to mislead, while actually employing a stalling strategy? Send out scouts to investigate. We must confirm whether there are traps or ambushes ahead. Cautious by nature, Jin was unwilling to gamble. He needed to ascertain the intelligence before proceeding with further arrangements. An hour later, impatience set in for Jin, as not a single scout had returned. It was evident that those sent to gather intelligence had likely been eliminated. If he continued to dispatch scouts, the outcome would probably be the same. Meanwhile, along the evacuation route of the citizens of the Land of Whirlpools, a small creek revealed a subtle disturbance on its surface. It appeared as if a stone beneath the water had been displaced, creating a natural ripple that aroused no suspicion. Yet, at the center of this bulge, an eye was watching intently, peering through the water weeds at the crowd passing nearby. Beneath the water, a ninja from the hidden Mist Village lies in wait. Belonging to the esteemed Hozuki clan, skilled in both the art of liquid transformation and the technique of breath concealment, perfectly hidden within the stream, undetectable. However, 20 meters away from the Hozuki ninja's hiding place, a soul entity is engaged in a similar endeavor. Yet, rather than focusing on the fleeing citizens of the Land of Waves, it fixates on the Hozuki ninja. After a prolonged search, the soul entity finally identifies a suitable target. As the crowd of retreating people disperses, and after a full half hour, the water in the stream suddenly bubbles up and gradually coalesces into a human form, manifesting as a man approximately 30 years of age. What a close call. The man wipes the cold sweat from his forehead, filled with trepidation. Those who had accompanied him on this mission had already perished in one fell swoop, leaving him as the sole survivor. Why must I, Hozuki Suiton, undertake such a perilous task? Cursed be the master, the detestable pufferfish of Suigetsu, and the loathsome Kisame. As Hozuki Suiton cautiously scans his surroundings, he cannot help but grumble incessantly. Suddenly sensing something amiss, he whirls around, only to be met with the terrifying sight of a soul hurtling towards him with alarming speed. Hozuki Suiton instinctively retreats, drawing his blade to strike at the soul. However, at the moment of contact, he realizes that his weapon merely passes through the ethereal form as if it were air. The soul disregards his attack entirely, burrowing into his mind, leaving him momentarily paralyzed as though ensnared by a binding technique. 3 minutes later, Hozuki Suiton abruptly snaps back to reality, but his expression has transformed. The fear has dissipated, replaced by a sly grin. Not bad. Hozuki Suiton muses, clenching his fists. From this moment forth, I am Hozuki Suiton. The reconnaissance has yielded sufficient information. It is time to report back to Master. Dear Master, I have returned. With that, Hozuki Suiton hastens at full speed toward the encampment of the hidden Mist Village. However, the soul of the middle-aged man has already been supplanted, the replacement being Uchiha Dan. He employs the soul transformation technique he previously swindled from Kato Dan. As for his true self, it resides in a subterranean space he has carved out, 100 miles away from the hidden Mist Village, safeguarded by a wooden clone. Meanwhile, within the command center beneath the hidden Mist Village, Uchiha Dan's wooden clone oversees operations. The wooden clone technique is a new form of replication developed by Uchiha Dan after successful self-experimentation. Utilizing the cells of white Zetsu as a medium and based on the wooden clone technique. It must be said, the white Zetsu cells are indeed extraordinarily useful. They serve as the best materials for the Edo Tensei technique, enabling those resurrected to exhibit their full strength of 100. However, the power of the wooden clone is rather weak, at best reaching the level of a low-ranking ninja, significantly far from the potential of 100. Yet, it can inherit a portion of the caster's abilities. For instance, the wooden clone in the command center possesses Uchiha Duan's sensory capabilities at 30. Nevertheless, with the aid of amplifiers and receivers, along with chakra provided by the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, it is sufficient to monitor the entire land of waves. Moreover, unlike shadow clones, the wooden clone, requiring processed white Zetsu cells as a medium, possesses a physical form and can exist for extended periods. However, this technique is still relatively new and requires considerable refinement. In the Eastern War Zone encampment of the Hidden Mist Village, within the command center, a furious elite jonin of the Uzumaki clan vented, "This is absurd. Such a bait-and-switch tactic would not fool anyone from the Hidden Mist unless they were complete fools. Blackstone, what are you glaring at me for?" Uzumaki Rafufu, who successfully returned from the baiting mission, retorted, "I was merely following orders." "Who issued such a foolish command?" Uzumaki Korwashi scanned the room, his voice laced with ire. "It was I who issued that foolish command. Do you have a problem with it?" The leader, Tsunade, resting her chin on her fist, coldly replied. "Tsunade-sama, please do not misunderstand." Uzumaki Korwashi insisted, although his tone belied a lack of remorse. "Had I known it was your order, I would not have found it surprising at all," he added. As his words fell, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the command center. Did Uzumaki Korwashi truly not realize the order came from Tsunade? After all, who else could command Uzumaki Rafufu? He had just been indirectly blaming Tsunade for her poor command. This was not the first occurrence in recent days. Many ninjas of the Uzumaki clan harbored discontent towards this newly appointed commander, particularly since she was not the commander of the Eastern War Zone, but the overall commander of the entire land of waves. Uzumaki Runa had explicitly instructed that every individual must unconditionally execute Tsunade's commands. If it were Uzumaki Runa giving the orders, no one would dare voice dissent. But Tsunade was merely an outsider. While she demonstrated formidable medical ninjutsu, that was entirely different from commanding in battle. As far as they knew, Tsunade had never been on the battlefield and had not undertaken many missions. Her reputation was primarily based on her medical prowess. For anyone, entrusting their fate to an inexperienced outsider is a challenging proposition. For the proud Uzumaki clan, this was even more pronounced. They were unafraid of death, but loath to perish in vain. Tsunade was well aware of the contempt some of the Uzumaki clan held toward her. Yet she refrained from lashing out. She anticipated these sentiments, or rather, Uchiha Duan had foreseen them long ago. If one were to consider the situation from a different perspective, putting oneself in their shoes, one would likely resist the idea of a stranger who had never seen combat, leading the forces of Konoha into battle. Is this not madness? Do you not value our lives? Thus, what she needs now is not debate, but results. As for how to achieve those results, Uchiha Duan had already devised a plan. She, as the commander, is essentially a puppet. Chapter 81. The Underworld. The timid Hozuki Suetun Tsunade-sama. Please do not take offense. Uzumaki Rafufu, sensing the lingering silence, hastily attempted to defuse the tension. However, Tsunade interrupted, shaking her head. "The truth will reveal itself." Dismissed. Await further intelligence. Not wishing to linger in debate, Tsunade issued her command. Understanding the skepticism of the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, Tsunade felt a sense of indignation, yet she recognized that this was not Konoha. In their eyes, she was merely an inexperienced outsider. After the meeting adjourned, Tsunade promptly contacted Uchiha Duan's clone via radio, updating him on the situation. Uchiha Duan assured her that within a day, this situation would be reversed. Furthermore, at that time, Uzumaki Runa would directly assist her on the front lines, eliminating all doubts and criticisms. At the temporary encampment of the Hidden Mist Village at the easternmost edge of the Land of Waves, an Anbu ninja suddenly arrived. Kneeling to report, "Master, Hozuki Suetun has returned." "Haha, splendid." Upon hearing this news, the master was in high spirits. "I knew it. Even if everyone else perished, this fellow would survive. Bring him here at once." Yes, Hozuki Suetun was not among the group of ninjas dispatched by the master to gather intelligence. He belonged to an earlier group that had set out the day before. The longer one is away, the more intelligence one is likely to gather. And the master believed Hozuki Suetun would undoubtedly bring back the desired information. This Hozuki Suiton truly survived. A tall, exquisitely beautiful female ninja scoffed coldly. Someone like him is unworthy of being a ninja. Yuan Shi furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. Yume, regardless of your usual discord with Kagaya Mizutaka, we are in a time of war. It is imperative that you temper your haughty demeanor. Humph. Kagaya Yume let out a cold huff, but refrained from further comment. Observing this, Yuan Shi felt a slight relief. The scions of prominent families were not to be trifled with. Despite being an elder of Kirigakure, he still had to show them respect. This applied to both Kagaya Yume and Kagaya Mizutaka. In truth, Mizutaka was not originally on the list of combatants for this war. Yuan Shi had specifically borrowed him from the Kagaya clan for precautionary measures. Although Mizutaka's capabilities were lacking, his reconnaissance skills were unparalleled even among his kin. Coupled with his overly cautious nature, his survival was almost guaranteed, making him invaluable for intelligence gathering. Initially, Mizutaka vehemently refused, citing his inadequacy and the need for further training. However, Yuan Shi presented terms that the Kagaya clan could not decline and assured Mizutaka's safety. Thus, he was coerced into participating in the conflict. As Yuan Shi had anticipated, Mizutaka thrived even when all other intelligence personnel fell victim to the chaos. Had it not been for his unfortunate encounter with Uchiha Duan, Mizutaka would likely have survived until the war's conclusion, for his nature was one of extreme caution, avoiding perilous situations at all costs. Moreover, his unique status allowed him to be directly under Yuan Shi's command, affording him access to sensitive intelligence with ease. It was amidst the crowd that Uchiha Duan set his sights on him. Not only did Duan manage to replace Mizutaka through a cunning ruse, but he also employed a soul-reading technique inspired by Nagato, extracting all of Mizutaka's memories. With an unexpected bounty of information, Duan was elated, as this would facilitate his subsequent plans. After an hour of swift travel, Uchiha Duan, no, Kagaya Mizutaka, finally arrived at Yuan Shi's tent. Upon seeing Mizutaka's melancholic expression, Yuan Shi disregarded it and instead exclaimed, "Mizutaka, you're unharmed after all. I had mentioned that I should not be sent on such missions again. I nearly met my end." Mizutaka complained. Yuan Shi merely smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. Nearly dead had become Mizutaka's catchphrase. Furthermore, Duan, an adept actor, portrayed a demeanor even more exaggerated than Mizutaka's, raising no suspicions. "Where are your comrades?" Kagaya Yume inquired, her brow furrowing. "What do you mean by that, Yume?" Mizutaka retorted, displeased. "Are you suggesting that I abandoned my teammates? Surely you cannot think me of such character? You seem to imply that." Yume replied with a cold huff. "What do you know?" Mizutaka exclaimed passionately. "I prioritized the mission, do you understand that? I warned them of the danger and urged them to retreat. Yet not a single one heeded my words. For the sake of fulfilling the mission, I had no choice but to separate from them. In retrospect, my judgment was correct. I was the only one who accomplished the task." At this point, Mizutaka wore a smug expression, which only served to infuriate Yume further. "And you still find justification in abandoning your comrades?" she pressed. "How was that abandonment?" Mizutaka countered sharply. "I was unaware they would encounter danger when we parted. We merely acted independently. It was their own foolishness that led them into a trap, resulting in their downfall. And how do you know they have all perished?" Yume challenged. "I witnessed it with my own eyes," Mizutaka replied unapologetically. "Did you not consider rescuing them?" Yume asked incredulously. "By the time I thought to save them, it was too late," Mizutaka asserted. "Moreover, the mission takes precedence. Do you not grasp this? I too felt sorrow, but if I were to perish, who would bring back the intelligence? So, Yume, spare me your disdain. I bear no fault and have even rendered service." "Is this how you address someone who has done well?" "Enough," Yuan Shi interjected, unable to endure their quarrel any longer. At such a critical juncture, they were consumed by argument. In the span of their bickering, 3 minutes had passed. Were it not for the fact that both individuals were borrowed from him, Yuan Shi would have long since lost his temper. Having tolerated their dispute for 3 minutes had already been generous, yet neither seemed inclined to cease. "Humph, I, Kagaya Mizutaka, do not engage in disputes with women," he declared, turning his head aside, feigning indifference, which nearly sent Yume into a fit of rage. "Enough, Mizutaka. You should also temper your words," Yuan Shi reproached, though his tone lacked severity. He was exasperated by this troublesome duo. Were it not for Mizutaka's invaluable reconnaissance abilities, he would not have been willing to pay the price to bring such a self-serving coward into the fold. "Now, enlighten us. What did you observe during your journey? Yuan Shi urged, casting a warning glance at Yume before turning his attention to Mizutaka. He was eager to glean every piece of intelligence Mizutaka had uncovered. Chapter 82. A Windfall. Yuan Shi's interest was piqued. My task yesterday was to delve deep into the land of whirlpools for intelligence gathering. Upon receiving the assignment, I traversed the Yafing Mountain Gorge, covering 100 miles in haste. Eventually, I arrived at a town named Yunyan, where I witnessed approximately 200 ninjas approaching from the west. Upon their arrival, they immediately issued evacuation orders to the townsfolk. Remarkably, the citizens seemed to have been forewarned, as they swiftly packed their belongings, utilizing wheelbarrows, flatbeds, and carts to transport pre-prepared provisions as they began their retreat towards Uzumaki Hidden Village. As I joined in their exodus and entered the next town, I found it deserted, with evidence suggesting they had left only moments prior. Confounded, I seized a citizen of the land of whirlpools who had strayed from the group to relieve himself and conducted a discreet interrogation. According to his account, the populace had been given notice 4 days prior to remain prepared for an evacuation, instructed to organize their possessions and provisions for a swift departure. Their method of retreat was peculiar, as it did not follow the conventional approach of retreating from the outskirts inward. Instead, it emanated from the center outward. These ninjas spread out from Uzumaki Hidden Village, issuing notifications in each locality, prompting the inhabitants to commence their withdrawal. The ninjas would then advance to the next location to disseminate further orders. Ultimately, they would reach the most distant town and retreat alongside the citizens. Yuan Shi, what could be the purpose of such a strategy? Inquired the perplexed Suigetsu Hashigaki. Isn't it customary for evacuations to occur from the periphery inward? Are they not concerned about individuals being left behind? Not at all. Rather, it's quite astute. Yuan Shi mused. The timing of war is unpredictable. At that point, the ninja coalition had yet to make landfall. If they had ordered the citizens to evacuate prematurely, and we delayed our arrival by 10 days or 2 weeks, the land of whirlpools would descend into chaos without any need for conflict. Thus, 4 days ago, they merely advised the populace to be ready for an evacuation, allowing them time to prepare while simultaneously monitoring our movements. Upon detecting the arrival of coalition ninjas, they would promptly issue evacuation orders. However, the timing of our attack remains a mystery. There may have been speculations, but they would not dare gamble the fate of an entire nation. If these ninjas were to reach the farthest point to notify the civilians of their evacuation and then relay the message back, the fleeing populace would inevitably become quite cumbersome, significantly slowing their progress. In the unfortunate event of a sudden outbreak of war, it is conceivable that all these civilians could be swept away in one fell swoop. However, a strategy that begins from within would yield different results. Regardless of when the war might erupt, they could ensure the maximum orderly evacuation of the civilians. Even if we were to launch a surprise attack at that moment, the surrounding civilians would hinder our pursuit, and due to the burden of plundered resources, we would be unable to continue the chase, thus preserving a considerable portion of wealth and personnel. Thus, this approach serves to meticulously control the pace of withdrawal while facilitating the swift evacuation of a greater number of people. However, Shui Tian, did you just mention that these civilians were carrying nearly all of their lightweight possessions and a substantial amount of grain? Indeed, without exception, Gue Deng, Shui Tian affirmed. Yuan Shi was intrigued. This could potentially be a windfall. Why did they come to the land of whirlpools? Was it not for profit? If we were to seize all these supplies, Mist Hidden Village would surely prosper instantly. Yet, he refrained from acting impulsively and instead inquired, how fast can the civilians march? How swift can they be, especially with such a heavy load of grain? The closest group of people, based on my estimates, would require at least 5 days to reach Wuchao Hidden Village. 5 days. You mentioned that when you arrived at the next town, these people had only just begun their retreat? Correct. By the way, Shui Tian, could you sense any ambushing ninjas along the way? Certainly. Gue Deng Shui Tian assured. There are ambushes set up at intervals, with 10 individuals at each point, totaling over 100. Wait. Yuan Shi interrupted Gue Deng Shui Tian. How many did you say? Over 100. Is there a problem? Gue Deng Shui Tian asked, puzzled. Are you certain you mean over 100 and not over 1,000? Yuan Shi reiterated. Lord Yuan Shi, do you doubt me? Gue Deng Shui Tian replied. I am a sensing ninja. How could I not know the number of ambushers along the way? Furthermore, with so many routes in the land of whirlpools, how could the ninjas from Wuchao Hidden Village summon such a multitude? It's merely 100 ninjas, approximately 120. 120. Yuan Shi muttered, deep in thought. So the earlier attack was indeed a delaying tactic by Wuchao Hidden Village. What a clever strategy. They lured us into suspicion and doubt, achieving their aim of stalling for time. The location where we landed was a last-minute decision. They could not possibly have known in advance. Hence the reinforcements from Wuchao Hidden Village had not yet arrived. Hearing Yuan Shi's conviction, Gui Deng Shui Tian suddenly recalled something and quickly warned, Lord Yuan Shi. Perhaps the ambushers were outside my sensing range. It is possible that a large number of enemies are concealed beyond my perception. We must proceed with caution. Additionally, the ninjas from Wuchao Hidden Village have set numerous traps along the route. Had I not been adept in the water transformation technique, I would have surely fallen into their snares. Thus, Lord Yuan Shi, we must not proceed. Yuan Shi, however, dismissed Gui Deng Shui Tian's caution. After all, this individual was notoriously timid and had developed a habit of making statements that undermined his own authority. In truth, Yuan Shi had already made up his mind. He faced two choices, either to pursue the plunder or to remain still. Previously, he leaned towards the latter due to the uncertainties involved. Reckless action could lead to traps. Now, however, he clearly favored the former. The temptation of this bounty was overwhelming. He genuinely yearned for it. Over the years, due to the incompetence of the third Mizukage, Mist Hidden Village had not flourished, and it desperately required external resources to revitalize itself. Otherwise, they would not have mobilized to the land of whirlpools. Once Wuchao Hidden Village evacuated all civilians, though wealth would be concentrated, it remained uncertain whether it would ultimately fall into their hands. What Yuan Shi feared most was the potential imbalance between what they invested and what they received, which could exacerbate the internal conflicts and crises within Mist Hidden Village. Moreover, now was the opportune moment to strike. Only 2 hours had elapsed since the ninjas from Wuchao Hidden Village discovered them and feigned an ambush to lure them in. Even if Wuchao Hidden Village received intelligence immediately and dispatched ninjas for reinforcements, it was theoretically impossible for them to be faster due to their proximity. However, if the delay continued, that would no longer hold true. Should they choose to strike, a decision must be made immediately. Time is of the essence in military affairs. Each second wasted increases the risk. Once the ninjas from Wuchao Hidden Village arrive, the outcome could very well turn into an ambush against them. Chapter 83. Then you shall be the first to perish, nearly exposed. Send orders to mobilize 700 ninjas to immediately pursue the fleeing civilians of the land of whirlpools. With resolve, Yuan Shi issued the command. 100-man detachment was to be formed, hastening forward with utmost speed to clear the traps along the route, facilitating the swift advance of subsequent teams. Should they encounter small bands of enemies ambushing them, a portion of their forces would be deployed to eliminate them while the others maintained forward momentum. Upon catching up with the fleeing civilian group, they would launch simultaneous attacks from different directions, compelling the ninjas escorting them to be cautious, effectively segmenting their forces. They would then swiftly eliminate these ninjas and seize all wealth and supplies at the quickest pace possible, transporting them back. Aside from the ninjas responsible for escorting the wealth, the others would continue advancing, pursuing as many civilians as they could. Pufferfish Gui, you shall lead the team. Yuan Shi designated his trusted confidant, Suka Mountain Pufferfish Gui, directly, conveying his intent and granting him the authority to make spontaneous decisions. The sole principle was to maximize the benefits for Mist Hidden Village. Understood. A cruel smile appeared on Suka Mountain Pufferfish Gui's face. He truly relished such tasks. Taking advantage of the moment, Gui Deng Shui Tian stealthily retreated a few steps, relieved to see Yuan Shi had not noticed him. However, just as he was about to exit the tent, Suka Mountain Pufferfish Gui suddenly turned to him and said, Lord Yuan Shi, Gui Deng Shui Tian is well acquainted with the route. I request to take him with me. Gui Deng Shui Tian's body quivered, frozen in place. After a moment, regaining his senses, he hurriedly waved his hands. No, you already have the map I drew. My presence is inconsequential, truly inconsequential. Gui Deng Shui Tian. You shall accompany Pufferfish Gui. Yuan Shi, eager to avoid further delays, declared decisively. No, Lord Yuan Shi, I have urgent matters to attend to. Gui Deng Shui Tian quickly protested. I will handle everything for you, Yuan Shi retorted, allowing no chance for Gui Deng Shui Tian to argue. But I have an upset stomach. I may have eaten something bad outside and can no longer hold it. Then relieve yourself in your trousers. Yuan Shi coldly commanded in an undisputable tone. This is an order. Gui Deng Shui Tian opened his mouth, intending to protest further, but in the next moment, he was forcibly dragged out by Suka Mountain Pufferfish Gui. Pufferfish Gui, you are taking personal revenge. Once outside the tent, Gui Deng Shui Tian immediately shouted. Shui Tian. The wheel of fortune turns. Suka Mountain Pufferfish Gui grinned slyly. I was only 8 years old during the First Shinobi World War. Yet you caused me no end of trouble when you led. Now, the tables have turned. Big brother, may I call you big brother? Gui Deng Shui Tian quickly capitulated. Please let me stay in the camp. I am much younger than you. The pufferfish spirit from Watermelon Mountain watched with great satisfaction as the ghost lantern, Mizukagami, faced adversity. Moreover, this was the command of Lord Yuan. So do you dare defy me? After uttering these words, the pufferfish spirit turned on his heel and proceeded to assist in counting the ninjas. Mizukagami's expression darkened, yet internally, he was elated. Pufferfish spirit, this is entirely your doing. I had initially considered investigating the specifics of your resupply's timing and location at the camp, but since you refuse, I shall simply let you meet your demise first. With a bitter glance at the shark skin strapped to the back of the pufferfish spirit, Mizukagami hurried back to his tent. Mizukagami, where are you going? Asked the cold voice of Karasuchi Yumi, emerging from the tent. You're not thinking of deserting, are you? Damn it. I'm just going back to gather some survival supplies. And you feel the need to interfere? Mizukagami had no intention of entangling himself further with Yumi and swiftly fled. Meanwhile, Yumi furrowed her brow, feeling that Mizukagami had changed in some inexplicable way since his return, though he seemed normal on the surface. To someone as familiar with him as Yumi, there was an undeniable oddness. What could be the source of this anomaly? Unable to unravel her thoughts, Yumi followed him into Mizukagami's tent without hesitation. Karasuchi Yumi, Mizukagami exclaimed, furious at her impudence. What do you want? Yumi froze. Not due to his words, but because that familiar feeling had returned. She suddenly understood the source of her earlier discomfort. It was the internal attitude. Mizukagami's previous disdain for her had been deeply rooted, yet upon his return, while he still projected hostility, the intensity of that disdain had markedly diminished. Women possess an acute intuition, and at that moment, Yumi felt that the genuine disdain emanating from Mizukagami had alleviated much of her concern. Was it that he had previously feared for his life and had no time to hold grudges against me? What she did not realize was that this entire situation was merely a coincidence. The Mizukagami before her was preparing to employ a unique sealing technique to muffle sound, intending to communicate with Tsunade via radio. However, her sudden intrusion had interrupted him, causing his disdain to resurface. Yet, once Mizukagami regained his composure, a chill ran down his spine. He sensed the shift in Yumi's attitude and instantly grasped the reason behind it. Had he almost been exposed? If that had occurred, Uchiha Duan would not have been afraid. He could escape at any moment without danger. However, the complications for Tsunade would be considerable. As the commander of Tsunade's first campaign, it was imperative to execute it flawlessly. Otherwise, all plans could unravel, and her reputation would not only fail to grow but could diminish. While lost prestige could be regained over time, it would require both time and opportunity, neither of which was necessary to squander. Just the thought of almost being uncovered by Yumi intensified Uchiha Duan's disdain for her. Was this wretched woman part dog? Could she perceive what others could not? As Mizukagami's disdain escalated, Yumi felt an odd sense of reassurance. How familiar this sensation was. Mizukagami glanced at Yumi with contempt, treating her as if she were invisible. As he pulled a box from beneath his bed, inside was a complete set of exquisite armor. Ignoring Yumi entirely, Mizukagami began to undress. You bastard! Are you really going to strip in front of me? Yumi shouted in anger, storming out with her face flushed from indignation. As she exited, barely 10 paces away, she heard Mizukagami's boisterous laughter, which only fueled her fury further. She swore that if it were not for the impending mission and his changing of pants, she would have stormed back in to kill him. Chapter 84. The enemy has taken the bait. The decisive vortex Aomi, the assembly of 700 ninjas, took less than 10 minutes, and under the leadership of the pufferfish spirit from Watermelon Mountain, everyone began to sprint towards their target. 100 of them moved ahead to clear the traps along the way. Mizukagami did not stand out among the crowd, and the pufferfish spirit did not bind him to himself. Seizing this moment, Mizukagami's fingers tapped rhythmically on the hilt of his sword. The distinct sound transmitted through the wheat hidden in his sleeve to Tsunade's ears. This was Morse code communication. In the world he had come from, Morse code was commonplace in the espionage community, to the point where few dared to use it. However, in the Naruto universe, only 3 individuals were aware of Morse code: Uchiha Duan, Tsunade, and Namake's Minato, making interception and immediate deciphering virtually impossible. In the conference room of the Eastern War Zone camp in the Land of Whirlpools, Tsunade pressed her left hand against her earpiece, her brow furrowed as she listened intently. In front of her lay a sheet of paper, and her right hand was busy writing. 5 minutes later, Tsunade handed the first sheet to a ninja on her left. Send a message to the Southern Ambush Unit, instructing them to arrive at this location in 20 minutes and await further orders. Another 5 minutes passed, and Tsunade handed the second sheet to another ninja. Relay this to the Northern Ambush Unit. 20 minutes later, Tsunade paused her writing, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. Vortex Ryofeng, how are preparations coming along? She inquired of the ready Vortex Ryofeng beside her. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Everything was prepared 10 minutes ago. Excellent. Pass the word. The enemy has taken the bait. All units are to depart immediately as per the previously established plan. Really taken the bait? Ryofeng looked at Tsunade incredulously. We merely sent a few kunai with explosive tags, and the enemy fell for it? That sounds rather far-fetched. However, seeing Tsunade's confidence, Ryofeng dared not question further. At this point, obedience to orders was paramount. Also, keep the 3 most talkative individuals back at the camp. I do not wish to see anyone wavering in morale once we reach the battlefield. If it comes to that, I fear I might not be able to restrain myself from eliminating them first. Understood. Ryofeng acknowledged before departing. Once half of the ninjas had left the camp, Tsunade approached the other half, who were now ready. This time, the Eastern War Zone was fully mobilized, with a total of 500 ninjas deployed. Alongside reinforcements arriving from the south and north, 2/3 of the Vortex Hidden Village ninjas had converged on the eastern battlefield. The singular goal was to eliminate the entire 700-strong Mist Village ninja force at minimal cost. Just as Tsunade was preparing to deliver a pre-battle address, a commotion erupted from the rear of the line. Didn't you hear me tell you to step aside? A furious voice boomed, followed by a figure pushing through the crowd to stand before Tsunade. Tsunade, the voice continued, filled with rage. What do you mean by this? Why have you left us behind at the camp? Is this personal vendetta? I will not let you get away with this, shouted another ninja angrily. And you all? Are you fools? The irate Vortex Kurwashi yelled at the others. You believe her when she says the enemy has taken the bait? Who knows if this is a ploy by the enemy? She's leading you all to your doom, and we cannot follow her. Huh. I can't believe this is actually happening. Tsunade remained silent, but an elderly voice suddenly spoke up beside her. As the crowd turned their gaze, they noticed several masked ninjas from the Uzumaki clan standing beside Tsunade, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Initially, I had believed that in the face of our nation's peril, the ninjas of the Uzumaki hidden village would unite and stand resolutely against external threats. However, I was taken aback to witness some openly defying military orders and publicly insulting the commander, sowing discord amongst the troops before the battle had even commenced. When an aged voice commanded the removal of the mask, everyone was rendered speechless. The clan leader? The chief? Gasps of astonishment filled the air as they realized that Uzumaki Looming had personally arrived at the front lines. Yet, Looming paid no heed to the astonished onlookers. Coldly addressing Yuichi, how shall we deal with these offenses? Another elder, revealing his face, coldly uttered a single word, execute. Spare us. The 3 previously arrogant ninjas pleaded, their bravado crumbling in an instant. Yet their entreaties bore no fruit. The 6 ninjas accompanying Uzumaki Looming swiftly struck, executing the 3 traitors on the spot. This scene left everyone in a state of shock, unable to fathom the ruthlessness displayed by Looming and Yuichi. While it was true that the 3 had committed grave offenses, the underlying cause lay in the unexpected arrival of Commander Tsunade. Had it not been for such a command, would they have faced this fate? Only Tsunade watched the unfolding events with a cold smile, devoid of any sympathy. I had intended to spare your lives, hoping to resolve misunderstandings after this battle. Yet you chose to act recklessly, bringing this upon yourselves. However, Tsunade soon realized this was all part of an elaborate scheme. It was indeed Uchiha Dado's suggestion to keep the most reckless of the trio stationed at the camp. Did he anticipate their foolishness at this critical moment? In truth, Tsunade had misjudged Uchiha Dado. He was uncertain whether the three would act out at such a time. But upon learning they had been a constant source of trouble for Tsunade, they had forfeited their chance at survival. This was merely an attempt to use the sword of another. If it failed, there would be further opportunities. He was eager to see how Uzumaki Looming would respond. Should Looming choose to protect the three, Uchiha Dado would make him acutely aware of regret. Dare to bully my woman? You seek death. To everyone's surprise, Uzumaki Looming was utterly resolute, showing no mercy. I know you have thoughts on my decisions. We are about to head to the front lines, Looming stated succinctly. But I can assure you, Tsunade is here at my behest. I brought her here precisely because she possesses the capability. Therefore, heed my words. Should any of you show disrespect towards Tsunade again, these three will be your fate. Without acknowledging the thoughts of the ninjas at the camp, Uzumaki Looming issued his orders. He and Yuichi flanked Tsunade, following her with unwavering loyalty. Many ninjas from the Uzumaki hidden village felt a sense of discomfort, yet they dared not voice any dissent at that moment. Their clan leader, who had always been amiable, had just demonstrated a willingness to kill without a moment's hesitation, instilling fear within them. What they did not realize was that Uzumaki Looming had merely deemed his response too slow. After all, it was far preferable for him to act than to let Uchiha Dado take matters into his own hands. Just days prior, Uchiha Dado had told Tsunade that if anything were to happen to her, he would ensure that the entire ninja world would mourn her loss. Looming had been present during that conversation, thinking Dado was merely trying to amuse Tsunade. However, after spending time with him, it became clear to Looming that Dado was dead serious. Though he continuously provided them with intelligence, he cared little for the outcome of the war. His sole concern was Tsunade's safety. Ultimately, Uchiha Dado had no vested interest in the Land of Waves. So why did he wholeheartedly support Looming and the Land of Waves? Everything he did seemed to revolve around Tsunade. This underscored the immense value she held in his eyes. Yet these individuals dared to openly challenge her. Should they completely enrage Tsunade, Uchiha Dado might sever their supply lines and intelligence sources, leading to the downfall of the Land of Waves. Was this not an obvious choice? As the ninja forces from the Mist Village advanced, numerous Uzumaki hidden village squads lay in ambush, only to flee in terror upon spotting the approaching figures. Wishing they could grow extra legs to escape, the pursuing Mist ninjas erupted in laughter, having expected an ambush that would slow their progress, only to find their opponents too cowardly to engage. Shueidion, are there any ambushes ahead? The swift-moving watermelon mountain puffer ghost inquired. Within 3 miles, aside from those fleeing. I sense no chakra signatures, Shueidion replied. It seems Lord Yuan was correct. Puffer ghost chuckled, noting that the entire Uzumaki hidden village boasted only 3,000 ninjas. With so many escape routes for the citizens of the Land of Waves, it was unlikely many would be present on any given path. Furthermore, they could not afford to deploy all their forces. To do so would invite disaster. Should we slow our pace and expand our reconnaissance? Shueidion suggested. Worry etched upon his face. Ha ha ha, Shueidion, you're still so timid. Puffer Ghost laughed heartily. What do you understand? This is called caution to avoid great mistakes. Shueidion retorted, displeased. Puffer Ghost chose not to engage further. In his eyes, Shueidion was beyond saving. Yet Shueidion silently scoffed, well aware of Puffer Ghost's arrogance. The more he provoked him, the more Puffer Ghost would resist, especially when the instigator was the notoriously timid Shueidion. 10 minutes later. Wait. Shueidion suddenly halted, sensing over 100 chakra signatures ahead, indicating an impending ambush. These signatures merged with those of the fleeing individuals, totaling over 200. Humph. The Uzumaki hidden village reacts swiftly. Puffer Ghost scoffed. They must be the ninjas escorting the civilians. It appears they fear we may pursue them, and engaging us directly is their best option to buy time, Shueidion remarked. What shall we do? Surround them and eliminate them. This will clear our path entirely, Puffer Ghost commanded, swiftly dividing their forces into 4 teams. 3 teams would encircle the Uzumaki ninjas from different directions, while the 4th would divert directly toward the fleeing civilians. After Puffer Ghost issued his orders, Shueitian's fingers began to tap rhythmically, a discreet gesture hidden by his long sleeves, unnoticed by anyone. They are moving. They are approaching us, Shueidion announced. A proactive strike? Commendable courage. Kill. In a distance of less than 3 miles, 2 ninja squads, moving at full speed, soon caught sight of each other. As they approached within 200 meters, several figures from the Uzumaki hidden village abruptly accelerated, breaking away from their formation and charging towards the ninjas of the Mist Village. Humph! The pufferfish demon of Watermelon Mountain scoffed, unaware of the impending doom. Gate of opening, activate. Suddenly, a melodious and piercing shout interrupted his words. The leading figure, a striking silhouette, surged forward with an explosive speed, resembling a shooting star as they traversed the void, swiftly penetrating the ranks of the Mist Village ninjas. One ninja from the Mist Village barely registered the situation before a powerful kick landed directly on his chest. The force sent him hurtling backward like a cannonball, instantly claiming the lives of those unfortunate enough to be in his path. Not good. Quickly, the pufferfish demon cried out, retreating while hastily forming hand signs. Yet, before he could fully articulate his warning or complete his seals, a foot appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick to his back with an unthinkable speed. He stumbled forward, colliding directly with the figure of Suigetsu. Despite carrying the formidable sword, Samahata, Tsunade's kick was not lethal but left the pufferfish demon gravely wounded. As he neared Suigetsu, he noticed that the latter did not evade but appeared momentarily stunned. The two collided, hurtling away into the distance. In the last moment before impact, the pufferfish demon gazed in disbelief at the short blade piercing his heart, a testament to Suigetsu's lethal intent. He fell to the ground, lifeless, unable to comprehend that Suigetsu had truly turned against him. Meanwhile, Suigetsu transformed into a puddle, using the flowing water to engulf the sword Samahata and vanished into a nearby stream. Tsunade's two kicks had rendered everyone speechless. The first disrupted the formation of the Mist Village, while the second claimed the life of their commander, the formidable pufferfish demon. Both the ninjas of the Mist Village and the Uzumaki Hidden Village felt as if they were in a dream. The pufferfish demon was renowned for his strength, having carved out a formidable reputation in the ninja world. Yet, throughout the years, Tsunade had not been idle. Under normal circumstances, Tsunade would have been considered the most lackadaisical and unmotivated among the three disciples of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Her dedication paled in comparison to the majority of Jonin, as she devoted much of her time to the research of medical ninjutsu. It could be said that her ascension to the rank of Kage was solely due to her innate talent, a blessing from the heavens. However, everything changed after she turned 12. She began to work diligently, surpassing her peers. Chapter 86. Piercing through the battlefield, the resolve of Uzumaki Ashina over the years. Tsunade's strength had skyrocketed, reaching the level of Kage, and she had developed a highly refined version of her super strength technique. In the past 2 years, her strength had not stagnated. Rather, with the assistance of Uchiha Duan, she experienced rapid advancement. Particularly in the last year, under a specialized training regimen crafted by Abido, coupled with weekly medicinal baths to unlock her potential, her abilities surged dramatically. Learning the 8 gates technique is a daunting task for most ninjas. However, Tsunade was primarily a taijutsu expert, her physical strength far surpassing that of ordinary jonin. The reason many struggle with the 8 gates is due to the extraordinary burden it places on the body, requiring one to meticulously hone every part of their physique to withstand the immense energy released. Most would find themselves incapacitated before they could even reach their opponent. Yet Tsunade's resilience and recovery speed are unparalleled in the ninja world. She faced no such limitations. In the past year, her rigorous training had focused predominantly on the 8 gates, and now she could open the 6th gate without any strain. Even opening the 7th gate merely left her fatigued. In her normal state, Tsunade's strength already exceeded that of the pufferfish demon, augmented further by her super strength technique in the 6th gate of the 8 gates. With the pufferfish demon underestimating the ninjas of Uzumaki Hidden Village and the distance still considerable, he failed to execute his techniques in time. Consequently, he fell victim to Tsunade's overwhelming might, unable to retaliate. While others were left in shock, Uzumaki Ashina and the 10 or so ninjas trailing Tsunade remained unfazed. Seizing the opportunity, they completed their encirclement of the Mist Village ninjas and executed their sealing techniques. In an instant, a barrier erupted, trapping over 100 individuals within. At that moment, Tsunade, like a wolf among sheep, navigated through the ranks of Mist Village ninjas, leaving a trail of devastation in her wake. The Mist ninjas, realizing they could not remain passive, attempted to counterattack. However, their ninjutsu and thrown weapons were futile against Tsunade's lightning-fast movements. They couldn't even form their seals in time. Some ninjas who managed to finish their seals found themselves unable to locate Tsunade, while others indiscriminately unleashed their techniques, harming only their comrades. Once the barrier was established, Uzumaki Ashina joined the fray, unleashing chains of chakra that ensnared any enemy they touched, rendering them powerless and vulnerable to the deadly spikes that followed. Simultaneously, reinforcements from the Uzumaki hidden village arrived at the battlefield, comprising over 200 ninjas who launched a coordinated attack on the mist village from behind. These ninjas had previously concealed their presence with a barrier to mask their chakra, lying in wait for the enemy to fall into their trap. Once the enemy was ensnared, they emerged from their hiding places, and the battle commenced. While a ninja's individual combat prowess is commendable, their weaknesses in group battles became glaringly evident. Except for small teams accustomed to working together, the rest fought independently, leading to chaotic skirmishes with little coordination. If they ventured too close, the risk of friendly fire loomed large, as ninjutsu operates without regard for allies. Thus, the ninjas from the Mist Village instinctively sought to disperse and engage in smaller units. However, the confined space of the barrier limited their movement, rendering them ineffective in their attempts to scatter. Once separated, the Uzumaki ninjas swiftly capitalized on their numerical superiority, launching coordinated assaults against the Mist Village ninjas. In just a fleeting minute, the hidden Mist Village has suffered the loss of over 50 ninjas, half of whom fell at the hands of Tsunade, Uzumaki Ashina, and several formidable elders from the Uzumaki clan. They specifically targeted the strongest, with the first casualties being the elite jonin of the hidden mist. Their selection method was straightforward. They struck first at those with the quickest reflexes or the greatest chakra reserves, ensuring their effectiveness. In any village, jonin are the elite, and their numbers are never substantial. Once the jonin were dealt with, the remaining ninjas possessed little capacity for resistance, their morale shattered and their strength insufficient, leading only to their slaughter. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade promptly relocated the battlefield alongside Uzumaki Ashina, hastening towards another front. The situation across all four directions was roughly the same. The ninjas of the hidden mist had completely fallen into a trap, their forces divided and encircled within a barrier. The Uzumaki hidden village had concentrated nearly 2,000 ninjas in this area, exerting overwhelming numerical superiority over the hidden mist, typically finding themselves in 3-to-1 confrontations. Upon their arrival at the northern battlefield, the already one-sided conflict became utterly devoid of suspense. Those hidden mist ninjas who resisted vigorously met their demise almost instantly. Facing a team devoid of shadow-level strength, Tsunade's onslaught mirrored that of Uchiha Madara against the Ninja Alliance. One individual could crush an entire group. After decisively eliminating over 20 adversaries in the north, Tsunade once more shifted her focus. After traversing 4 locations in succession, Tsunade settled by a small stream, feeling fatigued as the effects of the 8 gates technique waned. Although the first 6 gates posed no significant burden to her, each conclusion still left her feeling weary. "You've worked hard." A voice, laced with concern, emerged from the stream. "You must take a good rest when we return." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tsunade relaxed completely, lazily leaning against a stone, stretching as she observed the impending conclusion of the battle. "Did you have those 3 deaths calculated?" Tsunade asked with a hint of resignation. "Are they truly dead?" Uchiha Dan replied with a light chuckle. "Uzumaki Ashina knows how to play his cards right. Our efforts were not in vain, especially since my involvement changed the nature of the conflict." In truth, they weren't excessively harsh, Tsunade remarked with a touch of sympathy. "I care not. Whoever dares to bully you must perish," Uchiha Dan retorted coldly, including the Leaf Village in his decree. By the way, Uchiha Dan suddenly recalled, "Uzumaki Ashina will be by your side from now on, assisting you. With him around and today's resounding victory, your upcoming tasks will be considerably more manageable." "Has my uncle truly entrusted the entirety of this war to your command?" Tsunade inquired, astonished. "Indeed, he possesses a greater resolve than we anticipated," Uchiha Dan reflected. Chapter 87. There must be only one voice. "You're still alive?" This was mainly because he gradually realized that his presence in the command room was merely to relay information, contributing little of substance. "The overall intelligence is under my control. Even if I wished to deceive him, he would not discern it. The decision-making process has consequently become entirely mine. Thus, he simply granted me his trust and handed over the fate of the Land of Waves to me. Naturally, everything became more logical, and it became easier to promote your achievements." Tsunade had little reaction to Uchiha Dan's words. having been influenced by him for an extended period. Her mindset had undergone considerable transformation, leading her to perceive many issues differently than before. Just as Uchiha Dan had stated, once a thought arises, the world feels boundless. Initially, she genuinely wished to assist the Land of Waves, but now, while providing help, she also heeded Uchiha Dan's counsel, contemplating how to maximize her own renown. When Uchiha Dan first proposed the battlefield power grab, Tsunade had felt resistance in her heart. However, the ongoing doubts and constraints had taken a toll on her, leaving her weary. Dan, you're right, Tsunade sighed. To avoid being hampered, one must designate a clear command. There cannot be multiple voices on the battlefield. A village operates similarly. While diverse opinions may be entertained during peacetime, decisive moments require a singular voice, or chaos will inevitably ensue. Ha! Uchiha Dan teased. It seems you've learned to think like a Hokage. Tsunade grumbled with irritation. Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Thinking like a Hokage had long been a source of mockery from Uchiha Dan, for it was the highest praise given by Sarutobi Hiruzen to an individual. When he spoke of thinking like a Hokage, he meant that even if commanded to slay one's parents or entire clan, one must comply under the banner of the village's interests. In essence, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, absolute obedience marked one as the true inheritor of the will of fire. I am serious, Uchiha Dan asserted earnestly. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a facade. You are genuine. Someone is coming. Uchiha Dan suddenly lowered his voice, and then silence enveloped them. Tsunade, Lady Tsunade. Following the conclusion of the battle, a group of Uzumaki hidden village ninjas, led by Uzumaki Ashina, approached with exuberance. A great victory. The Land of Waves is saved. Uzumaki Ashina exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. Noticing the interruption, Tsunade's mood immediately soured, and with diminished enthusiasm, she asked, what are the battlefield statistics? The arriving ninjas exchanged glances, puzzled. Didn't Tiwi just score a resounding victory? Why does Lady Tsunade seem even more disheartened? We annihilated 687 enemies, just 13 short of the 700 reported in your intelligence, Uzumaki Ryo said, a hint of pride in his voice. Tsunade maintained a neutral expression, continuing her inquiry. What about our losses? Thanks to your adept command and your powerful slaying of a significant number of enemy forces, including the direct elimination of their commander, Suigetsu, we lost 42 ninjas, with fewer than 100 injured. As the strategist of the Eastern Front for the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Ryo had recently felt immense pressure. He was the only high-ranking official in the Eastern camp who recognized the situation, understanding that Tsunade's command position was unassailable. He urged everyone to fully cooperate with her in pursuit of victory. Consequently, he had been labeled a traitor in private by several individuals. Now, with a grand victory under Tsunade's leadership, Uzumaki Ryo felt a sense of vindication. Everyone, clear the battlefield as swiftly as possible, then return to the camp for rest. In a few days, we will launch an attack on the Hidden Mist village. Are we not proceeding immediately? Uzumaki Ryo inquired, puzzled, noting that news of the Hidden Mist ninjas' near total annihilation had likely not yet reached them. If we capitalize on this opportunity for a rapid advance and surprise attack, that is in order, Tsunade interjected tersely, unwilling to elaborate further. Seeing Uzumaki Ashina remain silent, Uzumaki Ryo quickly stood straight and replied loudly, yes. Within the camp, all the ninjas of the Uzumaki hidden village were in high spirits. This unprecedented victory had quelled their previous doubts about Tsunade and erased any objections to Uzumaki Ashina's public execution of Uzumaki Korwashi and his cohorts. Under the secretive promotion of certain individuals placed by Uzumaki Ashina, some ninjas even felt a sense of dread. Had they succumbed to the influences of Uzumaki Korwashi and others, jeopardizing the opportunity, they would not only have missed out on this grand victory, but could have potentially led to the downfall of the Land of Waves. At that point, they all would have been deemed guilty. Thus, those three truly deserved their fate. In such a critical moment, openly obstructing military action for personal gain disregarded the safety of all. The collapse of a nation while still vying for power and profit is both disgraceful and detestable. The gazes of all present shifted towards Tsunade, and they finally grasped the reason behind Uzumaki Namikaze's unwavering trust in her. Many ninjas who had long resigned themselves to death experienced a change in their mindset at this moment. Under the leadership of Lady Tsunade, perhaps defeat was not inevitable. While each of them was prepared to fight to the death, who would not desire victory. Tsunade, however, paid no heed to the thoughts of others. Accompanied by a few medical ninjas, she made her way to the makeshift medical tent to perform surgeries and provide treatment to the injured. Under her care, as long as they did not succumb to death on the battlefield, these individuals would soon be restored to their lively selves. Due to the swift conclusion of the battle, several ninjas who had suffered severed limbs had their arms and legs reattached. Even if they could not regain their previous agility due to the delays, they would not be left disabled. Thus, tales of Tsunade's miraculous medical ninjutsu once again spread throughout the camp. It was rumored that as long as one was not dead, Lady Tsunade could restore them to their former state, further elevating her prestige. While Uzumaki Namikaze continued to extol Tsunade, enhancing her reputation, Hozuki Suigetsu appeared once more outside the Mist Village encampment. Although he had orchestrated the demise of Suigetsu, none of the soldiers on the eastern battlefield had survived, leaving no one to question him. Seeing Hozuki Suigetsu alive and well left Yuan Shi at a loss for words. His heart was a tumult of sorrow and indignation. Yet he found himself unable to punish Suigetsu. After all, this fellow had consistently opposed the operation from the outset. Thus, the failure of the mission had nothing to do with him. Furthermore, according to the few ninjas who had returned prior to the onset of battle, Hozuki Suigetsu had even suggested to Suigetsu to slow their march and widen their scouting range to guard against a trap. It was Suigetsu's obstinacy that had led to the rejection of his advice. Now, 700 elite soldiers had been lost without even a strand of hair to show for it. Yuan Shi could already envision the repercussions awaiting him upon his return to Mist Village. "You're still alive?" Upon hearing the news of Hozuki Suigetsu's survival, Karasuchi Yumi rushed over, her tone decidedly brusque. "What nonsense are you spouting? I wouldn't die even if you did." Hozuki Suigetsu retorted immediately. "Enough." Yuan Shi bellowed in fury, his demeanor shifting from gentle to ferocious as he glared at the two, causing them to lower their heads in silence. What on earth happened? Despite having interrogated the returning ninjas and received a unified response, Yuan Shi still inquired. "We were deceived." Hozuki Suigetsu clenched his teeth, stating that from beginning to end, it had all been a conspiracy, as though everything had been meticulously plotted. "Did I not know we had been deceived?" Yuan Shi retorted. "But how could this happen?" "I suspect there is a traitor within our Mist Village," Hozuki Suigetsu replied, clearly displeased. "Had I not fled quickly, I might not have returned at all." Yuan Shi shook his head. "That cannot be the case. How could the enemy know about Suigetsu's sudden division of forces? Even if someone leaked information, it could not have been transmitted right under Suigetsu's and your noses without being detected." His eyes grew cold as he continued. "It's as if the enemy is monitoring our every move." Suddenly, Karasuchi Yumi clamped her hand over her mouth, as if she had stumbled upon something significant. "Yumi, have you discovered something?" Yuan Shi asked urgently. "Please wait." Without further ado, Karasuchi Yumi dashed out. 2 minutes later, she returned to the main tent, holding a peculiar black helmet. The device was adorned with numerous neatly arranged antennas, exuding an air of advanced technology. "What is this?" Yuan Shi furrowed his brow, inquiring. "I'm not sure. It was discovered by my subordinates during their patrol," Karasuchi Yumi explained. "This object is clearly artificial, yet it was found 3 miles southwest of our camp, hidden exceptionally well. Had it not been for sheer coincidence, we might never have discovered it." "Let me see." Hozuki Suigetsu stepped forward, seizing the device from Karasuchi Yumi's hands. Before she could protest, his eyes widened in disbelief. "What on earth is this?" he exclaimed, astonished. "Suigetsu, hurry and tell me what you found." Yuan Shi pressed, urgency lacing his voice. "When Karasuchi Yumi brought this out, I sensed something was off. I injected chakra into it and discovered that it seems to enhance perceptual abilities. Though the enhancement is minimal, it is likely because I do not know its specific usage." "What in the world is this?" Yuan Shi's expression darkened considerably as he asked Karasuchi Yumi. "Yumi, how long have you had this?" "1 day," she stammered, suddenly flustered. In that moment, panic set in. "The case is solved." Yuan Shi chuckled bitterly, realizing that all their movements had been monitored by the enemy, which explained their utter failure. "You are the traitor." Hozuki Suigetsu suddenly pointed at Karasuchi Yumi, incredulous. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Karasuchi Yumi retorted, flustered and denying the accusation. "Lord Yuan Shi, I genuinely did not know what this object was," she explained, her expression pained. "After my subordinates retrieved it, I examined it and found nothing unusual, which is why I left it as it was." "I believe you." Yuan sure did not seize the opportunity to attack, saying, "You are saying this thing was buried 3 miles from our camp?" "Yes. Even if you had not brought this back, our actions would have likely been known long ago." The enemy placed this device 3 miles away, indicating that even from that distance, they can perceive our every move without fear of being detected by our sensory ninjas. From the location, it appeared to have been left during their initial ambush. Initially, they thought that ambush was a foolish bait to lure them in. Later, they believed it to be a deliberate attempt to buy time. Little did they know, it was all merely an illusion. Since they could place this device outside our camp, they could do so in other locations as well, allowing the enemy to monitor our every move. With such foresight, the enemy was aware of our every maneuver and had made prior arrangements. How could we possibly avoid defeat? The thought that half of his army had already perished and that Suigetsu had been lost made Yuan Shi's heart bleed. However, now that he understood where he had failed, Yuan Shi could at least provide an explanation to the village. Yet this also meant that the war would prove far more challenging than he had anticipated. If the entirety of the Land of Waves was under the watchful eye of this strange device, did that not imply that no matter where they went, there were no secrets to be kept? "Lord Yuan Shi, should we withdraw?" Hozuki Suigetsu glanced apprehensively at the helmet. "We have suffered significant losses, and our combat strength has diminished greatly. If the forces of Wazash Hidden Village were to attack us now," Yuan Shi, for the first time, began to seriously contemplate Hozuki Suigetsu's words. After a long pause, he finally shook his head. "Let us retreat to the ships for now, remaining on the surface of the sea to await an opportunity or seek another landing point while other ninja villages attack Wazash Hidden Village." Karasuchi Yumi chimed in. "Should we not request assistance from the village? After all, we have suffered such great losses. We cannot let this go unpunished." Yuan Shi fell into deep thought. After a long while, he said, "Request assistance immediately. However, once reinforcements arrive, we must not act as the vanguard. We must first allow the other ninja villages to deplete the strength of Wazash Hidden Village." Despite saying this, Yuan Shi's mood was exceedingly grim. The war has only just commenced, yet such significant losses have compelled him to seek assistance, rendering him seemingly inept. However, he is acutely aware that without aid, the forthcoming battles would be utterly unfeasible. Initially, he believed he could seize an opportunity, but instead, he has encountered a Waterloo. Is this object replicable? Yuan Shi suddenly lifted the helmet in his hand, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. "I fear it may not be possible. Gon Shi, you may interject it. It appears to contain a self-destruct mechanism, which would detonate instantaneously upon forced removal. Thus, I refrained from tampering with it, intending to study it gradually." Meanwhile, Zuki Suigetsu could not suppress a cold smirk. Only a fool would think they could unravel its secrets. This perception amplifier possesses 2 primary functions. One is signal transmission, akin to a base station, establishing a dense signal network centered around the signal receiver. Achieving this is intricately linked to the spatial nodes formed by the modified Flying Thunder God technique. The transmission of signals between 2 perception amplifiers relies on direct spatial traversal, a product of the fusion of technology and ninjutsu, intertwined with spatial ninjutsu, rendering imitation by others utterly impossible. The second function is the amplification of perception, resembling radar. Uchiha Dan can transcend space to activate the perception amplifier with chakra, thereby expanding the range of perception through this device. A mere fraction of chakra can achieve magnification by several dozen times. However, the chakra required to activate the device can only be that of Uchiha Dan himself. No other chakra can trigger it. Even without the self-destruct mechanism, should it be disassembled before you, comprehending its intricacies would remain beyond your reach. Merely mastering an improved version of the Flying Thunder God technique is a feat that only a handful in the ninja world can accomplish. Uchiha Dan's decision to allow Gon Shiryume to acquire this object was merely a ploy to absolve himself of suspicion, for his schemes against the Hidden Mist Village have yet to conclude. The Whirlpool Village could indeed take advantage of the situation to launch a surprise attack on the Mist Village camp. However, despite the Mist Village's meager 800 ninjas, their defenses are robust. Even if the Whirlpool Village enjoys a numerical advantage, a direct assault would undoubtedly incur substantial losses. Moreover, the Cloud Village lurks with keen interest, poised to descend at any moment. If a significant number of ninjas remain concentrated on the eastern battlefield for too long, they risk being outmaneuvered by the Cloud Village, potentially turning the tide of battle against them. Presently, The Mist Village poses no imminent threat. However, conditions at sea differ vastly. It is akin to being trapped in a jar, unable to withstand the arrival of reinforcements. Suddenly struck by an idea, Zuki Suigetsu pointed at the helmet and, with a hint of malice, inquired, "Lord Yuan Shi, should we share this secret with the other ninja villages?" Upon observing the expression on Zuki Suigetsu's face, Yuan Shi instantly grasped his intentions and responded with understanding. "What concern do we have for the other villages? We cannot afford to be the ones at a disadvantage while they reap the benefits. Indeed, Lord Yuan Shi is astute.